For my confections? Having thus far proceeded, unless thou think'st me devilish, is't not meet that I did amplify my judgment in other conclusions? I will try the forces of these thy compounds on such creatures as we count not worth the hanging, but none human, to try the vigor of them, and apply aliments to their act, and by them gather their several virtues and effects. Cornelius, your highness, shall from this practice but make hard your heart. Besides, the seeing these effects will be both noisome and infectious. Queen, oh, content thee. Enter Pisanio. Aside. Here comes a flattering rascal. Upon him will I first work, he's for his master. An enemy to my son, how now, Pisanio? Doctor, your service for this time is ended. Take your own way. Cornelius. Aside. I do suspect you, madam, but you shall do no harm. Queen. To Pisanio. Hark thee, a word. Cornelius. Aside. I do not like her, she doth think she has strange lingering poisons. I do know her spirit, and will not trust one of her malice with a drug of such damned nature. Those she has will stupefy and dull the sense a while, which first perchance she'll prove on cats and dogs, then afterward up higher. But there is no danger in what show of death it makes, more than the locking up the spirits a time, to be more fresh, revive it. She is fooled with a most false effect, and I the truer so to be false with her. Queen. No further service, doctor, until I send for thee. Cornelius. I humbly take my leave. Exit. Queen. Weeps she still, say'st thou? Dost thou think in time she will not quench, and let instructions enter where folly now possesses? Do thou work. When thou shalt bring me word she loves my son, I'll tell thee on the instant thou art then as great as is thy master. Greater, for his fortunes all lie speechless, and his name is at last gasp return he cannot, nor continue where he is. Dio shift his being is to exchange one misery with another, and every day that comes to decay a day's work in him. What shalt thou expect to be dependayer on a thing that leans, who cannot be new built, nor has no friends so much as but to prop him? The queen drops the box, Pisanio takes it up. Thou taxed up, thou know'st not what, but take it for thy labor. It is a thing I made, which hath the king 5 times redeemed from death. I do not know what is more cordial, nay, I prithee take it. It is an earnest of a further good that I mean to thee. Tell thy mistress how the case stands with her. Do't as from thyself. Think what a chance thou changest on. But think thou hast thy mistress still. To boot, my son, who shall take notice of thee, I'll move the king to any shape of thy preferment, such as thou desire. And then myself, I chiefly, that set thee on to this desert, am bound to load thy merit richly. Call my women. Think on my words. Exit Pisanio. A sly and constant knave, not to be shacked, the agent for his master, and the remembrancer of her to hold the hand fast to her lord. I have given him that which, if he take, shall quite unpeople her of leigers for her sweet, and which she after, except she bend her humor, shall be assured to taste of too. Enter Pisanio and ladies. So, well done, well done. The violets, cowslips, and the primroses, bear to my closet, fare thee well, Pisanio. Think on my words. Exeunt queen and ladies. Pisanio. And shall do. But when to my good lord I prove untrue, I'll choke myself. There's all I'll do for you. Exit. Scene 7. Britain, the palace. Enter Imogen alone. Imogen. A father cruel and a stepdame false. A foolish suitor to a wedded lady that hath her husband banished. Oh, that husband! My supreme crown of grief, and those repeated vexations of it. Had I been thief stolen, as my 2 brothers, happy. But most miserable is the desire that's glorious. Blessed be those, how mean sower, that have their honest wills, which seasons comfort. Who may this be? Fie. Enter Pisanio and Iachimo. Pisanio. Madam, a noble gentleman of Rome comes from my lord with letters. Iachimo. Change you, madam? The worthy Leonidas is in safety, and greets your highness dearly. Presents a letter. Imogen. Thanks, good sir. You're kindly welcome. Iachimo. Aside. All of her that is out of door most rich. If she be furnished with a mind so rare, she is alone to Arabian bird, and I have lost the wager. Boldness be my friend. Arm me, audacity, from head to foot. Or, like the Parthian, I shall flying fight. Rather, directly fly. Imogen reads, He is one of the noblest note, to whose kindnesses I am most infinitely tied. Reflect upon him accordingly, as you value your trust. Leonidas. So far I read aloud. But even the very middle of my heart is warmed by to rest, and takes it thankfully. You are as welcome, worthy sir, as I have words to bid you, and shall find it so in all that I can do. Iachimo. Thanks, fairest lady. What are men mad? Hath nature given them eyes to see this vaulted arch and the rich crop of sea and land, which can distinguish twixt the fiery orbs above and the twin stones upon the numbered beach? And can we not partition make with spectacles so precious twixt fair and foul? Imogen. What makes your admiration? Iachimo. It cannot be eye, for apes and monkeys, twixt two such she's, would chatter this way and contemn with mows the other. Nor eye to judgment, for idiots in this case of favor would be wisely definite. Nor eye to appetite. Sluttery, to such neat excellence opposed, should make desire vomit emptiness, not so allured to feed. Imogen. What is the matter, Tro? Iachimo. The cloyed will, that satiate yet unsatisfied desire, that tub both filled and running, ravening first the lamb, longs after for the garbage. Imogen. What, dear sir, thus raps you? Are you well? Iachimo. Thanks, madam. Well, beseech you, sir, desire my man's abode where I did leave him. He's strange and peevish. Pisanio. I was going, sir, to give him welcome. Exit. Imogen. Continues well, my lord? His health beseech you? Iachimo. Well, madam. Imogen. Is he disposed to mirth? I hope he is. Iachimo. Exceeding pleasant. None a stranger there so merry and so gamesome. He is called the Britain reveller. Imogen. When he was here, he did incline to sadness, and oft-times not knowing why. Iachimo. I never saw him sad. There is a Frenchman his companion, one an eminent monsieur that, it seems, much loves a Gallian girl at home. He furnaces the thick sighs from him. Whiles the jolly Briton, your lord, I mean, laughs from's free lungs, cries, Oh, can my sides hold, to think that man, who knows by history, report, or his own proof, what woman is, what she cannot choose but must be, wills free hours languish for assured bondage. Imogen. Will my lord say so? Iachimo. Ay, madam, with his eyes in flood with laughter. It is a recreation to be by, and hear him mock the Frenchman, but heavens know some men are much to blame. Imogen. Not he, I hope. Iachimo. Not he, but yet heaven's bounty towards him might be used more thankfully in himself. 'Tis much in you, which I account his, beyond all talents. Whilst I am bound to wonder, I am bound to pity too. Imogen. What do you pity, sir? Iachimo. Two creatures heartily. Imogen. Am I one, sir? You look on me. What wreck discern you in me deserves your pity? Iachimo. Lamentable. What? To hide me from the radiant sun and solace I to dungeon by a snuff? Imogen. I pray you, sir, deliver with more openness your answers to my demands. Why do you pity me? Iachimo. That others do. I was about to say, enjoy your, but it is an office of the gods to venge it, not mine to speak on't. Imogen. You do seem to know something of me, or what concerns me. Pray you, since doubting things go ill often hurts more than to be sure they do. For certainties either are past remedies, or, timely knowing, the remedy then born, discover to me what both you spur and stop. Iachimo. Had I this cheek, to bathe my lips upon, this hand, whose every touch, would force the feeler's soul to the oath of loyalty, this object, which takes prisoner the wild motion of mine eye, fixing it only here, should I, damned then, slaver with lips as common as the stairs that mount the Capitol, join gripes with hands made hard with hourly falsehood as with labor, then by-peeping in an eye base and illustrious as the smoky light that's fed with stinking tallow, it were fit that all the plagues of hell should at one time encounter such revolt. Imogen. My lord, I fear, has forgot Britain. Iachimo. And himself not I. Inclined to this intelligence pronounce the beggary of his change. But 'tis your graces that from my mutest conscience to my tongue charms this report out. Imogen, let me hear no more. Iachimo, O dearest soul, your cause doth strike my heart with pity that doth make me sick. A lady so fair, and fastened to an empery, would make the great'st king double, to be partnered with tomboys heerd with that self-exhibition which your own coffers yield, with diseased ventures that play with all infirmities for gold, which rottenness can lend nature. Such boiled stuff as well might poison. Be revenged. Or she that bore you is no queen, and you recoil from your great stock. Imogen, revenged? How should I be revenged? If this be true, as I have such a heart that both mine ears must not in haste abuse, if it be true, how should I be revenged? Iachimo, should he make me live like Diana's priest betwixt cold sheets, whiles he is vaulting variable ramps, in your despite, upon your purse? Revenge it. I dedicate myself to your sweet pleasure, more noble than that runagate to your bed, and will continue fast to your affection, still close as sure. Imogen, what ho Pisanio? Iachimo, let me my service tender on your lips. Imogen, away. I do condemn mine ears that have so long attended thee. If thou wert honorable, thou wouldst have told this tale for virtue, not for such an end thou seek'st, as base as strange. Thou wrong'st a gentleman who is as far from thy report as thou from honor, and solicits here a lady that disdains thee and the devil alike. What ho, Pisanio! The king my father shall be made acquainted of thy assault, if he shall think it fit a saucy stranger in his court to mart as in a Romish stew, and to expound his beastly mind to us. He hath a court he little cares for, and a daughter who he not respects at all. What ho, Pisanio! Iachimo, O happy Leonidas! I may say, the credit that thy lady hath of thee deserves thy trust, and thy most perfect goodness her assured credit. Blessed live you long, a lady to the worthiest sir that ever country called his, and you his mistress, only for the most worthiest fit. Give me your pardon. I have spoke this to know if your affiance were deeply rooted, and shall make your lord that which he is new o'er. And he is one the truest mannered, such a holy which that he enchants societies into him. Half all men's hearts are his. Imogen, you make amends. Iachimo, he sits mongst men like a descended god. He hath a kind of honor sets him off more than a mortal seeming. Be not angry, most mighty princess, that I have adventured to try your taking of a false report, which hath honored with confirmation your great judgment in the election of a sir so rare, which you know cannot err. The love I bear him made me to fan you thus. But the gods made you, unlike all others, chaffless. Pray your pardon. Imogen, all's well, sir. Take my power I to court for yours. Iachimo, my humble thanks. I had almost forgot to entreat your grace but in a small request, and yet of moment too, for it concerns your lord. Myself and other noble friends are partners in the business. Imogen, pray what is't? Iachimo, some dozen Romans of us and your lord, the best feather of our wing, have mingled sums to buy a present for the emperor, which I, the factor for the rest, have done in France. 'Tis plate of rare device, and jewels of rich and exquisite form, their values great. And I am something curious, being strange, to have them in safe stowage. May it please you to take them in protection? Imogen, willingly, and pawn mine honor for their safety, since my lord hath interest in them. I will keep them in my bedchamber. Iachimo, they are in a trunk. Attended by my men, I will make bold to send them to you only for this night. I must aboard tomorrow. Imogen, oh, no, no. Iachimo, yes, I beseech. Or I shall short my word by lengthening my return. From Gallia I crossed the seas on purpose and on promise to see your grace. Imogen, I thank you for your pains, but not away tomorrow. Iachimo, oh, I must, madam. Therefore I shall beseech you, if you please to greet your lord with writing, do tonight. I have outstood my time, which is material to the tender of our present. Imogen, I will write. Send your trunk to me. It shall safe be kept and truly yielded you. You're very welcome. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. Britain, before Cymbeline's palace. Enter Cloten and the two lords. Cloten, Was there ever man had such luck? When I kissed the jack, upon an upcast to be hid away, I had 100 pound on't, and then a whoreson jackanapes must take me up for swearing, as if I borrowed mine oaths of him, and might not spend them at my pleasure. First Lord, what got he by that? You have broke his pate with your bowl. Second Lord, aside, if his wit had been like him that broke it, it would have run all out. Cloten, when a gentleman is disposed to swear, it is not for any standers by to curtail his oaths, ha? Second Lord, no, my lord, aside, nor crop the ears of them. Cloten, whoreson dog, I gave him satisfaction, would he had been one of my rank. Second Lord, aside, to have smelled like a fool. Cloten, I am not vexed more at anything in turth that a pox on't. I had rather not be so noble as I am. They dare not fight with me, because of the queen my mother. Every jack-slave hath his belly full of fighting, and I must go up and down like a cock that nobody can match. Second Lord, aside, you are cock and capon too, and you crow, cock with your comb on. Cloten, sayest thou? Second Lord, it is not fit your lordship should undertake every companion that you give offence to. Cloten, no, I know that, but it is fit I should commit offence to my inferiors. Second Lord, it is fit for your lordship only. Cloten, why, so I say. First Lord, did you hear of a stranger that's come to court tonight? Cloten, a stranger, and I not known on't? Second Lord, aside, he's a strange fellow himself, and knows it not. First Lord, there's an Italian come, and, 'tis thought, one of Leonidas' friends. Cloten, Leonidas? A banished rascal, and he's another, whatsoever he be. Who told you of this stranger? First Lord, one of your lordship's pages. Cloten, is it fit I went to look upon him? Is there no derogation in't? Second Lord, you cannot derogate, my lord. Cloten, not easily, I think. Second Lord, aside, you are a fool granted. Therefore your issues, being foolish, do not derogate. Cloten, come, I'll go see this Italian. What I have lost today at bowls I'll win tonight of him. Come, go. Second Lord, I'll attend your lordship. Exeunt Cloten and First Lord, that's such a crafty devil, as is his mother should yield the world this ass. A woman that bears all down with her brain, and this her son cannot take 2 from 20 for his heart, and leave 18. Alas, poor princess, thou divine Imogen, what thou endurst betwixt a father by thy stepdame governed, a mother hourly coining plots, a wooer more hateful than the foul expulsion is of thy dear husband, than that horrid act of the divorce he'd make. The heavens hold firm the walls of thy dear honor, keep unshacked that temple, thy fair mind, that thou mayst stand to enjoy thy banished lord and this great land. Exit. Scene 2. Britain. Imogen's bedchamber in Cymbeline's palace, a trunk in one corner. Enter Imogen in her bed, and a lady attending. Imogen, who's there? My woman Helen? Lady, please you, madam. Imogen, what hour is it? Lady, almost midnight, madam. Imogen, I have read 3 hours then, mine eyes are weak. Fold down the leaf where I have left, go bed. Take not away the taper, leave it burning. And if thou canst awake by 4 o'clock, I prithee call me, sleep hath seized me wholly. Exit lady. To your protection I commend me, gods. From fairies and the tempters of the night guard me, beseech ye. Sleeps, Iachimo comes from the trunk. Iachimo. The crickets sing, and man's o'erlabored sense repairs itself by rest. Our Tarquin thus did softly press the rush's air, he wakened the chastity he wounded. Cytherea, how bravely thou becomst thy bed. Fresh lily, and whiter than the sheets, that I might touch. But kiss, one kiss, rubies unparagoned, how dearly they do't. 'Tis her breathing that perfumes the chamber thus, the flame to taper bows toward her and would underpeep her lids to see enclosed lights, now canopied under these windows white and azure, lacked with blue of heaven's own tinct, but my design to note the chamber, I will write all down. Such and such pictures. There the window, such the adornment of her bed, the arras, figures, why, such and such, and the contents, story. Ah, But some natural notes about her body above 10,000 meaner movables would testify, T enrich mine inventory. O sleep, thou ape of death, lie dull upon her, and be her since but as a monument, thus in a chapel lying. Come off, taking off her bracelet, as slippery as the Gordian knot was hard. 'Tis mine, and this will witness outwardly, as strongly as the conscience does within, to the matting of her lord. On her left breast a mole sink-spotted, like the crimson drops I bottom of a cowslip. Here's a voucher stronger than ever law could make. This secret will force him think I have picked the lock and ta'en the treasure of her honor, and O Mort. But what end? Why should I write this down that's riveted, screwed to my memory? She hath been reading late the tale of Tyrus. Here the leaves turn down where Philomel gave up. I have enough to take trunk again, and shut the spring of it. Swift, swift, you dragons of the night, that dawning may bear the raven's eye. I lodge in fear, though this a heavenly angel, hell is here. Clock strikes. 1, 2, 3. Time. Exit into the trunk. Scene 3. Cymbalines. Palace. An antechamber, adjoining Imogen's apartments. Enter Cloten and Lords. First Lord. Your lordship is the most patient man in loss, the most coldest that ever turned up ace. Cloten. It would make any man cold to lose. First Lord. But not every man patient after the noble temper of your lordship. You are most hot and furious when you win. Cloten. Winning will put any man into courage. If I could get this foolish Imogen, I should have gold enough. It's almost morning, is not? First Lord. Day, my lord. Cloten. I would this music would come. I am advised to give her music a mornings. They say it will penetrate. Enter musicians. Come on, tune it if you can penetrate her with your fingering. So, we'll try with tongue too. If none will do, let her remain. But I'll never give o'er first, a very excellent good conceited thing. After, a wonderful sweet air, with admirable rich words to it, and then let her consider. Song. Hark, hark. The lark at heaven's gate sings, and Phoebus gins arise. His steeds to water at those springs on calyct Floares that lies, and winking merry buds begin to ope their golden eyes. With everything that pretty is, my lady sweet, arise. Arise, arise. Cloten. So, get you gone. If this penetrate, I will consider your music the better. If it do not, it is a vice in her ears which horsehairs and calves' guts, nor the voice of unpaved eunuch to boot, can never amend. Exeunt musicians. Enter Cymbeline and Queen. Second Lord. Here comes the king. Cloten. I am glad I was up so late, for that's the reason I was up so early. He cannot choose but take this service I have done fatherly. Good morrow to your majesty and to my gracious mother. Cymbeline. Attend you here the door of our stern daughter? Will she not forth? Cloten. I have assailed her with musics, but she vouchsafes no notice. Cymbeline. The exile of her minion is too new. She hath not yet forgot him. Some more time must wear the print of his remembrance on't, and then she's yours. Queen. You are most bound to the king, who lets go by no vantages that may prefer you to his daughter. Frame yourself to orderly solicits, and be friend with aptness of the season. Make denials increase your services. So seem as if you were inspurred to do those duties which you tender to her, that you in all obey her, save when command to your dismission tends, and therein you are senseless. Cloten. Senseless? Not so. Enter a messenger. Messenger. So like you, sir, ambassadors from Rome. The one is Caius Lucius. Cymbeline. A worthy fellow, albeit he comes on angry purpose now. But that's no fault of his. We must receive him according to the honor of his sender. And towards himself, his goodness forespent on us, we must extend our notice. Our dear son, when you have given good morning to your mistress, attend the queen and us. We shall have need to employ you towards this Roman. Come, our queen. Exeunt all but Cloten. Cloten. If she be up, I'll speak with her. If not, let her lie still and dream. Be why your leave. Ho. Knox. I know her women are about her. What if I do line one of their hands? 'Tis gold which buys admittance, oft it doth. Yea, and makes Diana's rangers false themselves, yield up their dear to standoed stealer, and 'tis gold, which makes the true man killed and saves the thief. Nay, sometime hangs both thief and true man, what can it not do and undo? I will make one of her women lawyer to me, for I yet not understand the case myself. By your leave. Knocks. Enter a lady. Lady. Who's there that knocks? Cloten. A gentleman. Lady. No more? Cloten. Yes, and a gentlewoman's son. Lady. That's more. Then some whose tailors are as dear as yours can justly boast of. What's your lordship's pleasure? Cloten. Your lady's person. Is she ready? Lady. Aye. To keep her chamber. Cloten. There is gold for you. Sell me your good report. Lady. How? My good name? Or to report of you what I shall think is good. The princess. Enter Imogen. Cloten. Good morrow, fairest sister, your sweet hand. Exit lady. Imogen. Good morrow, sir. You lay out too much pains for purchasing but trouble. The thanks I give is telling you that I am poor of thanks, and scarce can spare them. Cloten. Still I swear I love you. Imogen. If you but said so, 'twere as deep with me. If you swear still, your recompense is still that I regard it not. Cloten. This is no answer. Imogen. But that you shall not say I yield, being silent. I would not speak, I pray you spare me, faith. I shall unfold equal discourtesy to your best kindness. One of your great knowing should learn, being taught, forbearance. Cloten. To leave you in your madness 'twere my sin. I will not. Imogen. Fools are not mad folks. Cloten. Do you call me fool? Imogen. As I am mad, I do. If you'll be patient, I'll no more be mad. That cures us both. I am much sorry, sir, you put me to forget a lady's manners by being so verbal, and learn now, for all that I, which know my heart, do here pronounce, by very truth of it, I care not for you, and am so near the lack of charity to accuse myself I hate you, which I had rather you felt than maked my boast. Cloten. You sin against obedience, which you owe your father, for the contract you pretend with that base wretch. One bread of alms and fostered with cold dishes, with scraps owed at court, it is no contract, none. And though it be allowed in meaner parties, yet who than he more mean? To knit their souls, on whom there is no more dependency but brats and beggary, in self-figured not, yet you are curbed from that enlargement by the consequence owed a crown, and must not foil the precious note of it with a base slave, a hilding for a livery, a squire's cloth, a pantler, not so eminent. Imogen. Profane fellow, wert thou the son of Jupiter, and no more but what thou art besides, thou wert too base to be his groom, thou wert dignified enough, even to the point of envy, if 'twere made comparative for your virtues to be stilled the underhangman of his kingdom, and hated for being preferred so well. Cloten. The south fog wrought him. Imogen. He never can meet more mischance than come to be but nommed of thee. His meanest garment that ever hath but clipped his body is dearer in my respect than all the hairs above thee, were they all made such men. How now, Pisanio? Enter Pisanio. Cloten. His garment. Now the devil. Imogen. To Dorothy my woman hie thee presently. Cloten. His garment. Imogen. I am sprite with a fool. Fright and onred worse, go bid my woman search for a jewel that too casually hath left mine arm.it was thy master's. Shrew me, if I would lose it for a revenue of any kings in Europe. I do think I sought this morning. Confident I am last night, 'twas on mine arm. I kissed it. I hope it be not gone to tell my lord that I kiss aught but he. Pisanio. 'Twill not be lost. Imogen. I hope so. Go and search. Exit Pisanio. Cloten. You have abused me. His meanest garment. Imogen. I said so, sir. If you will make tea in action, call witness to tea. Cloten. I will inform your father. Imogen. Your mother too. She's my good lady and will conceive, I hope, but the worst of me, so I leave you, sir, to the worst of discontent. Exit. Cloten. I'll be revenged. His meanest garment. Well. Exit. Scene 4. Rome. Philario's house. Enter Posthumus and Philario. Posthumus. Fear it not, sir. I would I were so sure to win the king as I am bold her honor will remain hers. Philario. What means do you make to him? Posthumus. Not any, but abide the change of time, quake in the present winter's state, and wish that warmer days would come. I in these feared hopes I barely gratify your love. They failing, I must die much your debtor. Philario. Your very goodness and your company repays all I can do. Be why this your king hath heard of great Augustus Caius Lucius will do's commission throughly, and I think he'll grant the tribute, send it arrearages, or look upon our Romans, whose remembrance is yet fresh in their grief. Posthumus. I do believe, statist though I am none, nor like to be, that this will prove a war, and you shall hear the legions now in Gallia sooner landed in our not fearing Britain than have tidings of any penny tribute paid. Our countrymen are men more ordered than when Julius Caesar smiled at their lack of skill, but found their courage worthy his frowning at their discipline, now mingled with their courages, will make known to their approvers they are people such that mend upon the world. Enter Iachimo. Philario. See. Iachimo. Posthumus. The swiftest hearts have posted you by land, and winds of all the corners kissed your sails, to make your vessel nimble. Philario. Welcome, sir. Posthumus. I hope the briefness of your answer made the speediness of your return. Iachimo. Your lady is one of the fairest that I have looked upon. Posthumus. And therewithal the best. Or let her beauty look through a casement to allure false hearts, and be false with them. Iachimo. Here are letters for you. Posthumus. Their 10 are good, I trust. Iachimo. 'Tis very like. Philario. Was Caius Lucius in the Britain court when you were there? Iachimo. He was expected then, but not approached. Posthumus. All is well yet. Sparkles this stone as it was wont, or is not too dull for your good wearing? Iachimo. If I have lost it, I should have lost the worth of it in gold. I'll make a journey twice as far to enjoy a second night of such sweet shortness which was mine in Britain, for the ring is won. Posthumus. The stone's too hard to come by. Iachimo. Not a whit. Your lady being so easy. Posthumus. Make not, sir. Your loss your sport. Hope you know that we must not continue friends. Iachimo. Good sir, we must. If you keep covenant, had I not brought the knowledge of your mistress home, I grant we were to question farther, but I now profess myself the winner of her honor, together with your ring, and not the wronger of her or you, having proceeded but by both your wills. Posthumus. If you can make apparent that you have tasted her in bed, my hand and ring is yours. If not, the foul opinion you had of her pure honor gains or loses your sword or mine, or masterless leaves both to who shall find them. Iachimo. Sir, my circumstances, being so near the truth as I will make them, must first induce you to believe, whose strength I will confirm with oath, which I doubt not you'll give me leave to spare when you shall find you need it not. Posthumus. Proceed. Iachimo. First, her bedchamber, where I confess I slept not, but profess had that was well worth watching. It was hanged with tapestry of silk and silver. The story, proud Cleopatra when she met her Roman and Cydnus swelled above the banks, or for the press of boats or pride, a piece of work so bravely done, so rich, that it did strive in workmanship and value, which I wondered could be so rarely and exactly wrought, since the true life on't was. Posthumus. This is true, and this you might have heard of here, by me or by some other. Iachimo. More particulars. Must justify my knowledge. Posthumus. So they must, or do your honor injury. Iachimo. The chimney is south the chamber, and the chimney piece chased yen bathing, never saw I figures so likely to report themselves. The cutter was as another nature, dumb. Out went her, motion and breath left out. Posthumus. This is a thing which you might from relation likewise reap, being, as it is, much spoke of. Iachimo. The rufo th chamber, with golden cherubins is fretted. Her andirons, I had forgot them, were 2 winking cupids of silver, each on 1 foot standing, nicely depending on their brands. Posthumus. This is her honor. Let it be granted you have seen all this, and praise be given to your remembrance. The description of what is in her chamber Nothing saves the wager you have laid. Iachimo. Then, if you can, shows the bracelet. Be pale that I beg, but leave to air this jewel see. And now, 'tis up again, it must be married to that your diamond. I'll keep them. Posthumous. Jove. Once more let me behold itis at that which I left with her? Iachimo. Sir, I thank her that. She stripped it from her arm. I see her yet. Her pretty action did outsell her gift, and yet enriched it too. She gave it me, and said she prized it once. Posthumous. Maybe she plucked it off, to send it me. Iachimo. She writes so to you, doth she? Posthumous. Oh no, no, no. 'Tis true here. Take this too. Gives the ring. It is a basilisk unto mine eye. Kills me to look on't. Let there be no honor where there is beauty. Truth where semblance. Love where there's another man. The vows of women of no more bondage be to where they are made than they are to their virtues, which is nothing. Oh, above measure false. Philario. Have patience, sir, and take your ring again. 'Tis not yet one. It may be probable she lost it, or who knows if one her women, being corrupted, hath stolen it from her? Posthumous. Very true. And so I hope he came bite back my ring. Render to me some corporal sign about her, more evident than this. For this was stolen. Iachimo. By Jupiter, I had it from her arm. Posthumous. Hark you, he swears. By Jupiter he swears. 'Tis true, nay, keep the ring. 'Tis true, I am sure she would not lose it. Her attendants are all sworn and honorable. They induct to steal it, and by a stranger. No, he hath enjoyed her. The cognizance of her incontinency is this. She hath bought the name of whore thus dearly. There, take thy hire, and all the fiends of hell divide themselves between you. Philario. Sir, be patient. This is not strong enough to be believed of one persuaded well of. Posthumous. Never talk on't. She hath been colt by him. Iachimo. If you seek, for further satisfying, under her breast, worthy the pressing, lies a mole, right proud of that most delicate lodging. Be why my life, I kissed it, and it gave me present hunger to feed again, though full you do remember this stain upon her? Posthumous. Aye, and it doth confirm, another stain, as big as hell can hold, were there no more but it. Iachimo. Will you hear more? Posthumous. Spare your arithmetic. Never count the turns. Once in a million. Iachimo. I'll be sworn. Posthumous. No swearing. If you will swear you have not done't, you lie, and I will kill thee if thou dost deny thou'st made me cuckold. Iachimo. I'll deny nothing. Posthumous. Oh, that I had her here to tear her limb meal. I will go there and do't. I to court, before her father, I'll do something. Exit. Philario. Quite besides. The government of patience. You have one. Let's follow him, and pervert the present wrath he hath against himself. Iachimo. With all my heart. Exeunt. Scene v. Rome, another room in Philario's house. Enter Posthumous. Posthumous. Is there no way for men to be, but women must be half-workers? We are all bastards, and that most venerable man which I did call my father was I know not where when I was stamped. Some coiner with his tools made me a counterfeit. Yet my mother seemed the Dian of that time, so doth my wife, the nonpareil of this. Oh, vengeance, vengeance! Me of my lawful pleasure she restrained, and prayed me oft forbearance. Did it with a pudency so rosy, the sweet view on't might well have warmed old Saturn, that I thought her as chaste as unsunned snow. Oh, all the devils! This yellow Iachimo in an hour, was not? Or less, at first? Perchance he spoke not, but, like a full-acorned boar, a German one, cried oh, and mounted. Found no opposition but what he looked for should oppose, and she should from encounter guard, could I find out the woman's part in me. For there's no motion that tends to vice in man, but I affirm it is the woman's part, be it lying. Note it, the woman's. Flattering, hers. Deceiving, hers. Lust and rank thoughts, hers, hers. Revenges, hers. Ambitions, covetings, change of prides, disdain, nice longing, slanders, mutability, all faults that man may name, nay, that hell knows, why, hers, in part or all. but rather all, for even to vice. They are not constant, but are changing still one vice, but of a minute old for one not half so old as that I'll write against them, detest them, curse them, yet 'tis greater skill. In a true hate to pray they have their will. The very devils cannot plague them better. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. Britain. A hall in Cymbeline's palace. Enter in state Cymbeline, Queen, Cloten and lords at one door, and at another Caius Lucius and attendants. Cymbeline. Now say, what would Augustus Caesar with us? Lucius. When Julius Caesar, whose remembrance yet lives in men's eyes, and will to ears and tongues be theme and hearing ever, was in this Britain, and conquered it, Cassibelan, thine uncle, famous in Caesar's praises no whit less than in his feats deserving it, for him and his succession granted Rome a tribute, yearly 3,000 pounds, which by thee lately is left untendered. Queen. And, to kill the marvel, shall be so ever. Cloten. There be many Caesars ere such another Julius. Britain is a world by itself, and we will nothing pay for wearing our own noses. Queen. That opportunity, which then they had to take from's, to resume we have again. Remember, sir, my liege, the kings your ancestors, together with the natural bravery of your isle, which stands as Neptune's park, ribbed and palled in with rocks unscalable and roaring waters, with sands that will not bear your enemies' boats but suck them up to the topmast, a kind of conquest Caesar made here, but made not here his brag of came and saw and overcame, with shame, the first that ever touched him. He was carried from off our coast, twice beaten, and his shipping, poor ignorant baubles, on our terrible seas, like eggshells moved upon their surges, cracked as easily gainst our rocks, for joy whereof the famed Cassibelan, who was once at point, O giglot fortune, to master Caesar's sword, made Lud's town with rejoicing fires bright and Britain strut with courage. Cloten. Come, there's no more tribute to be paid, our kingdom is stronger than it was at that time. And as I said, there is no mo such Caesars, other of them may have crooked noses, but to owe such straight arms, none. Cymbeline. Son, let your mother end. Cloten. We have yet many among us can gripe as hard as Cassibelan, do not say I am one. But I have a hand, why tribute? Why should we pay tribute? If Caesar can hide the sun from us with a blanket, or put the moon in his pocket, we will pay him tribute for light. Else, sir, no more tribute, pray you now. Cymbeline. You must know, till the injurious Romans did extort this tribute from us, we were free. Caesar's ambition, which swelled so much that it did almost stretch the sides o' the world, against all color here did put the yoke upon's, which to shake off becomes a warlike people, whom we reckon ourselves to be. Cloten. We do. Cymbeline. Say then to Caesar, our ancestor was that Mulmutius which ordained our laws, whose use the sword of Caesar hath too much mangled, whose repair and franchise shall, by the power we hold, be our good deed. Though Rome be therefore angry, Mulmutius made our laws, who was the first of Britain which did put his brows within a golden crown, and called himself a king. Lucius. I am sorry, Cymbeline, that I am to pronounce Augustus Caesar, Caesar, that hath mo kings his servants than thyself domestic officers, thine enemy. Receive it from me, then. War and confusion in Caesar's name pronounce I gainst thee. Look for fury not to be resisted, thus defied. I thank thee for myself. Cymbeline. Thou art welcome, Caius. Thy Caesar knighted me. My youth I spent much under him. Of him I gathered honor, which he to seek of me again, perforce, behoves me keep at utterance. I am perfect that the Pannonians and Dalmatians for their liberties are now in arms, a precedent which not to read would show the Britons cold. So Caesar shall not find them. Lucius. Let proof speak. Cloten. His Majesty bids you welcome, make pastime with us a day or two, or longer. If you seek us afterwards in other terms, you shall find us in our saltwater girdle. If you beat us out of it, it is yours. If you fall in the adventure, our crows shall fare the better for you, and there's an end. Lucius. So, sir. Cymbeline. I know your master's pleasure and he mine. All the remain is, welcome. Exeunt. Scene 2. Britain. Another room in Cymbeline's palace. Enter Pisanio. Reading of a letter. Pisanio. How? Of adultery? Wherefore write you not what monsters her accuse? Leonatus, O master, what a strange infection is fallen into thy ear? What false Italian, as poisonous stongood is handed, hath prevailed on thy too ready hearing? Disloyal? No, she's punished for her truth and undergoes, more goddess-like than wife-like, such assaults as would take in some virtue. O my master, thy mind to her is now as low as were thy fortunes. How? That I should murder her? Upon the love and truth and vows which I have made to thy command. I her? Her blood? If it be so to do good service, never let me be counted serviceable. How look I that I should seem to lack humanity so much as this fact comes to? Reads, Dute, the letter that I have sent her, by her own command shall give thee opportunity. O damned paper, black as the ink that's on thee, senseless bauble, art thou a feedery for this act, and look'st so virgin-like without? Lo, here she comes. Enter Imogen. I am ignorant in what I am commanded. Imogen. How now, Pisanio? Pisanio. Madam, here is a letter from my lord. Imogen. Who? Thy lord? That is my lord, Leonatus. Oh, learned indeed were that astronomer that knew the stars as I his characters. He'd lay the future open, you good gods. Let what is here contained relish of love, of my lord's health, of his content. Yet not that we two are asunder. Let that grieve him. Some griefs are medicinaable. That is one of them, for it doth physic love. Of his content, all but in that good wax, thy leave, blessed be you bees that make these locks of counsel. Lovers and men in dangerous bonds pray not alike. Though forfeiters you cast in prison, yet you clasp young Cupid's tables. Good news, gods. Reads, Justice and your father's wrath, should he take me in his dominion, could not be so cruel to me as you, O the dearest of creatures, would even renew me with your eyes. Take notice that I am in Cambria, at Milford Haven. What your own love will out of this advise you. Follow, though he wishes you all happiness that remains loyal to his vow, and you're increasing in love. Leonatus Posthumus. O for a horse with wings. Hear'st thou, Pisanio? He is at Milford Haven. Read, and tell me how far 'tis thither. If one of mean affairs may plotted in a week, why may not I glide thither in a day? Then, true Pisanio, who longst like me to see thy lord, who longst, oh, let me bait, but not like me, yet longst, but in a fainter kind, oh, not like me, for mine's beyond. Say and speak thick, love's counselor should fill the bores of hearing to this smothering of the sense. How far it is to this same blessed Milford, and by way tell me how Wales was made so happy as to inherit such a haven, but first of all, how we may steal from hence, and for the gap that we shall make in time, from our hence going and our return, to excused. But first, how get hence? Why should excuse be born or ere begot? We'll talk of that hereafter. Prithee speak. How many score of miles may we well rid, twixt hour and hour? Pisanio. 1 twixt sun and sun. Madam, 's enough for you, and too much too. Imogen. Why, one that rode to's execution, man, could never go so slow. I have heard of riding wagers where horses have been nimbler than the sands that run I, de clock's behalf, but this is foolery. Go bid my woman feign a sickness. Say she'll home to her father, and provide me presently a riding suit, no costlier than would fit a franklin's huswife. Pisanio. Madam, your best consider. Imogen. I see before me, man, nor hear, nor what ensues, but have a fog in them that I cannot look through away. I prithee, do as I bid thee. There's no more to say. Accessible is none but Milford way. Exeunt. Scene 3. Wales. A mountainous country with a cave. Enter from the cave Belarius, Guiderius, and Arviragus. Belarius. A goodly day not to keep house with such whose roof's as low as ours. Stoop, boys. This gate instructs you how to adore the heavens, and bows you to a morning's holy office. The gates of monarchs are arched so high that giants may jet through, and keep their impious turbans on without good morrow to the sun. Hail, thou fair heaven. We house Idarock, yet use thee not so hardly as prouder livers do. Guiderius. Hail, heaven. Arviragus. Hail, heaven. Belarius. Now for our mountain sport up to yond hill, your legs are young. I'll tread these flats, consider, when you above perceive me like a crow, that it is place which lessens and sets off. And you may then revolve what tales I have told you of courts, of princes, of the tricks in war. This service is not service so being done, but being so allowed, to apprehend thus draws us a profit from all things we see, and often to our comfort shall we find the shardade beetle in a safer hold than is the full-winged eagle. This life is nobler than attending for a check, richer than doing nothing for a robe, prouder than rustling and unpaid for silk. Such gain the cap of him that makes him fine, yet keeps his book uncrossed and no life to ours. Guiderius, out of your proof you speak that we, poor unfledged, have never winged from view owed a nest, nor know not what heirs from home. Haply this life is best, if quiet life be best. Sweeter to you that have a sharper known, well corresponding with your stiff age, but unto us it is a cell of ignorance, traveling Abed, a prison for a debtor that not dares to stride a limit. Arviragus, what should we speak of, when we are old as you, when we shall hear the rain and wind beat dark December? How, in this our pinching cave, shall we discourse the freezing hours away? We have seen nothing. We are beastly, subtle as the fox for prey, like warlike as the wolf for what we eat. Our valor is to chase what flies. Our cage we make acquire, as doth the prisoned bird, and sing our bondage freely. Belarius, how you speak! Did you but know the city's usuries, and felt them knowingly? The art owed a court, as hard to leave as keep, whose top to climb is certain falling, or so slippery that the fear's as bad as falling. The toil owed war, a pain that only seems to seek out danger. I name of fame and honor, which dies iditch, and hath as oft a slanderous epitaph as record of fair act. Nay, many times, doth ill deserve by doing well. What's worse, must curtsy at the censured. O boys, this story the world may read in me. My body's marked with Roman swords, and my report was once first with the best of note. Cymbeline loved me, and when a soldier was the theme, my name was not far off. Then was I as a tree whose boughs did bend with fruit, but in one night a storm, or robbery, call it what you will, shook down my mellow hangings, nay, my leaves, and left me bare to weather. Guiderius, uncertain favor. Belarius, my fault being nothing, as I have told you oft, but that two villains, whose false oaths prevailed before my perfect honor, swore to Cymbeline I was confederate with the Romans, so followed my banishment. And this 20 years this rock and these domains have been my world, where I have lived at honest freedom, paid more pious debts to heaven than in all the fore-end of my time, but up to the mountains. This is not hunter's language. He that strikes the venison first shall be the Lord owed feast. To him the other two shall minister, and we will fear no poison, which attends in place of greater state. I'll meet you in the valleys. Exeunt Guiderius. And Arviragus, how hard it is to hide the sparks of nature. These boys know little they are sons to Tage king, nor Cymbeline dreams that they are alive. They think they are mine, and though trained up thus meanly I cave wherein they bow, their thoughts do hit the roofs of palaces, and nature prompts them in simple and low things to prince it much beyond the trick of others. This Polydore, the heir of Cymbeline and Britain, who the king his father called Guiderius, Jove, when on my 3-foot stool I sit and tell the warlike feats I have done, his spirits fly out into my story. Save thus mine enemy fell, and thus I set my foot on's neck. Even then the princely blood flows in his cheek. He sweats, strains his young nerves, and puts himself in posture that acts my words. The younger brother, Cadwal, once Arviragus, in is like a figure strikes life into my speech, and shows much more his own conceive it. Hark, the game is roused. O Cymbeline, heaven and my conscience knows thou didst unjustly banish me. Whereon, at 3 and 2 years old, I stole these babes, thinking to bar thee of succession, as thou refst me of my land's Europhile. Thou wast their nurse. They took thee for their mother, and every day do honor to her grave. Myself, Belarius, that am Morgan called, they take for natural father. The game is up. Exit. Scene 4. Wales, near Milford Haven. Enter Pisanio and Imogen. Imogen, thou toldst me, when we came from horse, the place was near at hand. Ne'er longed my mother so to see me first as I have now, Pisanio. Man, where is Posthumus? What is in thy mind that makes thee stare thus? Wherefore breaks that sigh from inward of thee? One but painted thus would be interpreted a thing perplexed beyond self-explication. Put thyself into a haviour of less fear. Ere wildness vanquish my stater senses. What's the matter? Why tender'st thou that paper to me with a look untender? If be summer news, smile to before. If winterly, thou needst but keep that countenance still dumb. Why husband's hand? That drug-damned Italy hath outcraftied him, and he's at some hard point. Speak, man. Thy tongue may take off some extremity, which to read would be even mortal to me. Pisanio, please you read, and you shall find me, wretched man, a thing the most disdained of fortune. Imogen reads, Thy mistress, Pisanio, hath played the strumpet in my bed, the testimonies whereof lie bleeding in me. I speak not out of weak surmises, but from proof as strong as my grief and as certain as I expect my revenge, that part thou, Pisanio, must act for me. If thy faith be not tainted with the breach of hers, let thine own hands take away her life. I shall give thee opportunity at Milford Haven. She hath my letter for the purpose, where, if thou fear to strike, and to make me certain it is done, thou art the pander to her dishonour, and equally to me disloyal. Pisanio, what shall I need to draw my sword? The paper hath cut her throat already. Deno, 'tis slander, whose edge is sharper than the sword, whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of Nile, whose breath rides on the posting winds and doth belie all corners of the world, kings, queens, and states, maids, matrons, nay, the secrets of the grave. This viperous slander enters. What cheer, madam? Imogen, false to his bed? What is it to be false? To lie and watch there, and to think on him? To weep twixt clock and clock? If sleep charge nature, to break it with a fearful dream of him, and cry myself awake? That's false to's bed, is it? Pisanio, alas, good lady. Imogen, I false. Thy conscience witness. Iachimo, thou didst accuse him of incontinency. Thou then look'dst like a villain. Now, methinks, thy favour's good enough. Some jay of Italy, whose mother was her painting, hath betrayed him. Poor I am stale, a garment out of fashion, and for I am richer than to hang by to walls, I must be ripped to pieces with me. Oh, men's vows are women's traitors. All good seeming, by thy revolt, O husband, shall be thought put on for villainy. Not born where it grows, but worn a bait for ladies. Pisanio, good madam, hear me. Imogen, true honest men being heard, like false Aeneas were in his time, thought false, and Sinan's weeping did scandal many a holy tear, took pity from most true wretchedness. Thou, Posthumus, wilt lay the leaven on all proper men. Goodly and gallant shall be false and perjured from thy great fail. Come, fellow, be thou honest. Do thou thy master's bidding. When thou sayest him, a little witness my obedience. Look, I draw the sword myself. Take it, and hit the innocent mansion of my love, my heart. Fear not, 'tis empty of all things but grief. Thy master is not there, who was indeed the riches of it. O his bidding, strike. Thou mayst be valiant in a better cause, but now thou seem'st a coward. Pisanio, hence, vile instrument, thou shalt not damn my hand. Imogen, why, I must die, and if I do not by thy hand, thou art no servant of thy master's. Against self-slaughter there is a prohibition so divine that cravens my weak hand. Come, here's my heart. Something's afort, soft, soft. Will no defense, obedient as the scabbard. What is here? The scriptures of the loyal Leonidas all turned to heresy? Away, away, corrupters of my faith. You shall no more be stomachers to my heart. Thus may poor fools believe false teachers. Though those that are betrayed do feel the treason sharply, yet the traitor stands in worse case of woe. And thou, Posthumus, that didst set up my disobedience gainst the king my father, and make me put into contempt the suits of princely fellows, shalt hereafter find it is no act of common passage, but a strain of rareness. And I grieve myself to think, when thou shalt be dissedged by her that now thou tirest on, how thy memory will then be panged by me. Prithee dispatch. The lamb entreats the butcher, Where's thy knife? Thou art too slow to do thy master's bidding, when I desire it too. Pisanio. O gracious lady, since I received command to do this Bucines, I have not slept one wink. Imogen. Do't, and to bed then. Pisanio. I'll wake mine eyeballs first. Imogen. Wherefore then? Didst undertake it? Why hast thou abused so many miles with a pretense? This place? Mine action and thine own? Our horses' labor? The time inviting thee? The perturbed court, for my being absent? Whereunto I never purpose return. Why hast thou gone so far to be unbent when thou hast ta'en thy stand? The elected deer before thee? Pisanio. But to win time, to lose so bad employment, in the which I have considered of a course, good lady, hear me with patience. Imogen. Talk thy tongue weary, speak. I have heard I am a strumpet, and mine ear, therein false struck, can take no greater wound, nor tint to bottom that, but speak. Pisanio. Then, madam, I thought you would not back again. Imogen. Most like, bringing me here to kill me. Pisanio. Not so neither. But if I were as wise as honest, then my purpose would prove well it cannot be but that my master is abused, some villain, aye, and singular in his art, hath done you both this cursed injury. Imogen. Some Roman courtesan. Pisanio. No, on my life. I'll give but notice you are dead, and send him some bloody sign of it. For 'tis commanded I should do so, you shall be missed at court, and that will well confirm it. Imogen. Why, good fellow, what shall I do the while? Where bide? How live? Or in my life what comfort, when I am dead to my husband? Pisanio. If you'll back to the court. Imogen. No court, no father, nor no more ado with that harsh, noble, simple nothing, that Cloten, whose love suit hath been to me as fearful as a siege. Pisanio. If not at court, then not in Britain must you bide. Imogen. Where then? Hath Britain all the sun that shines? Day, night. Are they not but in Britain? I world's volume our Britain seems as of it, but not in't. In a great pool a swan's nest, prithee think there's livers out of Britain. Pisanio. I am most glad. You think of other place, ambassador, Lucius the Roman, comes to Milford Haven tomorrow now. If you could wear a mind dark as your fortune is, and but disguise that which appear itself must not yet be but by self-danger, you should tread a course pretty and full of view. Yea, happily, near the residence of Posthumus. So nigh, at least, that though his actions were not visible, yet report should render him hourly to your ear as truly as he moves. Imogen. Oh, for such means, though peril to my modesty, not death on't, I would adventure. Pisanio. Well then, here's the point. You must forget to be a woman. Change command into obedience, fear and niceness, the handmaids of all women, or, more truly, woman at pretty self, into a waggish courage. Ready in jibes, quick-answered, saucy, and as querulous as the weasel neigh, you must forget that rarest treasure of your cheek, exposing it, but, oh, the harder heart. Alack, no remedy, to the greedy touch of common kissing Titan, and forget your laborsome and dainty trims wherein you made great Juno angry. Imogen. Nay, be brief. I see into thy end, and am almost a man already. Pisanio. First, make yourself but like one. For thinking this, I have already fit, 'tis in my cloak-bag, doublet, hat, hose, all that answer to them would you, in their serving, and with what imitation you can borrow from youth of such a season, for noble Lucius present yourself, desire his service, tell him wherein you're happy, which will make him know if that his head have ear in music, doubtless with joy he will embrace you, for he's honorable and doubling that, most holy your means abroad. You have me, rich, and I will never fail beginning nor supplement. Imogen. Thou art all the comfort. The gods will diet me with, prithee away. There's more to be considered. But will even all that good time will give us, this attempt I am soldier to, and will abide it with a prince's courage away, I prithee. Pisanio. Well, madam, we must take a short farewell, lest, being missed, I be suspected of your carriage from the court. Why, noble mistress, here is a box. I had it from the queen. What's in't is precious, If you are sick at sea or stomach-qualmed at land, a dram of this will drive away distemper, throw some shade, and fit you to your manhood. May the gods direct you to the best. Imogen. Amen, I thank thee. Exeunt severally. Scene v. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Enter Cymbeline, Queen, Cloten, Lucius, and lords. Cymbeline. Thus far, and so farewell. Lucius. Thanks, royal sir. My emperor hath wrote, I must from hence, and am right sorry that I must report ye my master's enemy. Cymbeline. Our subjects, sir, will not endure his yoke, and for ourself to show less sovereignty than they, must needs appear unking-like. Lucius. So, sir, that I desire of you a conduct overland to Milford Haven. Madam, all joy befall your grace and you. Cymbeline. My lords, you are appointed for that office, the due of honor in no point omit. So farewell, noble Lucius. Lucius. Your hand, my lord. Cloten. Receive it friendly, but from this time forth I wear it as your enemy. Lucius. Sir, the event is yet to name the winner. Fare you well. Cymbeline. Leave not the worthy Lucius, good my lords, till he have crossed the Severn happiness. Exeunt Lucius and lords. Queen. He goes hence frowning, but it honors us that we have given him cause. Cloten. 'Tis all the better. Your valiant Britons have their wishes in it. Cymbeline. Lucius hath wrote already to the emperor how it goes here. It fits us therefore, ripely our chariots and our horsemen be in readiness. The poweress that he already hath in Gallia will soon be drawn to head, from whence he moves his war for Britain. Queen. 'Tis not sleepy business, but must be looked to speedily and strongly. Cymbeline. Our expectation that it would be thus hath made us forward, but, my gentle queen, where is our daughter? She hath not appeared before the Roman, nor to us hath tendered the duty of the day. She looks us like a thing more made of malice than of duty. We have noted it, call her before us, for we have been too slight in sufferance. Exit an attendant. Queen. Royal sir, since the exile of Posthumus, most returred hath her life been. The cure whereof, my lord, 'tis time must do. Beseech your majesty, forbear sharp speeches to her. She's a lady so tender of rebukes that words are strokes, and strokes death to her. Enter attendant. Cymbeline. Where is she, sir? How can her contempt be answered? Attendant. Please you, sir, her chambers are all locked, and there's no answer that will be given to the loud of noise we make. Queen. My lord, when last I went to visit her, she prayed me to excuse her keeping close. Whereto constrained by her infirmity she should that duty leave unpaid to you which daily she was bound to proffer. This she wished me to make known, but our great court made me to blame in memory. Cymbeline. Her doors locked? Not seen of late? Grant, heavens, that which I fear prove false. Exit. Queen. Son, I say, follow the king. Cloten. That man of hers, Pisanio, her old servant, I have not seen these 2 days. Queen. Go look after. Exit Cloten. Pisanio, thou that standst so for Posthumus, he hath a drug of mine. I pray his absence proceed by swallowing that, for he believes it is a thing most precious, but for her, where is she gone? Haply despair hath seized her, or, winged with fervor of her love, she's flown to her desert Posthumus. Gone she is to death or to dishonor, and my end can make good use of either. She being down, I have the placing of the British crown. Enter Cloten. How now, my son? Cloten. 'Tis certain she is fled. Go in and cheer the king. He rages. None dare come about him. Queen. All the better may this night forestall him of the coming day. Exit. Cloten. I love and hate her, for she's fair and royal, and that she hath all courtly parts more exquisite than ladies, woman from every one the best she hath, and she, of all compounded, outsells them all. That I love her therefore. But disdaining me and throwing favors on the low Posthumus slanders so her judgment that what's else rare is chalked, and in that point I will conclude to hate her, nay, indeed, to be revenged upon her, for when fools shall. Enter Pisanio. Who is here? What are you packing, Sirrah? Come hither, you precious pander. Villain, where is thy lady? In a word, or else thou art straightway with the fiends. Pisanio. O good my lord. Cloten. Where is thy lady? Or, by Jupiter, I will not ask again, close villain. I'll have this secret from thy heart, or rip thy heart to find is she with Posthumus, from whose so many weights of baseness cannot a dram of worth be drawn. Pisanio. Alas, my lord, how can she be with him? When was she missed? He is in Rome. Cloten. Where is she, sir? Come nearer. No farther halting. Satisfy me home what is become of her. Pisanio. O my all-worthy lord. Cloten. All-worthy villain. Discover where thy mistress is at once, at the next word, and no more of worthy lord. Speak, or thy silence on the instant is thy condemnation and thy death. Pisanio. Then, sir, this paper is the history of my knowledge touching her flight. Presenting a letter. Cloten. Let's see, I will pursue her, even to Augustus' throne. Pisanio. Aside. Or this or perish. She's far enough. And what he learns by this may prove his travel, not her danger. Cloten. Pisanio. Aside. I'll write to my lord she's dead, O Imogen. Safe mayst thou wander, safe return again. Cloten. Sirrah, is this letter true? Pisanio. Sir, as I think. Cloten. It is Posthumus' hand. I note, Sirrah, if thou wouldst not be a villain, but do me true service, undergo those employments wherein I should have cause to use thee with a serious industry, that is, what villainy soe'er I bid thee do, to perform it directly and truly, I would think thee an honest man. Thou shouldst neither want my means for thy relief nor my voice for thy preferment. Pisanio. Well, my good lord. Cloten. Wilt thou serve me? For since patiently and constantly thou hast stuck to the bare fortune of that beggar Posthumus, thou canst not, in the course of gratitude, but be a diligent follower of mine. Wilt thou serve me? Pisanio. Sir, I will. Cloten. Give me thy hand. Here's my purse. Hast any of thy late master's garments in thy possession? Pisanio. I have, my lord, at my lodging, the same suit he wore when he took leave of my lady and mistress. Cloten. The first service thou dost me. Fetch that suit hither, let it be thy first service. Go. Pisanio. I shall, my lord. Exit. Cloten. Meet thee at Milford Haven. I forgot to ask him one thing. I'll remember anon, even there, thou villain Posthumus, will I kill thee. I would these garments were come, she said upon a time. The bitterness of it I now belch from my heart, that she held the very garment of Posthumus in more respect than my noble and natural person, together with the adornment of my qualities. With that suit upon my back will I ravish her. First kill him, and in her eye, there shall she see my valor, which will then be a torment to her. Contempt he on the ground, my speech of insultment ended on his dead body, and when my lust hath dined, which, as I say, to vex her I will execute in the clothes that she so praised. To the court I'll knock her back, foot her home again, she hath despised me rejoicingly, and I'll be merry in my revenge. Enter Pisanio with the clothes. Be those the garments? Pisanio. I, my noble lord. Cloten. How long is since she went to Milford Haven? Pisanio. She can scarce be there yet. Cloten. Bring this apparel to my chamber. That is the second thing that I have commanded thee. The third is that thou wilt be a voluntary mute to my design. Be but duteous and true. Preferment shall tender itself to thee. My revenge is now at Milford. Would I had wings to follow it. Come, and be true. Exit. Pisanio. Thou bidst me to my loss. For true to thee were to prove false, which I will never be. To him that is most true, O Milford, go, and find not her whom thou pursuest. Flow, flow, you heavenly blessings on her. This fool's speed be crossed with slowness. Labor be his meed. Exit. Scene 6. Wales before the cave of Belarius. Enter Imogen alone, in boy's clothes. Imogen. I see a man's life is a tedious one. I have teared myself, and for 2 nights together have made the ground my bed. I should be sick, but that my resolution helps me. Milford, when from the mountain-top Pisanio showed thee, thou wast within a kin. Jove. I think foundations fly the wretched. Such, I mean, where they should be relieved. 2 beggars told me I could not miss my wave while poor folks lie. that have afflictions on them, knowing 'tis a punishment or trial? Yes, no wonder, when rich ones scarce tell true, though lapse in fullness is sorer than to lie for need. And falsehood is worse in kings than beggars. Why, dear Lord, thou art one o' the false ones. Now I think on thee my hunger's gone. But even before, I was at point to sink for food. But what is this? Here is a path to't. 'Tis some savage hold. I were best not call. I dare not call, yet famine, ere clean it o'erthrow nature, makes it valiant. Plenty and peace breeds cowards. Hardness ever of hardiness is mother. Ho! Who's here? If anything that's civil, speak. If savage, take or lend. Ho! No answer? Then I'll enter. Best draw my sword. And if mine enemy but fear the sword, like me, he'll scarcely look on't. Such a foe, good heavens! Exit into the cave. Scene 7. The same. Enter Belarius, Guiderius, and Arviragus. Belarius. You, Polydore, have proved best woodman and are master of the feast. Cadwal and I will play the cook and servant. 'Tis our match. The sweat of industry would dry and die, but for the end it works to come. Our stomachs will make what's homely savory. Weariness can snore upon the flint, when resty sloth finds the down pillow hard. Now, peace be here, poor house that keeps thyself. Guiderius. I am thoroughly weary. Arviragus. I am weak with toil, yet strong in appetite. Guiderius. There is cold meat I to cave. We'll browse on that whilst what we have killed be cooked. Belarius. Looking into the cave. Stay, come not in. But that it eats our victuals, I should think here were a fairy. Guiderius. What's the matter, sir? Belarius. By Jupiter, an angel. Or, if not, an earthly paragon. Behold divineness no elder than a boy. Enter Imogen. Imogen. Good masters, harm me not. Before I entered here I called, and thought to have begged or bought what I have took good troth. I have stolen not, nor would not though I had found gold strewed floor. Here's money for my meat. I would have left it on the board, so soon as I had made my meal, and parted with Praeres for the provider. Guiderius. Money, youth? Arviragus. All gold and silver rather turn to dirt, as 'tis no better reckoned but of those who worship dirty gods. Imogen. I see you're angry. No, if you kill me for my fault, I should have died had I not made it. Belarius. Whither bound? Imogen. To Milford Haven. Belarius. What's your name? Imogen. Fiddly. Sir, I have a kinsman who is bound for Italy. He embarked at Milford, to whom being going, almost spent with hunger, I am fall in this offence. Belarius. Prithee, fair youth, think us no churls, nor measure our good minds by this rude place we live in well encountered. 'Tis almost night. You shall have better cheer ere you depart, and thanks to stay and eat it. Boys, bid him welcome. Guiderius. Were you a woman, youth, I should woo hard, but be your groom, my honesty I bid for you as I'd buy. Arviragus. I'll make my comfort. He is a man, I'll love him as my brother. And such a welcome as I'd give to him after long absence, such as yours, most welcome. Be sprightly, for you fall mongst friends. Imogen. Mongst friends? If brothers, aside. Would it had been so that they had been my father's sons, then had my prize been less, and so more equal ballasting to thee, Posthumus. Belarius. He rings at some distress. Guiderius. Would I could free't. Arviragus. Or I, whatever it be. What pain it cost, what danger. Gods. Belarius. Whispering. Hark, boys. Imogen. Aside. Great men, that had a court no bigger than this cave, that did attend themselves, and had the virtue which their own conscience sealed them, laying by that nothing gift of differing multitudes, could not outpeer these twain. Pardon me, gods. I'd change my sex to be companion with them, since Leonatus false. Belarius. It shall be so. Boys, we'll go dress our hunt. Fair youth, come in. Discourse is heavy, fasting. When we have supped, we'll mannerly demand thee of thy story, so far as thou wilt speak it. Guiderius. Pray draw near. Arviragus. The night to th owl and morn to th lark less welcome. Imogen. Thanks, sir. Arviragus. I pray draw near. Exeunt. Scene 8. Rome. A public place. Enter 2 Roman senators and tribunes. First senator. This is the 10 hour of the emperor's writ, that since the common men are now in action gainst the Pannonians and Dalmatians, and that the legions now in Gallia are full weak to undertake our wars against the fallen-off Britons, that we do incite the gentry to this business, he creates Lucius proconsul, and to you, the tribunes, for this immediate levy, he commands his absolute commission. Long live Caesar. Tribune. Is Lucius general of the forces? Second senator. I. Tribune. Remaining now in Gallia? First senator. With those legions, which I have spoke of, whereunto your levy must be suppliant, the words of your commission will tie you to the numbers and the time of their dispatch. Tribune. We will discharge our duty. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Wales, near the cave of Belarius. Enter Cloten alone. Cloten. I am near to place where they should meet. If Pisanio have mapped it truly, how fit his garments serve me. Why should his mistress, who was made by him that made the tailor, not be fit too? The rather, saving reverence of the word, for 'tis said a woman's fitness comes by fits, therein I must play the workman. I dare speak it to myself. For it is not vainglory for a man and his glass to confer in his own chamber. I mean, the lines of my body are as well drawn as his, no less young, more strong, not beneath him in fortunes, beyond him in the advantage of the time, above him in birth, alike conversant in general services, and more remarkable in single oppositions, yet this imperseverant thing loves him in my despite. What mortality is! Posthumus, thy head, which now is growing upon thy shoulders, shall within this hour be off, thy mistress enforced, thy garments cut to pieces before her face, and all this done, spurn her home to her father, who may, haply, be a little angry for my so rough usage. But my mother, having power of his testiness, shall turn all into my commendations. My horse is tied up safe out, sword, and to a sore purpose. Fortune, put them into my hand. This is the very description of their meeting place, and the fellow dares not deceive me. Exit. Scene 2. Wales, before the cave of Belarius. Enter from the cave, Belarius, Guiderius, Arviragus, and Imogen. Belarius. To Imogen. You are not well, remain here in the cave. We'll come to you after hunting. Arviragus. To Imogen. Brother, stay here. Are we not brothers? Imogen. So man and man should be. But clay and clay differs in dignity, whose dust is both alike. I am very sick. Guiderius. Go you to hunting. I'll abide with him. Imogen. So sick I am not, yet I am not well, but not so citizen a wanton as to seem to die ere sick. O please you, leave me. Stick to your journal course. The breach of custom is breach of all. I am ill, but your being by me cannot amend me. Society is no comfort to one not sociable. I am not very sick, since I can reason of it. Pray you trust me here. I'll rob none but myself, and let me die, stealing so poorly. Guiderius. I love thee. I have spoke it. How much the quantity? The weight as much as I do love my father. Belarius. What? How? How? Arviragus. If it be sin to say so, sir, I yoke me in my good brother's fault. I know not why I love this youth, and I have heard you say love's reasons without reason, the bier at door, and a demand who is shall die. I'd say my father, not this youth. Belarius. Aside. O noble strain! O worthiness of nature! Breed of greatness! Cowards father cowards, and base things sire base. Nature hath meal and bran, contempt and grace. I'm not their father. Yet who this should be doth miracle itself. Loved before me, 'tis the 9th hour o' morn. Arviragus. Brother, farewell. Imogen. I wish ye sport. Arviragus. Your health. To Belarius. So please you, sir. Imogen. Aside. These are kind creatures, gods. What lies I have heard. Our courtiers say all savage but at court. Experience. Oh, thou disprofst report. Imperious seas breed monsters. For the dish, pour tributary rivers as sweet fish. I am sick still. Heart sick Pisanio. I'll now taste of thy drug. Swallow some. Guiderius. I could not stir him. He said he was gentle, but unfortunate, dishonestly afflicted, but yet honest. Arviragus. Thus did he answer me, yet said hereafter I might know more. Belarius. To the field, to the field. We'll leave you for this time. Go in and rest. Arviragus. Will not be long away. Belarius. Pray be not sick, for you must be our huswife. Imogen. Well, or ill, I am bound to you. Belarius. And shalt be ever. Exit Imogen into the cave. This youth, however distressed, appears he hath had good ancestors. Arviragus. How angel-like he sings. Guiderius. But his neat cookery. He cut our roots and characters, and socked our broths as Juno had been sick, and he her deeder. Arviragus. Nobly he yokes. A smiling with a sigh, as if the sigh was that it was for not being such a smile. The smile mocking the sigh that it would fly from so divine a temple to commix with winds that sailors rail at. Guiderius. I do note that grief and patience, rooted in him both, mingle their spurs together. Arviragus. Grow patience, and let the stinking elder, grief, untwine his perishing root with the increasing vine. Belarius. It is great morning come away. Who's there? Enter Cloten. Cloten. I cannot find those runagates. That villain hath mocked me, I am faint. Belarius. Those runagates? Means he not us? I partly know him. 'Tis Cloten, the son o' queen. I fear some ambush. I saw him not these many years, and yet I know 'tis he that we are held as outlaws hence. Guiderius. He is but one. You and my brother search what companies are near. Pray you away. Let me alone with him. Exeunt Belarius and Arviragus. Cloten. Soft. What are you, that fly me thus? Some villain mountaineers? I have heard of such. What slave art thou? Guiderius. A thing. More slavish did I ne'er than answering a slave without a knock. Cloten. Thou art a robber, a lawbreaker, a villain. Yield thee, thief. Guiderius. To who? To thee? What art thou? Have not I an arm as big as thine, a heart as big? Thy words, I grant, are bigger, for I wear not my dagger in my mouth. Say what thou art. Why I should yield to thee. Cloten. Thou villain base, know'st me not by my clothes? Guiderius. No, nor thy tailor, rascal. Who is thy grandfather? He made those clothes, which, as it seems, make thee. Cloten. Thou precious varlet. My tailor made them not. Guiderius. Hence, then, and thank the man that gave them thee. Thou art some fool. I am loath to beat thee. Cloten. Thou injurious thief. Hear but my name, and tremble. Guiderius. What's thy name? Cloten. Cloten. Thou villain. Guiderius. Cloten. Thou double villain. Be thy name. I cannot tremble at it. Were it toad, or adder, spider, 'twould move me sooner. Cloten. To thy further fear, nay, to thy mere confusion, thou shalt know I am son to the queen. Guiderius. I'm sorry for't, not seeming so worthy as thy birth. Cloten. Art not afeard? Guiderius. Those that I reverence, those I fear, the wise. At fools I laugh, not fear them. Cloten. Die the death. When I have slain thee with my proper hand, I'll follow those that even now fled hence, and on the gates of Lud's town set your heads. Yield, rustic mountaineer. Exeunt. Fighting. Enter Belarius and Arviragus. Belarius. No companies abroad? Arviragus. None in the world. You did mistake him, sure. Belarius. I cannot tell. Long is it since I saw him, but time hath nothing blurred those lines of favor which then he wore. The snatches in his voice and burst of speaking were as his. I am absolute. 'Twas very Cloten. Arviragus. In this place we left them. I wish my brother make good time with him. You say he is so fell? Belarius. Being scarce made up, I mean to man, he had not apprehension or roaring terrors, for defect of judgment is oft the cease of fear. Enter Guiderius with Cloten's head. But, see, thy brother. Guiderius. This Cloten was a fool, an empty purse. There was no money in't, Not Hercules could have knocked out his brains, for he had none. Yet I not doing this, the fool had borne my head as I do his. Belarius, what hast thou done? Guiderius, I am perfect what? Cut off one Cloten's head, son to the queen, after his own report, who called me traitor, mountaineer, and swore with his own single hand he'd take us in, displace our heads where, thank the gods, they grow, and set them on Lud's town. Belarius, we are all undone. Guiderius, why, worthy father, what have we to lose but that he swore to take our lives? The law protects not us. Then why should we be tender to let an arrogant piece of flesh threat us, play judge and executioner all himself? For we do fear the law. What company discover you abroad? Belarius, no single soul. Can we set eye on? But in all safe reason he must have some attendance, though his humor was nothing but mutation, aye, and that from one bad thing to worse, not frenzy, not absolute madness could so far have raved, to bring him here alone, although perhaps it may be heard at court that such as we cave here, hunt here, are outlaws, and in time may make some stronger head, the which he hearing, as it is like him, might break out and swear he'd fetch us in. Yet is not probable to come alone. Either he so undertaking, or they so suffering, then on good ground we fear. If we do fear this body hath a tail more perilous than the head. Arviragus, let ordinance come as the gods foresay it. Howsoever, my brother hath done well. Belarius, I had no mind to hunt this day. The boy Fideli's sickness did make my way long forth. Guiderius, with his own sword, which he did wave against my throat, I have ta'en his head from him. I'll throw it into the creek behind our rock, and let it to the sea and tell the fishes he's the queen's son. Cloten, that's all I reck. Exit. Belarius, I fear 'twill be revenged. Would, Polydore, thou hadst not done't, though valor becomes thee well enough. Arviragus, would I had done't, so the revenge alone pursued me. Polydore, I love thee brotherly, but envy much thou hast robbed me of this deed. I would revenges, that possible strength might meet, would seek us through, and put us to our answer. Belarius, well, 'tis done. We'll hunt no more today, nor seek for danger where there's no profit. I prithee to our rock. You and Fideli play the cooks. I'll stay till hasty Polydore return, and bring him to dinner presently. Arviragus, poor sick Fideli, I'll willingly to him. To gain his color I'd let a perish of such Cloten's blood, and praise myself for charity. Exit. Belarius, O thou goddess, thou divine nature, thou thyself thou blazon'st in these two princely boys. They are as gentle as zephyrs blowing below the violet, not wagging his sweet head, and yet as rough, their royal blood enchaffed, as the rudst wind that by the top doth take the mountain pine and make him stoop to devail. 'Tis wonder that an invisible instinct should frame them to royalty unlearned, honor untaught, civility not seen from other, valor that wildly grows in them, but yields a crop as if it had been so. Yet still it's strange what Cloten's being here to us portends, or what his death will bring us. Enter Guiderius. Guiderius, where's my brother? I have sent Cloten's clotpole down the stream, in embassy to his mother, his body's hostage for his return. Solemn music. Belarius, my ingenious instrument. Hark, Polydore, it sounds, but what occasion hath Cadwal now to give it motion? Hark, Guiderius, is he at home? Belarius, he went hence even now. Guiderius, what does he mean? Since death of my dearest mother it did not speak before. All solemn things should answer solemn accidents. The matter? Triumphs for nothing and lamenting toys, is jollity for apes and grief for boys. Is Cadwal mad? Enter Arviragus with Imogen is dead, bearing her in his arms. Belarius, look, here he comes, and brings the dire occasion in his arms of what we blame him for. Arviragus, the bird is dead, that we have made so much on. I had rather have skipped from 16 years of age to 60, to have turned my leaping time into a crutch, than have seen this. Guiderius, O sweetest, fairest lily, my brother wears thee not the one half so well as when thou grewst thyself. Belarius, O melancholy, whoever yet could sound thy bottom? Find the ooze to show what coast thy sluggish crare mightst easiliest harbor in? Thou blessed thing! Jove knows what man thou mightst have made. But thou diedst, a most rare boy of melancholy. How found you him? Arviragus. Stark, as you see. Thus smiling, as some fly had tickled slumber, not as death's dart, being laughed at. His right cheek reposing on a cushion. Guiderius. Where? Arviragus. Ode floor. His arms thus leagued I thought he slept, and put my clout brogues from off my feet, whose rudeness answered my steps too loud. Guiderius. Why, he but sleeps. If he be gone he'll make his grave a bed. With female fairies will his tomb be haunted, and worms will not come to thee. Arviragus. With fairest flowers. Whilst summer lasts and I live here, fiddly, I'll sweeten thy sad grave. Thou shalt not lack the flower that's like thy face, pale primrose, nor the azid harebell, like thy veins. No, nor the leaf of eglantine, whom not to slander, outsweetened not thy breath, the ruddock wood, with charitable bill, O Bill, sore shaming those rich left heirs that let their fathers lie without a monument. Bring thee all this, yea, and furred moss besides, when flowers are none, to winter ground thy course. Guiderius. Prithee have done, and do not play in wench-like words with that which is so serious. Let us bury him, and not protract with admiration what is now due to a grave. Arviragus. Say, where shallst lay him? Guiderius. By good Euryphile our mother. Arviragus. Beat so, and let us, Polydore, though now our voices have got the mannish crack, sing him to the ground, as once to our mother. Use like note and words, save that Euryphile must be fiddly. Guiderius. Cadwal. I cannot sing that I'll weep, and word it with thee. For notes of sorrow out of tune are worse than priests and fanes that lie. Arviragus. We'll speak it then. Belarius. Great griefs I see, Medsine the less, for Cloten is quite forgot. He was a queen's son, boys. And though he came our enemy, remember he was paid for that. Though mean and mighty rotting together have one dust, yet reverence, that angel of the world, doth make distinction of place, tween high and low. Our foe was princely, and though you took his life, as being our foe, yet bury him as a prince. Guiderius. Pray you fetch him hither. Thersites' body is as good as Ajax, when neither are alive. Arviragus. If you'll go fetch him, we'll say our song the whilst, brother. Begin. Exit Belarius. Guiderius. Nay, Cadwal, we must lay his head to the east. My father hath a reason for't. Arviragus. 'Tis true. Guiderius. Come on, then, and remove him. Arviragus. So begin. Song. Guiderius. Fear no more the heat o' to sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. Arviragus. Fear no more the frown o' the great. Thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat. To thee the reed is as the oak. The scepter, learning, physic, must all follow this and come to dust. Guiderius. Fear no more the lightning flash. Arviragus. Nor to all dreaded thunderstone. Guiderius. Fear not slander, censure rash. Arviragus. Thou hast finished joy and moan. Both. All lovers young. All lovers must consign to thee and come to dust. Guiderius. No exorciser harm thee. Arviragus. Nor no witchcraft charm thee. Guiderius. Ghost unlaid forbear thee. Arviragus. Nothing'll come near thee. Both. Quiet consummation have, and renowned be thy grave. Enter Belarius with the body of Cloten. Guiderius. We have done our obsequies, come, lay him down. Belarius. Here's a few flowers, but 'bout midnight more. The herbs that have on them cold dew o' night are strewings fitst for graves upon their faces. You were as flowers, now withered, even so these herblets shall which we upon you strew. Come on, away apart upon our knees. The ground that gave them first has them again. Their pleasures here are past, so is their pain. Exeunt all but Imogen. Imogen. O waking! Yes, sir, To Milford Haven, which is the way? I thank you. By yon bush? Pray, how far thither? Ods Pitikins. Can it be 6 mile yet? I have gone all night, faith. I'll lie down and sleep. But, soft. No bedfellow. O gods and goddesses. Seeing the body. These flowers are like the pleasures of the world. This bloody man, the care on't that I hope I dream. For so I thought I was a cave keeper, and cook to honest creatures, but 'tis not so. 'Twas but a bolt of nothing, shot at nothing, which the brain makes of fumes. Our very eyes are sometimes, like our judgments, blind. Good faith, I tremble still with fear. But if there be yet left in heaven as small a drop of pity as a wren's eye, feared gods, a part of it, the dreams here still, even when I wake it is without me, as within me, not imagined, felt. A headless man? The garments of Posthumus? I know the shape of's leg. This is his hand, his foot mercurial, his martial thigh, the bronze of Hercules. But his jovial face, murder in heaven. How? 'Tis gone, Pisanio. All curses mad Hecuba gave the Greeks, and mine to boot, be darted on thee. Thou, conspurred with that irregulous devil, Cloten, hath here cut off my lord. Go write and read, be henceforth treacherous. Damned Pisanio hath with his forged letters, damned Pisanio, from this most bravest vessel of the world struck the maintop, Posthumus. Alas, where is thy head? Where's that? I me. Where's that? Pisanio might have killed thee at the heart, and left this head on. How should this be? Pisanio? 'Tis he and Cloten. Malice and lucre in them have laid this woe here. Oh, 'tis pregnant, pregnant. The drug he gave me, which he said was precious and cordial to me, have I not found it murderous to senses? That confirms it home. This is Pisanio's deed, and Cloten, oh, give color to my pale cheek with thy blood, that we the horrider may seem to those which chance to find us. Oh, my lord, falls fainting on the body. Enter Lucius, captains and a soothsayer. Captain, to them the legions garrisoned in Gallia, after your will, have crossed the sea, attending you here at Milford Haven. With your ships, they are in readiness. Lucius, but what from Rome? Captain, the Senate hath stirred up the confiners and gentlemen of Italy, most willing spirits, that promise noble service. And they come under the conduct of bold Iachimo, Sienna's brother. Lucius, when expect you them? Captain, with the next benefit, O wind. Lucius, this forwardness makes our hopes fair. Command our present numbers be mustered. Bid the captains look to't. Now, sir, what have you dreamed of late of this war's purpose? Soothsayer, last night the very gods showed me a vision. I fast and prayed for their intelligence. Thus, I saw Jove's bird, the Roman eagle, winged from the spongy south to this part of the west, there vanished in the sunbeams, which portends, unless my sins abuse my divination, success to the Roman host. Lucius, dream often so, and never false soft. Ho, what trunk is here without his top? The ruin speaks that sometime it was a worthy building. How? A page? Or dead or sleeping on him? But dead, rather. For nature doth abhor to make his bed with the defunct, or sleep upon the dead. Let's see the boy's face. Captain, he's alive, my lord. Lucius, he'll then instruct us of this body, young one, inform us of thy fortunes. For it seems they crave to be demanded. Who is this thou makest thy bloody pillow? Or who was he that, otherwise than noble nature did, hath altered that good picture? What's thy interest in this sad wreck? How cam't? Who is't? What art thou? Imogen. I am nothing. Or if not, nothing to be were better. This was my master, a very valiant Briton and a good, that here by mountaineers lies slain. Alas, there is no more such masters. I may wander from east to occident, cry out for service, try many, all good, serve truly, never find such another master. Lucius, lack, good youth, thou movest no less with thy complaining than thy master in bleeding. Say his name, good friend. Imogen, Richard Duchamp. Aside, if I do lie, and do no harm by it, though the gods hear, I hope they'll pardon it. Say you, sir? Lucius, thy name? Imogen. Fiddly, sir. Lucius, thou dost approve thyself the very same. Thy name well fits thy faith thy name. Will take thy chance with me? I will not say thou shalt be so well mastered. But be sure, no less beloved, the Roman emperor's letters, sent by a consul to me, should not sooner than thine own worth prefer thee to go with me. Imogen, I'll follow, sir, but first, an't please the gods, I'll hide my master from the flies, as deep as these poor pickaxes can dig. And when with wild wood leaves and weeds I strewed his grave, and on it set a century of prayers, such as I can, twice o'er, I'll weep and sigh. And leaving so his service, follow you, so please you entertain me. Lucius, I, good youth, and rather father thee than master thee. My friends, the boy hath taught us manly duties. Let us find out the prettiest daisied plot we can, and make him with our pikes and partisans a grave. Come, arm him, boy, he is preferred by thee to us, and he shall be interred as soldiers can. Be cheerful, wipe thine eyes. Some falls are means the happier to arise. Exeunt. Scene 3, Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Enter Cymbeline. Lords, Pisanio and attendants. Cymbeline. Again. And bring me word how 'tis with her. Exit an attendant. A fever with the absence of her son. A madness of which her life's in danger. Heavens, how deeply you at once do touch me. Imogen, the great part of my comfort, gone. My queen upon a desperate bed, and in a time when fearful wars point at me. Her son gone, so needful for this present, strikes me past the hope of comfort, but for thee, fellow, who needs must know of her departure and dost seem so ignorant, will enforce it from thee by a sharp torture. Pisanio, sir, my life is yours. I humbly set it at your will, but for my mistress, I nothing know where she remains, why gone, nor when she purposes return. Beseech your highness, hold me your loyal servant. Lord, good my liege, the day that she was missing he was here. I dare be bound he's true and shall perform all parts of his subjection loyally for Cloten. There wants no diligence in seeking him, and will no doubt be found. Cymbeline, the time is troublesome. To Pisanio, we'll slip you for a season, but our jealousy does yet depend. Lord, so please your majesty, the Roman legions, all from Gallia drawn, are landed on your coast, with a supply of Roman gentlemen by the Senate sent. Cymbeline, now for the counsel of my son and queen. I am amazed with matter. Lord, good my liege, your preparation can affront no less than what you hear of. Come more, for more you're ready. The want is but to put those powers in motion that long to move. Cymbeline, I thank you. Let's withdraw, and meet the time as it seeks us. We fear not what can from Italy annoy us, but we grieve at chances here away. Exeunt all but Pisanio. Pisanio, I heard no letter from my master since I wrote him Imogen was slain. 'Tis strange. Nor hear I from my mistress, who did promise to yield me often tidings. Neither know I what is betid to Cloten, but remain perplexed in all. The heavens still must work. Wherein I am false I am honest, not true, to be true. These present wars shall find I love my country, even to the note O to king, or I'll fall in them. All other doubts, by time let them be cleared. Fortune brings in some boats that are not steered. Exit. Scene 4. Wales, before the cave of Belarius. Enter Belarius, Guiderius, and Arviragus. Guiderius, the noise is round about us. Belarius, let us from it. Arviragus, what pleasure, sir, find we in life, to lock it from action and adventure. Guiderius, nay, what hope have we in hiding us? This way the Romans must, or for Britons slay us, or receive us for barbarous and unnatural revolts during their use, and slay us after. Belarius, sons, we'll hire to the mountains, there secure us. To the king's party there's no going. Newness of Cloten's death, we being not known, not mustered among the bands, may drive us to a render where we have lived, and so extort from's that which we have done, whose answer would be death, drawn on with torture. Guiderius, this is, sir, a doubt. In such a time nothing becoming you nor satisfying us. Arviragus, it is not likely, that when they hear the Roman horses neigh, behold their quartered fires, have both their eyes and ears so cloyed importantly as now, that they will waste their time upon our note, to know from whence we are. Belarius. Oh, I am known. Of many in the army many years, though Cloten then but young, you see. Not wore him from my remembrance, and besides, the king hath not deserved my service nor your loves, who find in my exile the want of breeding, the certainty of this hard life. I hopeless to have the courtesy your cradle promised, but to be still hot summer's tanlings and the shrinking slaves of winter. Guiderius. Then be so. Better to cease to be, pray, sir, to the army. I and my brother are not known. Yourself so out of thought, and thereto so o'ergrown, cannot be questioned. Arviragus. By this sun that shines, I'll thither. What thing is that I never did see man die? Scarce ever looked on blood but that of coward hares, hot goats, and venison. Never bestrid a horse, save one that had a rider like myself, who ne'er wore rowel nor iron on his heel. I am ashamed to look upon the holy sun, to have the benefit of his blessed beams, remaining so long a poor unknown. Guiderius. By heavens, I'll go. If you will bless me, sir, and give me leave, I'll take the better care. But if you will not, the hazard therefore do fall on me by the hands of Romans. Arviragus. So say I. Amen. Belarius. No reason I, since of your lives you set so slight a valuation, should reserve my cracked one to more care have with you, boys. If in your country wars you chance to die, that is my bed too, lads, and there I'll lie. Lead led, aside. The time seems long. Their blood thinks scorn till it fly out and show them princes born. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Britain, the Roman camp. Enter Posthumus alone, with a bloody handkerchief. Posthumus. Yea, bloody cloth, I'll keep thee. For I wish thou shouldst be colored thus, you married ones. If each of you should take this course, how many must murder wives much better than themselves for wrying but a little? O Pisanio. Every good servant does not all commands. No bond but to do just one's gods. If you should have ta'en vengeance on my faults, I never had lived to put on this. So had you saved the noble Imogen to repent, and struck me, wretch more worth your vengeance, but alack, you snatch some hints for little faults. That's love, to have them fall no more. You some permit to second ills with ills, each elder worse, and make them dread it, to the doer's thrift. But Imogen is your OWN, your best wills, and make me blessed to obey. I am brought hither among the Italian gentry, and to fight against my lady's kingdom. 'Tis enough that, Britain, I have killed thy mistress. Peace. I'll give no wound to thee, therefore, good heavens, hear patiently my purpose. I'll disrobe me of these Italian weeds, and suit myself as does a Briton peasant. So I'll fight against the part one come with. So I'll die for thee, O Imogen, even for whom my life is every breath a death, and thus unknown, pitted nor hated. To the face of peril myself I'll dedicate. Let me make men no more valor in me than my habits show. Gods, put the strength, O Leonati, in me, to shame the guise, O the world. I will begin the fashion less without and more within. Exit. Scene 2. Britain, at a field of battle between the British and Roman camps. Enter Lucius, Iachimo, and the Roman army at one door, and the British army at another, Leonidas Posthumus following like a poor soldier. They march over and go out alarums, then enter again. In skirmish, Iachimo and Posthumus. He vanquisheth and disarmeth Iachimo, and then leaves him. Iachimo. The heaviness and guilt within my bosom takes off my manhood. I have belied a lady, the princess of this country, and the heir on't revengingly enfeebles me. Or could this Carl, a very drudge of nature's, have subdued me in my profession? Knighthoods and honors born as I wear mine are titles but of scorn. If that thy gentry, Britain, go before this lout as he exceeds our lords, the odds is that we scarce are men, and you are gods. Exit. The battle continues. The Britons fly. Cymbeline is taken, then enter to his rescue Belarius, Guiderius, and Arviragus. Belarius. Stand, stand. We have the advantage of the ground. The lane is guarded. Nothing routs us but the villainy of our fears. Guiderius and Arviragus. Stand, stand and fight. Enter Posthumus, and seconds the Britons. They rescue Cymbeline and Exeunt, then re-enter Lucius and Iachimo with Imogen. Lucius, away, boy, from the troops and save thyself. For friends kill friends, and the disorders such as war were hoodwinked. Iachimo, 'tis their fresh supplies. Lucius, it is a day turned strangely or betimes let's reinforce or fly. Exeunt, Scene 3, another part of the field. Enter Posthumus and a Briton. Lord, Lord, camest thou from where they made the stand? Posthumus, I did. Though you, it seems, come from the flyers. Lord, I did. Posthumus, no blame be to you, sir, for all was lost, but that the heavens fought, the king himself of his wings destitute, the army broken, and but the backs of Britons seen, all flying through a straight lane. The enemy, full-hearted, lolling the tongue with slaughtering, having work more plentiful than tools to do't, struck down some mortally, some slightly touched, some falling merely through fear, that the straight pass was damned with dead men hurt behind, and cowards living to die with lengthened. Shame, Lord, where was this lane? Posthumus, closed by the battle, ditched and walled with turf, which gave advantage to an ancient soldier, an honest one, I warrant, who deserved so long a breeding as his white beard came to. In doing this first country, athwart the lane he, with 2 striplings, lads more like to run the country base than to commit such slaughter, with faces fit for masks, or rather fairer than those for preservation cast or shame, made good the passage, cried to those that fled, our Britons' hearts die flying, not our men. To darkness fleet souls that fly backwards, stand, or we are Romans and will give you that, like beasts, which you shun beastly, and may save but to look back and frown, stand, stand. These 3,000 confident, and act as many, for 3 performers are the file when all the rest do nothing. With this word, stand, stand, accommodated by the place, more charming with their own nobleness, which could have turned a distaff to a lance, gilded pale looks, part shame, part spirit renewed. That some turned coward but by example, oh, a sin in war damned in the first beginners, gone to look the way that they did and to grin like lions upon the pikes owed hunters, then began a stop I to chaser, a retire. Anon a rout, confusion thick, forthwith they fly, chickens, the way which they stooped eagles, slaves, the strides they victors made, and now our cowards, like fragments in hard voyages, became the life owed to need, having found the back door open of the unguarded hearts. Heavens, how they wound! Some slain before, some dying, some their friends o'erborne I to former wave point 10 chased by one are now each one the slaughter man of 20. Those that would die or e'er resist are grown the mortal bugs o' field. Lord, this was strange chance. A narrow lane, an old man, and 2 boys. Posthumus, nay, do not wonder at it. You are made rather to wonder at the things you hear than to work any. Will you rhyme upon't, and vent it for a mockery? Here is one. 2 boys, an old man, twice a boy. A lane, preserve the Britons, was the Romans' bane. Lord, nay, be not angry, sir. Posthumus, lack, to what end? Who dares not stand his foe, I'll be his friend. For if he'll do as he is made to do, I know he'll quickly fly my friendship too. You have put me into rhyme. Lord, farewell, you're angry. Exit. Posthumus, still going? This is a lord. O noble misery, to be I to field and ask what news of me. Today, how many would have given their honors to have saved their carcasses, took heel to do't, and yet died too. I, in mine own woe charmed, could not find death where I did hear him groan, nor feel him where he struck, being an ugly monster. 'Tis strange he hides him in fresh cups, soft beds, sweet words. Or hath mo ministers than we that draw his knives. I war well, I will find him. For being now a favourer to the Briton, no more a Briton, I have resumed again the part one came in, fight I will no more, but yield me to the veriest hind that shall once touch my shoulder. Great the slaughter is here made. By Roman. Great the answer be Britons must take, for me, my ransom's death. On either side I come to spend my breath, which neither here I'll keep nor bear again, but end it by some means for Imogen. Enter 2 British captains and soldiers. First Captain. Great Jupiter be praised. Lucius is taken. 'Tis thought the old man and his sons were angels. Second Captain. There was a 4th man, in a silly habit, that gave to affront with them. First Captain. So, 'tis reported. But none of 'em can be found stand. Who's there? Posthumus. A Roman, who had not now been drooping here if seconds had answered him. Second Captain. Lay hands on him. A dog. A leg of Rome shall not return to tell what crows have pecked them here. He brags his service, as if he were of note, bring him to the king. Enter Cymbeline, Valerius, Guiderius, Arviragus, Pisanio, and Roman captives, the captains present Posthumus. To Cymbeline, who delivers him over to a jailer. Exeunt omnes. Scene 4. Britain. A prison. Enter Posthumus and 2 jailers. First jailer, you shall not now be stolen. You have locks upon you. So graze as you find pasture. Second jailer. I, or a stomach? Exeunt jailers. Posthumus. Most welcome bondage. For thou art away, I think, to liberty, yet am I better than one that's sick o' the gout, since he had rather groan so in perpetuity than be cured. By sure physician death, who is the key to unbar these locks, my conscience, thou art fettered more than my shanks and wrists. You good gods, give me the penitent instrument to pick that bolt, then, free forever. Is't enough I am sorry? So children temporal fathers do appease. Gods are more full of mercy, must I repent. I cannot do it better than in gyves, desired more than constrained, to satisfy, if of my freedom 'tis the main part, take no stricter render of me than my all. I know you are more clement than vile men, who of their broken debtors take a 3rd, a 6th, a 10th, letting them thrive again on their abatement. That's not my desire. For Imogen's dear life take mine, and though 'tis not so dear, yet 'tis a life. You coined it. 'Tween man and man they weigh not every stamp. Though light, take pieces for the figure's sake. You rather mine, being yours, and so, great poweress, if you will take this audit, take this life, and cancel these cold bonds, O Imogen. I'll speak to thee in silence. Sleeps. Solemn music. Enter, as in an apparition, Caecilius Leonatus, father to Posthumus, an old man attired like a warrior, leading in his hand an ancient matron, his wife and mother to Posthumus, with music before them. Then, after other music, follows the 2 young Leonati, brothers to Posthumus, with wounds, as they died in the wars. They circle Posthumus round as he lies sleeping. Caecilius. No more, thou thundermaster, show thy spite on mortal flies. With Mars fall out, with Juno chide, that thy adulteries, rates and revenges. Hath my poor boy done aught but well, whose face I never saw? I died whilst in the womb he stayed attending nature's law. Whose father then, as men report thou orphan's father art, thou shouldst have been, and shielded him from this earth-vexing smart. Mother. Lucina lent not me her aid, but took me in my throes, that from me was Posthumus ripped, came crying mongst his foes, a thing of pity. Caecilius. Great nature like his ancestry molded the stuff so fair, that he deserved the praise o world as great Caecilius heir. First brother. When once he was mature for man, in Britain where was he, that could stand up his parallel, or fruitful object be, in eye of Imogen, that best, could deem his dignity? Mother. With marriage wherefore was he mocked, to be exiled and thrown, from Leonati's seat and cast, from her his dearest one, sweet Imogen? Caecilius. Why did you suffer Iachimo, slight thing of Italy, to taint his nobler heart and brain with needless jealousy, and to become the jeck and scorn o others' villainy? Second brother. For this from stiller seats we came, our parents and us twain, that, striking in our country's cause, fell bravely and were slain, our fealty and tenacious right with honor to maintain. First brother. Like hardiment Posthumus hath, to Cymbeline performed. Then, Jupiter, thou king of gods, why hast thou thus adjourned? The graces for his merits due, being all to dolors turned? Caecilius. Thy crystal window ope, Look out, no longer exercise. Upon a valiant race thy harsh and potent injuries. Mother, since, Jupiter, our son is good, take off his miseries. Cecilius, peep through thy marble mansion, help, or we poor ghosts will cry to this shining synod of the rest against thy deity. Brothers, help, Jupiter, or we appeal, and from thy justice fly. Jupiter descends in thunder, and lightning, sitting upon an eagle, he throws a thunderbolt, the ghosts fall on their knees. Jupiter, no more, you petty spirits of region low, offend our hearing. Hush! How dare you ghosts accuse the thunderer whose bolt, sky-planted, batters all rebelling coasts. Poor shadows of Elysium, hence and rest upon your never-withering banks of Floares. Be not with mortal accidents oppressed. No care of yours it is, 'tis ours. Whom best I love I cross. To make my gift, the more delayed, delighted, be ye content. Your low-laid son our Godhead will uplift. His comforts thrive, his trials well are spent. Our jovial star reigned at his birth, and in our temple was he married rise and fade. He shall be lord of Lady Imogen, and happier much by his affliction made. This tablet lay upon his breast, wherein our pleasure his full fortune doth confine. And so away. No farther with your din express impatience, lest you stir up mine. Mount, eagle, to my palace crystalline. Ascends. Cecilius. He came in thunder. His celestial breath was sulphurous to smell. The holy eagle stooped as to foot us. His ascension is more sweet than our blessed fields. His royal bird prunes the immortal wing, and cloys his beak, as when his God is pleased. All. Thanks, Jupiter. Cecilius. The marble pavement closes. He has entered his radiant roof away. And, to be blessed, let us with care perform his great behest. Ghosts vanish. Posthumous. Waking. Sleep. Thou hast been a grandsire and begot a father to me. And thou hast created a mother and 2 brothers, but, O scorn, gone. They went hence so soon as they were born. And so I am awake, poor wretches, that depend on greatness' favor, dream as I have done. Wake and find nothing, but alas, I swerve. Many dream not to find, neither deserve, and yet are steeped in favors. So am I, that have this golden chance, and know not why. What fairies haunt this ground? A book? O rare one! Be not, as is our fangled world, a garment nobler than that it covers. Let thy effects so follow to be most unlike our courtiers, as good as promise. Reads, when as a lion's whelp shall, to himself unknown, without seeking find, and be embracked by a piece of tender air. And when from a stately cedar shall be lopped branches which, being dead many years, shall after revive, be jointed to the old stock and freshly grow. Then shall Posthumus end his miseries, Britain be fortunate and flourish in peace and plenty. 'Tis still a dream, or else such stuff as madman tongue, and brain not. Either both or nothing, or senseless speaking, or a speaking such as sense cannot untie, be what it is. The action of my life is like it, which I'll keep, if but for sympathy. Enter jailer. Jailer. Come, sir, are you ready for death? Posthumous. Over-roasted rather. Ready long ago. Jailer. Hanging is the word, sir. If you be ready for that, you are well cooked. Posthumous. So, if I prove a good repast to the spectators, the dish pays the shot. Jailer. A heavy reckoning for you, sir, but the comfort is, you shall be called to no more payments, fear no more tavern bills, which are often the sadness of parting. As the procuring of mirth, you come in faint for want of meat, depart reeling with too much drink. Sorry that you have paid too much, and sorry that you are paid too much. Purse and brain both empty. The brain the heavier for being too light, the purse too light, being drawn of heaviness. Oh, of this contradiction you shall now be quit. Oh, the charity of a penny cord. It sums up thousands in a trice. You have no true debitor and creditor, but it, of what's past, is, and to come. The discharge your neck, sir, is pen, book, and counters. So the acquittance follows. Posthumous. I am merrier to die than thou art to live. Jailer. Indeed, sir, he that sleeps feels not the toothache, but a man that were to sleep your sleep, and a hangman to help him to bed, I think he would change places with his officer. For look you, sir, you know not which way you shall go. Posthumous. Yes, indeed do I, fellow. Jailer. Your death has eyes in's head, then. I have not seen him so pictured. You must either be directed by some that take upon them to know, or to take upon yourself that which I am sure you do not know, or jump the after-inquiry on your own peril, and how you shall speed in your journey's end, I think you'll never return to tell one. Posthumous. I tell thee, fellow, there are none want eyes to direct them the way I am going, but such as wink and will not use them. Jailer. What an infinite mock is this, that a man should have the best use of eyes to see the way of blindness. I am sure hanging's the way of winking. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Knock off his manacles. Bring your prisoner to the king. Posthumous. Thou bringst good news. I am called to be made free. Jailer. I'll be hanged then. Posthumous. Thou shalt be then freer than a jailer. No bolts for the dead. Exeunt Posthumous and Messenger. Jailer. Unless a man would marry a gallows and beget young gibbets, I never saw one so prone, yet, on my conscience, there are verier knaves desire to live, for all he be a Roman. And there be some of them too that die against their wills. So should I, if I were one. I would we were all of one mind, and one mind good. Oh, there were desolation of jailers and gallowses. I speak against my present profit, but my wish hath a preferment in't. Exit. Scene v. Britain. Cymbaline's tint. Enter Cymbeline, Belarius, Guiderius, Arviragus, Pisanio, lords, officers, and attendants. Cymbeline. Stand by my side, you whom the gods have made preservers of my throne. Woe is my heart that the poor soldier that so richly fought, whose rags shammed gilded arms, whose naked breast stepped before targes of proof, cannot be found. He shall be happy that can find him, if our grace can make him so. Belarius. I never saw such noble fury in so poor a thing, such precious deeds in one that promised not but beggary and poor looks. Cymbeline. No tidings of him? Pisanio. He hath been searched among the dead and living, but no trace of him. Cymbeline. To my grief, I am the heir of his reward. To Belarius, Guiderius, and Arviragus, which I will add. To you, the liver, heart, and brain of Britain, by whom I grant she lives. 'Tis now the time to ask of whence you are reported. Belarius. Sir. In Cambria are we born, and gentlemen. Further to boast we're neither true nor modest, unless I add we are honest. Cymbeline. Bow your knees. Arise, my knights, O to battle. I create you companions to our person, and will fit you with dignities becoming your estates. Enter Cornelius and ladies. There's business in these faces. Why so sadly greet you our victory? You look like Romans, and not Ote court of Britain. Cornelius. Hail, great king. To sour your happiness, I must report the queen is dead. Cymbeline. Who worse than a physician would this report become? But I consider by medicine life may be prolonged. Yet death will seize the doctor too. How ended she? Cornelius. With horror, madly dying, like her life, which, being cruel to the world, concluded most cruel to herself. What she confessed I will report, so please you. These her women can trip me if I err, who with wet cheeks were present when she finished. Cymbeline. Prithee say. Cornelius. First, she confessed she never loved you. Only affected greatness got by you, not you. Married your royalty, was wife to your place, abhorred your person. Cymbeline. She alone knew this, and but she spoke it dying. I would not believe her lips in opening it proceed. Cornelius. Your daughter, whom she bore in hand to love with such integrity, she did confess was as a scorpion to her sight, whose life, but that her flight prevented it, she had ta'en off by poison. Cymbeline. O most delicate fiend, who is can read a woman? Is there more? Cornelius. More, sir, and worse, she did confess she had for you a mortal mineral, which, being took, should by the minute feed on life and lingering, by inches waste you die in which time she purposed, by watching, weeping, tendance, kissing, to irksome you with her show, and in time, when she had fitted you with her craft, to work her son into adoption of the crown. but failing of her end by his strange absence, grew shameless desperate, opened, in despite of heaven and men, her purposes, repented the evil she hatched were not effected. So, despairing, died. Cymbeline. Heard you all this, her women? Ladies. We did. So please your highness. Cymbeline. Mine eyes were not in fault, for she was beautiful. Mine ears that heard her flattery, nor my heart that thought her like her seeminged it had been vicious to have mistrusted her. Yet, O my daughter, that it was folly in me thou mayst say, and prove it in thy feeling, heaven mend all. Enter Lucius, Iachimo, the soothsayer and other Roman prisoners, guarded, Posthumus behind, and Imogen. Thou comest not, Caius, now for tribute, that the Britons have razzed out, though with the loss of many a bold one, whose kinsmen have made suit that their good souls may be appeased with slaughter of you their captives, which ourself have granted. So think of your estate. Lucius, consider, sir, the chance of war, the day was yours by accident. Had it gone with us, we should not, when the blood was cool, have threatened our prisoners with the sword, but since the gods will have it thus, that nothing but our lives may be called ransom, let it come sufficeth a Roman with a Roman's heart can suffer. Augustus lives to think on't, and so much for my peculiar care this one thing only I will entreat. My boy, a Briton born, let him be ransomed. Never master had a page so kind, so duteous, diligent, so tender over his occasions true, so feat, so nurse-like. Let his virtue join with my request, which I'll make bold your highness cannot deny. He hath done no Briton harm though he have served a Roman. Save him, sir, and spare no blood beside. Cymbeline. I have surely seen him. His favor is familiar to me, boy. Thou hast looked thyself into my grace, and art mine own, I know not why. Wherefore to say live, boy? Ne'er thank thy master live, and ask of Cymbeline what boon thou wilt, fitting my bounty and thy state. I'll give it. Yea, though thou do demand a prisoner, the noblest ta'en. Imogen. I humbly thank your highness. Lucius. I do not bid thee beg my life, good lad, and yet I know thou wilt. Imogen. No, no. Alack, there's other work in hand. I see a thing bitter to me as death. Your life, good master, must shuffle for itself. Lucius. The boy disdains me. He leaves me, scorns me. Briefly die their joys that place them on the truth of girls and boys. Why stands he so perplexed? Cymbeline. What wouldst thou, boy? I love thee more and more. Think more and more what's best to ask. Know'st him thou look'st on? Speak. Will have him live? Is he thy kin? Thy friend? Imogen. He is a Roman, no more kin to me than I to your highness, who, being born your vassal, am something nearer. Cymbeline. Wherefore ye wist him so? Imogen. I'll tell you, sir, in private, if you please to give me hearing. Cymbeline. I with all my heart, and lend my best attention. What's thy name? Imogen. Fiddly, sir. Cymbeline. Thou art he, my good youth, my page. I'll be thy master. Walk with me. Speak freely. Cymbeline and Imogen converse apart. Belarius. Is not this boy revived from death? Arviragus. One and another. Not more resembles that sweet rosy lad who died and was fiddly. What think you? Guiderius. The same dead thing alive. Belarius. Peace, peace. See further, he eyes us not. Forbear. Creatures may be alike. Wert he, I am sure he would have spoke to us. Guiderius. But we see him dead. Belarius. Be silent. Let's see further. Pisanio. Aside. It is my mistress. Since she is living, let the time run on to good or bad. Cymbeline and Imogen advance. Cymbeline. Come, stand thou by our side. Make thy demand aloud. To Iachimo. Sir, step you forth. Give answer to this boy, and do it freely, or, by our greatness and the grace of it, which is our honor, bitter torture shall winnow the truth from falsehood anon. Speak to him. Imogen. My boon is that this gentleman may render of whom he had this ring. Posthumus. Aside. What's that to him? Cymbeline. That diamond upon your finger. Say how came it yours? Iachimo. Thou'lt torture me to leave unspoken that which to be spoke would torture thee. Cymbeline. How? Me? Iachimo. I am glad to be constrained to utter that which torments me to conceal. Be why villainy I got this ring. 'Twas Leonatus' jewel, whom thou didst banish, and, which more may grieve thee as it doth me, a nobler sir ne'er lived, twixt sky and ground. Wilt thou hear more, my lord? Cymbeline. All that belongs to this. Iachimo. That paragon, thy daughter, for whom my heart drops blood and my false spirits quail to remember. Give me leave, I faint. Cymbeline. My daughter? What of her? Renew thy strength. I had rather thou shouldst live while nature will than die ere I hear more. Strive, man, and speak. Iachimo. Upon a time, unhappy was the clock that struck the hour. Was in Rome, occurs the mansion where 'twas at a feast. Oh, would our viands had been poisoned, or at least those which I heaved to head. The good Posthumus, what should I say? He was too good to be where ill men were, and was the best of all amongst the rarest of good ones, sitting sadly hearing us praise our loves of Italy for beauty that made barren the swelled boast of him that best could speak. For feature, laming the shrine of Venus or straight-pipe Minerva, postures beyond brief nature. For condition, a shop of all the qualities that man loves woman for, besides that hook of wiving fairness which strikes the eye. Cymbeline. I stand on fire. Come to the matter. Iachimo. All too soon I shall, unless thou wouldst grieve quickly. This Posthumus, most like a noble lord in love and one that had a royal lover, took his hint, and not dispraising whom we praised, therein he was as calm as virtue, he began his mistress' picture, which by his tongue being made, and then a mind put in't, either our brags were cracked of kitchen trolls, or his description proved us unspeaking sots. Cymbeline. Nay, nay, to teach purpose. Iachimo. Your daughter's chastity, there it begins. He spake of her as Dien had hot dreams and she alone were cold. Whereat I, wretch, made scruple of his praise and wagered with him pieces of gold, gainst this which then he wore upon his honored finger, to attain in suit the place of's bed, and win this ring by hers and mine adultery. He, true knight, no lesser of her honor confident than I did truly find her, stakes this ring, and would so, had it been a carbuncle of Phoebus' wheel, and might so, safely, had it been all the worth of's car away to Britain post I in this design. Well may you, sir, remember me at court, where I was taught of your chaste daughter the wide difference twixt amorous and villainous, being thus quenched of hope, not longing mine Italian brain gone and your duller Britain operate most vilely. For my vantage, excellent, and, to be brief, my practice so prevailed that I returned with similar proof enough to make the noble Leonatus mad, by wounding his belief in her. Renown with tokens thus and thus, averring notes of chamber hanging, pictures, this her bracelet, O cunning, how I got it. Nay, some marks of secret on her person, that he could not but think her bond of chastity quite cracked. I having ta'en the forfeit, whereupon methinks I see him now, Posthumus, coming forward. Ay, so thou dost, Italian fiend. I me, most credulous fool, egregious murderer, thief, anything that's due to all the villains past, and being, to come. Oh, give me cord, or knife, or poison, some upright justicer. Thou, king, send out for torturers ingenious. It is I that all the abhorred things on earth amend by being worse than they did. I am Posthumus, that killed thy daughter. Villain-like I lie. That cowst a lesser villain than myself, a sacrilegious thief. To do't, the temple of virtue was she, yea, and she herself. Spit and throw stones, cast mire upon me. Set the dogs o' the street to bay me. Every villain be called Posthumus Leonatus, and be villainy less than 'twas. O Imogen, my queen, my life, my wife. O Imogen, 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 Imogen. Peace, my lord, here, here. Posthumus, shall's have a play of this? Thou scornful page, there lies thy part. Strikes her. She falls. Pisanio. O gentlemen, help. Mine and your mistress. O my lord Posthumus, you ne'er killed Imogen till now. Help, help. Mine honored lady. Cymbeline. Does the world go round? Posthumus. How comes these staggers on me? Pisanio, wake, my mistress. Cymbeline, if this be so, the gods do mean to strike me to death with mortal joy. Pisanio, how fares my mistress? Imogen, oh, get thee from my sight. Thou gav'st me poison, dangerous fellow, hence. Breathe not where princes are. Cymbeline, the tune of Imogen. Pisanio, lady, the gods throw stones of sulphur on me. If that box I gave you was not thought by me a precious thing, I had it from the queen. Cymbeline, new matter still? Imogen, it poisoned me. Cornelius, O gods, I left out one thing which the queen confessed, which must approve thee honest. If Pisanio have, said she, given his mistress that confection which I gave him for cordial, she is served as I would serve a rat. Cymbeline, what's this, Cornelius? Cornelius, the queen, sir, very oft importuned me to temper poisons for her, still pretending the satisfaction of her knowledge only in killing creatures vile, as cats and dogs, of no esteem at I, dreading that her purpose was of more danger, did compound for her a certain stuff, which, being ta'en, would cease the present power of life. But in short time all offices of nature should again do their due functions. Have you ta'en of it? Imogen, most like I did, for I was dead. Belarius, my boys, there was our error. Guiderius, this is sure fiddly. Imogen, why did you throw your wedded lady from you? Think that you are upon a rock, and now throw me again. Embracing him, Posthumus, hang there like fruit, my soul, till the tree die. Cymbeline, how now, my flesh, my child? What, makest thou me a dullard in this act? Wilt thou not speak to me? Imogen, kneeling, your blessing, sir. Belarius, to Guiderius and Arviragus, though you did love this youth, I blame ye not. You had a motive for it. Cymbeline, my tears that fall, prove holy water on thee. Imogen, thy mother's dead. Imogen, I am sorry for it, my lord. Cymbeline, oh, she was not, and long of her it was that we meet here so strangely. But her son is gone, we know not how nor where. Pisanio, my lord, now fear is from me. I'll speak troth. Lord Cloten, upon my lady's missing, came to me with his sword drawn, foamed at the mouth and swore, if I discovered not which way she was gone, it was my instant death. By accident I had a feigned letter of my master's then in my pocket, which directed him to seek her on the mountains near to Milford, where, in a frenzy, in my master's garments, which he enforced from me, away he posts with unchaste purpose, and with oath to violate my lady's honor. What became of him I further know not. Guiderius, let me end the story. I slew him there. Cymbeline, Mary, the gods forfend. I would not thy good deeds should from my lips pluck a hard sentence. Prithee, valiant youth, denied again. Guiderius, I have spoke it, and I did it. Cymbeline, he was a prince. Guiderius, a most incivil one. The wrongs he did me were nothing prince-like, for he did provoke me with language that would make me spurn the sea. If it could so roar to me, I cut off's head, and am right glad he is not standing here to tell this tale of mine. Cymbeline, I am sorry for thee. By thine own tongue thou art condemned, and must endure our law. Thou'rt dead. Imogen, that headless man, I thought had been my lord. Cymbeline, bind the offender, and take him from our presence. Belarius, stay, Sir King. This man is better than the man he slew, as well descended as thyself, and hath more of thee merited than a band of Clotens had ever scar for. To the guard, let his arms alone. They were not born for bondage. Cymbeline, why, old soldier, wilt thou undo the worth thou art unpaid for by tasting of our wrath? How of descent as good as we? Arviragus, in that he spake too far. Cymbeline, and thou shalt die for it. Belarius, we will die all three. But I will prove that 2 ons are as good as I have given out him. My sons, I must for mine own part unfold a dangerous speech, though haply well for you. Arviragus, your danger's ours. Guiderius, and our good his. Belarius, have at it then by leave. Thou hadst, great king, a subject who was called Belarius. Cymbeline, what of him? He is a banished traitor. Belarius, he it is that hath Assum this age, indeed a banished man, I know not how a traitor. Cymbeline. Take him hence. The whole world shall not save him. Belarius. Not too hot. First pay me for the nursing of thy sons, and let it be confiscate all, so soon as I have received it. Cymbeline. Nursing of my sons? Belarius. I am too blunt and saucy. Here's my knee. Ere I arise, I will prefer my sons. Then spare not the old father, mighty sir. These two young gentlemen that call me father, and think they are my sons, are none of mine. They are the issue of your loins, my liege, and blood of your begetting. Cymbeline. How? My issue? Belarius. So sure as you your fathers. I, old Morgan, am that Belarius whom you sometime banished. Your pleasure was my mere offense, my punishment itself, and all my treason. That I suffered was all the harm I did these gentle princes, for such and so they are. These 20 years have I trained up. Those arts they have as I could put into them. My breeding was, sir, as your highness knows, their nurse Europhile, whom for the theft I wedded, stole these children upon my banishment. I emovid her tut, having received the punishment before for that which I did then, beaten for loyalty excited me. To treason, their dear loss, the more of you 'twas felt, the more it shapt unto my end of stealing them. But, gracious sir, here are your sons again, and I must lose two of the sweetest companions in the world. The benediction of these covering heavens fall on their heads like dew, for they are worthy to inlay heaven with stars. Cymbeline. Thou weep'st and speak'st. The service that you three have done is more unlike than this thou tell'st I lost my children. If these be they, I know not how to wish a pair of worthier sons. Belarius. Be pleased awhile. This gentleman, whom I call Polydore, most worthy prince as yours, is true Guiderius. This gentleman, my Cadwal Arviragus, your younger princely son. He, sir, was lapped in a most curious mantle, wrought by the hand of his queen mother, which for more probation I can with ease produce. Cymbeline. Guiderius had upon his neck a mole, a sanguine star. It was a mark of wonder. Belarius. This is he, who hath upon him still that natural stamp. It was wise nature's end in the donation, to be his evidence now. Cymbeline. Oh, what am I? A mother to the birth of 3? Ne'er mother rejoic deliverance more, blessed pray you be, that, after this strange starting from your orbs, you may reign in them now. O Imogen, thou hast lost by this a kingdom. Imogen. No, my lord, I have got 2 worlds bite. O my gentle brothers, have we thus met? Oh, never say hereafter, but I am truest speaker. You called me brother, when I was but your sister. I you brothers, when we were so indeed. Cymbeline. Did you e'er meet? Arviragus. I, my good lord. Guiderius. And at first meeting loved. Continued so until we thought he died. Cornelius. By the queen's dram she swallowed. Cymbeline. O rare instinct! When shall I hear all through? This fierce abridgment hath to its circumstantial branches, which distinction should be rich in. Where? How lived you? And when came you to serve our Roman captive? How parted with your brothers? How first met them? Why fled you from the court? And whither? These, and your 3 motives to the battle, with I know not how much more, should be demanded, and all the other by dependences, from chance to chance. But nor the time nor place will serve our long interrogatories. See, posthumous anchors upon Imogen. And she, like harmless lightning, throws her eye on him, her brothers, me, her master, hitting each object with a joy. The counterchange is severally in all. Let's quit this ground, and smoke the temple with our sacrifices. To Belarius. Thou art my brother, so will hold thee ever. Imogen. You are my father too, and did relieve me to see this gracious season. Cymbeline. All o'erjoyed. Save these in bonds, let them be joyful too, for they shall taste our comfort. Imogen. My good master, I will yet do you service. Lucius. Happy be you. Cymbeline. The forlorn soldier, that so nobly fought, he would have well becalmed this place and gracked the thankings of a king. Posthumus. I am, sir, the soldier that did company these 3 in poor beseeming. 'Twas a fitment for the purpose I then followed, that I was he. Speak. Iachimo, I had you down, and might have made you finish. Iachimo. Kneeling. I am down again, but now my heavy conscience sinks my knee, as then your force did, take that life, beseech you, which I so often owe. But your ring first, and here the bracelet of the truest princess that ever swore her faith. Posthumus. Kneel not to me. The power that I have on you is to spare you. The malice towards you to forgive you live, and deal with others better. Cymbeline. Nobly doomed. We'll learn our freeness of a son-in-law. Pardons the word to all. Arviragus. You hope us, sir, as you did mean indeed to be our brother. Joyed are we that you are. Posthumus. Your servant, princes, good my lord of Rome, call forth your soothsayer. I slept, methought great Jupiter, upon his eagle-backed, appeared to me, with other sprightly shows of mine own kindred. When I whacked, I found this label on my bosom, whose containing is so from sense and hardness that I can make no collection of it. Let him show his skill in the construction. Lucius. Philarmonus. Soothsayer. Here, my good lord. Lucius. Read, and declare the meaning. Soothsayer. Reads. When as a lion's whelp shall, to himself unknown, without seeking find, and be embracked by a piece of tender air. And when from a stately cedar shall be lopped branches which, being dead many years, shall after revive, be jointed to the old stock and freshly grow. Then shall Posthumus end his miseries, Britain be fortunate and flourish in peace and plenty. Thou, Leonidas, art the lion's whelp, the fit and apt construction of thy name, being Leonidas, doth import so much. To Cymbeline, the piece of tender air, thy virtuous daughter, which we call Molly's heir, and Molly's heir we term it Mulier, which Mulier I divine is this most constant wife, who even now answering the letter of the oracle unknown to you, unsought, were clipped about with this most tender air. Cymbeline. This hath some seeming. Soothsayer. The lofty cedar, royal Cymbeline, personates thee, and thy lopped branches point thy two sons forth, who, by Belarius stole in, for many years thought dead, are now revived, to the majestic cedar joined, whose issue promises Britain peace and plenty. Cymbeline. Well, my peace we will begin, and Caius Lucius, although the victor, we submit to Caesar and to the Roman Empire, promising to pay our wonted tribute, from the which we were dissuaded by our wicked queen, whom heaven's injustice, both on her and hers, have laid most heavy hand. Soothsayer. The fingers of the poweress above do tune the harmony of this piece, the vision which I made known to Lucius ere the stroke of yet this scarce cold battle, at this instant is full accomplished. For the Roman eagle, from south to west on wings soaring aloft, lessened herself and in the beams Odysseus so vanished, which foreshowed our princely eagle, the imperial Caesar, should again unite his favor with the radiant Cymbeline, which shines here in the west. Cymbeline. Laud we the gods, and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils from our blessed altars, publish we this peace to all our subjects, set we forward. Let a Roman and a British ensign wave friendly together, O through Lud's town march, and in the temple of great Jupiter our peace we'll ratify, seal it with feasts. Set on there, never was a war did cease, ere bloody hands were washed with such a peace. Exeunt. The Tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Elsinore. A platform before the castle. Scene 2. Elsinore. A room of state in the castle. Scene 3. A room in Polonius's house. Scene 4. The platform. Scene V. A more remote part of the castle. Act 2. Scene I. A room in Polonius's house. Scene 2. A room in the castle. Act 3. Scene I. A room in the castle. Scene 2. A hall in the castle. Scene 3. A room in the castle. Scene 4. Another room in the castle. Act 4. Scene I. A room in the castle. Scene 2. Another room in the castle. Scene 3. Another room in the castle. Scene 4. A plain in Denmark. Scene V. Elsinore. A room in the castle. Scene 6. Another room in the castle. Scene 7. Another room in the castle. Act V. Scene I. A churchyard. Scene 2. A hall in the castle. Dramatis Personae. Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Claudius, King of Denmark. Hamlet's uncle, the ghost of the late king. Hamlet's father, Gertrude, the queen. Hamlet's mother, now wife of Claudius Polonius, Lord Chamberlain, Laertes, son to Polonius, Ophelia, daughter to Polonius, Horatio, friend to Hamlet, Fortinbras, Prince of Norway, Voltmand, courtier, Cornelius, courtier, Rosencrantz, courtier, Guildenstern, courtier, Marcellus, officer, Barnardo, officer, Francisco, a soldier, Osric, courtier, Rinaldo, servant to Polonius, players, a gentleman, courtier, a priest, 2 clowns, gravediggers, a captain, English ambassadors, lords, ladies, officers, soldiers, sailors, messengers, and attendants. Scene Elsinore. Act I. Scene I. Elsinore. A platform before the castle. Enter Francisco and Barnardo, 2 sentinels. Barnardo. Who's there? Francisco. Nay. Answer me, stand and unfold yourself. Barnardo. Long live the king. Francisco. Barnardo? Barnardo. He. Francisco. You come most carefully upon your hour. Barnardo. 'Tis now struck 12, get thee to bed, Francisco. Francisco. For this relief much thanks, 'tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart. Barnardo. Have you had quiet guard? Francisco. Not a mouse stirring. Barnardo. Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste. Enter Horatio and Marcellus. Francisco. I think I hear them stand. Ho! Who is there? Horatio. Friends to this ground. Marcellus. And liegemen to the Dane. Francisco. Give you good night. Marcellus. Oh, farewell, honest soldier, who hath relieved you? Francisco. Barnardo has my place, give you good night. Exit. Marcellus. Holla, Barnardo. Barnardo. Say, what, is Horatio there? Horatio. A piece of him. Barnardo. Welcome, Horatio, welcome, good Marcellus. Marcellus. What, has this thing appeared again tonight? Barnardo. I have seen nothing. Marcellus. Horatio says, 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come he may approve our eyes and speak to it. Horatio. Tush, tush, 'twill not appear. Barnardo. Sit down a while, and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we 2 nights have seen. Horatio. Well, sit we down, and let us hear Barnardo speak of this. Barnardo. Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating one. Marcellus. Peace, break thee off, look where it comes again. Enter Ghost. Barnardo. In the same figure, like the king that's dead. Marcellus. Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio. Barnardo. Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio. Horatio. Most like deity harrows me with fear and wonder. Barnardo. It would be spoke to. Marcellus. Question it, Horatio. Horatio. What art thou that usurpst this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven I charge thee, speak. Marcellus. It is offended. Barnardo. See, it stalks away. Horatio. Stay. Speak, speak. I charge thee, speak. Exit Ghost. Marcellus. 'Tis gone, and will not answer. Barnardo. How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you on't? Horatio. Before my God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes. Marcellus. Is it not like the king? Horatio. As thou art to thyself. Such was the very armor he had on when he did ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once, when in an angry parle he smote the sled poleaxe on the ice. 'Tis strange. Marcellus. Thus twice before, and jump at this dead hour, with martial stalk hath he gone by our watch. Horatio. In what particular thought to work I know not, But in the gross and scope of my opinion, this bodes some strange eruption to our state. Marcellus. Good now, sit down and tell me, he that knows, why this same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, and why such daily cast of brazen cannon and foreign mart for implements of war? Why such impress of shipwrights, whose sore task does not divide the Sunday from the week? What might be toward, that this sweaty haste doth make the night joint laborer with the day? Who is that can inform me? Horatio. That can I. At least, the whisper goes so our last king, whose image even but now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway, thereto pricked on by a most emulate pride, darred to the combat, in which our valiant Hamlet, for so this side of our known world esteemed him, did slay this Fortinbras, who by a sealed compact, well ratified by law and heraldry, did forfeit with his life all those his lands which he stood seized of, to the conqueror, against the which a moiety competent was gauged by our king, which had returned to the inheritance of Fortinbras, had he been vanquisher. As by the same venant and carriage of the article designed, his fell to Hamlet now, sir, young Fortinbras, of unimproved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway, here and there, sharked up a list of lawless resolutes, for food and diet, to some enterprise that hath a stomach in't, which is no other, as it doth well appear unto our state, but to recover of us by strong hand and terms compulsatory those foresaid lands so by his father lost, and this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations, the source of this our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and rummage in the land. Barnardo. I think it be no other but e'en so. Well may it sort that this portentous figure comes armed through our watch, so like the king that was, and is the question of these wars. Horatio. A mode it is to trouble the mind's eye. In the most high and palmy state of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the graves stood tenantless and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets, as stars with trains of fire and dews of blood, disasters in the sun. And the moist star, upon whose influence Neptune's empire stands, was sick almost to doomsday with eclipse, and even the like precurse of fierce events, as harbingers preceding still the fates and prologue to the omen coming on, have heaven and earth together demonstrated unto our climatures and countrymen. Re-enter Ghost. But, soft, behold, lo, where it comes again. I'll cross it, though it blast me, stay, illusion. If thou hast any sound, or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which, happily, for knowing may avoid, O speak. Or if thou hast uphoarded in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which, they say, you spirits oft walk in death, speak of it, stay, and speak. The cock crows. Stop it, Marcellus. Marcellus. Shall I strike at it with my partisan? Horatio. Do, if it will not stand. Barnardo. 'Tis here. Horatio. 'Tis here. Exit Ghost. Marcellus. 'Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it the show of violence, for it is as the air, invulnerable, and our vain blows malicious mockery. Barnardo. It was about to speak, when the cock crew. Horatio. And then it started, like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I have heard the cock, that is the trumpet to the morn, doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, to extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine, and of the truth herein this present object made probation. Marcellus. It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever gainst that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then, they say, no spirit dare stir abroad, the nights are wholesome, then no planet strike, no fairy takes, nor which hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time. Horatio. So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad, walks o'er the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it, as needful in our loves, fitting our duty? Marcellus. Let's do't, I pray, and I this morning know where we shall find him most conveniently. Exeunt. Scene 2. Elsinore. A room of state in the castle. Enter Claudius king of Denmark, Gertrude the queen, Hamlet, Polonius, Laertes, Voltmand, Cornelius, lords, and attendant. King. Though yet of Hamlet our dear brother's death the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet so far hath discretion fought with nature that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore our sometime sister, now our queen, imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, with mirth in funeral, and with dirge in marriage, in equal scale weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along, for all our thanks. Now follows, that you know young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking by our late dear brother's death our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with this dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with message, importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father, with all bonds of law, to our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now for ourself and for this time of meeting. Thus much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose, to suppress his further gait herein, in that the levies, the lists, and full proportions are all made out of his subject, and we here dispatch you, good Cornelius, and you, Voltmand, for bearers of this greeting to old Norway, giving to you no further personal power to business with the king, more than the scope of these dilated articles allow. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty. Cornelius and Voltmand. In that, and all things, will we show our duty. King. We doubt it nothing. Heartily farewell. Exeunt Voltmand and Cornelius. And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is't, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane, and lose your voice. What wouldst thou beg, Laertes? That shall not be my offer, not thy asking. The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth, than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes? Laertes, dread my lord, your leave and favor to return to France, from whence though willingly I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation. Yet now I must confess, that duty done, my thoughts and wishes bend again toward France, and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon. King, have you your father's leave? What says Polonius? Polonius, he hath, my lord, wrung from me my slow leave by laborsome petition, and at last upon his will I sealed my hard consent. I do beseech you give him leave to go. King, take thy fair hour, Laertes, time be thine, and thy best graces spend it at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet and my son? Hamlet, aside, a little more than kin, and less than kind. King, how is it that the clouds still hang on you? Hamlet, not so, my lord, I am too much I the sun. Queen, good Hamlet, cast thy night color off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common. All that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity. Hamlet, madam, it is common. Queen, if it be, why seems it so particular with thee? Hamlet, seems, madam. Nay, it is, I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black, nor windy suspiration of forked breath, no, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected havure of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shows of grief, that can denote me truly these indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show, these but the trappings and the suits of woe. King, 'tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these morning duties to your father. But you must know, Your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation, for some term to do obsequious sorrow, but to persevere in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness, 'tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled. For what we know must be, and is as common as any the most vulgar thing to sense, why should we in our peevish opposition take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the dead, a fault to nature, to reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried, from the first course till he that died today, this must be so. We pray you throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son do I impart toward you, for your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire, and we beseech you bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son. Queen, let not thy mother lose her prayers. Hamlet, I pray thee stay with us, go not to Wittenberg. Hamlet, I shall in all my best obey you, madam. King, why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark, madam, come. This gentle and unforked accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart, in grace whereof, no jocund health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the kings roused the heaven shall brood again, re-speaking earthly thunder, come away. Exeunt all but Hamlet. Hamlet, oh that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon gainst self-slaughtered, O God! O God! How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on't, O fie! 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely that it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king, that was to this Hyperion to a satyr, so loving to my mother, that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth, must I remember? Why, she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on. And yet, within a month, let me not think on't, frailty, thy name is woman, a little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body like Niobe, all tears. Why she, even she, O God, a beast that wants discourse of reason would have mourned longer, married with mine uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules within a month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married, O most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break, my heart, for I must hold my tongue. Enter Horatio, Marcellus, and Barnardo. Horatio, hail to your lordship. Hamlet, I am glad to see you well. Horatio, I do forget myself. Horatio, the same, my lord, and your poor servant ever. Hamlet, sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus? Marcellus, my good lord. Hamlet, I am very glad to see you. Good even, sir. But what, in faith, make you from Wittenberg? Horatio, a truant disposition, good my lord. Hamlet, I would not hear your enemy say so, nor shall you do my ear that violence, to make it truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant. But what is your affair in Elsinore? We'll teach you to drink deep ere you depart. Horatio, my lord, I came to see your father's funeral. Hamlet, I prithee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding. Horatio, indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon. Hamlet, thrift, Horatio, the funeral bocked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, or ever I had seen that day. Horatio, my father, methinks I see my father. Horatio, where, my lord? Hamlet, in my mind's eye. Horatio. Horatio. I saw him once. He was a goodly king. Hamlet. He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again. Horatio. My lord, I think I saw him yesternight. Hamlet. Saw? Who? Horatio. My lord, the king your father. Hamlet. The king my father. Horatio. Season your admiration for a while with an attent ear, till I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you. Hamlet. For God's love let me hear. Horatio. 2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Barnardo, on their watch in the dead waste and middle of the night, been thus encountered, a figure like your father, armed at point exactly, cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walked by their oppressed and fear-surprised eyes, within his truncheon's length, whilst they, distilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb, and speak not to him, this to me in dreadful secrecy. Impart they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, where, as they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes I knew your father. These hands are not more like. Hamlet. But where was this? Marcellus. My lord, upon the platform where we watch. Hamlet. Did you not speak to it? Horatio. My lord, I did, but answer made it none. Yet once methought it lifted up it head, and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock crew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away, and vanished from our sight. Hamlet. 'Tis very strange. Horatio. As I do live, my honored lord, 'tis true, and we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it. Hamlet. Indeed, indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight? Marcellus and Barnardo. We do, my lord. Hamlet. Armed, say you? Both. Armed, my lord. Hamlet. From top to toe? Both. My lord, from head to foot. Hamlet. Then saw you not his face? Horatio. Oh yes, my lord. He wore his beaver up. Hamlet. What? Looked he frowningly? Horatio. A countenance more in sorrow than in anger. Hamlet. Pale, or red? Horatio. Nay, very pale. Hamlet. And fixed his eyes upon you? Horatio. Most constantly. Hamlet. I would I had been there. Horatio. It would have much amazed you. Hamlet. Very like. Stayed it long? Horatio. While one with moderate haste might tell 100. Marcellus and Barnardo. Longer. Horatio. Not when I saw it. Hamlet. His beard was grizzled, no? Horatio. It was, as I have seen it in his life, a sable silvered. Hamlet. I will watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again. Horatio. I warrant you it will. Hamlet. If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all. If you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves. So, fare you well. Upon the platform, twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you. All. Our duty to your honor. Hamlet. Your loves, as mine to you. Farewell. Exeunt Horatio, Marcellus, and Barnardo. My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them, to men's eyes. Exit. Scene 3. A room in Polonius's house. Enter Laertes and Ophelia. Laertes. My necessaries are embarked, farewell. And, sister, as the winds give benefit and convoy is assistant, do not sleep, but let me hear from you. Ophelia. Do you doubt that? Laertes. For Hamlet, and the trifling of his favor, hold it a fashion and a toy in blood. A violet in the youth of primy nature, forward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting. The perfume and suppliance of a minute, no more. Ophelia. No more but so? Laertes. Think it no more. For nature crescent does not grow alone in thews and bulk, but as this temple waxes, The inward service of the mind and soul grows wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now, and now no soil nor caudal doth besmirch the virtue of his will. But you must fear, his greatness wait, his will is not his own. For he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalid persons do, carve for himself. For on his choice depends the sanctity and health of this whole state, and therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body whereof he is the head. Then if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom so far to believe it as he in his particular act and place may give his saying deed, which is no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal. Then weigh what loss your honor may sustain if with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart, or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia, fear it, my dear sister, and keep you in the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire. The shariest maid is prodigal enough if she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself scapes not calumnious strokes. The canker galls the infants of the spring too oft before their buttons be disclosed, and in the morn and liquid dew of youth contagious blasphements are most imminent. Be wary then, best safety lies in fear. Youth to itself rebels, though none else near. Ophelia, I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman to my heart, but good my brother, do not as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and recks not his own reed. Laertes, oh, fear me not. I stay too long, but here my father comes. Enter Polonius. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave. Polonius, yet here, Laertes? Aboard, for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for there, my blessing with you. Laying his hand on Laertes's head, and these few precepts in thy memory look thou character, give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-hatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear't that deposed may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man, and they in France of the best rank and station are of a most select and generous chief in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing season this in thee. Laertes, most humbly do I take my leave, my lord. Polonius, the time invites you. Go, your servants tend. Laertes, farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you. Ophelia, 'tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it. Laertes, farewell. Exit. Polonius, what is't, Ophelia? He hath said to you. Ophelia, so please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet. Polonius, marry, well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so, 'tis put on me, and that in way of caution. I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behoves my daughter and your honor. What is between you? Give me up the truth. Ophelia, he hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me. Polonius, affection? Pooh, you speak like a green girl, unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them? Ophelia, I do not know, my lord, what I should think. Polonius, marry, I'll teach you. Think yourself a baby, that you have ta'en these tenders for true pay, which are not sterling. Tender yourself more dearly. Or, not to crack the wind of the poor phrase, running it thus, you'll tender me a fool. Ophelia, my lord, he hath important me with love in honorable fashion. Polonius, Fashion you may call it. Go to, Ophelia, and hath given countenance to his speech, my lord, with almost all the holy vows of heaven. Polonius. Springes to catch woodcocks I do know, when the blood burns, how prodigal the soul lends the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promise, as it is a-making. You must not take for fire from this time be something scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate than a command to parley, for Lord Hamlet believes so much in him that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than may be given you die and few. Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of that dye which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bawds. The better to beguile, this is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words, or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to't, I charge you. Come your ways. Ophelia. I shall obey, my lord. Exeunt. Scene 4. Platform. Enter Hamlet, Horatio, and Marcellus. Hamlet. The air bites shrewdly. It is very cold. Horatio. It is a nipping and an eager air. Hamlet. What hour now? Horatio. I think it lacks of 12. Marcellus. No, it is struck. Horatio. Indeed? I heard it not that it then draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. A flourish of trumpets and ordnance shot off within. What does this mean, my lord? Hamlet. The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, keeps wassail, and the swaggering upspring reels, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettledrum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge. Horatio. Is it a custom? Hamlet. I marry is't, and to my mind, though I am native here, and to the manner born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance. This heavy-headed revel east and west makes us traduced and taxed of other nations. They clepe us drunkards, and with swinish phrase soil our addition. And indeed it takes from our achievements, though performed at height, the pith and marrow of our attribute. So oft it chances in particular men that for some vicious mole of nature in them, as in their birth, wherein they are not guilty, since nature cannot choose his origin, by their o'ergrowth of some complexion, oft breaking down the pales and forts of reason, or by some habit that too much o'erleavens the form of plausive manners, that these men, carrying, I say, the stamp of one defect, being nature's livery or fortune's star, his virtues else, be they as pure as grace, as infinite as man may undergo, shall in the general censure take corruption from that particular fault. The dram of evil doth all the noble substance of a doubt to his own scandal. Horatio. Look, my lord, it comes. Enter Ghost. Hamlet. Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Be thou a spirit of health or goblin damned. Bring with thee airs from heaven or blasts from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable. Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements. Why the sepulchre, wherein we saw thee quietly inurned, hath opt his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean, that thou, dead corse, again in complete steel, revisit'st thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature so horridly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do? Ghost beckons Hamlet. Horatio. It beckons you to go away with it, as if it some impartment did desire to you alone. Marcellus. Look with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it. Horatio. No, by no means. Hamlet. It will not speak, then will I follow it. Horatio. Do not, my lord. Hamlet. Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again, I'll follow it. Horatio. What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord, or to the dreadful summit of the cliff that beetles o'er his base into the sea, and there assumes some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness. Think of it. The very place puts toys of desperation, without more motive, into every brain that looks so many fathoms to the sea and hears it roar beneath. Hamlet. It waves me still. Go on. I'll follow thee. Marcellus. You shall not go, my lord. Hamlet. Hold off your hands. Horatio. Bruld. You shall not go. Hamlet. My fate cries out, and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Ghost beckons. Still am I called, unhand me, gentlemen, breaking free from them. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say, away. Go on, I'll follow thee. Exeunt Ghost and Hamlet. Horatio. He waxes desperate with imagination. Marcellus. Let's follow. 'Tis not fit thus to obey him. Horatio. Have after. To what issue will this come? Marcellus. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Horatio. Heaven will direct it. Marcellus. Nay, let's follow him. Exeunt. Scene V. A more remote part of the castle. Enter Ghost and Hamlet. Hamlet. Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further. Ghost. Mark me. Hamlet. I will. Ghost. My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself. Hamlet. Alas, poor Ghost. Ghost. Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold. Hamlet. Speak. I am bound to hear. Ghost. So art thou to revenge, when thou shalt hear. Hamlet. What? Ghost. I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away, but that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house. I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul. Freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end like quills upon the fretful porpentine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List, list, oh, list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love. Hamlet. O God. Ghost. Revenge his foul and most unnatural murder. Hamlet. Murder. Ghost. Murder most foul, as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange, and unnatural. Hamlet. Haste me to note that I, with wings as swift as meditation, or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge. Ghost. I find thee apt, and duller shouldst thou be than the fat weed that rots itself in ease on Lethe wharf. Wouldst thou not stir in this, now, Hamlet, here? 'Tis given out that, sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me. So the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death rankly abused. But no, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown. Hamlet. O my prophetic soul, mine uncle. Ghost. I, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wit, with traitorous gifts, O wicked wit and gifts, that have the power so to seduce one to his shameful lust the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. O Hamlet, what a falling off was there, from me, whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand even with the vow I made to her in marriage, and to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine, but virtue, as it never will be immoved, though lewdness courted in a shape of heaven. So lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, methinks I scent the morning air. Brief let me be, sleeping within my orchard, my custom always of the afternoon. Upon my secure hour thy uncle stole with juice of cursed Hebanon in a vial, and in the porches of my ears did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body, and with a sudden vigor it doth posset and curd, like eager droppings into milk, the thin and wholesome. Blood, so did it mine. And a most instant tetter barked about, most lazar-like, with vile and loathsome crust all my smooth body, Thus was I, sleeping, by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhoused, disappointed, unanelled. No reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. O horrible! O horrible! Most horrible! If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But howsoever thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting her, fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his uneffectual fire. Adieu, 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 remember me. Exit. Hamlet. O all you host of heaven! O earth! What else? And shall I couple hell? O fie! Hold, my heart, and you, my sinews, grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up, remember thee? I, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe, remember thee. Yeah, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books, all forms, all pressures past, that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter, yes, by heaven. O most pernicious woman! O villain, villain, smiling damned villain! My tables, meet it as I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I am sure it may be so in Denmark. Writing. So, uncle, there you are now to my word. It is adieu, adieu, remember me? I have sworn. Horatio and Marcellus. Within. My lord, Marcellus. Within. Lord Hamlet. Horatio. Within. Heaven secure him. Hamlet. So be it. Marcellus. Within. Illo ho ho, my lord. Hamlet. Hello, ho ho, boy. Come, bird, come. Enter Horatio and Marcellus. Marcellus. How is't, my noble lord? Horatio. What news, my lord? Hamlet. Oh, wonderful. Horatio. Good my lord, tell it. Hamlet. No, you'll reveal it. Horatio. Not I, my lord, by heaven. Marcellus. Nor I, my lord. Hamlet. How say you then? Would heart of man once think it? But you'll be secret. Horatio and Marcellus. I, by heaven, my lord. Hamlet. There's ne'er a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an arrant knave. Horatio. There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this. Hamlet. Why, right. You are I the right, and so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You, as your business and desire shall point you. For every man hath business and desire, such as it is. And for my own poor part, look you, I'll go pray. Horatio. These are but wild and whirling words, my lord. Hamlet. I'm sorry they offend you. Heartily. Yes, faith. Heartily. Horatio. There's no offense, my lord. Hamlet. Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, Horatio, and much offense too, touching this vision here. It is an honest ghost, that let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us, Master T, as you may and now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars, and soldiers, give me one poor request. Horatio. What is't, my lord? We will. Hamlet. Never make known what you have seen tonight. Horatio and Marcellus. My lord, we will not. Hamlet. Nay, but swear't. Horatio. In faith, my lord, not I. Marcellus. Nor I, my lord, in faith. Hamlet. Upon my sword. Marcellus. We have sworn, my lord, already. Hamlet. Indeed, upon my sword, indeed. Ghost. Cries under the stage. Swear. Hamlet. Ha, ha, boy, say'st thou so? Art thou there? True penny? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellarage. Consent to swear. Horatio. Propose the oath, my lord. Hamlet. Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword. Ghost. Beneath. Swear. Hamlet. Hic etu beque? Then we'll shift our ground. Come hither, gentlemen, and lay your hands again upon my sword. Never to speak of this that you have heard. Swear by my sword. Ghost. Beneath. Swear. Hamlet. Well said, old mole. Canst work I so fast? A worthy pie honor. Once more remove, good friends. Horatio. O day and night, but this is wondrous strange. Hamlet. And therefore as a stranger give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, but come, here, as before, never. So help you mercy, how strange or odd soe'er I bear myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think meet to put an antic disposition on, that you, at such times seeing me, never shall, with arms encumbered thus, or this head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase, as well we know, we could and if we would, or if we list to speak, or there be and if they might, or such ambiguous giving out, to note that you know aught of me, this not to do. So grace and mercy at your most need help you. Swear. Ghost. Beneath. Swear. Hamlet. Rest, rest, perturbed spirit, though, gentlemen, with all my love I do commend me to you. And what so poor a man as Hamlet is may do to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Let us go in together, and still your fingers on your lips, I pray. The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. Nay, come, let's go together. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. A room in Polonius's house. Enter Polonius and Reynaldo. Polonius. Give him this money and these notes, Reynaldo. Reynaldo. I will, my lord. Polonius. You shall do marvelous wisely, good Reynaldo, before you visit him, to make inquiry of his behavior. Reynaldo. My lord, I did intend it. Polonius. Marry, well said. Very well said. Look you, sir. Inquire me first what danskers are in Paris, and how, and who, what means, and where they keep, what company, at what expense, and finding by this encompassment and drift of question, that they do know my son, come you more nearer than your particular demands will touch it. Take you as 'twere some distant knowledge of him, as thus, I know his father and his friends, and impart him, do you mark this, Reynaldo? Reynaldo. I, very well, my lord. Polonius. And impart him, but, you may say, not well, but if't be he I mean, he's very wild. Addicted so and so, and there put on him what forgeries you please. Marry, none so rank as may dishonor him. Take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips as our companions noted and most known to youth and liberty. Reynaldo. As gaming, my lord? Polonius. I, or drinking, fencing, swearing, quarreling, drabbing, you may go so far. Reynaldo. My lord, that would dishonor him. Polonius. Faith no, as you may season it in the charge. You must not put another scandal on him, that he is open to incontinency. That's not my meaning. But breathe his faults so quaintly that they may seem the taints of liberty, the flash and outbreak of a fiery mind, a savageness in unreclaimed blood, of general assault. Reynaldo. But my good lord. Polonius. Wherefore should you do this? Reynaldo. My lord, I would know that. Polonius. Marry, sir, here's my drift, and I believe it is a fetch of warrant. You laying these slight sullies on my son. As 'twere a thing a little soiled I working, mark you, your party in converse, him you would sound, having ever seen in the prenominate crimes the youth you breathe of guilty, be assured he closes with you in this consequence. Good sir, or so, or friend, or gentleman, according to the phrase or the addition of man and country. Reynaldo. Very good, my lord. Polonius. And then, sir, does he this? He does. What was I about to say? By the mass, I was about to say something. Where did I leave? Reynaldo. At closes in the consequence. At friend or so, and gentleman. Polonius. At closes in the consequence, I marry. He closes with you thus. I know the gentleman. I saw him yesterday, or t'other day, or then, with such and such. And as you say, there was he gaming, there o'er toucans rouse, there falling out at tennis. Or perchance, I saw him enter such a house of sale, videlicet, a brothel, or so forth, see you now. Your bait of falsehood takes this carp of truth, and thus do we of wisdom and of reach with windlasses, and with essays of bias, by indirections find directions out. So by my former lecture and advice shall you, my son, you have me, have you not? Rinaldo. My lord, I have. Polonius. God be with you, fare you well. Rinaldo. Good my lord. Polonius. Observe his inclination in yourself. Rinaldo. I shall, my lord. Polonius. And let him ply his music. Rinaldo. Well, my lord. Polonius. Farewell. Exit Rinaldo. Enter Ophelia. How now, Ophelia? What's the matter? Ophelia. Alas, my lord, I have been so affrighted. Polonius. With what, in the name of God? Ophelia. My lord, as I was sewing in my chamber, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbracked, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, ungartred, and down-jived to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and with a look so piteous in purport as if he had been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors, he comes before me. Polonius. Mad for thy love? Ophelia. My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it. Polonius. What said he? Ophelia. He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so, at last, a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he rised a sigh so piteous and profound as it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go, and with his head over his shoulder turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes. For out o' doors he went without their help, and to the last bended their light on me. Polonius. Come, go with me, I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property fordoes itself, and leads the will to desperate undertakings, as oft as any passion under heaven that does afflict our natures. I am sorry. What, have you given him any hard words of late? Ophelia. No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to me. Polonius. That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better heed and judgment I had not quoted him. I feared he did but trifle, and meant to wreck thee, but beshrew my jealousy. It seems it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions, as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king. This must be known, which, being kept close, might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love. Exeunt. Scene 2. A room in the castle. Enter king, queen, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and attendants. King. Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover that we much did long to see you. The need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? So I call it, since nor the exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was, what it should be, more than his father's death, that thus hath put him so much from understanding of himself. I cannot dream of. I entreat you both that, being of so young days brought up with him, and since so neighbored to his youth and humor, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time, so by your companies to draw him on to pleasures and to gather so much as from occasion you may glean, whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus that, opened, lies within our remedy. Queen. Good gentleman, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am, 2 men there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill as to expend your time with us a while, for the supply and profit of our hope, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance. Rosencrantz. Both your majesties might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreaty. Guildenstern. We both obey, and here give up ourselves, in the full bent, to lay our service freely at your feet to be commanded. King. Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern. Queen. Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is. Guildenstern. Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him. Queen. I, Amen. Exeunt Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and some attendants. Enter Polonius. Polonius. Ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned. King. Thou still hast been the father of good news. Polonius. Have I, my lord? Assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty, as I hold my soul, both to my God and to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policy so sure as it hath us to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy. King. Oh, speak of that do I long to hear. Polonius. Give first admittance to the ambassadors. My news shall be the fruit to that great feast. King. Thyself do grace to them, and bring them in. Exit Polonius. He tells me, my sweet queen, that he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper. Queen. I doubt it is no other but the main, his father's death and our o'er hasty marriage. King. Well, we shall sift him. Enter Polonius with Voltmand and Cornelius. Welcome, my good friends. Say, Voltmand, what from our brother Norway? Voltmand. Most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Polack. But better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness, whereat grieved, that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he, in brief, obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine, makes vow before his uncle never more to give the of arms against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns an annual fee, and his commission to employ those soldiers so levied as before, against the Polack. With an entreaty, herein further shown, gives a paper, that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for this enterprise, on such regards of safety and allowance as therein are set down. King. It likes us well, and at our more considered time will read, answer, and think upon this business. Meantime we thank you for your well-took labor. Go to your rest, at night we'll feast together. Most welcome home. Exeunt Voltmand and Cornelius. Polonius. This business is well ended. My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night night, and time is time were nothing but to waste night, day and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad call I it. For to define true madness, what is't but to be nothing else but mad? But let that go. Queen. More matter, with less art. Polonius. Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity. And pity 'tis true. A foolish figure. But farewell it, for I will use no art. Mad let us grant him then, and now remains that we find out the cause of this effect, or rather say, the cause of this defect, for this effect defective comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus perpinned, I have a daughter, have whilst she is mine, who in her duty and obedience, mark, hath given me this, now gather and surmise. Reads, to the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia. That's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase. But you shall hear. Reads, these, in her excellent white bosom, these and see. Queen. Came this from Hamlet to her? Polonius. Good madam, stay a while. I will be faithful. Reads, doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. O dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers, I have not art to reckon my groans, but that I love thee best, O most best, believe it ado. Thine evermore, most dear lady, whilst this machine is to him, Hamlet. This in obedience hath my daughter showed me, and more above, hath his solicitings, as they fell out by time, by means and place, all given to mine ear. King. But how hath she received his love? Polonius. What do you think of me? King. As of a man faithful and honorable. Polonius. I would fain prove so, but what might you think, when I had seen this hot love on the wing, as I perceived it? I must tell you that, before my daughter told me, what might you, or my dear majesty your queen here, think, if I had played the desk or table book, or given my heart a winking, mute and dumb, or looked upon this love with idle sight, what might you think? No, I went round to work, and my young mistress thus I did bespeak. Lord Hamlet is a prince, out of thy star. This must not be. And then I precepts gave her, that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens. Which done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he, repulsed, a short tale to make, fell into a sadness, then into a fast, thence to a watch, thence into a weakness, thence to a lightness, and by this declension, into the madness wherein now he raves, and all we wail for. King, do you think 'tis this? Queen, it may be, very likely. Polonius, hath there been such a time? I'd fain know that I have positively said 'tis so, when it proved otherwise? King, not that I know. Polonius, take this from this, if this be otherwise. Points to his head and shoulder. If circumstances lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within the center. King, how may we try it further? Polonius, you know sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby. Queen, so he does indeed. Polonius, at such a time I'll loose my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras then. Mark the encounter. If he love her not, and be not from his reason fallen thereon, let me be no assistant for estate, but keep a farm and carters. King, we will try it. Enter Hamlet, reading. Queen, but look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading. Polonius, away, I do beseech you, both away I'll board him presently. Give me leave. Exeunt King, Queen, and attendants. How does my good Lord Hamlet? Hamlet, well, God a mercy. Polonius, do you know me, my lord? Hamlet, excellent well, you are a fishmonger. Polonius, not I, my lord. Hamlet, then I would you were so honest a man. Polonius, honest, my lord? Hamlet, I, sir, to be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000. Polonius, that's very true, my lord. Hamlet, for if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog, being a good kissing carrion, have you a daughter? Polonius, I have, my lord. Hamlet, let her not walk-eyed, son, conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive, friend, look to't. Polonius, how say you by that? Aside, still harping on my daughter, yet he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. He is far gone, and truly in my youth I suffered much extremity for love. Very near this, I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord? Hamlet, words, words, words. Polonius, what is the matter, my lord? Hamlet, between who? Polonius, I mean the matter that you read, my lord. Hamlet, slanders, sir, for the satirical slave says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum-tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hams. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down, for you yourself, sir, should be old as I am, if like a crab you could go backward. Polonius, aside, though this be madness, yet there is method in't. Will you walk out of the air, my lord? Hamlet, into my grave? Polonius, indeed, that is out o' the air. Aside, how pregnant sometimes his replies are. A happiness that often madness hits on, which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him, and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My honorable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you. Hamlet, you cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part withal, except my life, except my life, except my life. Polonius, fare you well, my lord. Hamlet, these tedious old fools. Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Polonius, you go to seek the Lord Hamlet. There he is. Rosencrantz, to Polonius, God save you, sir. Exit Polonius. Guildenstern, my honored lord. Rosencrantz, my most dear lord. Hamlet. My excellent good friends, how dost thou, Guildenstern? Ah, Rosencrantz, good lads, how do ye both? Rosencrantz. As the indifferent children of the earth. Guildenstern. Happy in that we are not over-happy. On fortune's cap we are not the very button. Hamlet. Nor the soles of her shoe? Rosencrantz. Neither, my lord. Hamlet. Then you live about her waist, or in the middle of her favors? Guildenstern. Faith, her privates we. Hamlet. In the secret parts of fortune? Oh, most true. She is a strumpet. What's the news? Rosencrantz. None, my lord, but that the world's grown honest. Hamlet. Then is doomsday near, but your news is not true. Let me question more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune, that she sends you to prison hither? Guildenstern. Prison, my lord? Hamlet. Denmark's a prison. Rosencrantz. Then is the world one. Hamlet. A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one old worst. Rosencrantz. We think not so, my lord. Hamlet. Why, then, 'tis none to you. For there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Oh me, it is a prison. Rosencrantz. Why, then your ambition makes it one. 'Tis too narrow for your mind. Hamlet. O God, I could be bounded in a nutshell, and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams. Guildenstern. Which dreams, indeed, are ambition. For the very substance of the ambitious is merely the shadow of a dream. Hamlet. A dream itself is but a shadow. Rosencrantz. Truly, and I hold ambition of so airy and light a quality that it is but a shadow's shadow. Hamlet. Then are our beggars' bodies, and our monarchs and outstretched heroes the beggars' shadows. Shall we to court? For, by my fay, I cannot reason. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern will wait upon you. Hamlet. No such matter. I will not sort you with the rest of my servants. For, to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended, but, in the beaten way of friendship, what make you at Elsinore? Rosencrantz. To visit you, my lord, no other occasion. Hamlet. Beggar that I am even poor in thanks, but I thank you, and sure, dear friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me, come, nay, speak. Guildenstern. What should we say, my lord? Hamlet. Why, anything, but to the purpose you were sent for. And there is a kind of confession in your looks, which your modesties have not craft enough to color. I know the good king and queen have sent for you. Rosencrantz. To what end, my lord? Hamlet. That you must teach me, but let me conjure you, by the rights of our fellowship, by the consonancy of our youth, by the obligation of our ever-preserved love, and by what more dear a better proposer could charge you withal, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no. Rosencrantz. To Guildenstern. What say you? Hamlet. Aside. Nay, then I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off. Guildenstern. My lord, we were sent for. Hamlet. I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercises, and indeed, it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame the earth seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action how like an angel, in apprehension how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals, and yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so. Rosencrantz. My lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts. Hamlet. Why did you laugh then, when I said man delights not me? Rosencrantz. To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, What Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coat them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service. Hamlet. He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me. The adventurous knight shall use his foil and target. The lover shall not sigh gratis. The humorous man shall end his part in peace. The clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickle Otis' ear. And the lady shall say her mind freely, or the blank verse shall halt for't. What players are they? Rosencrantz. Even those you were wont to take such delight in, the tragedians of the city. Hamlet. How chances it they travel? Their residence, both in reputation and profit, was better both ways. Rosencrantz. I think their inhibition comes by the means of the late innovation. Hamlet. Do they hold the same estimation they did when I was in the city? Are they so followed? Rosencrantz. No, indeed, they are not. Hamlet. How comes it? Do they grow rusty? Rosencrantz. Nay, their endeavor keeps in the wonted pace. But there is, sir, an array of children, little Iases, that cry out on the top of question, and are most tyrannically clapped for't. These are now the fashion, and so berattle the common stages. So they call them, that many wearing rapiers are afraid of goosequills and dare scarce come thither. Hamlet. What, are they children? Who maintains them? How are they escoted? Will they pursue the quality no longer than they can sing? Will they not say afterwards, if they should grow themselves to common players, as it is most like, if their means are no better, their writers do them wrong to make them exclaim against their own succession? Rosencrantz. Faith, there has been much to do on both sides, and the nation holds it no sin to tar them to controversy. There was for a while no money bid for argument unless the poet and the player went to cuffs in the question. Hamlet. Is't possible? Guildenstern. Oh, there has been much throwing about of brains. Hamlet. Do the boys carry it away? Rosencrantz. Aye, that they do, my lord, Hercules and his load too. Hamlet. It is not very strange, for my uncle is king of Denmark, and those that would make mouths at him while my father lived, give 20, 40, 50, 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little, splud. There is something in this more than natural, if philosophy could find it out. Flourish of trumpets within. Guildenstern. There are the players. Hamlet. Gentlemen, you are welcome to Elsinore, your hands. Come, the appurtenance of welcome is fashion and ceremony. Let me comply with you in this garb, lest my extent to the players, which I tell you must show fairly outward, should more appear like entertainment than yours. You are welcome, but my uncle father and aunt mother are deceived. Guildenstern. In what, my dear lord? Hamlet. I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. Enter Polonius. Polonius. Well be with you, gentlemen. Hamlet. Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, at each ear a hearer, that great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouts. Rosencrantz. Happily he's the second time come to them, for they say an old man is twice a child. Hamlet. I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players' market. You say right, sir. For a Monday morning 'twas so indeed. Polonius. My lord, I have news to tell you. Hamlet. My lord, I have news to tell you. When Roscius was an actor in Rome. Polonius. The actors are come hither, my lord. Hamlet. Buzz, buzz. Polonius. Upon my honor. Hamlet. Then came each actor on his ass. Polonius. The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral comical, historical pastoral, tragical historical, tragical comical historical pastoral, scene individable, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light. For the law of writ and the liberty, these are the only men. Hamlet. O Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou? Polonius. What treasure had he, my lord? Hamlet. Why, one fair daughter, and no more, the which he loved passing well. Polonius. Aside. Still on my daughter. Hamlet. Am I not I, Dwight? Old Jephthah? Polonius. If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter that I love passing well. Hamlet. Nay, that follows not. Polonius. What follows then, my lord? Hamlet. Why, as by lot, God what? And then, you know, it came to pass, as most like it was. The first row of the pious chanson will show you more, for look where my abridgment comes. Enter 4 or 5 players. You are welcome, masters, welcome all. I am glad to see thee well, welcome. Good friends. Oh, my old friend, thy face is valiant since I saw thee last. Comest thou to beard me in Denmark? What, my young lady and mistress? By Our Lady, your ladyship is nearer to heaven than when I saw you last. By the altitude of a chopine, pray God your voice, like a piece of uncurrent gold, be not cracked within the ring, masters. You are all welcomed. We'll e'en to like French falconers, fly at anything we see. We'll have a speech straight, come. Give us a taste of your quality, come, a passionate speech. First player. What speech, my lord? Hamlet. I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once, for the play, I remember, pleased not the million. 'Twas caviar to the general, but it was, as I received it and others, whose judgments in such matters cried in the top of mine. An excellent play, well digested in the scenes, set down with as much modesty as cunning. I remember one said, there were no sowlets in the lines to make the matter savory, nor no matter in the phrase that might indict the author of affectation, but called it an honest method, as wholesome as sweet, and by very much more handsome than fine point. One speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereabout of it especially where he speaks of Priam's slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin at this line, let me see, let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Hyrcanian beast, it is not so. It begins with Pyrrhus, the rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal, head to foot now is he total gules, horridly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, balked and impasted with the parching streets, that lend a tyrannous and a damned light to their vile murders, roasted in wrath and fire, and thus o'ersized with coagulate gore. With eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus old grandsire Priam seeks. So proceed you, Polonius. For God, my lord, well spoken, with good accent and good discretion. First player. Anon he finds him, striking too short at Greeks his antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls, repugnant to command, unequal matched, Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in rage strikes wide, but with the whiff and wind of his fell sword denerved father falls, then senseless Ilium, seeming to feel this blow, with flaming top stoops to his base, and with a hideous crash takes prisoner Pyrrhus' ear, for lo, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of reverend Priam, seemed ire to stick. So, as a painted tyrant, Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. But as we often see against some storm, a silence in the heavens, the rack stands still, the bold wind speechless, and the orb below as hush as death. Anon the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So after Pyrrhus' pause, aroused vengeance sets him new a work, and never did the Cyclops' hammers fall on Mars's armor, forged for proof etern, with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out, thou strumpet fortune! All you gods, in general synod, take away her power. Break all the spokes and fellies from her wheel, and bowl the round nave down the hill of heaven, as low as to the fiends. Polonius. This is too long. Hamlet. It shall to the barbers with your beard. Prithee say on. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on. Come to Hecuba. First player. But who, oh who, had seen the mobled queen? Hamlet. The mobled queen? Polonius. That's good. Mobled queen is good. First player. Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flames with bison room. The cloud upon that head where late the diadem stood, and for a robe, about her lank and all o'er-teemed loins, a blanket, into alarm of fear caught up, who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped, gainst fortune's state would treason have pronounced. But if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made, unless things mortal move them not at all, would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods. Polonius. Look, where he has not turned his color, and has tears in's eyes, pray you, no more. Hamlet. 'Tis well, I'll have thee speak out the rest of this soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed? Do you hear? Let them be well used. For they are the abstracts and brief chronicles of the time. After your death you were better have a bad epitaph than their ill report while you live. Polonius. My lord, I will use them according to their desert. Hamlet. God's bodkin, man. Much better, use every man after his desert, and who should, 'scape whipping. Use them after your own honor and dignity, the less they deserve. The more merit is in your bounty, take them in. Polonius. Come, sirs. Hamlet. Follow him. Friends that will hear a play tomorrow. Exeunt Polonius with all the players, but the first. Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play the murder of Gonzago? First player. Ay, my lord. Hamlet. Will hot tomorrow night you could for a need study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert int, could you not? First player. Ay, my lord. Hamlet. Very well, follow that lord, and look you mock him not. Exit first player. To Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. My good friends, I'll leave you till night, you are welcome to Elsinore. Rosencrantz. Good my lord. Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Hamlet. I, so, God be why ye now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage wand, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing, for Hecuba? What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do, had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-mettled rascal, peak like John a Dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing, and oh, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made, am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie eye to throat as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this? Ha! Swoons, I should take it. For it cannot be but I am pigeon-livered and lack gall. To make oppression bitter, or ere this I should have fatted all the region kites with this slave's awful, bloody, bawdy villain. Remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain. O vengeance! Why, what an ass am I! This is most brave, that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must, like a whore, unpack my heart with words and fall, a-cursing like a very drab, a scullion. Fie upon't, faw, about my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tint him to the quick, if he but blench. I know my course, the spirit that I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power t'assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. A room in the castle. Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern. King. And can you by no drift of circumstance get from him why he puts on this confusion, grating so harshly all his days of quiet with turbulent and dangerous lunacy? Rosencrantz. He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak. Guildenstern. Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with a crafty madness keeps aloof when we would bring him on to some confession of his true state. Queen. Did he receive you well? Rosencrantz. Most like a gentleman. Guildenstern. But with much forcing of his disposition. Rosencrantz. Niggard of question, but of our demands, most free in his reply. Queen, did you essay him to any pastime? Rosencrantz, Madam, it so fell out that certain players we o'er out on the weight of these we told him, and there did seem in him a kind of joy to hear of it. They are about the court, and as I think, they have already ordered this night to play before him. Polonius, 'tis most true, and he beseeched me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter. King, with all my heart, and it doth much content me to hear him so inclined. Good gentlemen, give him a further edge, and drive his purpose on to these delights. Rosencrantz, we shall, my lord. Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. King, sweet Gertrude, leave us too, for we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he, as 'twere by accident, may here affront Ophelia. Her father and myself, lawful espials, will so bestow ourselves that, seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge, and gather by him, as he is behaved, if 't be affliction of his love, or know that thus he suffers for. Queen, I shall obey you. And for your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues will bring him to his wonted way again, to both your honors. Ophelia, Madam, I wish it may. Exit Queen. Polonius, Ophelia, walk you here. Gracious, so please you, we will bestow ourselves. To Ophelia, read on this book, that show of such an exercise may color your loneliness. We are oft to blame in this, 'tis too much proved, that with devotion's visage and pious action we do sugar o'er the devil himself. King, aside. Oh, 'tis too true. How smart a lash that speech doth give my conscience. The harlot's cheek, beautied with plastering art, is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to my most painted word. O heavy burden! Polonius, I hear him coming. Let's withdraw, my lord. Exeunt King and Polonius. Enter Hamlet. Hamlet, to be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep, no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache, and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished to die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub, for in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of disprised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would these fardels bear, to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveler returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of? Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia. Nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered. Ophelia, good my lord, how does your honor for this many a day? Hamlet, I humbly thank you. Well. Ophelia, my lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have longed long to redeliver. I pray you, now receive them. Hamlet, no, not I. I never gave you aught. Ophelia, my honored lord, you know right well you did, and with them words of so sweet breath compassed as made the things more rich. Their perfume lost, take these again. For to the noble mind rich gifts wax poor when givers prove unkind. There, my lord. Hamlet, ha, are you honest? Ophelia, my lord. Hamlet, are you fair? Ophelia, what means your lordship? Hamlet, that if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty. Ophelia, could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than with honesty? Hamlet, aye, truly, For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. This was sometime a paradox, but now the time gives it proof I did love you once. Ophelia. Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so. Hamlet. You should not have believed me, for virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it I loved you not. Ophelia. I was the more deceived. Hamlet. Get thee to a nunnery, why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself indifferent honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offences at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape, or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do crawling between earth and heaven? We are errant knaves all, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father? Ophelia. At home, my lord. Hamlet. Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in's own house. Farewell. Ophelia. Oh, help him, you sweet heavens. Hamlet. If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow. Thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Go. Farewell. Or if thou wilt needs marry, marry a fool. For wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. Though a nunnery, go, and quickly too. Farewell. Ophelia. O heavenly powers, restore him. Hamlet. I have heard of your paintings too. Well enough, God hath given you one face, and you make yourselves another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp, and nickname God's creatures, and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to. I'll no more on't. It hath made me mad, I say. We will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery, go. Exit. Ophelia. Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown. The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, which observed of all observers, quite down. And I, of ladies most deject and wretched, that sucked the honey of his music vows, now see that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled out of tune and harsh, that unmatched form and feature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Oh, woe is me! They've seen what I have seen, see what I see. Enter King and Polonius. King. Love? His affections do not that way tend, nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. There's something in his soul o'er which his melancholy sits on brood, and I do doubt the hatch and the disclose will be some danger, which for to prevent, I have in quick determination. Thus set it down. He shall with speed to England for the demand of our neglected tribute. Haply the seas and countries different, with variable objects, shall expel this something settled matter in his heart, whereon his brain still beating puts him thus from fashion of himself. What think you on't? Polonius. It shall do well, but yet do I believe the origin and commencement of his grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We heard it all. Why, Lord, do as you please. But if you hold it fit, after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his grief. Let her be round with him, and I'll be placked, so please you, in the ear of all their conference. If she find him not, to England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think. King. It shall be so. Madness and great ones must not unwatched go. Exeunt. Scene 2. A hall in the castle. Enter Hamlet and certain players. Hamlet. Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue, but if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines, nor do not saw the air too much with your hand, thus, but use all gently. For in the very torrent, tempest, and as I may say, whirlwind of passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to vary rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. I would have such a fellow whipped for o'erdoing termagant it out Herod's Herod, pray you avoid it. First player. I warrant your honor. Hamlet. Be not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action, with this special observance, that you o'erstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing, whose end, both at the first and now, was and is, to hold as 'twere the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Now, this overdone, or come tardy off, though it make the unskilful laugh, cannot but make the judicious grieve, the censure of the which one must in your allowance o'erweigh a whole theatre of others. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, and heard others praise, and that highly, not to speak it profanely, that, neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan, nor man, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well, they imitated humanity so abominably. First player. I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir. Hamlet. O reform it altogether, and let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them, for there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too. Though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered, that's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go make you ready. Exeunt players. Enter Polonius, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern. How now, my lord? Will the king hear this piece of work? Polonius. And the queen too, and that presently. Hamlet. Bid the players make haste. Exit Polonius. Will you two help to hasten them? Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. We will, my lord. Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Hamlet. What ho, Horatio? Enter Horatio. Horatio. Here, sweet lord, at your service. Hamlet. Horatio, thou art e'en as just a man as ere my conversation copped withal. Horatio. O my dear lord. Hamlet. Nay, do not think I flatter. For what advancement may I hope from thee, that no revenue hast, but thy good spirits to feed and clothe thee? Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue lick absurd pomp, and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee where thrift may follow fawning. Dost thou hear? Since my dear soul was mistress of her choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself, for thou hast been as one, in suffering all, that suffers nothing, a man that fortune's buffets and rewards hast ta'en with equal thanks, and blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, aye, in my heart of heart, as I do thee, something too much of this. There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee, of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul observe mine uncle, if his occulted guilt do not itself unkennel in one speech. It is a damned ghost that we have seen, and my imaginations are as foul as Vulcan's stithy. Give him heedful note, for mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming. Horatio. Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing, and, scape detecting, I will pay the theft. Hamlet. They are coming to the play, I must be idle. Get you a place. Danish marched out a flourish. Enter king, queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and others. King. How fares our cousin Hamlet? Hamlet. Excellent, I faith. Of the chameleon's dish, I eat the air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capons so. King. I have nothing with this answer. Hamlet. These words are not mine. Hamlet. No, nor mine now. To Polonius. My lord, you played once in university, you say? Polonius. That did I, my lord, and was accounted a good actor. Hamlet. What did you enact? Polonius. I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed. Capital Brutus killed me. Hamlet. It was a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf there. Be the players ready? Rosencrantz. I, my lord. They stay upon your patience. Queen. Come hither. My dear Hamlet, sit by me. Hamlet. No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive. Polonius. To the king. Oho, do you mark that? Hamlet. Lady, shall I lie in your lap? Lying down at Ophelia's feet. Ophelia. No, my lord. Hamlet. I mean, my head upon your lap? Ophelia. I, my lord. Hamlet. Do you think I meant country matters? Ophelia. I think nothing, my lord. Hamlet. That's a fair thought to lie between maids' legs. Ophelia. What is, my lord? Hamlet. Nothing. Ophelia. You are merry, my lord. Hamlet. Who, I? Ophelia. I, my lord. Hamlet. O God, your only jig-maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within 2 hours. Ophelia. Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord. Hamlet. So long? Nay then, let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables that, oh heavens, die 2 months ago, and not forgotten yet? Then there's hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year, but by Our Lady, he must build churches then. Or else shall he suffer not thinking on, with the hobby horse, whose epitaph is for the hobby horse is forgot. Trumpets sound, the dumb show enters. Enter a king and a queen very lovingly, the queen embracing him and he her. She kneels and makes show of protestation unto him. He takes her up, and declines his head upon her neck, lays him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him, anon comes in a fellow, takes off his crown, kisses it, pours poison in the king's ears, and exits. The queen returns, finds the king dead, and makes passionate action. The poisoner, with some 3 or 4 mutes, comes in again, seeming to lament with her. The dead body is carried away. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts. She seems loath and unwilling a while, but in the end accepts his love. Exeunt. Ophelia. What means this, my lord? Hamlet. Marry, this is mishing maleko. It means mischief. Ophelia. Belike this show imports the argument of the play. Enter prologue. Hamlet. We shall know by this fellow. The players cannot keep counsel, they'll tell all. Ophelia. Will they tell us what this show meant? Hamlet. Aye, or any show that you'll show him, be not you ashamed to show, he'll not shame to tell you what it means. Ophelia. You are not. I'll mark the play. Prologue. For us, and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently. Hamlet. Is this a prologue, or the posy of a ring? Ophelia. 'Tis brief, my lord. Hamlet. As woman's love. Enter a king and a queen. Player king. Full 30 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round Neptune's salt wash and Tellus' orb ground, and 30 dozen moons with borrowed sheen about the world have times 12/30s been, since love our hearts and hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred bands. Player queen. So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er ere love be done. But, woe is me, you are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state, that I distrust you, yet, though I distrust, discomfort you, my lord, it nothing must. For women's fear and love holds quantity, in neither aught, or in extremity. Now what my love is, proof hath made you know, and as my love is sizzed, my fear is so. Where love is great, the littlest doubts are fear. Where little fears grow great, great love grows there. Player king. Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers their functions leave to do, and thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honored, beloved, and haply one as kind for husband shalt thou. Player queen. O confound the rest. Such love must needs be treason in my breast. In second husband let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who killed the first. Hamlet. Aside. Wormwood. Player queen. The instances that second marriage move are base respects of thrift, but none of love. A second time I kill my husband dead, when second husband kisses me in bed. Player king. I do believe you think what now you speak, but what we do determine, oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory, of violent birth, but poor validity, which now, like fruit unripe, sticks on the tree, but fall unshaken when they mellow be. Most necessary, 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what to ourselves is debt. What to ourselves in passion we propose, the passion ending, doth the purpose lose. The violence of either grief or joy their own enactures with themselves destroy. Where joy most revels, grief doth most lament. Grief joys, joy grieves, on slender accident. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis not strange, that even our loves should with our fortunes change. For 'tis a question left us yet to prove, whether love lead fortune, or else fortune love. The great man down, you mark his favorite flies, the poor advanced makes friends of enemies, and hitherto doth love on fortune tend. For who not need shall never lack a friend, and who in want a hollow friend doth try, directly seasons him his enemy. But orderly to end where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run that our devices still are overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead. Player queen, nor earth to me give food, nor heaven light, sport and repose lock from me day and night. To desperation turn my trust and hope, and anchor's cheer in prison be my scope. Each opposite that blanks the face of joy, meet what I would have well, and it destroy. Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife. If, once a widow, ever I be wife. Hamlet, to Ophelia, if she should break it now. Player king, 'tis deeply sworn, sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep. Sleeps. Player queen, sleep rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain. Exit. Hamlet, madam, how like you this play? Queen, the lady protests too much, methinks. Hamlet, oh, but she'll keep her word. King, have you heard the argument? Is there no offense in't? Hamlet, no, no, they do but jest, poison and jest. No offense I, world. King, what do you call the play? Hamlet, the Mousetrap, Mary. How? Tropically, this play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the duke's name, his wife Baptista. You shall see anon, 'tis a knavish piece of work. But what o' that? Your majesty, and we that have free souls, it touches us not, let the galled jade wince. Our withers are unwrung. Enter Lucianus. This is one Lucianus, nephew to the king. Ophelia, you are a good chorus, my lord. Hamlet, I could interpret between you and your love, if I could see the puppets dallying. Ophelia, you are keen, my lord, you are keen. Hamlet, it would cost you a groaning to take off my edge. Ophelia, still better, and worse. Hamlet, so you mistake your husbands. Begin, murderer pox, leave thy damnable faces, and begin come. The croaking raven doth bellow for revenge. Lucianus, thoughts black, hands apt, drugs fit, and time agreeing, confederate season, else no creature seeing. Thou mixture rank, of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's band thrice blasted, thrice infected. Thy natural magic and dire property on wholesome life usurp immediately. Pours the poison into the sleeper's ears. Hamlet, he poisons him I, garden force estate, his name's Gonzago, the story is extant, and written in very choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife. Ophelia, the king rises. Hamlet, what? Fright with false fire. Queen, how fares my lord? Polonius, give o'er the play. King, give me some light away. All, lights, lights, lights. Exeunt all but Hamlet and Horatio. Hamlet, why, let the strucken deer go weep, the heart ungalled play. For some must watch, while some must sleep, so runs the world away. Would not this, sir, and a forest of feathers, if the rest of my fortunes turn Turk with me? With 2 provincial roses on my raised shoes, get me a fellowship in a cry of players, sir? Horatio, half a share. Hamlet, a whole one, aye. For thou dost know, O Damon dear, this realm dismantled was of Jove himself, and now reigns here a very, very Pajock. Horatio, you might have rhymed. Hamlet, O good Horatio, I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000, didst perceive? Horatio, Very well, my lord. Hamlet. Upon the talk of the poisoning? Horatio. I did very well note him. Hamlet. Aha. Come, some music come. The recorders. For if the king like not the comedy, why then, belike he likes it not. Purdy. Come, some music. Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Guildenstern. Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you. Hamlet. Sir, a whole history. Guildenstern. The king, sir. Hamlet. I, sir. What of him? Guildenstern. Is in his retirement, marvelous distempered. Hamlet. With drink, sir? Guildenstern. No, my lord. Rather with choler. Hamlet. Your wisdom should show itself more richer to signify this to the doctor. For me to put him to his purgation would perhaps plunge him into far more choler. Guildenstern. Good my lord, put your discourse into some frame, and start not so wildly from my affair. Hamlet. I am tame, sir. Pronounce. Guildenstern. The queen your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, hath sent me to you. Hamlet. You are welcome. Guildenstern. Nay, good my lord, this courtesy is not of the right breed. If it shall please you to make me a wholesome answer, I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon and my return shall be the end of my business. Hamlet. Sir, I cannot. Guildenstern. What, my lord? Hamlet. Make you a wholesome answer, my wit's diseased, but, sir, such answer as I can make, you shall command. Or rather, as you say, my mother therefore no more, but to the matter, my mother, you say. Rosencrantz. Then thus she says, your behavior hath struck her into amazement and admiration. Hamlet. O wonderful son, that can so stonish a mother. But is there no sequel at the heels of this mother's admiration? Rosencrantz. She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed. Hamlet. We shall obey. Were she 10 times our mother, have you any further trade with us? Rosencrantz. My lord, you once did love me. Hamlet. And so I do still, by these pickers and stealers. Rosencrantz. Good my lord, what is your cause of distemper? You do surely bar the door upon your own liberty if you deny your griefs to your friend. Hamlet. Sir, I lack advancement. Rosencrantz. How can that be, when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark? Hamlet. Aye, sir, but while the grass grows, the proverb is something musty. Re-enter the players with recorders. Oh, the recorders, let me see one. To withdraw with you? Why do you go about to recover the wind of me, as if you would drive me into a toil? Guildenstern. O my lord, if my duty be too bold, my love is too unmannerly. Hamlet. I do not well understand that. Will you play upon this pipe? Guildenstern. My lord, I cannot. Hamlet. I pray you. Guildenstern. Believe me, I cannot. Hamlet. I do beseech you. Guildenstern. I know no touch of it, my lord. Hamlet. 'Tis as easy as lying. Govern these vintages with your finger and thumb, give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most eloquent music. Look you, these are the stops. Guildenstern. But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill. Hamlet. Why, look you now, how unworthy a thing you make of me. You would play upon me. You would seem to know my stops. You would pluck out the heart of my mystery. You would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass. And there is much music, excellent voice, in this little organ. Yet cannot you make it speak, splud? Do you think I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will, though you can fret me, you cannot play upon me. Enter Polonius. God bless you, sir. Polonius. My lord, the queen would speak with you, and presently. Hamlet. Do you see yonder cloud that's almost in shape of a camel? Polonius. By the mass, and 'tis like a camel indeed. Hamlet. Methinks it is like a weasel. Polonius. It is backed like a weasel. Hamlet. Or like a whale. Polonius. Very like a whale. Hamlet. Then will I come to my mother by and by. They fool me to the top of my bent. I will come by and by. Polonius. I will say so. Exit. Hamlet. By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends. Exeunt all but Hamlet. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn, and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood, and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on, soft now, to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. How in my words somver she be shent, to give them seals never, my soul, consent. Exit. Scene 3. A room in the castle. Enter King, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. King. I like him not, nor stands it safe with us to let his madness range, therefore prepare you. I your commission will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure hazard so near us as doth hourly grow out of his lunacies. Guildenstern. We will ourselves provide. Most holy and religious fear, it is to keep those many, many bodies safe that live and feed upon your majesty. Rosencrantz. The single and peculiar life is bound with all the strength and armor of the mind, to keep itself from annoyance, but much more that spirit upon whose weal depend and rest the lives of many. The cease of majesty dies not alone, but like a gulf doth draw what's near it with it is a massy wheel fixed on the summit of the highest mount, to whose huge spokes 10,000 lesser things are morticed and adjoined, which when it falls, each small annexment, petty consequence, attends the boisterous ruin. Never alone did the king sigh, but with a general groan. King, arm you, I pray you, to this speedy voyage. For we will fetters put upon this fear, which now goes too free-footed. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. We will haste us. Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Enter Polonius. Polonius. My lord, he's going to his mother's closet. Behind the arras I'll convey myself to hear the process. I'll warrant she'll tax him home, and as you said, and wisely was it said, 'tis meet that some more audience than a mother, since nature makes them partial, should o'er hear the speech of vantage. Fare you well, my liege. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed, and tell you what I know. King. Thanks, dear my lord. Exit Polonius. Oh, my offense is rank, it smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon't, a brother's murder. Pray can I not, though inclination be as sharp as will. My stronger guilt defeats my strong intent, and, like a man to double business bound, I stand in pause where I shall first begin, and both neglect. What if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Whereto serves mercy but to confront the visage of offense? And what's in prayer but this twofold force, to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down? Then I'll look up. My fault is past, but oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder. That cannot be, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder, my crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retained offense? In the corrupted currents of this world offence's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft, 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law, but 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling, there the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled even to the teeth and forehead of our faults, to give in evidence. What then? What rests? Try what repentance can, what can it not? Yet what can it, when one cannot repent? O wretched state! O bosom black as death! O limed soul, that struggling to be free, art more engagged. Help, angels! Make essay. Bow, stubborn knees, and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. All may be well. Retires and kneels. Enter Hamlet. Hamlet. Now might I do it pat, now he is praying. And now I'll do't, and so he goes to heaven. And so am I revenged that would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, do this same villain send to heaven. Oh, this is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown, as flush as May, and how his audit stands, who knows save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him, and am I then revenged, to take him in the purging of his soul, when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid hint, when he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in incestuous pleasure of his bed, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in't, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell, whereto it goes and why mother stays. This physic but prolongs thy sickly days. Exit. The king rises and advances. King. My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go. Exit. Scene 4. Another room in the castle. Enter Queen and Polonius. Polonius. He will come straight, look you lay home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear with, and that your grace hath screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me e'en here. Pray you be round with him. Hamlet. Within. Mother, mother, mother. Queen. I'll warrant you. Fear me not. Withdraw. I hear him coming. Polonius goes behind the arras. Enter Hamlet. Hamlet. Now, mother, what's the matter? Queen. Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended. Hamlet. Mother, you have my father much offended. Queen. Come, come, you answer with an idle tongue. Hamlet. Go, go. You question with a wicked tongue. Queen. Why, how now? Hamlet. Hamlet. What's the matter now? Queen. Have you forgot me? Hamlet. No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife, and, would it were not so, you are my mother. Queen. Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak. Hamlet. Come, come, and sit you down, you shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you. Queen. What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me? Help, help, ho. Polonius. Behind. What ho? Help, help, help. Hamlet. How now? A rat? Draws. Dead for a ducat. Dead. Makes a pass through the arras. Polonius. Behind. Oh, I am slain. Falls and dies. Queen. O me, what hast thou done? Hamlet. Nay, I know not that I es at the king. Draws forth Polonius. Queen. Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this. Hamlet. A bloody deed almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother. Queen. As kill a king? Hamlet. Ay, lady, 'twas my word. To Polonius. Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy better, take thy fortune. Thou find'st to be too busy is some danger. Leave wringing of your hands, peace, sit you down, and let me wring your heart, for so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff, if damned custom have not brassed it so, that it is proof and bulwark against sense. Queen. What have I done, that thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me? Hamlet. Such an act, that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and sets a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as dicers' oaths. O such a deed as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words, heaven's face doth glow. Yea, this solidity and compound mass, with tristful visage, as against the doom, is thought sick at the act. Queen. I me, what act? That roars so loud, and thunders in the index? Hamlet. Look here upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow, Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars, to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill, a combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal, to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband, look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed, and batten on this moor? Ha! Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the heyday in the blood is tame, it's humble, and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this? Sense sure you have, else could you not have motion. But sure that sense is apoplexed, for madness would not err nor sense to ecstasy was ne'er so thralled, but it reserved some quantity of choice to serve in such a difference, What devil was that thus hath cozened you at Hoodman blind? Eyes without feeling, feeling without sight, ears without hands or eyes, smelling sans all, or but a sickly part of one true sense could not so mope. O shame! Where is thy blush? Rebellious hell! If thou canst mutine in a matron's bones, to flaming youth let virtue be as wax, and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardor gives the charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn, and reason panders will. Queen. O Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turn'st mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their tinct. Hamlet. Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty. Queen. O speak to me no more. These words like daggers enter in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet. Hamlet, a murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord, a vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire and the rule, that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket. Queen. No more. Hamlet, a king of shreds and patches. Enter Ghost. Save me and hover o'er me with your wings, you heavenly guards. What would your gracious figure? Queen. Alas, he's mad. Hamlet. Do you not come your tardy son to chide, that, lapsed in time and passion, let's go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh say, Ghost, do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. O step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet. Hamlet, how is it with you, lady? Queen. Alas, how is't with you, that you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with the incorporeal air do hold discourse? Forth at your eyes your spirits wildly peep, and, as the sleeping soldiers in the alarm, your bedded hairs, like life in excrements, start up and stand and end. O gentle sun, upon the heat and flame of thy distemper sprinkle cool patience. Whereon do you look? Hamlet. On him, on him. Look you how pale he glares, his form and cause conjoined, preaching to stones, would make them capable. Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern effects, then what I have to do will want true color. Tears perchance for blood. Queen. To whom do you speak this? Hamlet. Do you see nothing there? Queen. Nothing at all. Yet all that is I see. Hamlet. Nor did you nothing hear? Queen. No, nothing but ourselves. Hamlet. Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father, in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes even now out at the portal. Exit Ghost. Queen. This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation ecstasy is very cunning in. Hamlet. Ecstasy. My pulse as yours doth temperately keep time, and makes as healthful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Bring me to the test, and I the matter will reword. Which madness would gamble from mother, for love of grace. Lay not that flattering unction to your soul that not your trespass, but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven, repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds, to make them rancor. Forgive me this my virtue. For in the fatness of these pursy times virtue itself of vice must pardon beg, yea, curb and woo for leave to do him good. Queen. O Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain. Hamlet. O throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night, but go not to mine uncle's bed. Assume a virtue, if you have it not. That monster custom, who all sense doth eat, of habits evil, is angel yet in this, that to the use of actions fair and good he likewise gives a frock or livery that aptly is put on. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy. For use almost can change the stamp of nature, and either curb the devil, or throw him out with wondrous potency. Once more, good night, and when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you, for this same Lord. Pointing to Polonius. I do repent, but heaven hath pleased it so, to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel, only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind. One word more, good lady. Queen, what shall I do? Hamlet, not this, by no means, that I bid you do. Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed, pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him, for a pair of reechy kisses or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to revel all this matter out, that I essentially am not in madness, but mad in craft. 'Twere good you let him know, for who that's but a queen, fair, sober, wise, would from a paddock, from a bat, a gib, such dear concernings hide? Who would do so? No, in despite of sense and secrecy, unpeg the basket on the house's top, let the birds fly, and like the famous ape, to try conclusions, in the basket creep and break your own neck down. Queen, be thou assured, if words be made of breath, and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me. Hamlet, I must to England, you know that? Queen, alack, I had forgot, 'tis so concluded on. Hamlet, there's letters sealed, and my 2 schoolfellows, whom I will trust as I will adders fonged, they bear the mandate, they must sweep my way and marshal me to knavery. Let it work. For 'tis the sport to have the engineer hoist with his own petard, and tea shall go hard, but I will delve 1 yard below their minds and blow them at the moon. 'Tis most sweet, when in one line 2 crafts directly meet. This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbor room. Mother, good night indeed. This counselor is now most still, most secret, and most grave, who was in life a foolish prating knave. Come, sir, to draw toward an end with you. Good night, mother. Exit Hamlet, dragging out Polonius. Act 4. Scene I. A room in the castle. Enter King, Queen, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. King, there's matter in these sighs, these profound heaves you must translate. 'Tis fit we understand them. Where is your son? Queen, bestow this place on us a little while. To Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, who go out. Ah, my good lord, what have I seen tonight? King, what, Gertrude? How does Hamlet? Queen, mad as the sea and wind, when both contend which is the mightier, his lawless fit behind the arras hearing something stir, whips out his rapier, cries a rat, and in this brainish apprehension kills the unseen good old man. King, oh heavy deed! It had been so with us, had we been there. His liberty is full of threats to all, to you yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered? It will be laid to us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained, and out of haunt this mad young man. But so much was our love we would not understand what was most fit, but like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, let it feed even on the pith of life. Where is he gone? Queen, to draw apart the body he hath killed, o'er whom his very madness, like some or among a mineral of metals base, shows itself pure. He weeps for what is done. King, O Gertrude, come away. The sun no sooner shall the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence, and this vile deed we must with all our majesty and skill both countenance and excused. Ho, Guildenstern! Re-enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Friends both, go join you with some further aid. Hamlet in madness hath Polonius slain, and from his mother's closet hath he dragged him. Go seek him out, speak fair, and bring the body into the chapel. I pray you haste in this. Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Come, Gertrude, we'll call up our wisest friends, and let them know both what we mean to do and what's untimely done. So haply slander, whose whisper o'er the world's diameter, as level as the cannon to his blank, transports his poisoned shot, may miss our name, and hit the woundless air. Oh, come away. My soul is full of discord and dismay. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another room in the castle. Enter Hamlet. Hamlet, safely stowed. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Within. Hamlet. Lord Hamlet. Hamlet. What noise? Who calls on Hamlet? Oh, here they come. Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Rosencrantz. What have you done, my lord, with the dead body? Hamlet. Compounded it with dust, Where to, 'tis kin. Rosencrantz, tell us where 'tis, that we may take it thence, and bear it to the chapel. Hamlet, do not believe it. Rosencrantz, believe what? Hamlet, that I can keep your counsel, and not mine own besides, to be demanded of a sponge. What replication should be made by the son of a king? Rosencrantz, take you me for a sponge, my lord? Hamlet, I, sir, that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities. But such officers do the king best service in the end. He keeps them, like an ape in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed, to be last swallowed. When he needs what you have gleaned, it is but squeezing you, and, sponge, you shall be dry again. Rosencrantz, I understand you not, my lord. Hamlet, I am glad of it. A knavish speech sleeps in a foolish ear. Rosencrantz, my lord, you must tell us where the body is and go with us to the king. Hamlet, the body is with the king, but the king is not with the body, the king is a thing. Guildenstern, a thing, my lord. Hamlet, of nothing bring me to him, hide fox, and all after. Exeunt. Scene 3, another room in the castle. Enter king, attended. King, I have sent to seek him, and to find the body. How dangerous is it that this man goes loose? Yet must not we put the strong law on him? He's loved of the distracted multitude, who like not in their judgment, but their eyes. And where 'tis so, teach offenders scourges weight, but never the offense, though bear all smooth and even. This sudden sending him away must seem deliberate pause, diseases desperate grown by desperate appliance are relieved, or not at all. Enter Rosencrantz. How now? What hath befallen? Rosencrantz, where the dead body is bestowed, my lord, we cannot get from him. King, but where is he? Rosencrantz, without, my lord, guarded, to know your pleasure. King, bring him before us. Rosencrantz, ho, Guildenstern, bring in my lord. Enter Hamlet and Guildenstern. King, now, Hamlet, where's Polonius? Hamlet, at supper. King, at supper? Where? Hamlet, not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. We fat all creatures else to fat us, and we fat ourselves for maggots. Your fat king and your lean beggar is but variable service, 2 dishes, but to one table that's the end. King, alas, alas. Hamlet, a man may fish with the worm that hath eat of a king, and eat of the fish that hath fed of that worm. King, what dost thou mean by this? Hamlet, nothing but to show you how a king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar. King, where is Polonius? Hamlet, in heaven, send thither to seek. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in each other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby. King, to some attendance. Go seek him there. Hamlet, he will stay till you come. Exeunt attendance. King, Hamlet, this deed, for thine especial safety, which we do tender, as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness, therefore prepare thyself. The bark is ready, and the wind at help, dissociates tend, and everything is bent for England. Hamlet, for England? King, I, Hamlet. Hamlet, good. King, so is it, if thou knewst our purposes. Hamlet, I see a cherub that sees them, but, come, for England. Farewell, dear mother. King, thy loving father. Hamlet, Hamlet, my mother, father, and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh, and so, my mother come, for England. Exit. King, follow him at foot, tempt him with speed aboard. Delay it not. I'll have him hence tonight. Away, for everything is sealed and done that else leans on to fare. Pray you make haste. Exeunt Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. And England, if my love thou hold'st at aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet thy cicatrice looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free awe pays homage to us, thou mayst not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full, by letters conjuring to that effect, the present death of Hamlet, Dio it, England. For like the hectic in my blood he rages, and thou must cure me till I know 'tis done. How are my haps? My joys were ne'er begun. Exit. Scene 4. A plain inn. Denmark. Enter Fortinbras and forces marching. Fortinbras. Go, captain. For me greet the Danish king. Tell him that by his license, Fortinbras craves the conveyance of a promised march over his kingdom. You know the rendezvous. If that his majesty would aught with us, we shall express our duty in his eye, and let him know so. Captain. I will do't, my lord. Fortinbras. Go softly on. Exeunt all but the captain. Enter Hamlet, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and C. Hamlet. Good sir, whose powers are these? Captain. They are of Norway, sir. Hamlet. How purposed, sir? I pray you. Captain. Against some part of Poland. Hamlet. Who commands them, sir? Captain. The nephew to old Norway, Fortinbras. Hamlet. Goes it against the main of Poland, sir, or for some frontier? Captain. Truly to speak, and with no addition, we go to gain a little patch of ground that hath in it no profit but the name. To pay 5 ducats, 5, I would not farm it, nor will it yield to Norway or the Pole a ranker rate, should it be sold in fee. Hamlet. Why, then the Polack never will defend it. Captain. Yes, it is already garrisoned. Hamlet. 2,000 souls and 20,000 ducats will not debate the question of this straw. This is the chimpusthum of much wealth and peace, that inward breaks, and shows no cause without why the man dies. I humbly thank you, sir. Captain. God be why you, sir. Exit. Rosencrantz. Wilt please you go, my lord? Hamlet. I'll be with you straight. Go a little before. Exeunt all but Hamlet. How all occasions do inform against me, and spur my dull revenge. What is a man if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed? A beast, no more. Sure he that made us with such large discourse, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fust in us unist, now whether it be bestial oblivion, or some craven scruple of thinking too precisely on to event, a thought which, quartered, hath but 1 part wisdom and ever 3 parts coward. I do not know why yet I live to say this things to do, sith I have cause and will and strength, and means to do't examples gross as earth exhort me. Witness this army of such mass and charge, led by a delicate and tender prince, whose spirit, with divine ambition puffed, makes mouths at the invisible event, exposing what is mortal and unsure to all that fortune, death, and danger dare. Even for an eggshell rightly to be great is not to stir without great argument, but greatly to find quarrel in a straw when honor's at the stake. How stand I then, that have a father killed, a mother stained, excitements of my reason and my blood, and let all sleep, while to my shame I see the imminent death of 20,000 men that, for a fantasy and trick of fame, go to their graves like beds, fight for a plot whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough and continent to hide the slain. Oh, from this time forth, my thoughts be bloody or be nothing worth. Exit. Scene V. Elsinore. A room in the castle. Enter Queen, Horatio, and a gentleman. Queen. I will not speak with her. Gentleman. She is importunate, indeed distract. Her mood will needs be pitied. Queen. What would she have? Gentleman. She speaks much of her father. Says she hears there's tricks a world, and hems, and beats her heart, spurns enviously at straws, speaks things in doubt, that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it, and botch the words up fit to their own thoughts, which, as her winks and nods and gestures yield them, indeed would make one think there might be thought, though nothing sure. Yet much unhappily, 'twere good she were spoken with, for she may strew dangerous conjectures in ill-breeding minds. Queen. Let her come in. Exit gentleman. To my sick soul, as sin's true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some great amiss. So full of artless jealousy is guilt, it spills itself in fearing to be spilt. Enter Ophelia. Ophelia. Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark? Queen. How now, Ophelia? Ophelia. Sings. How should I your true love know from another one? By his cockle hat and staff. and his sandal shoon. Queen. Alas, sweet lady, what imports this song? Ophelia. Say you? Nay, pray you mark. Sings. He is dead and gone, lady. He is dead and gone. At his head a grass-green turf, at his heels a stone. Queen. Nay, but Ophelia? Ophelia. Pray you mark. Sings. White his shroud as the mountain snow. Enter King. Queen. Alas, look here, my lord. Ophelia. Sings. Larded all with sweet flowers, which bewept to the grave did not go with true love showers. King. How do you, pretty lady? Ophelia. Well, God dild you. They say the owl was a baker's daughter, lord. We know what we are, but know not what we may be. God be at your table. King. Concede upon her father. Ophelia. Pray you, let's have no words of this. But when they ask you what it means, say you this. Sings. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, all in the morning betime, and I am made at your window, to be your Valentine. Then up he rose and donned his clothes, and dupped the chamber door. Let in the maid, that out a maid never departed more. King. Pretty Ophelia. Ophelia. Indeed, law, without an oath, I'll make an end on't. Sings. By G.I.'s and by Saint Charity, alack and fie for shame. Young men will do't if they come to't. By cock, they are to blame. Quoth she, before you tumbled me, you promised me to wed. So would I ha done, by yonder sun, and thou hadst not come to my bed. King. How long hath she been thus? Ophelia. I hope all will be well. We must be patient, but I cannot choose but weep. To think they would lay him I to cold ground, my brother shall know of it, and so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night, good night. Exit. King. Follow her close. Give her good watch, I pray you. Exit Horatio. Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death. O Gertrude, Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. First, her father slain. Next, your son gone, and he most violent author of his own just remove. The people muddied, thick and unwholesome in their thoughts and whispers for good Polonius' death, and we have done but greenly and huggermugger to inter him. Poor Ophelia divided from herself and her fair judgment, without the which we, our pictures, are mere beasts. Last, and as much containing as all these, her brother is in secret come from France, feeds on his wonder, keeps himself in clouds, and wants not buzzers to infect his ear with pestilent speeches of his father's death, wherein necessity, of matter beggared, will nothing stick our person to arraign in ear and ear. O my dear Gertrude, this, like to a murdering piece, in many places gives me superfluous death. A noise within. Queen. Alack, what noise is this? King. Where are my Switzers? Let them guard the door. Enter a gentleman. What is the matter? Gentleman. Save yourself, my lord. The ocean, overpeering of his list, eats not the flats with more impetuous haste than young Laertes. In a riotous head, bears your offices, the rabble call him lord, and, as the world were now but to begin, antiquity forgot, custom not known, the ratifiers and props of every word, they cry, choose we. Laertes shall be king. Caps, hands, and tongues applaud it to the clouds. Laertes shall be king, Laertes king. Queen. How cheerfully on the false trail they cry. Oh, this is counter. You false Danish dogs. A noise within. King. The doors are broke. Enter Laertes, armed. Danes following. Laertes. Where is this king? Sirs, stand you all without. Danes. No, let's come in. Laertes. I pray you, give me leave. Danes. We will, we will. They retire without the door. Laertes. I thank you, keep the door, O thou vile king. Give me my father. Queen. Calmly, good Laertes. Laertes. That drop of blood that's calm proclaims me bastard. Cries cuckold to my father, brands the harlot even here between the chaste, unsmirched brow of my true mother. King. What is the cause, Laertes, that thy rebellion looks so giant-like? Let him go, Gertrude, do not fear our person. There's such divinity doth hedge a king, that treason can but peep to what it would, acts little of his will. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed. Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man. Laertes, where is my father? King, dead. Queen, but not by him. King, let him demand his fill. Laertes, how came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell, allegiance, vows, to the blackest devil, conscience and grace, to the profoundest pit. I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the worlds I give to negligence, let come what comes. Only I'll be revenged most throughly for my father. King, who shall stay you? Laertes, my will, not all the world. And for my means, I'll husband them so well, they shall go far with little. King, good Laertes, if you desire to know the certainty of your dear father's death, is writ in your revenge that, sweepstake, you will draw both friend and foe, winner and loser? Laertes, none but his enemies. King, will you know them then? Laertes, to his good friends thus wide I'll ope my arms, and, like the kind life-rendering pelican, repast them with my blood. King, why now you speak, like a good child and a true gentleman, that I am guiltless of your father's death, and am most sensibly in grief for it. It shall as level to your judgment, pair as day does to your eye. Danes, within. Let her come in. Laertes, how now? What noise is that? Re-enter Ophelia, fantastically dressed with straws and flowers. O heat, dry up my brains, tears 7 times salt. Burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. By heaven, thy madness shall be paid by weight, till our scale turn the beam to O rose of May. Dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia, O heavens, is't possible a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life? Nature is fine in love, and where 'tis fine, it sends some precious instance of itself after the thing it loves. Ophelia sings. They bore him barefact on the bier. Hey non nani, nani, hey nani, and on his grave rained many a tear. Fare you well, my dove. Laertes, hadst thou thy wits, and didst persuade revenge, it could not move thus. Ophelia, you must sing down a down, and you call him a down. Oh, how the wheel becomes it! It is the false steward that stole his master's daughter. Laertes, this nothing's more than matter. Ophelia, there's rosemary, that's for remembrance. Pray love, remember, and there is pansies, that's for thoughts. Laertes, a document in madness, thoughts and remembrance fitted. Ophelia, there's fennel for you, and columbines, there's rue for you. And here's some for me. We may call it herb of grace. Oh, Sundays, you must wear your rue with a difference. There's a daisy, I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. They say he made a good end. Sings. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy. Laertes, thought and affliction, passion, hell itself she turns to favor and to prettiness. Ophelia sings. And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. Go to thy deathbed. He never will come again. His beard was as white as snow. All flaxen was his poll. He is gone. He is gone. And we cast away moan. God ha mercy on his soul. And of all Christian souls, I pray God, God be ye. Exit. Laertes, do you see this, O God? King, Laertes, I must commune with your grief, or you deny me right to go but apart. Make choice of whom your wisest friends you will, and they shall hear and judge twixt you and me. If by direct or by collateral hand they find us touched, we will our kingdom give, our crown, our life, and all that we call ours to you in satisfaction. But if not, be you content to lend your patience to us, and we shall jointly labor with your soul to give it due content. Laertes, let this be so. His means of death, his obscure burial, no trophy, sword, nor hatchment o'er his bones, no noble rite, nor formal ostentation. Cry to be heard, as 'twere from heaven to earth, that I must call't in question. King, so you shall. And where 'tis offense is, let the great axe fall. I pray you go with me. Exeunt. Scene 6. Another room in the castle. Enter Horatio and a servant. Horatio, What are they that would speak with me? Servant. Sailors, sir, they say they have letters for you. Horatio. Let them come in. Exit servant. I do not know from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet. Enter sailors. First sailor. God bless you, sir. Horatio. Let him bless thee too. First sailor. He shall, sir. An't please him, there's a letter for you. Sir.it comes from an ambassador that was bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am let to know it is. Horatio. Reads. Horatio. When thou shalt have overlooked this, give these fellows some means to the king, they have letters for him. Ere we were 2 days old at sea, a pirate of very warlike appointment gave us chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put on a compelled valor, and in the grapple I boarded them. On the instant they got clear of our ship, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves of mercy, but they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. Let the king have the letters I have sent, and repair thou to me with as much haste as thou wouldst fly death. I have words to speak in thine ear will make thee dumb. Yet are they much too light for the bore of the matter. These good fellows will bring thee where I am. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them I have much to tell thee. Farewell. He that thou knowest thine. Hamlet. Come, I will give you way for these your letters, and do't the speedier, that you may direct me to him from whom you brought them. Exeunt. Scene 7. Another room in the castle. Enter King and Laertes. King. Now must your conscience my acquittance seal, and you must put me in your heart for friend, sith you have heard, and with a knowing ear, that he which hath your noble father slain pursued my life. Laertes. It well appears, but tell me, why you proceeded not against these feats, so crimeful and so capital in nature, as by your safety, wisdom, all things else, you mainly were stirred up. King. Oh, for 2 special reasons, which may to you, perhaps, seem much unsigned, but yet to me they are strong. The queen his mother lives almost by his looks, and for myself, my virtue or my plague, be it either which, she's so conjunctive to my life and soul, that, as the star moves not but in his sphere, I could not but by her. The other motive, why to a public count I might not go, is the great love the general gender bear him, who, dipping all his faults in their affection, would like the spring that turneth wood to stone, convert his gyves to graces, so that my arrows, too slightly timbered for so loud a wind, would have reverted to my bow again, and not where I had aimed them. Laertes. And so have I a noble father lost, a sister driven into desperate terms, whose worth, if praises may go back again, stood challenger on mount of all the age for her perfections, but my revenge will come. King. Break not your sleeps for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull that we can let our beard be shook with danger, and think it pastime. You shortly shall hear more. I loved your father, and we love ourself, and that, I hope, will teach you to imagine. Enter a messenger. How now? What news? Messenger. Letters, my lord, from Hamlet. This to your majesty, this to the queen. King. From Hamlet? Who brought them? Messenger. Sailors, my lord, they say. I saw them not. They were given me by Claudio. He received them of him that brought them. King. Laertes, you shall hear them. Leave us. Exit messenger. Reads. High and mighty, you shall know I am set naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see your kingly eyes, when I shall, first asking your pardon thereunto, recount the occasions of my sudden and more strange return. Hamlet. What should this mean? Are all the rest come back? Or is it some abuse, and no such thing? Laertes. Know you the hand? King. 'Tis Hamlet's character, naked, and in a postscript here he says alone. Can you advise me? Laertes. I am lost in it, my lord, but let him come. It warms the very sickness in my heart that I shall live and tell him to his teeth. Thus deest thou. King. If it be so, Laertes. As how should it be so? How otherwise? Will you be arguelled by me? Laertes. Ay, my lord. So you will not o'errule me to a peace. King. To thine own peace, if he be now returned, as checking at his voyage, and that he means no more to undertake it, I will work him to an exploit, now ripen my device, under the which he shall not choose but fall. And for his death no wind shall breathe, but even his mother shall uncharge the practice and call it accident. Laertes, my lord, I will be RUL'd. The rather if you could devise it so that I might be the organ. King, it falls right. You have been talked of since your travel much, and that in Hamlet's hearing, for a quality wherein they say you shine, your sum of parts did not together pluck such envy from him as did that one, and that, in my regard of the unworthiest siege. Laertes, what part is that, my lord? King, a very riband in the cap of youth, yet needful too, for youth no less becomes the light and careless livery that it wears than settled age his sables and his weeds, importing health and graveness. 2 months since here was a gentleman of Normandy. I've seen myself and served against the French, and they can well on horseback, but this gallant had witchcraft in't. He grew unto his seat, and to such wondrous doing brought his horse, as had he been incorpsed and deminatured with the brave beast. So far he topped my thought that I in forgery of shapes and tricks come short of what he did. Laertes, a Norman was't? King, a Norman. Laertes, upon my life, Lamord. King, the very same. Laertes, I know him well. He is the brooch indeed and gem of all the nation. King, he made confession of you, and gave you such a masterly report for art and exercise in your defense, and for your rapier most especially, that he cried out, 'Twould be a sight indeed if one could match you. The scrimmers of their nation he swore had neither motion, guard, nor eye. If you oppose them, sir, this report of his did Hamlet so envenom with his envy that he could nothing do but wish and beg your sudden coming o'er to play with him. Now, out of this. Laertes, what out of this, my lord? King, Laertes, was your father dear to you? Or are you like the painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart? Laertes, why ask you this? King, not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time, and that I see, in passages of proof, time qualifies the spark and fire of it. There lives within the very flame of love a kind of wick or snuff that will abate it, and nothing is at a like goodness still, for goodness, growing to a pleurisy, dies in his own too much that we should do when we would. For this would changes and hath abatements and delays as many as there are tongues, are hands, are accidents. And then this should is like a spendthrift sigh that hurts by easing, but to the quick oat ulcer. Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to? Show yourself your father's son indeed, more than in words? Laertes, to cut his throat, church. King, no place, indeed, should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds, but good Laertes, will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returned shall know you are come home. We'll put on those shall praise your excellence, and set a double varnish on the fame the Frenchman gave you, bring you in fine together and wager on your heads. He, being remiss, most generous and free from all contriving, will not peruse the foils, so that with ease, or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a passive practice, requite him for your father. Laertes, I will do't, and for that purpose I'll anoint my sword. I bought an unction of a mountebank so mortal that, but dip a knife in it, where it draws blood no cataplasm so rare, collected from all simples that have virtue under the moon, can save the thing from death. This is but scratched withal. I'll touch my point with this contagion, that if I gall him slightly, it may be death. King, let's further think of this. Weigh what convenience both of time and means may fit us to our shape, if this should fail, and that our drift look through our bad performance. 'Twere better not essayed, therefore this project should have a back or second, that might hold if this did blast in proof soft. Let me see. We'll make a solemn wager on your cunnings. I hot. When in your motion you are hot and dry, as make your bouts more violent to that end, and that he calls for drink, I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce, whereon but sipping, if he by chance escape your venomed stuck, our purpose may hold there. Enter Queen. How now, sweet Queen? Queen, one woe doth tread upon another's heel, so fast they follow. Your sister's drowned. Laertes. Laertes, drowned. Oh, where? Queen, there is a willow grows aslant a brook, that shows his hoary leaves in the glassy stream. There with fantastic garlands did she make of crowflowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples, that liberal shepherds give a grosser name, but our cold maids do dead men's fingers call them. There on the pendant boughs her coronet weeds clamoring to hang, an envious sliver broke, when down her weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook, her clothes spread wide, and mermaid-like. Awhile they bore her up, which time she chaunted snatches of old tunes, as one incapable of her own distress, or like a creature native and endued unto that element. But long it could not be till that her garments, heavy with their drink, pulled the poor wretch from her melodious lay to muddy death. Laertes, alas, then she is drowned? Queen, drowned, drowned. Laertes, too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia, and therefore I forbid my tears, but yet it is our trick. Nature her custom holds. Let shame say what it will when these are gone. The woman will be out adieu, my lord. I have a speech of fire, that fain would blaze, but that this folly doubts it. Exit. King. Let's follow, Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage. Now fear I this will give it start again. Therefore let's follow. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. A churchyard. Enter two clowns with spades, and see. First clown. Is she to be buried in Christian burial, when she wilfully seeks her own salvation? Second clown. I tell thee she is, and therefore make her grave straight. The crowner hath sat on her, and finds it Christian burial. First clown. How can that be, unless she drowned herself in her own defense? Second clown. Why, 'tis found so. First clown. It must be esse offendendo. It cannot be else, for here lies the point. If I drown myself wittingly, it argues an act, and an act hath three branches. It is to act, to do, and to perform. Argal, she drowned herself wittingly. Second clown. Nay, but hear you, Goodman Delver. First clown. Give me leave, here lies the water. Good, here stands the man. Good out if the man go to this water and drown himself. It is, will he nil he goes, mark you that, but if the water come to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argal. He that is not guilty of his own death shortens not his own life. Second clown. But is this law? First clown. Ay, marry, is't crowner's quest law. Second clown. Will you ha the truth on't? If this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out o Christian burial. First clown. Why, there thou say'st, and the more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves more than they're even Christian. Come, my spade, there is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers, and grave-makers. They hold up Adam's profession. Second clown. Was he a gentleman? First clown. He was the first that ever bore arms. Second clown. Why, he had none. First clown. What, art a heathen? How dost thou understand the scripture? The scripture says Adam digged. Could he dig without arms? I'll put another question to thee. If thou answerest me not to the purpose, confess thyself. Second clown. Go to. First clown. What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter? Second clown. The gallows maker. For that frame outlives 1,000 tenants. First clown. I like thy wit well in good faith. The gallows does well, but how does it well? It does well to those that do ill now. Thou dost ill to say the gallows is built stronger than the church. Argal, the gallows may do well to thee to again. Come. Second clown. Who builds stronger than a mason, a shipwright, or a carpenter? First clown. I, tell me that, and unyoke. Second clown. Marry, now I can tell. First clown. Toot. Second clown. Mass, I cannot tell. Enter Hamlet and Horatio, at a distance. First clown. Cudgel thy brains no more about it, for your dull ass will not mend his pace with beating. And when you are asked this question next, say, a grave maker. The houses he makes last till doomsday. Go. Get thee to Yoggin. Fetch me a stoop of liquor. Exit second clown. Digs and sings. In youth when I did love, methought it was very sweet. To contract, oh, the time for my behove, oh, methought there was nothing meet. Hamlet. Has this fellow no feeling of his business, that he sings at grave-making? Horatio. Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness. Hamlet. 'Tis e'en so. The hand of little employment hath the daintier sense. First Clown. Sings. But age with his stealing steps hath clawed me in his clutch, and hath shipped me into the land, as if I had never been such. Throws up a skull. Hamlet. That skull had a tongue in it, and could sing once, how the knave jowls it to ground, as if 'twere Cain's jawbone, that did the first murder. This might be the pate of a politician which this ass now o'er-offices, one that would circumvent God, might it not? Horatio. It might, my lord. Hamlet. Or of a courtier, which could say good morrow, sweet lord. How dost thou, good lord? This might be my lord such a one, that praised my lord such a one's horse when he meant to beg it, might it not? Horatio. Ay, my lord. Hamlet. Why, e'en so. And now my lady worms, chapless and knocked about the mazzard with a sexton's spade. Here's fine revolution, and we had the trick to seat. Did these bones cost no more the breeding, but to play at lawgets with them? Mine ache to think on't. First Clown. Sings. A pickaxe and a spade, four and a shrouding sheet. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made for such a guest is meet. Throws up another skull. Hamlet. There's another. Why may not that be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quiddits now, his quillets, his cases, his tenures, and his tricks? Why does he suffer this rude knave now to knock him about the sconce with a dirty shovel, and will not tell him of his action of battery? This fellow might be in's time a great buyer of land, with his statutes, his recognizances, his fines, his double vouchers, his recoveries. Is this the fine of his fines, and the recovery of his recoveries, to have his fine pate full of fine dirt? Will his vouchers vouch him no more of his purchases, and double ones too, than the length and breadth of a pair of indentures? The very conveyances of his lands will scarcely lie in this box, and must the inheritor himself have no more? Horatio. Not a jot more, my lord. Hamlet. Is not parchment made of sheepskins? Horatio. Ay, my lord, and of calfskins too. Hamlet. They are sheep and calves which seek out assurance in that. I will speak to this fellow. Whose grave's this, sir? First Clown. Mine, sir. Sings. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made for such a guest is meet. Hamlet. I think it be thine indeed, for thou least in't. First Clown. You lie out on't, sir, and therefore 'tis not yours. For my part, I do not lie in't, yet it is mine. Hamlet. Thou dost lie in't, to be in't and say it is thine. 'Tis for the dead, not for the quick, therefore thou least. First Clown. 'Tis a quick lie, sir. 'T will away again from me to you. Hamlet. What man dost thou dig it for? First Clown. For no man, sir. Hamlet. What woman then? First Clown. For none neither. Hamlet. Who is to be buried in't? First Clown. One that was a woman, sir, but, rest her soul, she's dead. Hamlet. How absolute the knave is. We must speak by the card, or equivocation will undo us. By the Lord, Horatio. These 3 years I have taken note of it. The age is grown so picked that the toe of the peasant comes so near the heel of the courtier he galls his kibe. How long hast thou been a grave-maker? First Clown. Of all the days I'd ear, I came to that day that our last King Hamlet o'ercame Fortinbras. Hamlet. How long is that since? First Clown. Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day that young Hamlet was born. He that is mad, and sent into England. Hamlet. Ay, marry, why was he sent into England? First Clown. Why, because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there. Or if he do not, it's no great matter there. Hamlet. Why? First Clown. 'Twill not be seen in him there. There the men are as mad as he. Hamlet. How came he mad? First Clown. Very strangely, they say. Hamlet. How strangely? First Clown. Faith, e'en with losing his wits. Hamlet. Upon what ground? First Clown. Why, here in Denmark I have been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years. Hamlet. How long will a man lie with ere he rot? First Clown. Faith, if he be not rotten before he die, As we have many pocky courses nowadays that will scarce hold the laying in, he will last you some 8 year or 9 year. A tanner will last you 9 year. Hamlet. Why he more than another? First clown. Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that he will keep out water a great while, and your water is a sore decayer of your whoreson dead body. Here's a skull now. This skull hath lain in the earth 23 years. Hamlet. Whose was it? First clown. A whoreson. Mad fellows it was. Whose do you think it was? Hamlet. Nay, I know not. First clown. A pestilence on him for a mad rogue. A poured a flagon of Rhenish on my head once. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester. Hamlet. This? First clown. E'en that. Hamlet. Let me see. Takes the skull. Alas, poor Yorick! I knew him. Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. And now, how abhorred in my imagination it is! My gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now? Your gambols? Your songs? Your flashes of merriment, that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now, to mock your own grinning? Quite chop-fallen? Now get you to my lady's chamber, and tell her, let her paint an inch thick. To this favor she must come, make her laugh at that. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing. Horatio. What's that, my lord? Hamlet. Dost thou think Alexander looked this fashion-eyed earth? Horatio. E'en so. Hamlet. And smelt so? Pa. Throws down the skull. Horatio. E'en so, my lord. Hamlet. To what base uses we may return, Horatio? Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find it stopping a bunghole? Horatio. 'Twere to consider too curiously to consider so. Hamlet. No, faith, not a jot, but to follow him thither with modesty enough, and likelihood to lead it. As thus Alexander died, Alexander was buried, Alexander returneth into dust. The dust is earth. Of earth we make loam. And why of that loam whereto he was converted might they not stop a beer barrel? Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. But soft, aside. Here comes the king. Enter priests and see in procession. The corpse of Ophelia, Laertes and mourners following. King, queen, their trains, and see. The queen, the courtiers, who is that they follow? And with such maimed rites? This doth betoken the course they follow did with desperate hand fordo it own life. 'Twas of some estate. Couch we a while and mark. Retiring with Horatio. Laertes. What ceremony else? Hamlet. That is Laertes, a very noble youth, mark. Laertes. What ceremony else? Priest. Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warranties. Her death was doubtful. And but that great command o'ers weighs the order, she should in ground unsanctified have elodige till the last trumpet, for charitable prayers, shards, flints, and pebbles should be thrown on her. Yet here she is allowed her virgin rites, her maiden struments, and the bringing home of bell and burial. Laertes. Must there no more be done? Priest. No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing sage requiem, and such rest to her as to peace-parted souls. Laertes. Lay her eye, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring, I tell thee. Churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou least howling. Hamlet. What? The fair Ophelia. Queen. Scattering flowers. Sweets to the sweet farewell. I hop thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride-bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave. Laertes. Oh, treble woe. Fall 10 times treble on that cursed head whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth a while, till I have caught her once more in mine arms. Leaps into the grave. Now pile your dust upon the quick and dead, till of this flat a mountain you have made, to o'ertop old Pelion or the skyish head of blue Olympus. Hamlet. Advancing. What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? whose phrase of sorrow conjures the wandering stars and makes them stand like wonder-wounded hearers. This is I, Hamlet the Dane, leaps into the grave. Laertes, grappling with him, the devil take thy soul. Hamlet, thou pray'st not well. I prithee take thy fingers from my throat. For though I am not splenitive and rash, yet have I in me something dangerous, which let thy wiseness fear away thy hand. King, pluck them asunder. Queen, Hamlet, Hamlet, all, gentlemen, Horatio, good my lord, be quiet. The attendants part them, and they come out of the grave. Hamlet, why, I will fight with him upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer wag. Queen, O my son, what theme? Hamlet, I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her? King, oh, he is mad. Laertes, Queen, for love of God forbear him. Hamlet, swoons, show me what thou wilt do. Walt weep? Walt fight? Walt fast? Walt tear thyself? Walt drink up isle? Eat a crocodile? I'll do't. Dost thou come here to whine? To outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. And if thou prate of mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us, till our ground, singeing his pate against the burning zone, make Asa like a wart, nay, and thou ulti mouth, I'll rant as well as thou. Queen, this is mere madness, and thus awhile the fit will work on him. Anon, as patient as the female dove, when that her golden couplets are disclosed, his silence will sit drooping. Hamlet, hear you, sir. What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever, but it is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day. Exit. King, I pray thee, good Horatio, wait upon him. Exit Horatio. To Laertes, strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. We'll put the matter to the present pushed. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet shortly shall we see. Till then in patience our proceeding be. Exeunt. Scene 2. A hall in the castle. Enter Hamlet and Horatio. Hamlet. So much for this, sir. Now let me see the other. You do remember all the circumstance? Horatio. Remember it, my lord. Hamlet. Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutinies in the bilboes rashly, and praised be rashness for it. Let us know. Our indiscretion sometimes serves us well, when our deep plots do pall. And that should teach us there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. Horatio. That is most certain. Hamlet. Up from my cabin, my sea gown scarfed about me, in the dark groped I to find out them. Had my desire, fingered their packet, and in fine, withdrew to mine own room again, making so bold, my fears forgetting manners, to unseal their grand commission, where I found, Horatio, O royal knavery, an exact command, larded with many several sorts of reasons, importing Denmark's health, and England's too, with such bugs and goblins in my life, that on the supervise, no leisure bated, no, not to stay the grinding of the axe, my head should be struck off. Horatio. Is't possible? Hamlet. Here's the commission, read it at more leisure. But wilt thou hear me how I did proceed? Horatio. I beseech you. Hamlet. Being thus benet round with Villanies, or I could make a prologue to my brains, they had begun the play. I sat me down, Davies a new commission, wrote it fair. I once did hold it, as our statists do, a baseness to write fair, and labored much how to forget that learning. But, sir, now it did me yeoman service, wilt thou know the effect of what I wrote? Horatio. Ay, good my lord. Hamlet. An earnest conjuration from the king, as England was his faithful tributary, as love between them like the palm might flourish, as peace should still her wheaten garland wear and stand a comma, tween their amities, and many such like as s of great charge, that on the view and know of these contents, without debatement further, more or less, he should the bearers put to sudden death, not shriving time allowed. Horatio. How was this sealed? Hamlet. Why, even in that was heaven ordinate. I had my father's signet in my purse, which was the model of that Danish seal, folded the writ up in the form of the other, subscribed it, gave to impression, plaqued it safely, the changeling never known now. The next day was our sea fight, and what to this was sequent thou knowst already. Horatio. So Guildenstern and Rosencrantz go to't. Hamlet. Why, man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience. Their defeat does by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the pass and fell incensed points of mighty opposites. Horatio. Why, what a king is this? Hamlet. Does it not, thinks thee, stand me now upon? He that hath killed my king and whored my mother, popped in between election and my hopes, thrown out his angle for my proper life, and with such cozenage, is not perfect conscience to quit him with this arm? And is not to be damned to let this canker of our nature come in further evil? Horatio. It must be shortly known to him from England what is the issue of the business there. Hamlet. It will be short, the interim is mine, and a man's life's no more than to say one. But I am very sorry, good Horatio, that to Laertes I forgot myself, for by the image of my cause I see the portraiture of his. I'll court his favors. But sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion. Horatio. Peace, who comes here? Enter Osric. Osric. Your lordship is right welcome back to Denmark. Hamlet. I humbly thank you, sir. Dost know this waterfly? Horatio. No, my good lord. Hamlet. Thy state is the more gracious, for 'tis a vice to know him. He hath much land and fertile. Let a beast be lord of beasts, and his crib shall stand at the king's mess. 'Tis a chuff, but, as I say, spacious in the possession of dirt. Osric. Sweet lord, if your lordship were at leisure, I should impart a thing to you from his majesty. Hamlet. I will receive it with all diligence of spirit. Put your bonnet to his right use. 'Tis for the head. Osric. I thank your lordship. 'Tis very hot. Hamlet. No, believe me, 'tis very cold. The wind is northerly. Osric. It is indifferent cold, my lord, indeed. Hamlet. Methinks it is very sultry and hot for my complexion. Osric. Exceedingly, my lord. It is very sultry, as 'twere. I cannot tell how, but, my lord, his majesty bade me signify to you that he has laid a great wager on your head, sir. This is the matter. Hamlet. I beseech you, remember. Hamlet moves him to put on his hat. Osric. Nay, in good faith. For mine ease, in good faith, sir, here is newly come to court Laertes. Believe me, an absolute gentleman, full of most excellent differences, of very soft society and great showing indeed. To speak feelingly of him, he is the card or calendar of gentry, for you shall find in him the continent of what part a gentleman would see. Hamlet. Sir, his definement suffers no perdition in you, though I know. To divide him inventorially would dizzy arithmetic of memory, and yet but yaw neither, in respect of his quick sale, but, in the verity of extolment, I take him to be a soul of great article and his infusion of such dearth and rareness as, to make true diction of him, his semblable is his mirror and who else would trace him his umbrage, nothing more. Osric. Your lordship speaks most infallibly of him. Hamlet. The concernancy, sir? Why do we wrap the gentleman in our more rar breath? Osric. Sir? Horatio. Is not possible to understand in another tongue? You will do't, sir. Really? Hamlet. What imports the nomination of this gentleman? Osric. Of Laertes? Horatio. His purse is empty already. All's golden words are spent. Hamlet. Of him, sir. Osric. I know you are not ignorant. Hamlet. I would you did, sir. Yet in faith if you did, it would not much approve me. Well, sir? Osric. You are not ignorant of what excellence Laertes is? Hamlet. I dare not confess that, lest I should compare with him in excellence. But to know a man well were to know himself. Osric. I mean, sir, for his weapon. But in the imputation laid on him, by them in his meed he's unfellowed. Hamlet. What's his weapon? Osric. Rapier and dagger. Hamlet. That's two of his weapons, but well. Osric. The king, sir, hath wagered with him 6 Barbary horses, against the which he has imponed, as I take it, 6 French rapiers and poniards, with their assigns, as girdle, hangers, and so. Point 3 of the carriages, in faith, are very dear to fancy, very responsive to the hilts, most delicate carriages, and of very liberal conceit. Hamlet. What call you the carriages? Horatio. I knew you must be edified by the margin ere you had done. Osric. The carriages, sir, are the hangers. Hamlet. The phrase would be more German to the matter if we could carry cannon by our sides. I would it might be hangers till then, but on point 6 Barbary horses against 6 French swords, their assigns, and 3 liberal conceited carriages. That's the French bet against the Danish. Why is this all imponed, as you call it? Osric. The king, sir, hath laid that in a dozen passes between you and him, he shall not exceed you 3 hits. He hath laid on 12 for 9, and it would come to immediate trial if your lordship would vouchsafe the answer. Hamlet. How if I answer no? Osric. I mean, my lord, the opposition of your person in trial. Hamlet. Sir, I will walk here in the hall, if it please his majesty. It is the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him if I can. If not, I will gain nothing but my shame and the odd hits. Osric. Shall I redeliver you e'en so? Hamlet. To this effect, sir. After what flourish your nature will. Osric. I commend my duty to your lordship. Hamlet. Yours. Exit Osric. He does well to commend it himself. There are no tongues else force turn. Horatio. This lapwing runs away with the shell on his head. Hamlet. He did comply with his dug before he sucked it, thus has he, and many more of the same bevy that I know the drossy age dotes on, only got the tune of the time and outward habit of encounter, a kind of yeasty collection, which carries them through and through the most fanned and winnowed opinions, and do but blow them to their trial, the bubbles are out. Enter a lord. Lord, my lord, his majesty commended him to you by young Osric, who brings back to him that you attend him in the hall. He sends to know if your pleasure hold to play with Laertes, or that you will take longer time. Hamlet. I am constant to my purposes, they follow the king's pleasure. If his fitness speaks, mine is ready now or whensoever, provided I be so able as now. Lord. The king and queen and all are coming down. Hamlet. In happy time. Lord. The queen desires you to use some gentle entertainment to Laertes before you fall to play. Hamlet. She well instructs me. Exit Lord. Horatio. You will lose this wager, my lord. Hamlet. I do not think so, since he went into France. I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds, but thou wouldst not think how ill all's here about my heart. But it is no matter. Horatio. Nay, good my lord. Hamlet. It is but foolery, but it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman. Horatio. If your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall their repair hither, and say you are not fit. Hamlet. Not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all, since no man has aught of what he leaves. What is to leave betimes? Enter king, queen, Laertes, lords, Osric and attendants with foils and sea. King. Come, Hamlet, come, and take this hand from me. The king puts Laertes' hand into Hamlet's. Hamlet. Give me your pardon. Sir, I have done you wrong. But pardoned as you are a gentleman. This presence knows, and you must needs have heard, how I am punished with sore distraction. What I have done, that might your nature, honor, and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Was Hamlet wrong Laertes? Never Hamlet. If Hamlet from himself be ta'en away, and when he's not himself does wrong Laertes, then Hamlet does it not. Hamlet denies it. Who does it, then? His madness, if be so. Hamlet is of the faction that is wronged. His madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. Sir, in this audience, let my disclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your most generous thoughts that I have shot my arrow o'er the house and hurt my brother. Laertes, I am satisfied in nature, whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge, but in my terms of honor I stand aloof, and will no reconcilement till by some elder masters of known honor I have a voice and precedent of peace to keep my name ungered, but till that time I do receive your offered love like love, and will not wrong it. Hamlet, I embrace it freely, and will this brother's wager frankly played? Give us the foils. Come on. Laertes, come, one for me. Hamlet, I'll be your foil, Laertes. In mine ignorance your skill shall like a star eye to darkest night, stick fiery off indeed. Laertes, you mock me, sir. Hamlet, no, by this hand. King, give them the foils. Young Osric, cousin Hamlet, you know the wager? Hamlet, very well, my lord. Your grace has laid the odds o' the weaker side. King, I do not fear it, I have seen you both. But since he is bettered, we have therefore odds. Laertes, this is too heavy, let me see another. Hamlet, this likes me well, these foils have all a length? They prepare to play. Osric, aye, my good lord. King, set me the stoups of wine upon that table. If Hamlet give the first or second hit, or quit in answer of the third exchange, let all the battlements their ordnance fire. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup and union shall he throw richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups, and let the kettle to the trumpet speak, the trumpet to the cannoneer without, the cannons to the heavens to earth. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come, begin. And you, the judges, bear a wary eye. Hamlet, come on, sir. Laertes, come, my lord. They play. Hamlet, 1. Laertes, no. Hamlet, judgment. Osric, a hit, a very palpable hit. Laertes, well, again. King, stay, give me drink. Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health. Trumpet sound, and cannon shot off within. Give him the cup. Hamlet, I'll play this bout first. Set it by a while. They play. Come another hit. What say you? Laertes, a touch, I do confess. King, our son shall win. Queen, he's fat and scant of breath. Here, Hamlet, take my napkin, rub thy brows. The queen carouses to thy fortune. Hamlet, Hamlet, good madam. King, Gertrude, do not drink. Queen, I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me. King, aside. It is the poison cup. It is too late. Hamlet, I dare not drink yet. Madam dot be and by. Queen, come, let me wipe thy face. Laertes, my lord, I'll hit him now. King, I do not think't. Laertes, aside. And yet, 'tis almost gainst my conscience. Hamlet, come for the third. Laertes, you do but dally. I pray you pass with your best violence. I am afeard you make a wanton of me. Laertes, say you so? Come on. They play. Osric, nothing neither way. Laertes, have at you now. Laertes wounds Hamlet. Then, in scuffling, they change rapiers, and Hamlet wounds Laertes. King, part them. They are incensed. Hamlet, nay, come again. The queen falls. Osric, look to the queen there, ho. Horatio, they bleed on both sides. How is it, my lord? Osric, how is't? Laertes, Laertes, why, as a woodcock to my own springe. Osric, I am justly killed with mine own treachery. Hamlet, how does the queen? King, she swoons to see them bleed. Queen, no, no, the drink, the drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink, the drink. I am poisoned. Dies. Hamlet, oh villainy. Ho, let the door be locked. Treachery. Seek it out. Laertes falls. Laertes, it is here. Hamlet, Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. In thee there is not half an hour of life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand. Unbaited and envenomed, the foul practice hath turned itself on me. Lo, here I lie, never to rise again. Thy mother's poisoned. I can no more. The king's to blame. Hamlet, the point envenomed too. Then, venom, to thy work. Stabs the king. Osric and lords. Treason, treason. King, oh yet defend me. Friends. I am but hurt. Hamlet, here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane, drink off this potion. Is thy union here? Follow my mother. King dies. Laertes. He is justly served. It is a poison tempered by himself. Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me. Dies. Hamlet. Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. I am dead. Horatio, wretched queen, adieu. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act, had I but time. As this fell sergeant, death, is strict in his arrest, oh, I could tell you. But let it be, Horatio, I am dead, thou liv'st. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied. Horatio, never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Here's yet some liquor left. Hamlet, as thou'rt a man, give me the cup, let go. By heaven, I'll have't. O good Horatio, what a wounded name, things standing thus unknown, shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity awhile, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain, to tell my story. March afar off, and shot within. What warlike noise is this? Osric, young Fortinbras, with conquest come from Poland, to the ambassadors of England gives this warlike volley. Hamlet. Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I do prophesy election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice. So tell him, with the occurrence more and less, which have solicited, the rest is silence. Dies. Horatio. Now cracks a noble heart, good night. Sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Why does the drum come hither? March within. Enter Fortinbras, the English ambassadors and others. Fortinbras. Where is this sight? Horatio. What is it you would see? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search. Fortinbras. This quarry cries on havoc. O proud death, what feast is toward in thine eternal cell, that thou so many princes at a shot so bloodily hast struck? First Ambassador. The sight is dismal, and our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing, to tell him his commandment is fulfilled, that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our thanks? Horatio. Not from his mouth. Had it ta'en ability of life to thank you. He never gave commandment for their death. But since, so jump upon this bloody question, you from the Polack wars, and you from England are here arrived, give order that these bodies high on a stage be placed to the view, and let me speak to the yet unknowing world how these things came about. So shall you hear of carnal, bloody, and unnatural acts, of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, of deaths put on by cunning and forked cause, and in this upshot, purposes mistook fallen on the inventors' heads. All this can I truly deliver. Fortinbras, let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow I embrace my fortune. I have some rights of memory in this kingdom, which now to claim my vantage doth invite me. Horatio, of that I shall have also cause to speak, and from his mouth whose voice will draw on more. But let this same be presently performed, even while men's minds are wild, lest more mischance on plots and errors happen. Fortinbras, let four captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royally. And for his passage, the soldiers' music and the rites of war speak loudly for him. Take up the bodies, such a sight as this becomes the field, but here shows much amiss. Go, bid the soldiers shoot. A dead march. Exeunt, bearing off the bodies, after which a peal of ordnance is shot off. The first part of King Henry IV. Contents. Act I. Scene I. London. A room in the palace. Scene 2. The same. An apartment of Prince Henry's. Scene 3. The same. A room in the palace. Act 2. Scene I. Rochester. An inn yard. Scene 2. The road by Gad's Hill. Scene 3. A Warkwith. A room in the castle. Scene 4. Eastcheap. A room in the Boar's Head Tavern. Act 3. Scene I. Bangor. A room in the Archdeacon's house. Scene 2. London. A room in the palace. Scene 3. Eastcheap. A room in the Boar's Head Tavern. Act 4. Scene I. The rebel camp near Shrewsbury. Scene 2. A public road near Coventry. Scene 3, the rebel camp near Shrewsbury. Scene 4. York. A room in the Archbishop's palace. Act V. Scene I. The King's camp near Shrewsbury. Scene 2. The rebel camp. Scene 3. Plain between the camps. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Scene V. Another part of the field. Dramatis Personae. King Henry IV. Henry, Prince of Wales, son to the King. Prince John of Lancaster, son to the King. Earl of Westmoreland. Sir Walter Blunt. Thomas Percy, Earl of Worcester. Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland. Henry Percy, surnamed Hotspur, his son. Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March. Scrope, Archbishop of York. Sir Michael, a friend to the Archbishop of York. Archibald, Earl of Douglas. Owen Glendower. Sir Richard Vernon. Sir John Falstaff. Poins. Gadshill. Peto. Bardolph. Lady Percy, wife to Hotspur. Lady Mortimer, daughter to Glendower. Mrs. Quickly, hostess in Eastcheap. Lords, officers, sheriff, vintner, chamberlain, drawers, carriers, ostler, messengers, servant, travellers, and attendants. Scene England and Wales. Act I. Scene I. London. A room in the palace. Enter the King, Lord John of Lancaster, Earl of Westmoreland with others. King. So shaken as we are, so wan with care, find we a time for fright peace to pant, and breathe short-winded accents of new broils to be commenced in strands afar remote. No more the thirsty entrance of this soil shall daub her lips with her own children's blood, no more shall trenching war channel her fields, nor bruise her flowrets with the armed hoofs of hostile paces. Those opposed eyes, which, like the meteors of a troubled heaven, all of one nature, of one substance bred, did lately meet in the intestine shock and furious close of civil butchery, shall now, in mutual well-beseeming ranks, march all one way, and be no more opposed against acquaintance, kindred, and allies. The edge of war, like an ill-sheathed knife, no more shall cut his master. Therefore, friends, as far as to the sepulchre of Christ, whose soldier now, under whose blessed cross we are impressed and engaged to fight, forthwith a power of English shall we levy, whose arms were molded in their mother's womb to chase these pagans in those holy fields, over whose acres walked those blessed feet, which 1400 years ago were nailed for our advantage on the bitter cross. But this our purpose now is 12-month-old and bootless, 'tis to tell you we will go. Therefore we meet not now, then let me hear of you, my gentle cousin Westmoreland, what yesternight our council did decree in forwarding this dear expedience. Westmoreland. My liege, this haste was hot in question, and many limits of the charge set down but yesternight, when all athwart there came a post from Wales loaden with heavy news, whose worst was that the noble Mortimer, leading the men of Herefordshire to fight against the irregular and wild Glendower, was by the rude hands of that Welshman taken, 1,000 of his people butchered, upon whose dead corpse there was such misuse, such beastly shameless transformation, by those Welshwomen done, as may not be, without much shame retold or spoken of. King. It seems then that the tidings of this broil break off our business for the Holy Land. Westmoreland. This, matched with other did, my gracious lord, for more uneven and unwelcome news came from the north, and thus it did import. On Holyrood Day the gallant Hotspur there, young Harry Percy and brave Archibald, that ever valiant and approved Scot, at Holmedon met, where they did spend a sad and bloody hour. As by discharge of their artillery and shape of likelihood, the news was told. For he that brought them, in the very heat and pride of their contention did take horse, uncertain of the issue any way. King. Here is a dear and true industrious friend, Sir Walter Blunt, new lighted from his horse, stained with the variation of each soil betwixt that Holmedon and this seat of ours, and he hath brought us smooth and welcome news. The Earl of Douglas is discomfited. 10,000 bold Scots, 22 knights, balked in their own blood, did Sir Walter see on Holmedon's plains. Of prisoners Hotspur took Mordake, Earl of Fife and eldest son to beaten Douglas, and the Earl of Athol of Murray, Angus, and Menteith. And is not this an honourable spoil, a gallant prize? Ha, cousin, is it not? Westmoreland. In faith, It is a conquest for a prince to boast of. King. Yea, there thou makest me sad, and makest me sin in envy that my lord Northumberland should be the father to so blessed a son who is the theme of honor's tongue, amongst a grove the very straightest plant, who is sweet fortune's minion and her pride. Whilst I, by looking on the praise of him, see riot and dishonor stain the brow of my young Harry Ditto, that it could be proved that some night-tripping fairy had exchanged in cradle clothes our children where they lay, and called mine Percy, his Plantagenet, then would I have his Harry, and he mine. But let him from my thoughts, what think you, cause of this young Percy's pride? The prisoners, which he in this adventure hath surprised to his own use he keeps, and sends me word I shall have none but Mordake, Earl of Fife. Westmoreland. This is his uncle's teaching, this is Worcester, malevolent to you in all aspects, which makes him prune himself, and bristle up the crest of youth against your dignity. King. But I have sent for him to answer this, and for this cause awhile we must neglect our holy purpose to Jerusalem. Cousin, on Wednesday next our council we will hold at Windsor, so inform the lords. But come yourself with speed to us again, for more is to be said and to be done than out of anger can be uttered. Westmoreland. I will, my liege. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same an apartment of Prince Henry's. Enter Prince Henry and Sir John Falstaff. Falstaff. Now, Hal, what time of day is it, lad? Prince. Thou art so fat-witted, with drinking of old sack, and unbuttoning thee after supper, and sleeping upon benches after noon, that thou hast forgotten to demand that truly which thou wouldst truly know, what a devil hast thou to do with the time of the day? Unless hours were cups of sack, and minutes capons, and clocks the tongues of bawds, and dials the signs of leaping houses, and the blessed sun himself a fair hot wench in flame-colored taffeta, I see no reason why thou shouldst be so superfluous to demand the time of the day. Falstaff. Indeed, you come near me now, Hal, for we that take purses go by the moon and the 7 stars, and not by Phoebus, he, that wandering knight so fair. And I prithee, sweet wag, when thou art king, as God save thy grace. Majesty I should say, for grace thou wilt have none. Prince. What, none? Falstaff. No, by my troth, not so much as will serve to be prologue to an egg and butter. Prince. Well, how then? Come, roundly, roundly. Falstaff. Marry then, sweet wag, when thou art king, let not us that are squires of the night's body be called thieves of the day's beauty. Let us be Diana's foresters, gentlemen of the shade, minions of the moon. And let men say we be men of good government, being governed, as the sea is, by our noble and chaste mistress the moon, under whose countenance we steal. Prince. Thou sayest well, and it holds well too, for the fortune of us that are the moon's men doth ebb and flow like the sea, being governed, as the sea is, by the moon. That as for proof now. A purse of gold most resolutely snatched on Monday night, and most dissolutely spent on Tuesday morning, got with swearing lay by, and spent with crying bring in, now in as low an ebb as the foot of the ladder, and by in as high a flow as the ridge of the gallows. Falstaff. By the Lord, thou say'st true, lad, and is not my hostess of the tavern a most sweet wench? Prince. As the honey of Hybla, my old lad of the castle, and is not a buff jerkin a most sweet robe of durance? Falstaff. How now, madwag? What, in thy quips and thy quiddities? What a plague have I to do with a buff jerkin? Prince. Why, what a pox have I to do with my hostess of the tavern? Falstaff. Well, thou hast called her to a reckoning many a time and oft. Prince. Did I ever call for thee to pay thy part? Falstaff. No, I'll give thee thy due. Thou hast paid all there. Prince. Yea, and elsewhere, so far as my coin would stretch, and where it would not, I have used my credit. Falstaff. Yea, and so used it that were it not here apparent that thou art heir. Apparent, but I prithee, sweet wag, shall there be gallows standing in England when thou art king? And resolution thus fubbed, as it is with the rusty curb of old Father Antic the law? Do not thou, when thou art king, hang a thief. Prince. No, thou shalt. Falstaff. Shall I? O rare. By the Lord, I'll be a brave judge. Prince, thou judgest false already. I mean thou shalt have the hanging of the thieves, and so become a rare hangman. Falstaff, well, how, well? And in some sort it jumps with my humor, as well as waiting in the court, I can tell you. Prince, for obtaining of suits? Falstaff, yeah, for obtaining of suits, whereof the hangman hath no lean wardrobe. Sblood, I am as melancholy as a gib cat or a lugged bear. Prince, or an old lion, or a lover's lute. Falstaff, yeah, or the drone of a Lincolnshire bagpipe. Prince, what sayest thou to a hare, or the melancholy of Moorditch? Falstaff, thou hast the most unsavourous similes, and art indeed the most comparative, rascaliest, sweet young prince, but, Hal, I prithee trouble me no more with vanity. I would to God thou and I knew where a commodity of good names were to be bought. An old lord of the council rated me the other day in the street about you, sir, but I marked him not, and yet he talked very wisely, but I regarded him not, and yet he talked wisely, and in the street too. Prince, thou didst well, for wisdom cries out in the streets, and no man regards it. Falstaff, oh, thou hast damnable iteration, and art indeed able to corrupt a saint. Thou hast done much harm upon me. Hal, God forgive thee for it. Before I knew thee, Hal, I knew nothing, and now am I. If a man should speak truly, little better than one of the wicked, I must give over this life, and I will give it over, be why the Lord, and I do not. I am a villain, I'll be damned for never a king's son in Christendom. Prince, where shall we take a purse tomorrow, Jack? Falstaff, zounds, where thou wilt, lad. I'll make one, and I do not. Call me villain and baffle me. Prince, I see a good amendment of life in thee, from praying to purse-taking. Falstaff, why, Hal, 'tis my vocation, Hal. 'Tis no sin for a man to labor in his vocation. Enter Poins. Poins. Now shall we know if Gadshill have set a match. If men were to be saved by merit, what hole in hell were hot enough for him? This is the most omnipotent villain that ever cried stand to a true man. Prince, good morrow, Ned. Poins, good morrow, sweet Halda. What says Monsieur Remorse? What says Sir John Sack and Sugar? Jack, how agrees the devil and thee about thy soul, that thou soldest him on Good Friday last for a cup of Madeira and a cold capon's leg? Prince, Sir John stands to his word, the devil shall have his bargain. For he was never yet a breaker of proverbs. He will give the devil his due. Poins, then art thou damned for keeping thy word with the devil. Prince, else he had been damned for cousining the devil. Poins, but, my lads, tomorrow morning, by 4 o'clock early at Gad's Hill, there are pilgrims going to Canterbury with rich offerings, and traders riding to London with fat purses. I have vizards for you all. You have horses for yourselves. Gad's Hill lies tonight in Rochester. I have bespoke supper tomorrow night in Eastcheap. We may do it as secure as sleep. If you will go, I will stuff your purses full of crowns. If you will not, tarry at home and be hanged. Falstaff, hear ye, Edward. If I tarry at home and go not, I'll hang you for going. Poins, you will. Chops? Falstaff, Hal, wilt thou make one? Prince, who I rob? I a thief? Not I, by my faith. Falstaff, there's neither honesty, manhood, nor good fellowship in thee, nor thou camest not of the blood royal, if thou darest not stand for 10 shillings. Prince, well then, once in my days I'll be a madcap. Falstaff, why, that's well said. Prince, well, come what will, I'll tarry at home. Falstaff, by the Lord, I'll be a traitor then, when thou art king. Prince, I care not. Poins, Sir John, I prithee, leave the prince and me alone. I will lay him down such reasons for this adventure, that he shall go. Falstaff, well, God give thee the spirit of persuasion, and him the ears of profiting, that what thou speakest may move, and what he hears may be believed, that the true prince may, for recreation's sake, prove a false thief. For the poor abuses of the time want countenance. Farewell, you shall find me in Eastcheap. Prince, farewell, thou latter spring. Farewell, all Hallown summer. Exit Falstaff. Poins, now, my good sweet honey lord, ride with us tomorrow. I have a jest to execute that I cannot manage alone. Falstaff, Bardolph, Peto, and Gadshill shall rob those men that we have already waylaid. Yourself and I will not be there, and when they have the booty, if you and I do not rob them, cut this head off from my shoulders. Prince. But how shall we part with them in setting forth? Poins. Why, we will set forth before or after them, and appoint them a place of meeting, wherein it is at our pleasure to fail. And then will they adventure upon the exploit themselves, which they shall have no sooner achieved, but we'll set upon them. Prince. Yeah, but 'tis like that they will know us by our horses, by our habits, and by every other appointment, to be ourselves. Poins. Tut, our horses they shall not see. I'll tie them in the wood. Our vizards we will change after we leave them, and sirrah, I have cases of buckram for the nonce, to unmask our noted outward garments. Prince. Yeah, but I doubt they will be too hard for us. Poins. Well, for 2 of them, I know them to be as true-bred cowards as ever turned back, and for the 3rd, if he fight longer than he sees reason, I'll forswear arms. The virtue of this jest will be the incomprehensible lies that this same fat rogue will tell us when we meet at supper. How 30 at least he fought with, what wards, what blows, what extremities he endured, and in the reproof of this lives the jest. Prince. Well, I'll go with thee, provide us all things necessary, and meet me tomorrow night in Eastcheap. There I'll sup. Farewell. Poins. Farewell, my lord. Exit. Prince. I know you all, and will a while uphold the unyocked humor of your idleness. Yet herein will I imitate the sun, who doth permit the base contagious clouds to smother up his beauty from the world, that, when he please again to be himself, being wanted, he may be more wondered at, by breaking through the foul and ugly mists of vapors that did seem to strangle him. If all the year were playing holidays, to sport would be as tedious as to work. But, when they seldom come, they wished for come, and nothing pleaseth but rare accidents. So when this loose behavior I throw off, and pay the debt I never promised, by how much better than my word I am, by so much shall I falsify men's hopes. And, like bright metal on a sullen ground, my reformation, glittering o'er my fault, shall show more goodly and attract more eyes than that which hath no foil to set it off. I'll so offend, to make offence a skill, redeeming time, when men think least I will. Exit. Scene 3, the same. A room in the palace. Enter King Henry, Northumberland, Worcester, Hotspur, Sir Walter Blunt, and others. King. My blood hath been too cold and temperate, unapt to stir at these indignities, and you have found me, for accordingly you tread upon my patience. But be sure I will from henceforth rather be myself, mighty and to be feared, than my condition, which hath been smooth as oil, soft as young down, and therefore lost that title of respect which the proud soul ne'er pays but to the proud. Worcester, our house, my sovereign liege, little deserves the scourge of greatness to be used on it, and that same greatness too which our own hands have holp to make so portly. Northumberland, my lord. King. Worcester, get thee gone, for I do see danger and disobedience in thine eye. Oh, sir, your presence is too bold and peremptory, and majesty might never yet endure the moody frontier of a servant brow. You have good leave to leave us. When we need your use and counsel, we shall send for you. Exit Worcester. To Northumberland. You were about to speak. Northumberland. Yeah, my good lord. Those prisoners in your highness' name demanded, which Harry Percy here at Holmedon took, were, as he says, not with such strength denied as is delivered to your majesty. Either envy, therefore, or misprision is guilty of this fault, and not my son. Hotspur. My liege, I did deny no prisoners. But I remember when the fight was done, when I was dry with rage and extreme toil, breathless and faint, leaning upon my sword, came there a certain lord, neat and trimly dressed, fresh as a bridegroom, and his chin new reaped showed like a stubble land at harvest home. He was perfumed like a milliner, and twixt his finger and his thumb he held a pouncet box, which ever and anon he gave his nose, and tooked away again, who therewith angry, when it next came there, took it in snuff, and still he smiled and talked. And as the soldiers bore dead bodies by, he called them untaught knaves, unmannerly, to bring a slovenly, unhandsome course betwixt the wind and his nobility. With many holiday and lady terms he questioned me, amongst the rest demanded my prisoners in your majesty's behalf. I then, all smarting with my wounds being cold, out of my grief and my impatience to be so pestered with a popinjay, answered neglectingly, I know not what he should or he should not. For he made me mad to see him shine so brisk and smell so sweet, and talk so like a waiting gentlewoman of guns and drums and wounds, God save the mark, and telling me the sovereignest thing on earth was parmacetti for an inward bruise, and that it was great pity, so it was, this villainous saltpetre should be digged out of the bowels of the harmless earth, which many a good tall fellow had destroyed so cowardly, and but for these vile guns, he would himself have been a soldier. This bald, unjointed chat of his, my lord, I answered indirectly, as I said, and I beseech you, let not his report come current for an accusation betwixt my love and your high majesty. Blunt. The circumstance considered, good my lord, whatever Harry Percy then had said to such a person, and in such a place at such a time, with all the rest retold, may reasonably die, and never rise to do him wrong, or any way impeach what then he said, so he unsay it now. King. Why, yet he doth deny his prisoners, but with proviso and exception, that we at our own charge shall ransom straight his brother-in-law, the foolish Mortimer, who, on my soul, hath wilfully betrayed the lives of those that he did lead to fight against that great magician, damned Glendower, whose daughter, as we hear, the Earl of March hath lately married. Shall our coffers then be emptied to redeem a traitor home? Shall we buy treason and indent with fears when they have lost and forfeited themselves? No, on the barren mountains let him starve, for I shall never hold that man my friend whose tongue shall ask me for 1 penny cost to ransom home revolted Mortimer. Hotspur. Revolted Mortimer. He never did fall off, my sovereign liege, but by the chance of ward, Theo proved that true needs no more but 1 tongue for all those wounds, those mouthed wounds, which valiantly he took, when on the gentle Severn's sedgy bank, in single opposition hand to hand, he did confound the best part of an hour in changing hardiment with great Glendower. 3 times they breathed, and 3 times did they drink, upon agreement, of swift Severn's flood, who then, affrighted with their bloody looks, ran fearfully among the trembling reeds, and hid his crisp head in the hollow bank blood-stained with these valiant combatants. Never did bare and rotten policy color her working with such deadly wounds, nor never could the noble Mortimer receive so many, and all willingly. Then let not him be slandered with revolt. King, thou dost belie him. Percy, thou dost belie him. He never did encounter with Glendower. I tell thee, he durst as well have met the devil alone as Owen Glendower for an enemy. Art not ashamed? But, sirrah, henceforth let me not hear you speak of Mortimer. Send me your prisoners with the speediest means, or you shall hear in such a kind from me as will displease you. My lord Northumberland, we license your departure with your son. Send us your prisoners, or you'll hear of it. Exit King Henry, blunt and train. Hotspur. And if the devil come and roar for them, I will not send them. I will after straight and tell him so, for I will ease my heart, albeit I make a hazard of my head. Northumberland. What? Drunk with choler? Stay, and pause a while. Here comes your uncle. Enter Worcester. Hotspur. Speak of Mortimer? Zounds, I will speak of him, and let my soul want mercy if I do not join with him. Yeah, on his part I'll empty all these veins, and shed my dear blood drop by drop in the dust, but I will lift the downtrodden Mortimer as high in the air as this unthankful king, as this ingrate and cankered Bolingbroke. Northumberland. To Worcester. Brother, the king hath made your nephew mad. Worcester. Who struck this heat up after I was gone. Hotspur. He will forsooth have all my prisoners, and when I urged the ransom once again of my wife's brother, then his cheek looked pale, and on my face he turned an eye of death, trembling even at the name of Mortimer. Worcester. I cannot blame him. Was not he proclaimed by Richard that dead is the next of blood? Northumberland. He was. I heard the proclamation, and then it was when the unhappy king, whose wrongs in us God pardon, did set forth upon his Irish expedition, from whence he, intercepted, did return to be deposed, and shortly murdered. Worcester, and for whose death we in the world's wide mouth live scandalized and foully spoken of. Hotspur. But soft, I pray you. Did King Richard then proclaim my brother Edmund Mortimer heir to the crown? Northumberland. He did. Myself did hear it. Hotspur. Nay, then I cannot blame his cousin king, that wished him on the barren mountains starve. But shall it be that you that set the crown upon the head of this forgetful man, and for his sake wear the detested blot of murderous subornation? Shall it be that you a world of curses undergo, being the agents or base second means, the cords, the ladder, or the hangman rather? Oh, pardon me, that I descend so low, to show the line and the predicament wherein you range under this subtle king. Shall it for shame be spoken in these days, or fill up chronicles in time to come, that men of your nobility and power did gauge them both in an unjust behalf, as both of you, God pardon it, have done, to put down Richard, that sweet lovely rose, and plant this thorn, this canker, Bolingbroke? And shall it in more shame be further spoken, that you are fooled, discarded, and shook off by him for whom these shames ye underwent? No, yet time serves wherein you may redeem your banished honors, and restore yourselves into the good thoughts of the world again. Revenge the jeering and disdained contempt of this proud king, who studies day and night to answer all the debt he owes to you, even with the bloody payment of your deaths. Therefore I say, Worcester, peace, cousin, say no more. And now I will unclasp a secret book, and to your quick-conceiving discontents I'll read you matter deep and dangerous, as full of peril and adventurous spirit as to o'erwalk a current roaring loud on the unsteadfast footing of a spear. Hotspur, if we fall in, good night, or sink or swim. Send danger from the east unto the west, so honor cross it from the north to south, and let them grappled, oh, the blood more stirs to rouse a lion than to start a hare. Northumberland. Imagination of some great exploit drives him beyond the bounds of patience. Hotspur. By heaven, methinks it were an easy leap to pluck bright honor from the pale-faced moon, or dive into the bottom of the deep, where fathom line could never touch the ground, and pluck up drowned honor by the locks, so he that doth redeem her thence might wear without co-rival all her dignities. But out upon this half-faced fellowship, Worcester, he apprehends a world of figures here, but not the form of what he should attend. Good cousin, give me audience for a while. Hotspur, I cry you mercy. Worcester, those same noble Scots, that are your prisoners. Hotspur, I'll keep them all. By God, he shall not have a Scot of them. No, if a Scot would save his soul, he shall not. I'll keep them, by this hand. Worcester, you start away, and lend no ear unto my purposes. Those prisoners you shall keep. Hotspur, nay, I will, that's flat. He said he would not ransom Mortimer, forbade my tongue to speak of Mortimer, but I will find him when he lies asleep, and in his ear I'll holla Mortimer. Nay, I'll have a starling shall be taught to speak nothing but Mortimer, and give it him, to keep his anger still in motion. Worcester, hear you, cousin, a word. Hotspur, all studies here I solemnly defy, save how to gall and pinch this Bolingbroke, and that same sword and buckler Prince of Wales, but that I think his father loves him not, and would be glad he met with some mischance. I would have him poisoned with a pot of ale. Worcester, farewell, kinsman. I will talk to you when you are better tempered to attend. Northumberland, why, what a wasp-stung and impatient fool art thou to break into this woman's mood, tying thine ear to no tongue but thine own. Hotspur, why, look you, I am whipped and scourged with rods, nettled, and stung with pismires, when I hear of this vile politician, Bolingbroke. In Richard's time, what do you call the place? A plague upon't. It is in Gloucestershire. 'Twas where the madcap Duke his uncle kept, his uncle York, where I first bowed my knee unto this king of smiles, this Bolingbroke, Splud, when you and he came back from Ravensburg. Northumberland, at Berkeley Castle. Hotspur, you say true. Why, what a candy deal of courtesy this fawning greyhound then did proffer me. Look, When his infant Fortune came to age, and gentle Harry Percy, and kind cousin, oh, the devil take such cousiners. God forgive me. Good uncle, tell your tale that I have done. Worcester. Nay, if you have not, to it again, we will stay your leisure. Hotspur. I have done, I faith. Worcester. Then once more to your Scottish prisoners. Deliver them up without their ransom straight, and make the Douglas son your only mean for powers in Scotland, which, for divers reasons which I shall send you written, be assured will easily be granted to Northumberland. You, my lord, your son in Scotland being thus employed, shall secretly into the bosom creep of that same noble prelate well beloved, the Archbishop. Hotspur. Of York, is it not? Worcester. True, who bears hard his brother's death at Bristol, the Lord Scroop. I speak not this in estimation, as what I think might be, but what I know is ruminated, plotted, and set down, and only stays but to behold the face of that occasion that shall bring it on. Hotspur. I smell it, upon my life it will do well. Northumberland. Before the game is afoot thou still let's slip. Hotspur. Why, it cannot choose but be a noble plot. And then the power of Scotland and of York to join with Mortimer, ha? Worcester. And so they shall. Hotspur. In faith, it is exceedingly well aimed. Worcester. And 'tis no little reason bids us speed, to save our heads by raising of a head. For, bear ourselves as even as we can, the king will always think him in our debt, and think we think ourselves unsatisfied, till he hath found a time to pay us home. And see already how he doth begin to make us strangers to his looks of love. Hotspur. He does. We'll be revenged on him. Worcester. Cousin, farewell, and no further go in this than I by letters shall direct your course. When time is ripe, which will be suddenly, I'll steal to Glendower and Lord Mortimer, where you and Douglas and our powers at once, as I will fashion it, shall happily meet, to bear our fortunes in our own strong arms, which now we hold at much uncertainty. Northumberland. Farewell, good brother. We shall thrive, I trust. Hotspur. Uncle. Adieu. Let the hours be short, till fields and blows and groans applaud our sport. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I.Rochester.An in yard. Enter a carrier with a lantern in his hand. First carrier. Hi-ho. And it be not 4 by the day, I'll be hanged. Charles's wain is over the new chimney, and yet our horse not packed it. What ostler? Ostler. Within. Anon. First carrier. I prithee, Tom, beat Cut's saddle, put a few flocks in the point. Poor Jade is wrung in the withers out of all cess. Enter another carrier. Second carrier. Peas and beans are as dank here as a dog, and that is the next way to give poor Jade's the bots. This house is turned upside down since Robin Ostler died. First carrier. Poor fellow never joyed since the price of oats rose. It was the death of him. Second carrier. I think this be the most villainous house in all London Road for fleas. I am stung like a tinch. First carrier. Like a tinch. By the mass, there is ne'er a King Christen could be better bit than I have been since the first cock. Second carrier. Why, they will allow us ne'er a Jordan. And then we leak in your chimney, and your chamberlain breeds fleas like a loach. First carrier. What, ostler? Come away and be hanged. Come away. Second carrier. I have a gammon of bacon and 2 raises of ginger, to be delivered as far as Charing Cross. First carrier. God's body. The turkeys in my pannier are quite starved. What, ostler? A plague on thee. Hast thou never an eye in thy head? Canst not hear? And 'twere not as good deed as drink to break the pate on thee. I am a very villain. Come, and be hanged. Hast no faith in thee? Enter Gadshill. Gadshill. Good morrow, carriers. What's o'clock? First carrier. I think it be 2 o'clock. Gadshill. I prithee, lend me thy lantern, to see my gelding in the stable. First carrier. Nay, by God, soft. I know a trick worth 2 of that, I faith. Gadshill. I pray thee, lend me thine. Second carrier. I win? Canst tell? Lend me thy lantern, quoth he. Marry, I'll see thee hanged first. Gadshill. Sirrah carrier. What time do you mean to come to London? Second carrier. Time enough to go to bed with a candle. I warrant thee come, neighbor Muggs, we'll call up the gentlemen, they will along with company, for they have great charge. Exeunt carriers. Gad's Hill. What ho! Chamberlain. Enter Chamberlain. Chamberlain. At hand, quoth Pickpurse. Gad's Hill. That's even as fair as at hand, quoth the Chamberlain, for thou variest no more from picking of purses than giving direction doth from laboring. Thou layest the plot how? Chamberlain. Good morrow, Master Gadshill, it holds current that I told you yesternight. There's a Franklin in the wild of Kent hath brought 300 marks with him in gold. I heard him tell it to one of his company last night at supper. A kind of auditor, one that hath abundance of charge too. God knows what, they are up already, and call for eggs and butter, they will away presently. Gadshill. Sirrah, if they meet not with St. Nicholas clerks, I'll give thee this neck. Chamberlain. No, I'll none of it, I pray thee. Keep that for the hangman, for I know thou worshipest St. Nicholas as truly as a man of falsehood may. Gadshill. What talkest thou to me of the hangman? If I hang, I'll make a fat pair of gallows. For if I hang, old Sir John hangs with me, and thou knowest he is no starveling tut. There are other Trojans that thou dream'st not of, the which for sport's sake are content to do the profession some grace, that would, if matters should be looked into, for their own credit's sake make all whole. I am joined with no footland rakers, no long-staff sixpenny strikers, none of these mad mustachio purple-hued malt-worms, but with nobility and tranquillity, burgomasters and great owners, such as can hold in, such as will strike sooner than speak, and speak sooner than drink, and drink sooner than pray. And yet, zounds, I lie, for they pray continually to their saint the Commonwealth, or rather not pray to her, but pray on her, for they ride up and down on her, and make her their boots. Chamberlain. What? The Commonwealth their boots? Will she hold out water in foul way? Gadshill. She will, she will. Justice hath liquored her. We steal as in a castle, cocksure. We have the receipt of fern seed. We walk invisible. Chamberlain. Nay, by my faith, I think you are more beholding to the night than to fern seed for your walking invisible. Gadshill. Give me thy hand, thou shalt have a share in our purchase, as I am a true man. Chamberlain. Nay, rather let me have it, as you are a false thief. Gadshill. Go to. Homo is a common name to all men. Bid the ostler bring my gelding out of the stable. Farewell, you muddy knave. Exeunt. Scene 2. The road by Gadshill. Enter Prince Henry and Poins, Bardolph, and Peto at some distance. Poins. Come, shelter, shelter. I have removed Falstaff's horse, and he frets like a gummed velvet. Prince. Stand close. They retire. Enter Falstaff. Falstaff. Poins. Poins, and be hanged. Poins. Prince. Coming forward. Peace, ye fat-kidneyed rascal. What a brawling dost thou keep? Falstaff. Where's Poins, Hal? Prince. He has walked up to the top of the hill. I'll go seek him. Retires. Falstaff. I am accursed to rob in that thief's company. The rascal hath removed my horse and tied him I know not where. If I travel but 4 foot by the square further afoot, I shall break my wind. Well, I doubt not but to die a fair death for all this. If I 'scape hanging for killing that rogue, I have forsworn his company hourly any time this 22 years, and yet I am bewitched with the rogue's company. If the rascal have not given me medicines to make me love him, I'll be hanged. It could not be. Else, I have drunk medicines. Poins. Hal. A plague upon you both. Bardolph. Peto. I'll starve ere I'll rob a foot further, and 'twere not as good a deed as drink, to turn true man, and to leave these rogues. I am the veriest varlet that ever chewed with a tooth. 8 yards of uneven ground is 60 miles afoot with me, and the stony-hearted villains know it well enough. A plague upon it when thieves cannot be true one to another. They whistle. Phew! A plague upon you all. Give me my horse, you rogues. Give me my horse and be hanged. Prince. Coming forward. Peace, you fat guts. Lie down. Lay thine ear close to the ground, and list if thou canst hear the tread of travelers. Falstaff. Have you any levers to lift me up again, being down? Splud. I'll not bear my own flesh so far afoot again for all the coin in thy father's exchequer. What a plague mean ye to colt me thus? Prince. Thou least, thou art not colt, thou art uncolted. Falstaff. I prithee, good Prince Hal, help me to my horse, good king's son. Prince. Out, ye rogue. Shall I be your ostler? Falstaff. Hang thyself in thine own heir-apparent garters. If I be ta'en, I'll peach for this, and I have not ballads made on you all, and sung to filthy tunes. Let a cup of sack be my poison. When a jest is so forward and afoot too, I hate it. Enter Gadshill. Gadshill. Stand. Falstaff. So I do, against my will. Poins. Oh, 'tis our setter, I know his voice. Comes forward with Bardolph and Peto. Bardolph. What news? Gadshill. Casey, Casey. On with your vizards. There's money of the king's coming down the hill. 'Tis going to the king's exchequer. Falstaff. You lie, ye rogue. 'Tis going to the king's tavern. Gadshill. There's enough to make us all. Falstaff. To be hanged. Prince. Sirs, you four shall front them in the narrow lane. Ned Poins and I will walk lower. If they scape from your encounter, then they light on us. Peto. How many be there of them? Gadshill. Some 8 or 10. Falstaff. Zounds, will they not rob us? Prince. What, a coward, Sir John Paunch. Falstaff. Indeed, I am not John of Gaunt, your grandfather, but yet no coward, Hal. Prince. Well, we leave that to the proof. Poins. Sirrah Jack, thy horse stands behind the hedge when thou needst him. There thou shalt find him. Farewell, and stand fast. Falstaff. Now cannot I strike him, if I should be hanged? Prince. Aside to Poins. Ned. Where are disguises? Poins. Aside to Prince Henry. Here, hard by, stand close. Exeunt Prince and Poins. Falstaff. Now, my masters, happy man be his dole. Say I'd, every man to his business. Enter the travelers. First traveler. Come, neighbor, the boy shall lead our horses down the hill. We'll walk afoot a while and ease our legs. Thieves. Stand. Second traveler. Jesu bless us. Falstaff. Strike. Down with them. Cut the villains' throats. Ah, whoreson caterpillars, bacon-fed knaves, they hate us youth, down with them. Fleece them. First traveler. Oh, we are undone, both we and ours forever. Falstaff. Hang ye, gorbelied knaves, are ye undone? No, ye fat chuffs, I would your store were here. On bacons, on what, ye knaves? Young men must live, you are grandurers, are ye? Will jure ye, faith. Here they rob them and bind them. Exeunt. Enter Prince Henry and Poins in buckram suits. Prince. The thieves have bound the true men. Now could thou and I rob the thieves, and go merrily to London. It would be argument for a week, laughter for a month, and a good jest forever. Poins. Stand close. I hear them coming. They retire. Enter the thieves again. Falstaff. Come, my masters, let us share, and then to horse before day. And the prince and Poins be not two arrant cowards. There's no equity stirring. There's no more valor in that Poins than in a wild duck. As they are sharing, the prince and Poins set upon them. Prince. Your money. Poins. Villains. Falstaff after a blow, or two, and the others run away, leaving the booty behind them. Prince. Got with much ease, now merrily to horse. The thieves are all scattered, and possessed with fear so strongly that they dare not meet each other. Each takes his fellow for an officer. Away, good Ned, Falstaff sweats to death, and lards the lean earth as he walks along. Were't not for laughing, I should pity him. Poins. How the fat rogue roared. Exeunt. Scene 3. A Warkwith. A room in the castle. Enter Hotspur, reading a letter. Hotspur. But, for mine own part, my lord, I could be well contented to be there, in respect of the love I bear your house. He could be contented. Why is he not, then? In respect of the love he bears our house. He shows in this, he loves his own barn better than he loves our house. Let me see some more. The purpose you undertake is dangerous. Why, that's certain. 'Tis dangerous to take a cold, to sleep, to drink. But I tell you, my lord fool, out of this nettle, danger, we pluck this flower, safety. The purpose you undertake is dangerous, the friends you have named uncertain, the time itself unsorted, and your whole plot too light for the counterpoise of so great an opposition. Say you so? Say you so? I say unto you again, you are a shallow, cowardly hind, and you lie. What a lack brain is this! By the Lord, our plot is a good plot as ever was laid, our friends true and constant. A good plot, good friends, and full of expectation. An excellent plot, very good friends. What a frosty-spirited rogue is this! Why, my Lord of York commends the plot and the general course of the action. Zounds! An I were now by this rascal, I could brain him with his lady's fans. They're not my father, my uncle, and myself, Lord Edmund Mortimer, my Lord of York, and Owen Glendower? Is there not besides the Douglas? Have I not all their letters to meet me in arms by the 9th of the next month? And are they not some of them set forward already? What a pagan rascal is this, an infidel! Ha! You shall see now, in very sincerity of fear and cold heart, will he to the king, and lay open all our proceedings. Oh, I could divide myself, and go to buffets, for moving such a dish of skim milk with so honorable an action. Hang him, let him tell the king. We are prepared. I will set forward tonight. Enter Lady Percy. How now, Kate? I must leave you within these 2 hours. Lady Percy. Oh, my good lord, why are you thus alone? For what offense have I this fortnight been a banished woman from my Harry's bed? Tell me, sweet lord, what is that takes from thee thy stomach, pleasure, and thy golden sleep? Why dost thou bend thine eyes upon the earth, and start so often when thou sitt'st alone? Why hast thou lost the fresh blood in thy cheeks, and given my treasures and my rights of thee to thick-eyed musing and cursed melancholy? In thy faint slumbers I by thee have watched, and heard thee murmur tales of iron wars, speak terms of manage to thy bounding steed, cry, courage, to the field. And thou hast talked of sallies and retires, of trenches, tents, of palisadoes, frontiers, parapets, of basilisks, of cannon, culverin, of prisoners' ransom, and of soldiers slain, and all the currents of a heady fight. Thy spirit within thee hath been so at war, and thus hath so bestirred thee in thy sleep, that beads of sweat have stood upon thy brow like bubbles in a late disturbed stream, and in thy face strange motions have appeared, such as we see when men restrain their breath on some great sudden hest. Oh, what portents are these? Some heavy business hath my lord in hand, and I must know it, else he loves me not. Hotspur. What ho! Enter a servant. Is Gilliams with the packet gone? Servant. He is, my lord, an hour ago. Hotspur. Hath butler brought those horses from the sheriff? Servant. One horse, my lord, he brought even now. Hotspur. What horse? A roan, a cropier, is it not? Servant. It is, my lord. Hotspur. That roan shall be my throne. Well, I will back him straight. O Esperance. Bid butler lead him forth into the park. Exit servant. Lady Percy. But hear you, my lord. Hotspur. What say'st thou, my lady? Lady Percy. What is it carries you away? Hotspur. Why, my horse, my love, my horse. Lady Percy. Out, you mad-headed ape. A weasel hath not such a deal of spleen as you are tossed with. In faith, I'll know your business, Harry, that I will. I fear my brother Mortimer doth stir about his title, and hath sent for you to line his enterprise. But if you go, Hotspur, so far afoot, I shall be weary, love. Lady Percy. Come, come, you paraquito, answer me directly unto this question that I ask. In faith, I'll break thy little finger, Harry, if thou wilt not tell me all things true. Hotspur. Away, away, you trifler. Love, I love thee not. I care not for thee. Kate, this is no world to play with mammoths and to tilt with lips. We must have bloody noses and cracked crowns, and pass them current too. God's me, my horse. What say'st thou, Kate? What wouldst thou have with me? Lady Percy. Do you not love me? Do you not indeed? Well, do not, then, for since you love me not, I will not love myself. Do you not love me? Nay, tell me if you speak in jest or no. Hotspur. Come, wilt thou see me ride? And when I am a horseback, I will swear I love thee infinitely. But hark you, Kate, I must not have you henceforth question me whither I go, nor reason whereabout. Whither I must, and to conclude, this evening must I leave you, gentle Kate. I know you wise, but yet no farther wise than Harry Percy's wife. Constant you are, but yet a woman, and for secrecy no lady closer, for I well believe thou wilt not utter what thou dost not know. And so far will I trust thee, gentle Kate. Lady Percy. How? So far? Hotspur. Not an inch further, but hark you, Kate, whither I go, thither shall you go too. Today will I set forth, tomorrow you. Will this content you, Kate? Lady Percy. It must of force. Exeunt. Scene 4. Eastcheap. A room in the Boar's Head Tavern. Enter Prince Henry. Prince. Ned, prithee, come out of that fat room, and lend me thy hand to laugh a little. Enter Poins. Poins. Where hast been, Hal? Prince. With 3 or 4 loggerheads amongst 3 or 4 hogsheads, I have sounded the very bass string of humility, sirrah. I am sworn brother to a leash of drawers, and can call them all by their Christian names, as Tom, Dick, and Francis. They take it already upon their salvation, that though I be but Prince of Wales, yet I am the king of courtesy, and tell me flatly I am no proud jack, like Falstaff, but a Corinthian, a lad of mettle, a good boy, by the Lord, so they call me, and when I am King of England, I shall command all the good lads in Eastcheap they call drinking deep, dying scarlet, and when you breathe in your watering, they cry him, and bid you play it off. To conclude, I am so good a proficient in 1/4 of an hour, that I can drink with any tinker in his own language during my life. I tell thee, Ned, thou hast lost much honor that thou wert not with me in this action. But, sweet Ned, to sweeten which name of Ned, I give thee this pennyworth of sugar, clapped even now into my hand by an underskinker, one that never spake other English in his life than 8 shillings and 6 pence, and you are welcome, with this shrill addition, anon, sir. Score a pint of bastard in the half-moon, or so, but, Ned, to drive away the time till Falstaff come, I prithee, do thou stand in some by-room, while I question my puny drawer to what end he gave me the sugar, and do thou never leave calling Francis, that his tale to me may be nothing but anon. Step aside, and I'll show thee a precedent. Exit Poins. Poins. Within Francis. Prince. Thou art perfect. Poins. Within Francis. Enter Francis. Francis. Anon, sir. Look down into the pomegranate, Ralph. Prince. Come hither, Francis. Francis. My lord? Prince. How long hast thou to serve, Francis? Francis. Forsooth, 5 years, and as much as 2. Poins. Within. Francis. Francis. Anon, sir. Prince. 5 year. By Our Lady, a long lease for the clinking of pewter. But, Francis, darest thou be so valiant as to play the coward with thy indenture, and show it a fair pair of heels, and run from it? Francis. O Lord, sir, I'll be sworn upon all the books in England I could find in my heart. Poins. Within. Francis. Francis. Anon, sir. Prince. How old art thou, Francis? Francis. Let me see, about Michaelmas next I shall be. Poins. Within. Francis. Francis. Anon, sir. Pray, stay a little, my lord. Prince. Nay, but hark you, Francis, for the sugar thou gavest me, 'twas a pennyworth, was not? Francis. O Lord, I would it had been 2. Prince. I will give thee for it 1,000 pound. Ask me when thou wilt, and thou shalt have it. Poins. Within. Francis. Francis. Anon, Prince. Anon. Francis? No, Francis, but tomorrow, Francis, or Francis a Thursday, or indeed, Francis, when thou wilt, but, Francis. Francis. My lord? Prince. Wilt thou rob this leathern jerkin, crystal button, not pated, agate ring, puke stocking, caddis garter, smooth tongue, Spanish pouch? Francis. O Lord, sir, Who do you mean? Prince. Why, then, your brown bastard is your only drink. For look you, Francis, your white canvas doublet will sullied I in Barbary. Sir, it cannot come to so much. Francis. What, sir? Poins. Within. Francis. Prince. Away, you rogue. Dost thou not hear them call? Here they both call him. The drawer stands amazed, not knowing which way to go. Enter Vintner. Vintner. What? Standst thou still, and hear'st such a calling? Look to the guest within. Exit Francis. My lord, old Sir John with half a dozen more are at the door. Shall I let them in? Prince. Let them alone a while, and then open the door. Exit Vintner. Poins. Enter Poins. Poins. Anon, anon, sir. Prince. Sirrah, Falstaff and the rest of the thieves are at the door. Shall we be merry? Poins. As merry as crickets, my lad, but hark ye. What cunning match have you made with this jest of the drawer? Come, what's the issue? Prince. I am now of all humours that have showed themselves humours since the old days of Goodman Adam to the pupil age of this present 12 o'clock at midnight. Enter Francis. What's o'clock, Francis? Francis. Anon, anon, sir. Exit Francis. Prince. That ever this fellow should have fewer words than a parrot, and yet the son of a woman. His industry is upstairs and downstairs. His eloquence the parcel of a reckoning. I am not yet of Percy's mind, the Hotspur of the North. He that kills me some 6 or 7 dozen of Scots at a breakfast, washes his hands, and says to his wife, Fie upon this quiet life. I want work. Oh, my sweet Harry, says she, how many hast thou killed today? Give my roan horse a drench, says he, and answers, some 14, an hour after, a trifle, a trifle. I prithee, call in Falstaff, I'll play Percy, and that damned Brawn shall play Dame Mortimer his wife Rivo. Says the drunkard, call in Ribs, call in Tallow. Enter Falstaff, Gadshill, Bardolph and Peto, followed by Francis with wine. Poins. Welcome, Jack, where hast thou been? Falstaff. A plague of all cowards, I say, and a vengeance too. Marry, and amen. Give me a cup of sack, boy, ere I lead this life long. I'll sow nether stocks, and mend them and foot them too, a plague of all cowards. Give me a cup of sack. Rogue, is there no virtue extant? Drinks. Prince. Didst thou never see Titan kiss a dish of butter, pitiful-hearted Titan, that melted at the sweet tale of the suns? If thou didst, then behold that compound. Falstaff. You rogue, here's lime in this sack too. There is nothing but roguery to be found in villainous man, yet a coward is worse than a cup of sack with lime in it, a villainous coward. Go thy ways, old Jack, die when thou wilt, if manhood, good manhood, be not forgot upon the face of the earth, then am I a Chaten herring. There lives not 3 good men unhanged in England, and one of them is fat, and grows old. God help the while, a bad world. I say, I would I were a weaver. I could sing psalms or anything that a plague of all cowards, I say still. Prince. How now, Woolsack, what mutter you? Falstaff. A king's son. If I do not beat thee out of thy kingdom with a dagger of lath, and drive all thy subjects afore thee like a flock of wild geese, I'll never wear hair on my face more, you, Prince of Wales. Prince. Why, you whoreson-round man, what's the matter? Falstaff. Are not you a coward? Answer me to that. And Poins there? Poins. Zounds, ye fat paunch, and ye call me coward, by the Lord, I'll stab thee. Falstaff. I call thee coward? I'll see thee damned ere I call thee coward, but I would give 1,000 pound I could run as fast as thou canst. You are straight enough in the shoulders. You care not who sees your back, call you that backing of your friends? A plague upon such backing. Give me them that will face me't. Give me a cup of sack that I am a rogue if I drunk today. Prince. O villain, thy lips are scarce wiped since thou drunkst last. Falstaff. All is one for that, the plague of all cowards, still say I. Drinks. Prince. What's the matter? Falstaff. What's the matter? There be 4 of us here have ta'en 1,000 pound this day morning. Prince. Where is it, Jack? Where is it? Falstaff. Where is it? Taken from us it is, 100 upon poor 4 of us. Prince. What, 100, man? Falstaff. I am a rogue if I were not at half sword with a dozen of them 2 hours together. I have, scaped by miracle. I am 8 times thrust through the doublet, for through the hose, my buckler cut through and through. My sword hacked like a handsaw ecce signum. I never dealt better since I was a man. All would not do it a plague of all cowards. Let them speak if they speak more or less than truth. They are villains, and the sons of darkness. Prince. Speak, sirs, how is it? Gadshill. We 4 set upon some dozen. Falstaff. 16 at least, my lord. Gadshill. And bound them. Peto. No, no, they were not bound. Falstaff. You rogue, they were bound, every man of them. Or I am a Jew else, an Hebrew Jew. Gadshill. As we were sharing, some 6 or 7 fresh men set upon us. Falstaff. And unbound the rest, and then come in the other. Prince. What? Fought you with them all? Falstaff. All? I know not what you call all, but if I fought not with 50 of them, I am a bunch of radish. If there were not 2 or 3 and 50 upon poor old Jack, then am I no 2-legged creature. Prince. Pray God you have not murdered some of them. Falstaff. Nay, that's past praying for. I have peppered 2 of them. .2 I am sure I have paid. 2 rogues in buckram suits. I tell thee what, Hal, if I tell thee a lie, spit in my face, call me hoarse, thou knowest my old ward here I lay, and thus I bore my .4 rogues in buckram let drive at me. Prince. What, 4? Thou saidst but 2 even now. Falstaff. For, Hal, I told thee 4. Poins. Aye, he said 4. Falstaff. These 4 came all affront, and mainly thrust at me. I made me no more ado, but took all their 7 points in my target, thus. Prince. 7? Why, there were but 4 even now. Falstaff. In buckram? Poins. I 4, in buckram suits. Falstaff. 7. By these hilts, or I am a villain else. Prince. Aside to Poins. Prithee let him alone. We shall have more anon. Falstaff. Dost thou hear me, Hal? Prince. Aye, and mark thee too, Jack. Falstaff. Do so, for it is worth the listening to these 9 in buckram that I told thee of. Prince. So, 2 more already. Falstaff. Their points being broken. Poins. Down fell their hose. Falstaff. Began to give me ground. But I followed me close, came in foot and hand, and with a thought 7 of the 11 I paid. Prince. Oh, monstrous! 11 buckram men grown out of 2. Falstaff. But as the devil would have it, 3 misbegotten knaves in kindle green came at my back and let drive at me, for it was so dark, Hal, that thou couldst not see thy hand. Prince. These lies are like the father that begets them, gross as a mountain, open, palpable. Why, thou clay-brained guts, thou naughty-pated fool, thou whoreson, obscene greasy tallow-catch. Falstaff. What, art thou mad? Art thou mad? Is not the truth the truth? Prince. Why, how couldst thou know these men in kindle green, when it was so dark thou couldst not see thy hand? Come, tell us your reason. What sayest thou to this? Poins. Come, your reason, Jack, your reason. Falstaff. What, upon compulsion? Zounds, an I were at the strappado, or all the racks in the world, I would not tell you on compulsion, give you a reason on compulsion. If reasons were as plentiful as blackberries, I would give no man a reason upon compulsion. I, Prince. I'll be no longer guilty of this sin, this sanguine coward, this bed-presser, this horseback breaker, this huge hill of flesh. Falstaff. Sblood, you starveling, you eel-skin, you dried neat-stung, you bull's pizzle, you stockfish, oh, for breath to utter what is like thee, you tailor's yard, you sheath, you bow-case, you vile standing tuck. Prince. Well, breathe a while, and then to it again, and when thou hast tired thyself in base comparisons, hear me speak but this. Poins. Mark, Jack. Prince. We 2 saw you 4 set on 4, and bound them and were masters of their wealth. Mark now how a plain tale shall put you down. Then did we 2 set on you 4, and with a word, outfaced you from your prize, and have it, and can show it you here in the house. And Falstaff. You carried your guts away as nimbly, with his quick dexterity, and roared for mercy, and still ran and roared, as ever I heard bullcat. What a slave art thou to hack thy sword as thou hast done, and then say it was in fight. What trick, what device, what starting hole canst thou now find out to hide thee from this open and apparent shame? Poins. Come, let's hear, Jack. What trick hast thou now? Falstaff. By the Lord, I knew ye as well as he that made ye. Why, hear you, my masters, was it for me to kill the heir apparent? Should I turn upon the true prince? Why, thou knowest I am as valiant as Hercules. But beware instinct, the lion will not touch the true prince. Instinct is a great matter. I was now a coward on instinct. I shall think the better of myself, and thee during my life. I for a valiant lion, and thou for a true prince. But by the Lord, lads, I am glad you have the money. Hostess, clap to the doors, watch tonight, pray tomorrow, gallants, lads, boys, hearts of gold. All the titles of good fellowship come to you. What? Shall we be merry? Shall we have a play extempore? Prince. Content. And the argument shall be thy running away. Falstaff. Ah, no more of that, Hal, and thou lovest me. Enter the hostess. Hostess. O Jesu, my lord the prince. Prince. How now, my lady the hostess? What say'st thou to me? Hostess. Marry, my lord, there is a nobleman of the court at door would speak with you. He says he comes from your father. Prince. Give him as much as will make him a royal man, and send him back again to my mother. Falstaff. What manner of man is he? Hostess. An old man. Falstaff. What doth gravity out of his bed at midnight? Shall I give him his answer? Prince. Prithee do, Jack. Falstaff. Faith, and I'll send him packing. Exit. Prince. Now, sirs, by Our Lady, you fought fair. So did you, Peto, so did you, Bardolph. You are lions too. You ran away upon instinct. You will not touch the true prince. No, fie. Bardolph. Faith, I ran when I saw others run. Prince. Faith, tell me now in earnest, how came Falstaff's sword so hacked? Peto. Why, he hacked it with his dagger, and said he would swear truth out of England, but he would make you believe it was done in fight, and persuaded us to do the like. Bardolph. Yeah, and to tickle our noses with spear-grass to make them bleed, and then to beslubber our garments with it, and swear it was the blood of true men. I did that I did not this 7 year before. I blush to hear his monstrous devices. Prince. O villain, thou stolest a cup of sack 18 years ago, and wert taken with the manner, and ever since thou hast blushed extempore thou hadst fire and sword on thy side, and yet thou ranst away. What instinct hadst thou for it? Bardolph. My lord, do you see these meteors? Do you behold these exhalations? Prince. I do. Bardolph. What think you they portend? Prince. Hot livers and cold purses. Bardolph. Choler, my lord, if rightly taken. Prince. No, if rightly taken. Halter. Enter Falstaff. Here comes lean Jack. Here comes Barebone. How now, my sweet creature of bombast? How long is to go, Jack, since thou sawest thine own knee? Falstaff. My own knee? When I was about thy years, Hal, I was not an eagle's talon in the waist. I could have crept into any alderman's thumb ring. A plague of sighing and grief. It blows a man up like a bladder. There's villainous news abroad. Here was Sir John Bracy from your father. You must to the court in the morning, that same mad fellow of the north, Percy, and he of Wales that gave Amamon the bastinado, and made Lucifer cuckold, and swore the devil his true liegeman upon the cross of a Welsh hook. What a plague call you him? Poins. O Glendower. Falstaff. Owen, the same. And his son-in-law Mortimer, and old Northumberland, and that sprightly Scot of Scots, Douglas, that runs a horseback up a hill perpendicular. Prince. He that rides at high speed, and with his pistol kills a sparrow flying. Falstaff. You have hit it. Prince. So did he never, the sparrow. Falstaff. Well, that rascal hath good mettle in him. He will not run. Prince. Why, what a rascal art thou then, to praise him so for running. Falstaff. A horseback, ye cuckoo, but afoot he will not budge a foot. Prince. Yes, Jack, upon instinct. Falstaff. I grant ye, upon instinct well, he is there too, and one Mordake, and 1,000 blue caps more. Worcester is stolen away tonight. Thy father's beard is turned white with the news, you may buy land now as cheap as stinking mackerel. Prince. Why then, it is like if there come a hot June, and this civil buffeting hold, we shall buy maidenheads as they buy hobnails, by the hundreds. Falstaff. By the mass, lad, thou sayest true. It is like we shall have good trading that way, but tell me, how? Art not thou horrible afeard? Thou being heir apparent, could the world pick thee out 3 such enemies again as that fiend Douglas, that spirit Percy, and that devil Glendower? Art thou not horribly afraid? Doth not thy blood thrill at it? Prince. Not a whit. I faith that I lack some of thy instinct. Falstaff. Well, thou wilt be horribly chid tomorrow when thou comest to thy father. If thou love me, practice an answer. Prince. Do thou stand for my father, and examine me upon the particulars of my life. Falstaff. Shall I? Content. This chair shall be my state, this dagger my scepter, and this cushion my crown. Prince. Thy state is taken for a joint stool, thy golden scepter for a leaden dagger, and thy precious rich crown for a pitiful bald crown. Falstaff. Well, and the fire of grace be not quite out of thee. Now shalt thou be moved. Give me a cup of sack to make my eyes look red, that it may be thought I have wept, for I must speak in passion, and I will do it in King Cambyses' vein. Prince. Well, here is my leg. Falstaff. And here is my speech. Stand aside. Nobility. Hostess. O Jesu, this is excellent sport, I faith. Falstaff. Weep not, sweet queen, for trickling tears are vain. Hostess. Oh, the father, how he holds his countenance. Falstaff. For God's sake, lords, convey my tristful queen, for tears do stop the floodgates of her eyes. Hostess. O Jesu, he doth it as like one of these harlotry players as ever I see. Falstaff. Peace, good pint pot. Peace, good tickle-brained. Harry, I do not only marvel where thou spendest thy time, but also how thou art accompanied, for though the chamomile, the more it is trodden on, the faster it grows, yet youth, the more it is wasted, the sooner it wears. That thou art my son I have partly thy mother's word, partly my own opinion, but chiefly a villainous trick of thine eye, and a foolish hanging of thy nether lip, that doth warrant me. If then thou be son to me, here lies the point. Why, being son to me, art thou so pointed at? Shall the blessed Son of Heaven prove a meteor, and eat blackberries? A question not to be asked, shall the Son of England prove a thief, and take purses? A question to be asked, there is a thing, Harry, which thou hast often heard of, and it is known to many in our land by the name of pitch. This pitch, as ancient writers do report, doth defile. So doth the company thou keepest. For, Harry, now I do not speak to thee in drink, but in tears, not in pleasure, but in passion, not in words only, but in woes also. And yet there is a virtuous man whom I have often noted in thy company, but I know not his name. Prince. What manner of man? And it like your majesty. Falstaff. A goodly portly man, I faith, and a corpulent, of a cheerful look, a pleasing eye, and a most noble carriage, and as I think, his age some 50, or, by Our Lady, inclining to 60. And now I remember me, his name is Falstaff. If that man should be lewdly given, he deceiveth me. For, Harry, I see virtue in his looks. If then the tree may be known by the fruit, as the fruit by the tree, then peremptorily I speak it, there is virtue in that Falstaff. Him keep with, the rest banish, and tell me. Now, thou naughty varlet, tell me where hast thou been this month? Prince. Dost thou speak like a king? Do thou stand for me, and I'll play my father. Falstaff. Depose me? If thou dost it half so gravely, so majestically, both in word and matter, hang me up by the heels for a rabbit-sucker or a poulter's hare. Prince. Well, here I am set. Falstaff. And here I stand judge, my masters. Prince. Now, Harry, whence come you? Falstaff. My noble lord, from Eastcheap. Prince. The complaints I hear of thee are grievous. Falstaff. Sblood, my lord, they are false. Nay, I'll tickle ye for a young prince, I faith. Prince. Swearest thou, ungracious boy? Henceforth ne'er look on me, thou art violently carried away from grace, there is a devil haunts thee in the likeness of an old fat man. A ton of man is thy companion, why dost thou converse with that trunk of humors, that bolting hutch of beastliness, that swollen parcel of dropsies, that huge bombard of sack, that stuffed cloak-bag of guts, that roasted Manning-tree ox with the pudding in his belly, that reverend vice, that grey iniquity, that father ruffian, that vanity in years? Wherein is he good, but to taste sack and drink it? Wherein neat and cleanly, but to carve a capon and eat it? Wherein cunning, but in craft? Wherein crafty, but in villainy? Wherein villainous, but in all things? Wherein worthy, but in nothing? Falstaff. I would your grace would take me with you. Whom means your grace? Prince. That villainous, abominable misleader of youth, Falstaff. That old white-bearded Satan. Falstaff. My lord, the man I know. Prince. I know thou dost. Falstaff. But to say I know more harm in him than in myself were to say more than I know. That he is old, the more the pity. His white hairs do witness it, but that he is, saving your reverence, a whoremaster, that I utterly deny. If sack and sugar be a fault, God help the wicked. If to be old and merry be a sin, then many an old host that I know is damned. If to be fat be to be hated, then Pharaoh's lean kine are to be loved, and oh, my good lord, banish Peto, banish Bardolph, banish Poins, but for sweet Jack Falstaff, kind Jack Falstaff, true Jack Falstaff, valiant Jack Falstaff, and therefore more valiant, being as he is old Jack Falstaff, banish not him thy Harry's company, banish not him thy Harry's company, banish plump Jack, and banish all the world. Prince. I do, I will. And knocking heard. Exeunt hostess, Francis and Bardolph. Enter Bardolph. Running. Bardolph. Oh, my lord, the sheriff with a most monstrous watch is at the door. Falstaff. Out, ye rogue. Play out the play, I have much to say in the behalf of that Falstaff. Enter the hostess, hastily. Hostess. O Jesu, my lord. Prince. Hey, the devil rides upon a fiddlestick. What's the matter? Hostess. The sheriff and all the watch are at the door. They are come to search the house. Shall I let them in? Falstaff. Dost thou hear? Hal? Never call a true piece of gold a counterfeit. Thou art essentially made without seeming so. Prince. And thou a natural coward without instinct. Falstaff. I deny your major, if you will deny the sheriff. So. If not, let him enter. If I become not a card as well as another man, a plague on my bringing up. I hope I shall as soon be strangled with a halter as another. Prince. Go hide thee behind the arras, the rest walk up above now, my masters, for a true face and good conscience. Falstaff. Both which I have had, but their date is out, and therefore I'll hide me. Prince. Call in the sheriff. Exeunt all but the prince and Peto. Enter sheriff and the carrier. Now, master sheriff, what is your will with me? Sheriff. First, pardon me, my lord. A hue and cry hath followed certain men unto this house. Prince. What men? Sheriff. One of them is well known, my gracious lord, a gross fat man. Carrier. As fat as butter. Prince. The man I do assure you is not here, for I myself at this time have employed him. And, sheriff, I will engage my word to thee, that I will by tomorrow dinner time send him to answer thee, or any man. For anything he shall be charged withal. And so let me entreat you leave the house. Sheriff. I will, my lord. There are 2 gentlemen have in this robbery lost 300 marks. Prince. It may be so, if he have robbed these men, he shall be answerable, and so, farewell. Sheriff. Good night, my noble lord. Prince. I think it is good morrow, is it not? Sheriff. Indeed, my lord, I think it be 2 o'clock. Exit sheriff with the carrier. Prince. This oily rascal is known as well as Paul's. Go. Call him forth. Peto. Falstaff. Fast asleep behind the arras, and snorting like a horse. Prince. Hark, how hard he fetches breath, search his pockets. He searcheth his pocket, and findeth certain papers. What hast thou found? Pedo. Nothing but papers, my lord. Prince. Let's see what they be, read them. Pedo. Reads. Item, a capon, 2s.2d. Item, sauce, 4d. Item, sack, 2 gallons, 5s.8d. Item, anchovies and sack after supper, 2s.6d. Item, bread, ob. Prince. Oh, monstrous! But 1 halfpennyworth of bread to this intolerable deal of sack. What there is else, keep close, will read it at more advantage, there let him sleep till daylight to the court in the morning. We must all to the wars, and thy place shall be honorable. I'll procure this fat rogue a charge of foot, and I know his death will be a march of 12 score, the money shall be paid back again with advantage. Be ye with me betimes in the morning. And so, good morrow, Pedo. Pedo. Good morrow, good my lord. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. Bangor. A room in the Archdeacon's house. Enter Hotspur, Worcester, Mortimer, and Glendower. Mortimer. These promises are fair, the party sure, and our induction full of prosperous hope. Hotspur. Lord Mortimer and cousin Glendower, will you sit down? And Uncle Worcester, a plague upon it. I have forgot the map. Glendower. No, here it is. Sit, cousin Percy. Sit, good cousin Hotspur. For by that name as oft as Lancaster doth speak of you, his cheek looks pale, and with a rising sigh he wisheth you in heaven. Hotspur. And you in hell? As oft as he hears Owen Glendower spoke of. Glendower. I cannot blame him. At my nativity the front of heaven was full of fiery shapes, of burning cressets, and at my birth the frame and huge foundation of the earth shaked like a coward. Hotspur. Why, so it would have done. At the same season, if your mother's cat had but kittened, though yourself had never been born. Glendower. I say the earth did shake when I was born. Hotspur. And I say the earth was not of my mind, if you suppose as fearing you it shook. Glendower. The heavens were all on fire, the earth did tremble. Hotspur. Oh, then to earth shook to see the heavens on fire, and not in fear of your nativity. Diseased nature oftentimes breaks forth in strange eruptions. Oft the teeming earth is with a kind of colic pinched and vexed by the imprisoning of unruly wind within her womb, which for enlargement striving, shakes the old beldam earth, and topples down steeples and moss-grown towers, to your birth our grandam earth, having this distemperature, in passion shook. Glendower. Cousin, of many men. I do not bear these crossings. Give me leave to tell you once again that at my birth the front of heaven was full of fiery shapes. The goats ran from the mountains, and the herds were strangely clamorous to the fright fields. These signs have marked me extraordinary, and all the courses of my life do show I am not in the roll of common men. Where is he living? Clipped in with the sea that chides the banks of England, Scotland, Wales, which calls me pupil or hath read to me. And bring him out that is but woman's son can trace me in the tedious ways of art, and hold me pace in deep experiments. Hotspur. I think there is no man speaks better Welsh. All to dinner. Mortimer. Peace, cousin Percy. You will make him mad. Glendower. I can call spirits from the vasty deep. Hotspur. Why, so can I, or so can any man, but will they come when you do call for them? Glendower. Why, I can teach you, cousin, to command the devil. Hotspur. And I can teach thee, cuz, to shame the devil by telling truth. Tell truth, and shame the devil. If thou have power to raise him, bring him hither, and I'll be sworn I have power to shame him hence. Oh, while you live, tell truth, and shame the devil. Mortimer. Come, come, no more of this unprofitable chat. Glendower. 3 times hath Henry Bolingbroke made head against my power. Thrice from the banks of Wye and sandy-bottomed Severn have I sent him bootless home and weather-beaten back. Hotspur. Home without boots, and in foul weather too. How scapes he agues, in the devil's name? Glendower. Come, here's the map. Shall we divide our right according to our threefold order ta'en? Mortimer. The Archdeacon hath divided it into 3 limits very equally. England, from Trent and Severn hitherto, by south and east is to my part assigned. All westward, Wales beyond the Severn shore, and all the fertile land within that bound, to Owen Glendower. And, dear coz, to you the remnant northward lying off from Trent. And our indentures tripartite are drawn, which being sealed interchangeably, a business that this night may execute, tomorrow, cousin Percy, you and my good Lord of Worcester will set forth to meet your father and the Scottish power, as is appointed us at Shrewsbury. My father Glendower is not ready yet, nor shall we need his help these 14 days. To Glendower. Within that space you may have drawn together your tenants, friends, and neighboring gentlemen. Glendower. A shorter time shall send me to you, lords, and in my conduct shall your ladies come, from whom you now must steal, and take no leave, for there will be a world of water shed upon the parting of your wives and you. Hotspur. Methinks my moiety, north from Burton here, in quantity equals not one of yours. See how this river comes me cranking in, and cuts me from the best of all my land a huge half-moon, a monstrous cantle out. I'll have the current in this place dammed up, and here the smug and silver Trent shall run in a new channel, fair and evenly. It shall not wind with such a deep indent, to rob me of so rich a bottom here. Glendower. Not wind? It shall, it must, you see it doth. Mortimer. Yeah, but mark how he bears his course, and runs me up with like advantage on the other side, gelding the opposed continent as much as on the other side it takes from you. Worcester. Yeah, but a little charge will trench him here, and on this north side win this cape of land, and then he runs straight and even. Hotspur. I'll have it so, a little charge will do it. Glendower. I'll not have it altered. Hotspur. Will not you? Glendower. No, nor you shall not. Hotspur. Who shall say me nay? Glendower. Why, that will I. Hotspur. Let me not understand you, then. Speak it in Welsh. Glendower. I can speak English, lord, as well as you, for I was trained up in the English court, where being but young I framed to the harp many an English ditty lovely well, and gave the tongue a helpful ornament, a virtue that was never seen in you. Hotspur. Marry, and I am glad of it with all my heart. I had rather be a kitten and cry mew than one of these same metre ballad-mongers. I had rather hear a brazen candlestick turned, or a dry wheel grate on the axle-tree, and that would set my teeth nothing on edge, nothing so much as mincing poetry. 'Tis like the forced gait of a shuffling nag. Glendower. Come, you shall have Trent turned. Hotspur. I do not care, I'll give thrice so much land to any well-deserving friend. But in the way of bargain, mark ye me, I'll cavil on the 9th part of a hair. Are the indentures drawn? Shall we be gone? Glendower. The moon shines fair, you may away by night. I'll haste the rider, and withal break with your wives of your departure hence. I am afraid my daughter will run mad, so much she doteth on her Mortimer. Exit. Mortimer. Fie, cousin Percy, how you cross my father. Hotspur. I cannot choose, sometimes he angers me with telling me of the mould warp and the ant, of the dreamer Merlin and his prophecies, and of a dragon and a finless fish, a clip-winged griffin and a molten raven, a couching lion and a ramping cat, and such a deal of skimble-scamble stuff as puts me from my faith. I tell you what, he held me last night at least 9 hours in reckoning up the several devils' names that were his lackeys. I cry, and well, go to, but marked him not a word. He is as tedious as a tired horse, a railing wife, worse than a smoky house. I had rather live with cheese and garlic in a windmill, far, than feed on cates and have him talk to me in any summer house in Christendom. Mortimer. In faith, he is a worthy gentleman, exceedingly well-read, and profited in strange concealments, valiant as a lion, and wondrous affable, and as bountiful as mines of India, shall I tell you, cousin? He holds your temper in a high respect, and curbs himself even of his natural scope when you come cross his humor. Faith, he does. I warrant you that man is not alive might so have tempted him as you have done without the taste of danger and reproof. But do not use it oft, let me entreat you. Worcester. In faith, my lord, you are too wilful blame, and since your coming hither have done enough to put him quite besides his patience. You must needs learn, lord, to amend this fault, though sometimes it show greatness, courage, blood, and that's the dearest grace it renders you. Yet oftentimes it doth present harsh rage, defect of manners, want of government, pride, haughtiness, opinion, and disdain, the least of which haunting a nobleman losseth men's hearts and leaves behind a stain upon the beauty of all parts besides, beguiling them of commendation. Hotspur. Well, I am schooled good manners be your speed. Here come our wives, and let us take our leave. Enter Glendower with Lady Mortimer and Lady Percy. Mortimer. This is the deadly spite that angers me. My wife can speak no English, I know Welsh. Glendower. My daughter weeps, she'll not part with you. She'll be a soldier too, she'll to the wars. Mortimer. Good father, tell her that she and my Aunt Percy shall follow in your conduct speedily. Glendower speaks to Lady Mortimer in Welsh, and she answers him in the same. Glendower. She is desperate here, a peevish, self-willed harlotry, one that no persuasion can do good upon. Lady Mortimer speaks to Mortimer in Welsh. Mortimer. I understand thy looks, that pretty Welsh which thou pourest down from these swelling heavens, I am too perfect in, and but for shame in such a parley should I answer thee. Lady Mortimer speaks to him again in Welsh. I understand thy kisses and thou mine, and that's a feeling disputation, but I will never be a truant, love, till I have learnt thy language. For thy tongue makes Welsh as sweet as ditties highly pinned, sung by a fair queen in a summer's bower, with ravishing division, to her lute. Glendower. Nay, if you melt, then will she run mad. Lady Mortimer speaks to Mortimer again in Welsh. Mortimer. Oh, I am ignorance itself in this. Glendower. She bids you on the wanton rushes lay you down, and rest your gentle head upon her lap, and she will sing the song that pleaseth you, and on your eyelids crown the god of sleep, charming your blood with pleasing heaviness, making such difference twixt wake and sleep as is the difference betwixt day and night, the hour before the heavenly harnessed team begins his golden progress in the east. Mortimer. With all my heart I'll sit and hear her sing. By that time will our book, I think, be drawn. Glendower. Do so, and those musicians that shall play to you hang in the air 1,000 leagues from hence, and straight they shall be here. Sit and attend. Hotspur. Come, Kate, thou art perfect in lying down. Come, quick, quick, that I may lay my head in thy lap. Lady Percy. Go, ye giddy goose. The music plays. Hotspur. Now I perceive the devil understands Welsh, and 'tis no marvel he's so humorous. By Our Lady, he's a good musician. Lady Percy. Then should you be nothing but musical, for you are altogether governed by humors. Lie still, ye thief, and hear the lady sing in Welsh. Hotspur. I had rather hear lady, my brock, howl in Irish. Lady Percy. Wouldst thou have thy head broken? Hotspur. No. Lady Percy. Then be still. Hotspur. Neither. 'Tis a woman's fault. Lady Percy. Now God help thee. Hotspur. To the Welsh lady's bed. Lady Percy. What's that? Hotspur. Peace, she sings. Here the lady sings a Welsh song. Come, Kate, I'll have your song too. Lady Percy. Not mine, in good sooth. Hotspur. Not yours, in good sooth. Heart. You swear like a comfit-maker's wife. Not you, in good sooth, and as true as I live, and as God shall mend me, and as sure as day, and givest such sarcenet surety for thy oaths as if thou never walkedest a further than Finsbury. Swear me, Kate, like a lady as thou art, a good mouth-filling oath, and leave in sooth, and such protest of pepper gingerbread, to velvet guards and Sunday citizens. Come, sing. Lady Percy. I will not sing. Hotspur. 'Tis the next way to turn tailor, or be redbreast-teacher, and the indentures be drawn. I'll away within these 2 hours, and so come in when you will. Exit. Glendower. Come, come, Lord Mortimer. You are as slow as hot Lord Percy is on fire to go. By this our book is drawn dot wheel but seal, and then to horse immediately. Mortimer. With all my heart. Exeunt. Scene 2. London. A room in the palace. Enter King Henry, Prince Henry and lords. King. Lords, give us leave. The Prince of Wales and I must have some private conference, but be near at hand, for we shall presently have need of you. Exeunt lords. I know not whether God will have it so for some displeasing service I have done, that, in his secret doom, out of my blood he'll breed revengement and a scourge for me. But thou dost in thy passages of life make me believe that thou art only marked for the hot vengeance and the rod of heaven to punish my misdreedings. Tell me else, could such inordinate and low desires, such poor, such bare, such lewd, such mean attempts, such barren pleasures, rude society, as thou art matched withal, and grafted to, accompany the greatness of thy blood, and hold their level with thy princely heart? Prince, so please your majesty, I would I could quit all offenses with as clear excuse. As well as I am doubtless I can purge myself of many I am charged withal. Yet such extenuation let me beg as, in reproof of many tales devised, by smiling pickthanks and base newsmongers, which oft the ear of greatness needs must hear, I may for some things true, wherein my youth hath faulty wandered and irregular, find pardon on my true submission. King, God pardon thee. Yet let me wonder, Harry, at thy affections, which do hold a wing quite from the flight of all thy ancestors. Thy place in council thou hast rudely lost, which by thy younger brother is supplied, and art almost an alien to the hearts of all the court and princes of my blood. The hope and expectation of thy time is ruined, and the soul of every man prophetically do forethink thy fall. Had I so lavish of my presence been, so common hackneyed in the eyes of men, so stale and cheap to vulgar company, opinion, that did help me to the crown, had still kept loyal to possession, and left me in reputeless banishment, a fellow of no mark nor likelihood. By being seldom seen, I could not stir but like a comet I was wondered at, that men would tell their children, this is he. Others would say, where, which is Bolingbroke? And then I stole all courtesy from heaven, and dressed myself in such humility that I did pluck allegiance from men's hearts, loud shouts and salutations from their mouths, even in the presence of the crowned king. Thus did I keep my person fresh and new, my presence, like a robe pontifical, ne'er seen but wondered at, and so my state, seldom but sumptuous, showed like a feast, and won by rareness such solemnity. The skipping king, he ambled up and down with shallow jesters and rash bavin wits, soon kindled and soon burnt, carded his state, mingled his royalty with capering fools, had his great name profaned with their scorns, and gave his countenance against his name, to laugh at gibing boys, and stand the push of every beardless vain comparative. Grew a companion to the common streets, and feft himself to popularity, that, being daily swallowed by men's eyes, they surfeited with honey, and began to loathe the taste of sweetness, whereof a little more than a little is by much too much. So, when he had occasion to be seen, he was but as the cuckoo is in June, heard, not regarded. Seen, but with such eyes as, sick and blunted with community, afford no extraordinary gaze, such as is bent on sun-like majesty when it shines seldom in admiring eyes, but rather drowsed and hung their eyelids down, slept in his face, and rendered such aspect as cloudy men use to their adversaries, being with his presence glutted, gorged, and full. And in that very line, Harry, standest thou, for thou hast lost thy princely privilege with vile participation. Not an eye but is aweary of thy common sight, save mine, which hath desired to see thee more, which now doth that I would not have it do, make blind itself with foolish tenderness. Prince, I shall hereafter, my thrice gracious lord, be more myself, king, for all the world. As thou art to this hour was Richard then when I from France set foot at Ravensburg, and even as I was then is Percy now. Now, by my scepter and my soul to boot, he hath more worthy interest to the state than thou, the shadow of succession. For of no right, nor colour like to right, he doth fill fields with harness in the realm, turns head against the lion's armed jaws, and, being no more in debt to years than thou, leads ancient lords and reverend bishops on to bloody battles and to bruising arms. What never-dying honor hath he got against renowned Douglas, whose high deeds, whose hot incursions and great name in arms, holds from all soldiers chief majority and military title capital, through all the kingdoms that acknowledge Christ. Thrice hath this Hotspur, Mars in swathing clothes, this infant warrior, In his enterprises discomfited great Douglas, ta'en him once, enlarged him, and made a friend of him, to fill the mouth of deep defiance up, and shake the peace and safety of our throne. And what say you to this? Percy, Northumberland, the Archbishop's Grace of York, Douglas, Mortimer, capitulate against us and are up. But wherefore do I tell these news to thee? Why, Harry, do I tell thee of my foes, which art my nearest and dearest enemy? Thou that art like enough, through vassal fear, base inclination, and the start of spleen, to fight against me under Percy's pay, to dog his heels and curtsy at his frowns, to show how much thou art degenerate. Prince, do not think so, you shall not find it so. And God forgive them that so much have swayed your majesty's good thoughts away from me. I will redeem all this on Percy's head, and in the closing of some glorious day, be bold to tell you that I am your son, when I will wear a garment all of blood, and stain my favors in a bloody mask, which, washed away, shall scour my shame with it. And that shall be the day, whene'er it lights, that this same child of honor and renown, this gallant Hotspur, this all-praised knight, and your unthought of Harry chance to meet. For every honor sitting on his helm, would they were multitudes, and on my head my shames redoubled. For the time will come, that I shall make this northern youth exchange his glorious deeds for my indignities. Percy is but my factor, good my lord, to engross up glorious deeds on my behalf, and I will call him to so strict account that he shall render every glory up, yea, even the slightest worship of his time, or I will tear the reckoning from his heart. This in the name of God I promise here, the which if he be pleased I shall perform. I do beseech your majesty may salve the long-grown wounds of my intemperance. If not, the end of life cancels all bands, and I will die 100,000 deaths ere break the smallest parcel of this vow. King, 100,000 rebels die in this. Thou shalt have charge and sovereign trust herein. Enter Sir Walter Blunt. How now, good Blunt? Thy looks are full of speed. Blunt, so hath the business that I come to speak of. Lord Mortimer of Scotland hath sent word that Douglas and the English rebels met the 11th of this month at Shrewsbury. A mighty and a fearful head they are, if promises be kept on every hand, as ever offered foul play in a state. King, the Earl of Westmoreland set forth today, with him my son, Lord John of Lancaster, for this advertisement is 5 days old. On Wednesday next you, Harry, shall set forward. On Thursday we ourselves will march. Our meeting is Bridgenorth, and Harry, you shall march through Gloucestershire, by which account, our business valued, some 12 days hence our general forces at Bridgenorth shall meet. Our hands are full of business. Let's away. Advantage feeds him fat while men delay. Exeunt. Scene 3, Eastcheap. A room in the Boar's Head Tavern. Enter Falstaff and Bardolph. Falstaff. Bardolph, am I not fallen away vilely since this last action? Do I not bate? Do I not dwindle? Why, my skin hangs about me like an old lady's loose gown. I am withered like an old apple. John, well, I'll repent, and that suddenly. While I am in some liking, I shall be out of heart shortly, and then I shall have no strength to repent. And I have not forgotten what the inside of a church is made of. I am a peppercorn, a brewer's horse. The inside of a church, company, villainous company, hath been the spoil of me. Bardolph. Sir John, you are so fretful, you cannot live long. Falstaff. Why, there is it come, sing me a song, make me married. I was as virtuously given as a gentleman need to be, virtuous enough, swore little, diced not above 7 times a week, went to a bawdy house not above once in a quarter, in an hour, paid money that I borrowed 3 or 4 times, lived well and in good compass, and now I live out of all order, out of all compass. Bardolph. Why, you are so fat, Sir John, that you must needs be out of all compass, out of all reasonable compass, Sir John. Falstaff. Do thou amend thy face, and I'll amend my life. Thou art our admiral. Thou bearest the lantern in the poop, but 'tis in the nose of thee. Thou art the knight of the burning lamp. Bardolph. Why, Sir John, my face does you no harm. Falstaff. No, I'll be sworn. I make as good use of it as many a man doth of a death's head or a memento mori. I never see thy face, but I think upon hellfire, and dives that lived in purple. For there he is in his robes, burning, burning. If thou wert any way given to virtue, I would swear by thy face why oath should be, by this fire, that's God's angel. But thou art altogether given over, and wert indeed, but for the light in thy face, the son of utter darkness, when thou ranst up Gad's hill in the night to catch my horse, if I did not think thou hadst been an ignis fatuus or a ball of wildfire. There's no purchase in money, oh, thou art a perpetual triumph, an everlasting bonfire light. Thou hast saved me 1,000 marks in links and torches, walking with thee in the night betwixt tavern and tavern. But the sack that thou hast drunk me would have bought me lights as good cheap at the dearest chandler's in Europe. I have maintained that salamander of yours with fire any time this 32 years. God reward me for it. Bardolph. Splud. I would my face were in your belly. Falstaff. God a mercy. So should I be sure to be heartburnt. Enter the hostess. How now, Dame Partlet the hen, have you inquired yet who picked my pocket? Hostess. Why, Sir John, what do you think, Sir John? Do you think I keep thieves in my house? I have searched, I have inquired. So has my husband, man by man, boy by boy, servant by servant. The tithe of a hair was never lost in my house before. Falstaff. Ye lie, hostess. Bardolph was shaved and lost many a hair, and I'll be sworn my pocket was picked. Go to. You are a woman, go. Hostess. Who, I? No. I defy thee. God's light, I was never called so in mine own house before. Falstaff. Go to. I know you well enough. Hostess. No, Sir John, you do not know me. Sir John, that I know you. Sir John, you owe me money, Sir John, and now you pick a quarrel to beguile me of it. I bought you a dozen of shirts to your back. Falstaff. Dowlas, filthy Dowlas, I have given them away to bakers' wives, and they have made bolters of them. Hostess. Now, as I am a true woman, Holland of 8 shillings and you owe money here besides, Sir John, for your diet and by-drinkings, and money lent you, 24 pound. Falstaff. He had his part of it, let him pay. Hostess. He? Alas, he is poor, he hath nothing. Falstaff. How? Poor? Look upon his face, what call you rich? Let them coin his nose, let them coin his cheeks. I'll not pay a denier. What? Will you make a yunker of me? Shall I not take mine ease and mine in, but I shall have my pocket picked? I have lost a seal ring of my grandfather's worth 40 mark. Hostess. O Jesu, I have heard the prince tell him, I know not how oft, that ring was copper. Falstaff. How? The prince is a jack, a sneak-up, splud. And he were here. I would cudgel him like a dog if he would say so. Enter Prince Henry with Peto. Marching. Falstaff. Meets him, playing on his truncheon like a fife. How now, lad? Is the wind in that door, I faith? Must we all march? Bardolph. Yeah, 2 and 2, Newgate fashion. Hostess. My lord, I pray you, hear me. Prince. What say'st thou, mistress, quickly? How doth thy husband? I love him well. He is an honest man. Hostess. Good my lord, hear me. Falstaff. Prithee, let her alone, and list to me. Prince. What say'st thou, Jack? Falstaff. The other night I fell asleep here, behind the arras, and had my pocket picked. This house is turned bawdy house. They pick pockets. Prince. What didst thou lose, Jack? Falstaff. Wilt thou believe me, Hal? 3 or 4 bonds of 40 pound apiece and a seal ring of my grandfather's. Prince. A trifle, some 8-penny matter. Hostess. So I told him, my lord, and I said I heard your grace say so, and my lord, he speaks most vilely of you, like a foul-mouthed man as he is, and said he would cudgel you. Prince. What? He did not? Hostess. There's neither faith, truth, nor womanhood in me else. Falstaff. There's no more faith in thee than in a stewed prune, nor no more truth in thee than in a drawn fox. And, for womanhood, Maid Marian may be the deputy's wife of the ward to thee. Go, you thing, go. Hostess. Say, what thing, what thing? Falstaff. What thing? Why, a thing to thank God on. Hostess. I am no thing to thank God on. I would thou shouldst know it. I am an honest man's wife, and, setting thy knighthood aside, thou art a knave to call me so. Falstaff. Setting thy womanhood aside, thou art a beast to say otherwise. Hostess. Say, what beast, thou knave, thou? Falstaff. What beast? Why, an otter. Prince. An otter, Sir John? Why an otter? Falstaff. Why, she's neither fish nor flesh. A man knows not where to have her. Hostess. Thou art an unjust man in saying so. Thou or any man knows where to have me, thou knave, thou. Prince. Thou say'st true, hostess, and he slanders thee most grossly. Hostess. So he doth you, my lord, and said this other day, you ought him £1,000. Prince. Sirrah, do I owe you £1,000? Falstaff. £1,000? Hell? 1,000,000, thy love is worth 1,000,000. Thou owest me thy love. Hostess. Nay, my lord, he called you Jack, and said he would cudgel you. Falstaff. Did I? Bardolph? Bardolph. Indeed, Sir John, you said so. Falstaff. Yeah, if he said my ring was copper. Prince. I say, 'tis copper. Darest thou be as good as thy word now? Falstaff. Why, Hal, thou knowest, as thou art but man, I dare. But as thou art prince, I fear thee as I fear the roaring of the lion's whelp. Prince. And why not as the lion? Falstaff. The king himself is to be feared as the lion. Dost thou think I'll fear thee as I fear thy father? Nay, and I do. I pray God my girdle break. Prince. Oh, if it should, how would thy guts fall about thy knees? But, sirrah, there's no room for faith, truth, nor honesty in this bosom of thine. It is all filled up with midriff. Charge an honest woman with picking thy pocket. Why, thou whoreson, impudent, embossed rascal, if there were anything in thy pocket but tavern reckonings, memorandums of bawdy houses, and one poor pennyworth of sugar candy to make thee long-winded, if thy pocket were enriched with any other injuries but these, I am a villain, and yet you will stand to it. You will not pocket up wrong. Art thou not ashamed? Falstaff. Dost thou hear? Hell? Thou knowest in the state of innocency Adam fell, and what should poor Jack Falstaff do in the days of villainy? Thou sayest I have more flesh than another man and therefore more frailty. You confess. Then, you picked my pocket? Prince. It appears so by the story. Falstaff. Hostess, I forgive thee. Go make ready breakfast, love thy husband, look to thy servants, cherish thy guests. Thou shalt find me tractable to any honest reason. Thou sayest I am pacified still. Nay, prithee, be gone. Exit hostess. Now, Hal, to the news at court for the robbery, lad. How is that answered? Prince. Oh, my sweet beef, I must still be good angel to thee. The money is paid back again. Falstaff. Oh, I do not like that paying back. 'Tis a double labor. Prince. I am good friends with my father, and may do anything. Falstaff. Rob me the exchequer the first thing thou dost, and do it with unwashed hands too. Bardolph. Do, my lord. Prince. I have procured thee, Jack, a charge of foot. Falstaff. I would it had been of horse. Where shall I find one that can steal well? Oh, for a fine thief, of the age of 22 or thereabouts. I am heinously unprovided. Well, God be thanked for these rebels. They offend none but the virtuous. I laud them, I praise them. Prince. Bardolph. Bardolph. My lord? Prince. Go bear this letter to Lord John of Lancaster, to my brother John. This to my lord of Westmoreland. Exit Bardolph. Go, Peto, to horse, for thou and I have 30 miles to ride yet ere dinner time. Exit Peto. Jack, meet me tomorrow in the Temple Hall at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There shalt thou know thy charge, and there receive money in order for their furniture. The land is burning, Percy stands on high, and either we or they must lower lie. Exit. Falstaff. Rare words. Brave world. Hostess, my breakfast. Come. Oh, I could wish this tavern were my drum. Exit. Act 4. Scene I. The rebel camp near Shrewsbury. Enter Hotspur, Worcester, and Douglas. Hotspur. Well said, my noble Scot. If speaking truth in this fine age were not thought flattery, such attribution should the Douglas have as not a soldier of this season's stamp should go so general current through the world. By God, I cannot flatter. I do defy the tongues of soothers, but a braver place in my heart's love hath no man than yourself. Nay, task me to my word. Approve me, Lord. Douglas, thou art the king of honor. No man so potent breathes upon the ground, but I will beard him. Hotspur, do so, and 'tis well. Enter a messenger with letters. What letters hast thou there? I can but thank you. Messenger, these letters come from your father. Hotspur, letters from him. Why comes he not himself? Messenger, he cannot come, my lord. He is grievous sick. Hotspur, zounds, how has he the leisure to be sick in such a justling time? Who leads his power? Under whose government come they along? Messenger, his letters bear his mind, not I, my lord. Worcester, I prithee, tell me, doth he keep his bed? Messenger, he did, my lord, for days ere I set forth, and at the time of my departure thence he was much feared by his physicians. Worcester, I would the state of time had first been whole ere he by sickness had been visited. His health was never better worth than now. Hotspur, sick now? Droop now? This sickness doth infect the very lifeblood of our enterprise. 'Tis catching hither, even to our camp. He writes me here, that inward sickness, and that his friends by deputation could not so soon be drawn, nor did he think it meet to lay so dangerous and dear a trust on any soul removed but on his own. Yet doth he give us bold advertisement that with our small conjunction we should on, to see how fortune is disposed to us. For, as he writes, there is no quailing now, because the king is certainly possessed of all our purposes. What say you to it? Worcester, your father's sickness is a maim to us. Hotspur, a perilous gash, a very limb lopped off, and yet, in faith, it is not. His present want seems more than we shall find it, were it good to set the exact wealth of all our states all at one cast? To set so rich a main on the nice hazard of one doubtful hour? It were not good, for therein should we read the very bottom and the soul of hope, the very list, the very utmost bound of all our fortunes. Douglas, faith, and so we should, where now remains a sweet reversion. We may boldly spend upon the hope of what is to come in. A comfort of retirement lives in this. Hotspur, a rendezvous, a home to fly unto, if that the devil and mischance look big upon the maidenhead of our affairs. Worcester, but yet I would your father had been here. The quality and hair of our attempt brooks no division. It will be thought by some that know not why he is away, that wisdom, loyalty, and mere dislike of our proceedings kept the earl from hence. And think how such an apprehension may turn the tide of fearful faction, and breed a kind of question in our cause. For well you know we of the offering side must keep aloof from strict arbitrament, and stop all sight-holes, every loop from whence the eye of reason may pry in upon us. This absence of your father's draws a curtain that shows the ignorant a kind of fear before not dreamt of. Hotspur, you strain too far. I rather of his absence make this use. It lends a lustre and more great opinion, a larger dare to our great enterprise, than if the earl were here. For men must think if we without his help can make a head to push against the kingdom, with his help we shall o'erturn it topsy-turvy down. Yet all goes well, yet all our joints are whole. Douglas, as heart can think, there is not such a word spoke in Scotland as this term of fear. Enter Sir Richard Vernon. Hotspur, my cousin Vernon, welcome, by my soul. Vernon, pray God my news be worth a welcome, lord. The Earl of Westmoreland, 7,000 strong, is marching hitherwards, with him Prince John. Hotspur, no harm, what more? Vernon, and further, I have learned. The king himself in person is set forth, or hitherwards intended speedily, with strong and mighty preparation. Hotspur, he shall be welcome too. Where is his son, the nimble-footed madcap Prince of Wales, and his comrades, that daft the world aside and bid it pass? Vernon, all furnished, all in arms, all plumed like estridges that with the wind baited like eagles having lately bathed, glittering in golden coats, like images, as full of spirit as the month of May, and gorgeous as the sun at midsummer. Wanton as youthful goats, wild as young bulls. I saw young Harry with his beaver on, his cuisses on his thighs, gallantly armed, rise from the ground like feathered Mercury, and vaulted with such ease into his seat as if an angel dropped down from the clouds, to turn and wind a fiery Pegasus, and witch the world with noble horsemanship. Hotspur. No more, no more. Worse than the sun in March, this praise doth nourish agues, let them come. They come like sacrifices in their trim, and to the fire-eyed maid of smoky war all hot and bleeding will we offer them. The mailed Mars shall on his altar sit up to the ears in blood. I am on fire to hear this rich reprisal is so nigh, and yet not hours come. Let me taste my horse, who is to bear me like a thunderbolt against the bosom of the Prince of Wales. Harry to Harry shall, hot horse to horse, meet and ne'er part till one drop down a course. Oh, that Glendower were come! Vernon. There is more news. I learned in Worcester, as I rode along. He cannot draw his power this 14 days. Douglas. That's the worst tidings that I hear of yet. Worcester. Ay, by my faith, that bears a frosty sound. Hotspur. What may the king's whole battle reach unto? Vernon. To 30,000. Hotspur. 40 let it be. My father and Glendower being both away, the powers of us may serve so great a day. Come, let us take a muster speedily. Doomsday is near. Die all, die merrily. Douglas. Talk not of dying that I am out of fear of death or death's hand for this 1/2 year. Exeunt. Scene 2, a public road near Coventry. Enter Falstaff and Bardolph. Falstaff. Bardolph, get thee before to Coventry. Fill me a bottle of sack, our soldiers shall march through. Will to Sutton Coe-fill tonight. Bardolph. Will you give me money, Captain? Falstaff. Lay out, lay out. Bardolph. This bottle makes an angel. Falstaff. And if it do, take it for thy labored, and if it make 20, take them all. I'll answer the coinage, bid my Lieutenant Peto meet me at town's end. Bardolph. I will, Captain. Farewell. Exit. Falstaff. If I be not ashamed of my soldiers, I am a soused gurnet. I have misused the king's press damnably. I have got, in exchange of 150 soldiers, 300 and odd pounds. I press me none but good householders, yeomen's sons, inquire me out contracted bachelors, such as had been asked twice on the bands, such a commodity of warm slaves as had as lief hear the devil as a drum, such as fear the report of a caliver worse than a struck fowl, or a hurt wild duck. I pressed me none but such. Toasts and butter, with hearts in their bellies no bigger than pins' heads, and they have bought out their services. And now my whole charge consists of ancients, corporals, lieutenants, gentlemen of companies, slaves as ragged as Lazarus in the painted cloth, where the glutton's dogs licked his sores, and such as indeed were never soldiers, but discarded unjust serving men, younger sons to younger brothers, revolted tapsters, and ostlers trade-fallen. The cankers of a calm world and a long peace, 10 times more dishonorable ragged than an old phased ancient. And such have I to fill up the rooms of them that have bought out their services, that you would think that I had 150 tattered prodigals lately come from swine-keeping, from eating draff and husks. A mad fellow met me on the way, and told me I had unloaded all the gibbets and pressed the dead bodies, and oh, I hath seen such scarecrows. I'll not march through Coventry with them, that's flat nay, and the villains march wide betwixt the legs as if they had gyves on. For indeed I had the most of them out of prison. There's not a shirt and a half in all my company, and the half shirt is 2 napkins tacked together and thrown over the shoulders like a herald's coat without sleeves. And the shirt, to say the truth, stolen from my host at St. Albans, or the red-nosed innkeeper of Daventry, but that's all one. They'll find linen enough on every hedge. Enter Prince Henry and the Lord of Westmoreland. Prince. How now, Blown Jack? How now, Quilt? Falstaff. What, Hal? How now, Madwag? What a devil dost thou in Warwickshire? My good Lord of Westmoreland, I cry you mercy, I thought your honour had already been at Shrewsbury. Westmoreland. Faith, Sir John, 'tis more than time that I were there, and you too, but my powers are there already. The king, I can tell you, looks for us all. We must away all night. Falstaff. Tut, never fear me, I am as vigilant as a cat to steal cream. Prince. I think, to steal cream indeed, for thy theft hath already made thee butter. But tell me, Jack, whose fellows are these that come after? Falstaff. Mine? How mine? Prince. I did never see such pitiful rascals. Falstaff. Tut, tut, good enough to toss. Food for powder, food for powder. They'll fill a pit as well as better. Tush, man. Mortal men, mortal men. Westmoreland. Aye, but, Sir John, methinks they are exceeding poor and bare, too beggarly. Falstaff. Faith, for their poverty, I know not where they had that, and for their bareness, I am sure they never learned that of me. Prince. No, I'll be sworn, unless you call 3 fingers on the ribs bare, but, sirrah, make haste, Percy is already in the field. Exit. Falstaff. What? Is the king encamped? Westmoreland. He is, Sir John. I fear we shall stay too long. Exit. Falstaff. Well, to the latter end of a fray, and the beginning of a feast, fits a dull fighter and a keen guest. Exit. Scene 3. The rebel camp near Shrewsbury. Enter Hotspur, Worcester, Douglas, and Vernon. Hotspur. We'll fight with him tonight. Worcester. It may not be. Douglas. You give him then advantage. Vernon. Not a whit. Hotspur. Why say you so? Looks he not for supply? Vernon. So do we. Hotspur. His is certain, ours is doubtful. Worcester. Good cousin, be advised, stir not tonight. Vernon. Do not, my lord. Douglas. You do not counsel well. You speak it out of fear and cold heart. Vernon. Do me no slander, Douglas, by my life, and I dare well maintain it with my life. If well-respected honor bid me on, I hold as little counsel with weak fear as you, my lord, or any Scot that this day lives. Let it be seen tomorrow in the battle which of us fears. Douglas. Yeah, or tonight? Vernon. Content. Hotspur. Tonight, say I. Vernon. Come, come, it may not be that I wonder much, being men of such great leading as you are, that you foresee not what impediments drag back our expedition. Certain horse of my cousin Vernon's are not yet come up. Your uncle Worcester's horse came but today, and now their pride and mettle is asleep, their courage with hard labor tame and dull, that not a horse is half the half himself. Hotspur. So are the horses of the enemy in general, journey-baited and brought low. The better part of ours are full of rest. Worcester. The number of the king exceedeth ours. For God's sake, cousin, stay till all come in. The trumpet sounds a parley. Enter Sir Walter Blunt. Blunt. I come with gracious offers from the king, if you vouchsafe me hearing and respect. Hotspur. Welcome, Sir Walter Blunt, and would to God you were of our determination. Some of us love you well, and even though some envy your great deservings and good name, because you are not of our quality, but stand against us like an enemy. Blunt. And God defend, but still I should stand so long as out of limit and true rule you stand against anointed majesty. But to my charge, the king hath sent to know the nature of your griefs, and whereupon you conjure from the breast of civil peace such bold hostility, teaching his duteous land audacious cruelty, if that the king have any way your good deserts forgot, which he confesseth to be manifold, he bids you name your griefs, and with all speed you shall have your desires with interest and pardon absolute for yourself, and these herein misled by your suggestion. Hotspur. The king is kind, and well we know the king knows at what time to promise, when to pay. My father and my uncle and myself did give him that same royalty he wears, and when he was not 26 strong, sick in the world's regard, wretched and low, a poor unminded outlaw sneaking home, my father gave him welcome to the shore. And when he heard him swear and vow to God he came but to be Duke of Lancaster, to sue his livery, and beg his peace with tears of innocence and terms of zeal, my father, in kind heart and pity moved, swore him assistance, and performed it too. Now, when the lords and barons of the realm perceived Northumberland did lean to him, the more and less came in with cap and knee, met him in boroughs, cities, villages, attended him on bridges, stood in lanes, laid gifts before him, proffered him their oaths, give him their heirs as pages, followed him even at the heels in golden multitudes. He presently, as greatness knows itself, steps me a little higher than his vow made to my father while his blood was poor upon the naked shore at Ravensburg, and now forsooth takes on him to reform some certain edicts and some strait decrees that lie too heavy on the commonwealth, cries out upon abuses, seems to weep over his country's wrongs, and by this face, this seeming brow of justice, did he win the hearts of all that he did angle for. Proceeded further, cut me off the heads of all the favorites that the absent king in deputation left behind him here when he was personal in the Irish war. Blunt. Tut, I came not to hear this. Hotspur. Then to the point. In short time after, he deposed the king, soon after that deprived him of his life, and in the neck of that, tasked the whole state. To make that worse, suffered his kinsman March, who is, if every owner were well placed, indeed his king, to be engaged in Wales, there without ransom to lie forfeited, disgraced me in my happy victories, sought to entrap me by intelligence, raided mine uncle from the council board, enraged dismissed my father from the court, broke oath on oath, committed wrong on wrong, and in conclusion drove us to seek out this head of safety, and withal to pry into his title, the which now we find too indirect for long continuance. Blunt. Shall I return this answer to the king? Hotspur. Not so, Sir Walter, will withdraw a while. Go to the king, and let there be impawned some surety for a safe return again, and in the morning early shall my uncle bring him our purposes, and so, farewell. Blunt. I would you would accept of grace and love. Hotspur. And maybe so we shall. Blunt. Pray God you do. Exeunt. Scene 4. York. A room in the Archbishop's palace. Enter the Archbishop of York and Sir Michael. Archbishop. Hi, good Sir Michael. Bear this sealed brief with winged haste to the Lord Marshal, this to my cousin Scroop, and all the rest to whom they are directed. If you knew how much they do import, you would make haste. Sir Michael. My good lord, I guess they're 10 hour. Archbishop. Like enough you do. Tomorrow, good Sir Michael, is a day wherein the fortune of 10,000 men must bide the touch. For, sir, at Shrewsbury, as I am truly given to understand, the king with mighty and quick-raised power meets with Lord Harry and, I fear, Sir Michael, what with the sickness of Northumberland, whose power was in the first proportion, and what with Owen Glendower's absence thence, who with them was a rated sinew too, and comes not in, or are you elled by prophecies? I fear the power of Percy is too weak to wage an instant trial with the king. Sir Michael. Why, my good lord, you need not fear. There is Douglas and Lord Mortimer. Archbishop. No, Mortimer is not there. Sir Michael. But there is Mordake, Vernon, Lord Harry Percy, and there is my Lord of Worcester, and a head of gallant warriors, noble gentlemen. Archbishop. And so there is, but yet the king hath drawn the special head of all the land together. The Prince of Wales, Lord John of Lancaster, the noble Westmoreland, and warlike Blunt, and many more co-rivals and dear men of estimation and command in arms. Sir Michael. Doubt not, my lord, they shall be well opposed. Archbishop. I hope no less, yet needful 'tis to fear, and to prevent the worst, Sir Michael, speed. For if Lord Percy thrive not, ere the king dismiss his power he means to visit us, for he hath heard of our confederacy, and 'tis but wisdom to make strong against him. Therefore make haste, I must go right again to other friends, and so, farewell, Sir Michael. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. The king's camp near Shrewsbury. Enter King Henry, Prince Henry, Lancaster, Sir Walter Blunt, and Sir John Falstaff. King. How bloodily the sun begins to peer above yon bulky hill. The day looks pale at his distemper. Prince. The southern wind doth play the trumpet to his purposes, and by his hollow whistling in the leaves foretells a tempest and a blustering day. King. Then with the losers let it sympathize, for nothing can seem foul to those that win. The trumpet sounds. Enter Worcester and Vernon. How now, my Lord of Worcester? 'Tis not well that you and I should meet upon such terms as now we meet. You have deceived our trust, and made us doff our easy robes of peace, to crush our old limbs in ungentle steel. This is not well, my lord, this is not well. What say you to it? Will you again unknit this churlish knot of all abhorred war, and move in that obedient orb again where you did give a fair and natural light, and be no more an exhaled meteor, a prodigy of fear, and a portent of broached mischief to the unborn times? Worcester, hear me, my liege. For mine own part, I could be well content to entertain the lag end of my life with quiet hours, for I do protest I have not sought the day of this dislike. King, you have not sought it? How comes it, then? Falstaff, rebellion lay in his way, and he found it. Prince, peace, Chawet, peace. Worcester, it pleased your majesty to turn your looks of favor from myself and all our house. And yet I must remember you, my lord. We were the first and dearest of your friends. For you my staff of office did I break in Richard's time, and posted day and night to meet you on the way, and kiss your hand, when yet you were in place and in account nothing so strong and fortunate as I. It was myself, my brother, and his son, that brought you home, and boldly did outdare the dangers of the time. You swore to us, and you did swear that oath at Doncaster, that you did nothing purpose gainst the state, nor claim no further than your Newfoundland right, the seat of Gaunt, dukedom of Lancaster. To this we swore our aid, but in short space it rained down fortune showering on your head, and such a flood of greatness fell on you. What with our help, what with the absent king, what with the injuries of a wanton time, the seeming sufferances that you had borne, and the contrarious winds that held the king so long in his unlucky Irish wars that all in England did repute him dead. And from this swarm of fair advantages you took occasion to be quickly wooed to gripe the general sway into your hand, forgot your oath to us at Doncaster, and being fed by us, you used us so as that ungentle gull, the cuckoo's bird, useth the sparrow, did oppress our nest, grew by our feeding to so great a bulk that even our love durst not come near your sight for fear of swallowing. But with nimble wing we were enforced, for safety's sake, to fly out of your sight, and raise this present head, whereby we stand opposed by such means as you yourself have forged against yourself, by unkind usage, dangerous countenance, and violation of all faith and troth sworn to us in your younger enterprise. King, these things, indeed, you have articulate, proclaimed at market crosses, read in churches, to face the garment of rebellion with some fine color that may please the eye of fickle changelings and poor discontents, which gape and rub the elbow at the news of hurly-burly innovation. And never yet did insurrection want such watercolors to impaint his cause, nor moody beggars starving for a time of pell-mell havoc and confusion. Prince, in both your armies there is many a soul shall pay full dearly for this encounter, if once they join in trial. Tell your nephew, the Prince of Wales doth join with all the world in praise of Henry Percy. Be why my hopes, this present enterprise set off his head. I do not think a braver gentleman, more active valiant or more valiant young, more daring or more bold, is now alive to grace this latter age with noble deeds. For my part, I may speak it to my shame, I have a truant been to chivalry, and so I hear he doth account me too. Yet this before my father's majesty. I am content that he shall take the odds of his great name and estimation, and will, to save the blood on either side, try fortune with him in a single fight. King, and, Prince of Wales, so dare we venture thee, albeit considerations infinite do make against it. No, good Worcester, no. We love our people well, even those we love that are misled upon your cousin's part, and, will they take the offer of our grace, both he, and they, and you? Yea, every man shall be my friend again, and I'll be his. So tell your cousin, and then bring me word what he will do, but if he will not yield, rebuke and dread correction wait on us, and they shall do their office, so, be gone. We will not now be troubled with reply. We offer fair, take it advisedly. Exit Worcester with Vernon. Prince, it will not be accepted on my life. The Douglas and the Hotspur both together are confident against the world in arms. King, hence, therefore, every leader to his charge. For on their answer will we set on them, and God befriend us as our cause is just. Exeunt the King, Blunt, and Prince John. Falstaff, Hal, if thou see me down in the battle and bestride me, so, 'tis a point of friendship. Prince, nothing but a Colossus can do thee that friendship. Say thy prayers, and farewell. Falstaff. I would toward bedtime. How, and all well? Prince. Why, thou owest God a death. Exit. Falstaff. 'Tis not due yet. I would be loath to pay him before his day. What need I be so forward with him that calls not on me? Well, 'tis no matter. Honor pricks me on, yeah, but how if honor prick me off when I come on? How then? Can honor set to a leg? No, or an arm? No, or take away the grief of a wound? No. Honor hath no skill in surgery then? No, what is honor? A word, what is in that word? Honor? What is that honor? Aired out a trim reckoning. Who hath it? He that died Wednesday. Doth he feel it? No. Doth he hear it? No. 'Tis insensible then? Yea, to the dead, but will it not live with the living? No, why? Detraction will not suffer it, therefore I'll none of it. Honor is a mere scutcheon, and so ends my catechism. Exit. Scene 2. The rebel camp. Enter Worcester and Vernon. Worcester. Oh no, my nephew must not know, Sir Richard, the liberal and kind offer of the king. Vernon. 'Twere best he did. Worcester. Then are we all undone. It is not possible. It cannot be. The king should keep his word in loving us. He will suspect us still, and find a time to punish this offense and other faults. Suspicion all our lives shall be stuck full of eyes, for treason is but trusted like the fox, who, ne'er so tame, so cherished and locked up, will have a wild trick of his ancestors. Look how we can, or sad or merrily, interpretation will misquote our looks, and we shall feed like oxen at a stall, the better cherished still the nearer death. My nephew's trespass may be well forgot. It hath the excuse of youth and heat of blood, and an adopted name of privilege, a hair-brained Hotspur, governed by a spleen. All his offenses live upon my head and on his father's. We did train him on, and, his corruption being ta'en from us, we as the spring of all shall pay for all. Therefore, good cousin, let not Harry know in any case the offer of the king. Vernon. Deliver what you will. I'll say 'tis so. Here comes your cousin. Enter Hotspur and Douglas, officers and soldiers behind. Hotspur. My uncle is returned. Deliver up my lord of Westmoreland. Uncle, what news? Worcester. The king will bid you battle presently. Douglas. Defy him by the lord of Westmoreland. Hotspur. Lord Douglas, go you and tell him so. Douglas. Marry, I shall, and very willingly. Exit. Worcester. There is no seeming mercy in the king. Hotspur. Did you beg any? God forbid. Worcester. I told him gently of our grievances, of his oath-breaking, which he mended thus, by now forswearing that he is forsworn. He calls us rebels, traitors, and will scourge with haughty arms this hateful name in us. Enter Douglas. Douglas. Arm, gentlemen, to arms! For I have thrown a brave defiance in King Henry's teeth, and Westmoreland, that was engaged, did bear it, which cannot choose but bring him quickly on. Worcester. The Prince of Wales stepped forth before the king, and nephew challenged you to single fight. Hotspur. Oh, would the quarrel lay upon our heads, and that no man might draw short breath today but I and Harry Monmouth. Tell me, how showed his tasking? Seemed it in contempt? Vernon. No, by my soul, I never in my life did hear a challenge urged more modestly, unless a brother should a brother dare to gentle exercise and proof of arms. He gave you all the duties of a man, trimmed up your praises with a princely tongue, spoke your deservings like a chronicle, making you ever better than his praise by still dispraising praise valued with you, and, which became him like a prince indeed, he made a blushing sidle of himself, and chid his truant youth with such a grace as if he mastered there a double spirit of teaching and of learning instantly. There did he pause. But let me tell the world, if he outlive the envy of this day, England did never owe so sweet a hope so much misconstrued in his wantonness. Hotspur. Cousin, I think thou art enamored upon his follies. Never did I hear of any prince so wild a liberty. But be he as he will, yet once ere night I will embrace him with a soldier's arm, that he shall shrink under my courtesy. Arm with speed. And, fellows, soldiers, friends, Better consider what you have to do than I that have not well the gift of tongue can lift your blood up with persuasion. Enter a messenger. Messenger. My lord, here are letters for you. Hotspur. I cannot read them now. O gentlemen, the time of life is short. To spend that shortness basely were too long if life did ride upon a dial's point, still ending at the arrival of an hour. And if we live to tread on kings. If die, brave death, when princes die with us. Now, for our consciences, the arms are fair when the intent of bearing them is just. Enter another messenger. Messenger. My lord, prepare, the king comes on apace. Hotspur. I thank him that he cuts me from my tale, for I profess not talking, only this. Let each man do his best, and here draw I a sword whose temper I intend to stain with the best blood that I can meet withal in the adventure of this perilous day. Now, Esperance, Percy, and set on. Sound all the lofty instruments of war, and by that music let us all embrace, for, heaven to earth, some of us never shall a second time do such a courtesy. The trumpets sound, they embrace, and exeunt. Scene 3, plain between the camps. The king enters with his power, alarum to the battle, then enter Douglas and Sir Walter Blunt. Blunt, what is thy name that in the battle thus thou crossest me? What honor dost thou seek upon my head? Douglas, know then my name is Douglas, and I do haunt thee in the battle thus, because some tell me that thou art a king. Blunt, they tell thee true. Douglas, the Lord of Stafford dear today hath bought thy likeness, for instead of thee, King Harry, this sword hath ended him, so shall it thee, unless thou yield thee as my prisoner. Blunt, I was not born a yielder, thou proud Scot, and thou shalt find a king that will revenge Lord Stafford's death. They fight, and Blunt is slain. Enter Hotspur. Hotspur, O Douglas, hadst thou fought at Holmedon thus, I never had triumphed upon a Scot. Douglas, all's done, all's won. Here breathless lies the king. Hotspur, where? Douglas, here. Hotspur, this, Douglas? No, I know this face full well. A gallant knight he was, his name was Blunt, semblably furnished like the king himself. Douglas, a fool go with thy soul, whither it goes. A borrowed title hast thou bought too dear. Why didst thou tell me that thou wert a king? Hotspur, the king hath many marching in his coats. Douglas, now, by my sword, I will kill all his coats. I'll murder all his wardrobe, piece by piece, until I meet the king. Hotspur, up and away. Our soldiers stand full fairly for the day. Exeunt. Alarums, enter Falstaff solus. Falstaff, though I could scape shot-free at London, I fear the shot here. Here's no scoring but upon the pate. Soft. Who are you? Sir Walter Blunt, there's honor for you. Here's no vanity, I am as hot as molten lead, and as heavy too, God keep lead out of me. I need no more weight than mine own bowels. I have led my ragamuffins where they are peppered. There's not 3 of my 150 left alive, and they are for the town's end, to beg during life, but who comes here? Enter Prince Henry. Prince, what? Standst thou idle here? Lend me thy sword. Many a nobleman lies stark and stiff under the hoofs of vaunting enemies, whose deaths are yet unrevenged. I prithee lend me thy sword. Falstaff, O Hal, I prithee give me leave to breathe a while. Turk Gregory never did such deeds in arms as I have done this day. I have paid Percy. I have made him sure. Prince, he is indeed, and living to kill thee. I prithee, lend me thy sword. Falstaff, nay, before God, Hal, if Percy be alive, thou getst not my sword. But take my pistol, if thou wilt. Prince, give it me. What, is it in the case? Falstaff, I, Hal, 'tis hot. 'Tis hot, there's that will sack a city. The prince draws out a bottle of sack. Prince, what, is it a time to jest and dally now? Throws it at him, and exit. Falstaff, well, if Percy be alive, I'll pierce him if he do come in my way. So, if he do not, if I come in his willingly, let him make a carbonado of me. I like not such grinning honor as Sir Walter hath. Give me life, which if I can save. So, if not, honor comes unlooked for, and there's an end. Exit. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Alaram's excursions, enter King Henry, Prince Henry, Lancaster and Westmoreland. King. I prithee, Harry, withdraw thyself, thou bleedest too much. Lord John of Lancaster, go you with him. Lancaster. Not I, my lord, unless I did bleed too. Prince. I do beseech your majesty, make up, lest your retirement do amaze your friends. King. I will do so. My lord of Westmoreland, lead him to his tent. Westmoreland. Come, my lord, I'll lead you to your tent. Prince. Led me, my lord? I do not need your help, and God forbid a shallow scratch should drive the Prince of Wales from such a field as this, where stained nobility lies trodden on, and rebels' arms triumph in massacres. Lancaster. We breathe too long. Come, cousin Westmoreland, our duty this way lies, for God's sake, come. Exeunt Lancaster and Westmoreland. Prince. By heaven, thou hast deceived me, Lancaster. I did not think thee lord of such a spirit. Before, I loved thee as a brother, John, but now I do respect thee as my soul. King. I saw him hold Lord Percy at the point with lustier maintenance than I did look for of such an ungrown warrior. Prince. Oh, this boy lends mettle to us all. Exit. Enter Douglas. Douglas. Another king. They grow like Hydra's heads. I am the Douglas, fatal to all those that wear those colors on them. What art thou that counterfeits the person of a king? King. The king himself, who, Douglas, grieves at heart so many of his shadows thou hast met, and not the very king. I have two boys seek Percy and thyself about the field. But, seeing thou fall'st on me so luckily, I will assay thee and defend thyself. Douglas. I fear thou art another counterfeit, and yet, in faith, thou bearest thee like a king. But mine I am sure thou art, whoe'er thou be, and thus I win thee. They fight, the king being in danger. Enter Prince Henry. Prince. Hold up thy head, vile Scot, or thou art like never to hold it up again. The spirits of valiant Shirley, Stafford, Blunt are in my arms. It is the Prince of Wales that threatens thee, who never promiseth, but he means to pay. They fight. Douglas flies. Cheerly, my lord, how fares your grace? Sir Nicholas Gauzy hath for succor sent, and so hath Clifton Isle to Clifton Strait. King. Stay and breathe a while. Thou hast redeemed thy lost opinion, and showed thou makest some tender of my life. In this fair rescue thou hast brought to me. Prince. O God, they did me too much injury that ever said I hearkened for your death. If it were so, I might have let alone the insulting hand of Douglas over you, which would have been as speedy in your end as all the poisonous potions in the world, and saved the treacherous labor of your son. King. Make up to Clifton Isle to Sir Nicholas Gauzy. Exit. Enter Hotspur. Hotspur. If I mistake not, thou art Harry Monmouth. Prince. Thou speakst as if I would deny my name. Hotspur. My name is Harry Percy. Prince. Why then I see a very valiant rebel of the name. I am the Prince of Wales, and think not, Percy, to share with me in glory any more. Two stars keep not their motion in one sphere, nor can one England brook a double reign of Harry Percy and the Prince of Wales. Hotspur. Nor shall it, Harry, for the hour is come to end the one of us, and would to God thy name in arms were now as great as mine. Prince. I'll make it greater ere I part from thee, and all the budding honors on thy crest I'll crop to make a garland for my head. Hotspur. I can no longer brook thy vanities. They fight. Enter Falstaff. Falstaff. Well said, Hal. To it, Hal. Nay, you shall find no boys' play here, I can tell you. Enter Douglas. He fights with Falstaff, who falls down as if he were dead, and exit Douglas the prince. Kills Hotspur. Hotspur. O Harry, thou hast robbed me of my youth. I better brook the loss of brittle life than those proud titles thou hast won of me. They wound my thoughts worse than thy sword my flesh. But thoughts, the slaves of life, and life, time's fool and time, that takes survey of all the world, must have a stop. Oh, I could prophesy, but that the earthy and cold hand of death lies on my tongue, and oh, Percy, thou art dust and food for dies. Prince. For worms, Brave Percy, fare thee well. Great heart, ill-weaved ambition, how much art thou shrunk! When that this body did contain a spirit, a kingdom for it was too small a bound. But now 2 paces of the vilest earth is room enough. This earth that bears thee dead bears not alive so stout a gentleman. If thou wert sensible of courtesy, I should not make so dear a show of zeal. But let my favors hide thy mangled face, and even in thy behalf I'll thank myself for doing these fair rites of tenderness. Adieu, and take thy praise with thee to heaven. Thy ignominy sleep with thee in the grave, but not remembered in thy epitaph. Sees Falstaff on the ground? What, old acquaintance, could not all this flesh keep in a little life? Poor Jack, farewell. I could have better spared a better man. Oh, I should have a heavy miss of thee if I were much in love with vanity. Death hath not struck so fat a deer today, though many dearer, in this bloody fray. Embowelled will I see thee by and by, till then in blood by noble Percy lie. Exit. Falstaff rises up. Falstaff, embowelled. If thou embowel me today, I'll give you leave to powder me and eat me too tomorrow, splud. 'Twas time to counterfeit, or that hot termagant Scot had paid me Scot and lot too counterfeit. I lie, I am no counterfeit. Theodai is to be a counterfeit, for he is but the counterfeit of a man who hath not the life of a man. But to counterfeit dying when a man thereby liveth is to be no counterfeit, but the true and perfect image of life. Indeed, the better part of valor is discretion, in the which better part one have saved my life. Zounds, I am afraid of this gunpowder Percy, though he be dead. How if he should counterfeit too, and rise? By my faith, I am afraid he would prove the better counterfeit, therefore I'll make him sure. Yea, and I'll swear I killed him. Why may not he rise as well as I? Nothing confutes me but eyes, and nobody sees me. Therefore, Sirrah, with a new wound in your thigh, come you along with me. Takes Hotspur on his back. Enter Prince Henry and Lancaster. Prince, come, brother John, full bravely hast thou fleshed thy maiden sword. Lancaster, but soft, whom have we here? Did you not tell me this fat man was dead? Prince, I did. I saw him dead, breathless and bleeding on the ground. Art thou alive? Or is it fantasy that plays upon our eyesight? I prithee, speak. We will not trust our eyes without our ears. Thou art not what thou seemst. Falstaff, no, that's certain. I am not a double man, but if I be not Jack Falstaff, then am I a Jack. There is Percy. Throwing the body down. If your father will do me any honor, so. If not, let him kill the next Percy himself. I look to be either Earl or Duke, I can assure you. Prince, why, Percy, I killed myself, and saw thee dead. Falstaff, didst thou? Lord, Lord, how this world is given to lying. I grant you I was down and out of breath, and so was he, but we rose both at an instant, and fought a long hour by Shrewsbury clock, if I may be believed. So, if not, let them that should reward valor bear the sin upon their own heads. I'll take it upon my death. I gave him this wound in the thigh. If the man were alive, and would deny it, zounds, I would make him eat a piece of my sword. Lancaster, this is the strangest tale that ever I heard. Prince, this is the strangest fellow, brother John. Come, bring your luggage nobly on your back. For my part, if a lie may do thee grace, I'll gild it with the happiest terms I have. A retreat is sounded. The trumpet sounds retreat. The day is ours. Come, brother, let us to the highest of the field, to see what friends are living, who are dead. Exeunt Prince Henry and Lancaster. Falstaff, I'll follow, as they say, for reward, he that rewards me, God reward him. If I do grow great, I'll grow less, for I'll purge, and leave sack, and live cleanly as a nobleman should do. Exit, bearing off the body. Scene vide, another part of the field. The trumpets sound, enter King Henry, Prince Henry, Lancaster, Westmoreland and others, with Worcester and Vernon. Prisoners. King, thus ever did rebellion find rebuke. Ill-spirited Worcester, did not we send grace, pardon, and terms of love to all of you? And wouldst thou turn our offers contrary? Misuse the 10 hour of thy kinsman's trust? 3 knights upon our party slain today, a noble earl, and many a creature else, had been alive this hour, if, like a Christian, thou hadst truly borne betwixt our armies true intelligence. Worcester, what I have done my safety urged me to, and I embrace this fortune patiently, since not to be avoided it falls on me. King, bear Worcester to the death, and Vernon too. Other offenders we will pause upon. Exeunt Worcester and Vernon, guarded. How goes the field? Prince. The noble Scot, Lord Douglas, when he saw the fortune of the day quite turned from him, the noble Percy slain, and all his men upon the foot of fear, fled with the rest, and falling from a hill, he was so bruised that the pursuers took him to my tent. The Douglas is, and I beseech your grace I may dispose of him. King, with all my heart. Prince. Then, brother John of Lancaster, to you this honorable bounty shall belong. Go to the Douglas and deliver him up to his pleasure, ransomless and free. His valor shone upon our crests today, hath taught us how to cherish such high deeds, even in the bosom of our adversaries. Lancaster, I thank your grace for this high courtesy, which I shall give away immediately. King, then this remains, that we divide our power. You, son John, and my cousin Westmoreland, towards York shall bend you with your dearest speed to meet Northumberland and the prelate Scroop, who, as we hear, are busily in arms. Myself and you, son Harry, will towards Wales, to fight with Glendower and the Earl of March. Rebellion in this land shall lose his sway, meeting the check of such another day, and since this business so fair is done, let us not leave till all our own be won. Exeunt. The second part of King Henry IV. Contents. Induction. Act I. Scene I. The same. Scene 2. London. A street. Scene 3. York, the Archbishop's Palace. Act 2. Scene I. London. A street. Scene 2. London, another street. Scene 3. Warkwith before the castle. Scene 4. The Boar's Head Tavern in Eastcheap. Act 3. Scene I. Westminster, the Palace. Scene 2. Gloucestershire before Justice Shallow's house. Act 4. Scene I. Yorkshire, Galtree Forest. Scene 2. Another part of the forest. Scene 3. Another part of the forest. Scene 4. Westminster, the Jerusalem Chamber. Scene V. Another chamber. Act V. Scene I. Gloucestershire, Shallow's house. Scene 2. Westminster, the Palace. Scene 3. Gloucestershire, Shallow's orchard. Scene 4. London, a street. Scene V. A public place near Westminster Abbey. Epilogue. Dramatis Personae. Rumor. The presenter. King Henry IV. Henry, Prince of Wales, afterwards King Henry V. Thomas, Duke of Clarence. Prince John of Lancaster. Prince Humphrey of Gloucester. Earl of Warwick. Earl of Westmoreland. Earl of Surrey. Gower. Harcourt. Sir John Blunt. Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench. A servant of the Chief Justice. Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland. Scroop, Archbishop of York. Lord Mowbray. Lord Hastings. Lord Bardolph. Sir John Colville. Travers and Morton, retainers of Northumberland. Sir John Falstaff. His page. Bardolph. Pistol. Poins. Peto. Shallow and Silence, country justices. Davy, servant to Shallow. Mouldy, Shadow. Wart, Feeble, and Bullcalf, recruits. Fong and Snare, sheriff's officers. Lady Northumberland. Lady Percy. Mistress Quickly, hostess of a tavern in Eastcheap. Doll Tearsheet. Lords and attendants, porter, drawers, musicians, beadles, grooms, etc. A dancer, speaker of the epilogue. Scene, England. Induction. Warkwith before the castle. Enter Rumor, painted full. Of tongues. Rumor. Open your ears. For which of you will stop the vent of hearing when loud Rumor speaks? I, from the Orient to the drooping West, making the wind my post-horse, still unfold the acts commenced on this ball of earth. Upon my tongue's continual slanders ride, the which in every language I pronounce, stuffing the ears of men with false reports. I speak of peace, while covert enmity under the smile of safety wounds the world. And who but Rumor, who but only I, make fearful musters and prepared defense, whiles the big year, swollen with some other grief, is thought with child by the stern tyrant war, and no such matter. Rumor is a pipe blown by surmises, jealousies, conjectures, and of so easy and so plain a stop that the blunt monster with uncounted heads, the still discordant wavering multitude, can play upon it. But what need I thus my well-known body to anatomize among my household? Why is rumor here? I run before King Harry's victory, who in a bloody field by Shrewsbury hath beaten down young Hotspur and his troops, quenching the flame of bold rebellion even with the rebels' blood. But what mean I to speak so true at first? My office is to noise abroad that Harry Monmouth fell under the wrath of noble Hotspur's sword, and that the king before the Douglas rage stooped his anointed head as low as death. This have I rumored through the peasant towns between that royal field of Shrewsbury and this worm-eaten hold of Ragged Stone, where Hotspur's father, old Northumberland, lies crafty sick. The posts come tiring on, and not a man of them brings other news than they have learned of me. From rumor's tongues they bring smooth comforts false, worse than true wrongs. Exit. Act I. Scene I.The same. Enter Lord Bardolph. Lord Bardolph. Who keeps the gate here? Ho? The porter opens the gate. Where is the earl? Porter. What shall I say you are? Lord Bardolph. Tell thou the earl that the Lord Bardolph doth attend him here. Porter. His lordship is walked forth into the orchard. Please at your honor knock but at the gate, and he himself will answer. Enter Northumberland. Lord Bardolph. Here comes the earl. Exit Porter. Northumberland. What news, Lord Bardolph? Every minute now should be the father of some stratagem. The times are wild. Contention, like a horse full of high feeding, madly hath broke loose and bears down all before him. Lord Bardolph. Noble earl, I bring you certain news from Shrewsbury. Northumberland. Good, and God will. Lord Bardolph. As good as heart can wish. The king is almost wounded to the death, and in the fortune of my lord your son, Prince Harry slain outright, and both the Blunts killed by the hand of Douglas. Young Prince John and Westmoreland and Stafford fled the field, and Harry Monmouth's brawn, the hulk Sir John, is prisoner to your son. Oh, such a day, so fought, so followed and so fairly won, came not till now to dignify the time since Caesar's fortunes. Northumberland. How is this derived? Saw you the field? Came you from Shrewsbury? Lord Bardolph. I spake with one, my lord, that came from thence, a gentleman well bred and of good name, that freely rendered me these news for true. Northumberland. Here comes my servant Travers, whom I sent on Tuesday last to listen after news. Enter Travers. Lord Bardolph. My lord, I overrode him on the way, and he is furnished with no certainties more than he haply may retail from me. Northumberland. Now, Travers, what good tidings comes with you? Travers. My lord, Sir John Umfreville turned me back with joyful tidings, and, being better horsed, outrode me. After him came spurring hard a gentleman, almost forspent with speed, that stopped by me to breathe his bloodied horse. He asked the way to Chester, and of him I did demand what news from Shrewsbury. He told me that rebellion had bad luck, and that young Harry Percy's spur was cold. With that he gave his able horse the head, and bending forward struck his armed heels against the panting sides of his poor jade up to the rowelhead, and starting so he seemed in running to devour the way, staying no longer question. Northumberland. Huh? Again. Said he young Harry Percy's spur was cold? Of hot spur, cold spur? That rebellion had met ill luck? Lord Bardolph. My lord, I'll tell you what. If my young lord your son have not the day, upon mine honor, for a silken point I'll give my barony, never talk of it. Northumberland. Why should that gentleman that rode by Travers give then such instances of loss? Lord Bardolph. Who? He? He was some hilding fellow that had stolen the horse he rode on, and upon my life, spoke at a venture. Look, here comes more news. Enter Morton. Northumberland. Yeah, this man's brow, like to a tidal leaf, foretells the nature of a tragic volume. So looks the strand whereon the imperious flood hath left a witnessed usurpation. Say, Morton, didst thou come from Shrewsbury? Morton. I ran from Shrewsbury, my noble lord, where hateful death put on his ugliest mask to fright our party. Northumberland, how doth my son and brother? Thou tremblest, and the whiteness in thy cheek is apter than thy tongue to tell thy errand. Even such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dread in look, so woebegone, drew Priam's curtain in the dead of night, and would have told him half his Troy was burnt. But Priam found the fire ere he his tongue, and I my Percy's death ere thou report'st it. This thou wouldst say, your son did thus and thus, your brother thus. So fought the noble Douglas, stopping my greedy ear with their bold deeds. But in the end, to stop my ear indeed, thou hast a sigh to blow away this praise, ending with brother, son, and all are dead. Morton, Douglas is living, and your brother, yet, but, for my lord your son, Northumberland, why, he is dead. See what a ready tongue suspicion hath. He that but fears the thing he would not know hath by instinct knowledge from others' eyes that what he feared is chanced. Yet speak, Morton. Tell thou an earl his divination lies, and I will take it as a sweet disgrace and make thee rich for doing me such wrong. Morton, you are too great to be by me gainsaid. Your spirit is too true, your fears too certain. Northumberland. Yet, for all this, say not that Percy's dead. I see a strange confession in thine eye. Thou shakest thy head, and hold'st it fear or sin to speak a truth. If he be slain, say so. The tongue offends not that reports his death, and he doth sin that doth belie the dead, not he which says the dead is not alive. Yet the first bringer of unwelcome news hath but a losing office, and his tongue sounds ever after as a sullen bell, remembered tolling a departing friend. Lord Bardolph, I cannot think, my lord, your son is dead. Morton, I am sorry I should force you to believe that which I would to God I had not seen. But these mine eyes saw him in bloody state, rendering faint quittance, wearied and outbreathed, to Harry Monmouth, whose swift wrath beat down the never-daunted Percy to the earth, from whence with life he never more sprung up. In few, his death, whose spirit lent a fire even to the dullest peasant in his camp, being brooded once, took fire and heat away from the best-tempered courage in his troops. For from his metal was his party steeled, which once in him abetted, all the rest turned on themselves, like dull and heavy lead. And as the thing that's heavy in itself upon enforcement flies with greatest speed, so did our men, heavy in Hotspur's loss, lend to this weight such lightness with their fear that arrows fled not swifter toward their aim than did our soldiers, aiming at their safety, fly from the field. Then was that noble Worcester too soon ta'en prisoner, and that furious Scot, the bloody Douglas, whose well-laboring sword had 3 times slain appearance of the king, gone veil his stomach and did grace. The shame of those that turned their backs, and in his flight, stumbling in fear, was took. The sum of all is that the king hath won, and hath sent out a speedy power to encounter you, my lord, under the conduct of young Lancaster and Westmoreland. This is the news at full. Northumberland. For this I shall have time enough to mourn. In poison there is physic, and these news, having been well, that would have made me sick. Being sick, have in some measure made me well. And as the wretch, whose fever-weakened joints, like strengthless hinges, buckle under life, impatient of his fit, breaks like a fire out of his keeper's arms, even so my limbs, weakened with grief, being now enraged with grief, are thrice themselves. Hence, therefore, thou nice crutch, a scaly gauntlet now with joints of steel must glove this hand, and hence, thou sickly coif, thou art a guard too wanton for the head which princes, fleshed with conquest, aim to hit. Now bind my brows with iron, and approach the raggedst hour that time and spite dare bring to frown upon t' enraged Northumberland. Let heaven kiss earth. Now let not nature's hand keep the wild flood confined. Let order die, and let this world no longer be a stage to feed contention in a lingering act, but let one spirit of the firstborn Cain reign in all bosoms, that, each heart being set on bloody courses, the rude scene may end, and darkness be the burier of the dead. Lord Bardolph, this strained passion doth you wrong, my lord. Morton, sweet earl, divorce not wisdom from your honor. The lives of all your loving complices lean on your health, the which, if you give o'er to stormy passion, must perforce decay. You cast the event of war, my noble lord, and summed the account of chance, before you said, let us make head. It was your presurmise that in the dole of blows your son might drop. You knew he walked o'er perils, on an edge, more likely to fallen than to get o'er. You were advised his flesh was capable of wounds and scars, and that his forward spirit would lift him where most trade of danger ranged. Yet did you say go forth, and none of this, though strongly apprehended, could restrain the stiff-born action. What hath then befallen? Or what hath this bold enterprise brought forth, more than that being which was like to be? Lord Bardolph, we all that are engaged to this loss knew that we ventured on such dangerous seas that if we wrought out life, 'twas 10 to 1. And yet we ventured, for the gain proposed choked the respect of likely peril feared. And since we are o'erse it, venture again. Come, we will put forth body and goods. Morton, 'tis more than time, and my most noble lord, I hear for certain, and dare speak the truth. The gentle Archbishop of York is up with well-appointed powers. He is a man who with a double surety binds his followers. My lord your son had only but the corpse, but shadows and the shows of men, to fight. For that same word, rebellion, did divide the action of their bodies from their souls, and they did fight with queasiness, constrained, as men drink potions, that their weapons only seemed on our side. But, for their spirits and souls, this word, rebellion, it had froze them up, as fish are in a pond. But now the bishop turns insurrection to religion. Suppose sincere and holy in his thoughts, he's followed both with body and with mind, and doth enlarge his rising with the blood of fair King Richard, scraped from Pomfret stones, derives from heaven his quarrel and his cause, tells them he doth bestride a bleeding land, gasping for life under great Bolingbroke, and more and less do flock to follow him. Northumberland. I knew of this before, but, to speak truth, this present grief had wiped it from my mind. Go in with me, and counsel every man the optuest way for safety and revenge. Get posts and letters, and make friends with speed. Never so few, and never yet more need. Exeunt. Scene 2. London. A street. Enter Falstaff, with his page bearing his sword and buckler. Falstaff. Sirrah, you giant, what says the doctor to my water? Page. He said, Sir, the water itself was a good healthy water. But, for the party that owed it, he might have mo diseases than he knew for. Falstaff. Men of all sorts take a pride to gird at me. The brain of this foolish compounded clay man is not able to invent anything that tends to laughter more than I invent, or is invented on me. I am not only witty in myself, but the cause that wit is in other men. I do here walk before thee like a sow that hath overwhelmed all her litter but one. If the prince put thee into my service for any other reason than to set me off, why then I have no judgment, thou whoreson Mandrake, thou art fitter to be worn in my cap than to wait at my heels. I was never manned with an agate till now, but I will inset you neither in gold nor silver, but in vile apparel, and send you back again to your master, for a jewel, the juvenile, the prince your master, whose chin is not yet fledged. I will sooner have a beard grow in the palm of my hand than he shall get one off his cheek. And yet he will not stick to say his face is a face-roya. God may finish it when he will. 'Tis not a hair amiss yet, he may keep it still at a face-royal, for a barber shall never earn sixpence out of it, and yet he'll be crowing as if he had writ man ever since his father was a bachelor. He may keep his own grace, but he's almost out of mine. I can assure him what said Master Melton about the satin for my short cloak and my slops. Page. He said, Sir, you should procure him better assurance than Bardolph. He would not take his band and yours. He liked not the security. Falstaff. Let him be damned like the glutton. Pray God his tongue be hotter. A whoreson, a Achitophel, a rascally ye forsooth knave, to bear a gentleman in hand, and then stand upon security. The whoreson smooth-pates do now wear nothing but high shoes and bunches of keys at their girdles, and if a man is through with them in honest taking up, then they must stand upon security. I had as lief they would put ratsbane in my mouth as offer to stop it with security. I looked he should have sent me 22 yards of satin, as I am a true knight, and he sends me security. Well, he may sleep in security, for he hath the horn of abundance, and the lightness of his wife shines through it, and yet cannot he see, though he have his own lantern to light him, Where's Bardolph? Page. He's gone into Smithfield to buy your worship a horse. Falstaff. I bought him in Paul's, and he'll buy me a horse in Smithfield. And I could get me but a wife in the stews. I were manned, horsed, and wived. Enter the Lord Chief Justice and servant. Page. Sir, here comes the nobleman that committed the prince for striking him about Bardolph. Falstaff. Wait close, I will not see him. Chief Justice. What's he that goes there? Servant. Falstaff. T please your lordship. Chief Justice. He that was in question for the robbery? Servant. He, my lord. But he hath since done good service at Shrewsbury, and, as I hear, is now going with some charge to the Lord John of Lancaster. Chief Justice. What? To York? Call him back again. Servant. Sir John Falstaff. Falstaff. Boy, tell him I am deaf. Page. You must speak louder. My master is deaf. Chief Justice. I am sure he is, to the hearing of anything good. Go pluck him by the elbow. I must speak with him. Servant. Sir John. Falstaff. What? A young knave and begging. Is there not wars? Is there not employment? Doth not the king lack subjects? Do not the rebels need soldiers? Though it be a shame to be on any side but one, it is worse shame to beg than to be on the worst side. Were it worse than the name of rebellion can tell how to make it. Servant. You mistake me, sir. Falstaff. Why, sir? Did I say you were an honest man? Setting my knighthood and my soldiership aside, I had lied in my throat if I had said so. Servant. I pray you, sir, then set your knighthood and your soldiership aside, and give me leave to tell you, you lie in your throat, if you say I am any other than an honest man. Falstaff. I give thee leave to tell me so? I lay aside that which grows to me. If thou getst any leave of me, hang me. If thou taxed leave, thou wert better be hanged, you hunt counter hence. Avaunt. Servant. Sir, my lord would speak with you. Chief Justice. Sir John Falstaff, a word with you. Falstaff. My good lord. God give your lordship good time of date. I am glad to see your lordship abroad. I heard say your lordship was sick. I hope your lordship goes abroad by advice. Your lordship, though not clean past your youth, hath yet some smack of age in you, some relish of the saltness of time. And I most humbly beseech your lordship to have a reverend care of your health. Chief Justice. Sir John, I sent for you before your expedition to Shrewsbury. Falstaff. And, please your lordship, I hear his majesty is returned with some discomfort from Wales. Chief Justice. I talk not of his majesty, you would not come when I sent for you. Falstaff. And I hear, moreover, his highness is fallen into this same whoreson apoplexy. Chief Justice. Well, God mend him. I pray you let me speak with you. Falstaff. This apoplexy, as I take it, is a kind of lethargy, and please your lordship, a kind of sleeping in the blood, a whoreson tingling. Chief Justice. What tell you me of it? Be it as it is. Falstaff. It hath it original from much grief, from study and perturbation of the brain. I have read the cause of his effects in Galen.it is a kind of deafness. Chief Justice. I think you are fallen into the disease, for you hear not what I say to you. Falstaff. Very well, my lord, very well rather. And please you. It is the disease of not listening, the malady of not marking, that I am troubled withal. Chief Justice. To punish you by the heels would amend the attention of your ears, and I care not if I do become your physician. Falstaff. I am as poor as Job, my lord, but not so patient. Your lordship may minister the potion of imprisonment to me in respect of poverty. But how I should be your patient to follow your prescriptions, the wise may make some dram of a scruple, or indeed a scruple itself. Chief Justice. I sent for you, when there were matters against you for your life, to come speak with me. Falstaff. As I was then advised by my learned counsel in the laws of this land service, I did not come. Chief Justice. Well, the truth is, Sir John, you live in great infamy. Falstaff. He that buckles himself in my belt cannot live in less. Chief Justice. Your means are very slender, and your waist is great. Falstaff. I would it were otherwise. I would my means were greater, and my waist slenderer. Chief Justice. You have misled the youthful prince. Falstaff. The young prince hath misled me. I am the fellow with the great belly, and he my dog. Chief Justice. Well, I am loath to gall a new-heeled wound. Your day's service at Shrewsbury hath a little gilded over your night's exploit on Gad's Hill. You may thank to unquiet time for your quiet o'er posting that action. Falstaff. My lord. Chief Justice. But since all is well, keep it so. Wake not a sleeping wolf. Falstaff. To wake a wolf is as bad as smell a fox. Chief Justice. What? You are as a candle, the better part burn out. Falstaff. A wassail candle, my lord, all tallow, if I did say of wax, my growth would approve the truth. Chief Justice. There is not a white hair in your face, but should have his effect of gravity. Falstaff. His effect of gravy, gravy, gravy. Chief Justice. You follow the young prince up and down, like his ill angel. Falstaff. Not so, my lord, your ill angel is light, but I hope he that looks upon me will take me without weighing. And yet in some respects, I grant, I cannot tell virtue is of so little regard in these costermongers' times that true valor is turned bearherd. Pregnancy is made a tapster, and hath his quick wit wasted in giving reckonings. All the other gifts appurtenant to man, as the malice of this age shapes them, are not worth a gooseberry. You that are old consider not the capacities of us that are young. You do measure the heat of our livers with the bitterness of your galls, and we that are in the vaward of our youth, I must confess, are wags too. Chief Justice. Do you set down your name in the scroll of youth, that are written down old with all the characters of age? Have you not a moist eye, a dry hand, a yellow cheek, a white beard, a decreasing leg, an increasing belly? Is not your voice broken, your wind short, your chin double, your wit single, and every part about you blasted with antiquity? And will you yet call yourself young? Fie, Sir John. Falstaff. My lord, I was born about 3 of the clock in the afternoon, with a white head and something a round belly for my voice. I have lost it with hallooing and singing of anthems. Go approve my youth further. I will not. The truth is, I am only old in judgment and understanding, and he that will caper with me for 1,000 marks, let him lend me the money and have at him. For the box of the ear that the prince gave you, he gave it like a rude prince, and you took it like a sensible lord. I have checked him for it, and the young lion repents, marry, not in ashes and sackcloth, but in new silk and old sack. Chief Justice. Well, God send the prince a better companion. Falstaff. God send the companion a better prince. I cannot rid my hands of him. Chief Justice. Well, the king hath severed you and Prince Harry. I hear you are going with Lord John of Lancaster against the Archbishop and the Earl of Northumberland. Falstaff. Yeah, I thank your pretty sweet wit for it, but look you pray, all you that kiss my lady peace at home, that our armies join not in a hot day. For, by the Lord, I take but 2 shirts out with me, and I mean not to sweat extraordinarily. If it be a hot day, and I brandish anything but a bottle, I would I might never spit white again. There is not a dangerous action can peep out his head, but I am thrust upon it. Well, I cannot last ever, but it was alway yet the trick of our English nation, if they have a good thing, to make it too common. If ye will needs say I am an old man, you should give me rest. I would to God my name were not so terrible to the enemy as it is. I were better to be eaten to death with a rust than to be scoured to nothing with perpetual motion. Chief Justice. Well, be honest, and God bless your expedition. Falstaff. Will your lordship lend me £1,000 to furnish me forth? Chief Justice. Not a penny, not a penny. You are too impatient to bear crosses. Fare you well. Commend me to my cousin Westmoreland. Exeunt Chief Justice and servant. Falstaff. If I do, fillip me with a 3-man beetle. A man can no more separate age and covetousness than he can part young limbs and lechery. But the gout galls the one, and the pox pinches the other, and so both the degrees prevent my curses. Boy. Page. Sir? Falstaff. What money is in my purse? Page. 7 groats and 2 pence. Falstaff. I can get no remedy against this consumption of the purse. Borrowing only lingers and lingers it out, but the disease is incurable. Go bear this letter to my Lord of Lancaster, this to the Prince, this to the Earl of Westmoreland, and this to old Mistress Ursula, whom I have weakly sworn to marry since I perceived the first white hair of my chin about it. You know where to find me. Exit page. A pox of this gout, or a gout of this pox. For the one or the other plays the rogue with my great toe, 'tis no matter if I do halt. I have the wars for my color, and my pension shall seem the more reasonable. A good wit will make use of anything. I will turn diseases to commodity. Exit. Scene 3. York, the Archbishop's Palace. Enter the Archbishop, the Lords Hastings, Mowbray, and Bardolph. Archbishop, thus have you heard our cause and known our means, and, my most noble friends, I pray you all speak plainly your opinions of our hopes. And first, Lord Marshal, what say you to it? Mowbray, I well allow the occasion of our arms, but gladly would be better satisfied how in our means we should advance ourselves to look with forehead bold and big enough upon the power and puissance of the king. Hastings, our present musters grow upon the file to 25,000 men of choice, and our supplies live largely in the hope of great Northumberland, whose bosom burns with an incensed fire of injuries. Lord Bardolph, the question then, Lord Hastings, standeth thus: whether our present 25,000 may hold up head without Northumberland. Hastings, with him we may. Lord Bardolph, yea, marry, there's the point. But if without him we be thought too feeble, my judgment is, we should not step too far till we had his assistance by the hand. For in a theme so bloody-faced as this, conjecture, expectation, and surmise of aids uncertain should not be admitted. Archbishop, 'tis very true, Lord Bardolph, for indeed it was young Hotspur's case at Shrewsbury. Lord Bardolph, it was, my lord, who lined himself with hope, eating the air on promise of supply, flattering himself in project of a power much smaller than the smallest of his thoughts, and so, with great imagination proper to madmen, led his powers to death and winking leaped into destruction. Hastings, but by your leave, it never yet did hurt to lay down likelihoods and forms of hope. Lord Bardolph, yes, if this present quality of war, indeed the instant action, a cause on foot, lives so in hope, as in an early spring we see appearing buds, which to prove fruit hope gives not so much warrant as despair that frosts will bite them. When we mean to build, we first survey the plot, then draw the model, and when we see the figure of the house, then we must rate the cost of the erection, which if we find outweighs ability, what do we then but draw anew the model in fewer offices, or at least, desist to build at all? Much more, in this great work, which is almost to pluck a kingdom down and set another up, should we survey the plot of situation and the model, consent upon a sure foundation, question surveyors, know our own estate, how able such a work to undergo, to weigh against his opposite, or else we fortify in paper and in figures, using the names of men instead of men, like one that draws the model of a house beyond his power to build it, who, half through, gives o'er and leaves his part-created cost, a naked subject to the weeping clouds, and waste for churlish winter's tyranny. Hastings, grant that our hopes, yet likely of fair birth, should be stillborn, and that we now possess the utmost man of expectation. I think we are a body strong enough, even as we are, to equal with the king. Lord Bardolph, what, is the king but 25,000? Hastings, to us no more. Nay, not so much, Lord Bardolph, for his divisions, as the times do brawl, are in 3 heads, one power against the French and one against Glendower. Perforce a third must take up you. So is the unfirm king in 3 divided, and his coffers sound with hollow poverty and emptiness. Archbishop, that he should draw his several strengths together and come against us in full puissance need not be dreaded. Hastings, if he should do so, he leaves his back unarmed, the French and Welsh baying him at the heels. Never fear that. Lord Bardolph, who is it like should lead his forces hither? Hastings, the Duke of Lancaster and Westmoreland, against the Welsh, himself and Harry Monmouth. But who is substituted, gainst the French I have no certain notice. Archbishop, let us on, and publish the occasion of our arms. The Commonwealth is sick of their own choice. Their over-greedy love hath surfeited. An habitation giddy and unsure hath he that buildeth on the vulgar heart. O thou fond Minnie, With what loud applause didst thou beat heaven with blessing Bolingbroke, before he was what thou wouldst have him be, and being now trimmed in thine own desires, thou, beastly feeder, art so full of him that thou provokest thyself to cast him up. So, thou common dog, didst thou disgorge thy glutton bosom of the royal Richard. And now thou wouldst eat thy dead vomit up, and howl'st to find it. What trust is in these times? They that, when Richard lived, would have him die are now become enamored on his grave. Thou that threw'st dust upon his goodly head when through proud London he came sighing on after t'admired heels of Bolingbroke, criest now, O earth, yield us that king again, and take thou this. O thoughts of men accursed, past and to come seems best, things present, worst. Mowbray, shall we go draw our numbers, and set on? Hastings, we are time's subjects, and time bids be gone. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. London. A street. Enter hostess with 2 officers, Fong and Snare, following. Hostess, Master Fong, have you entered the action? Fong, it is entered. Hostess, where's your yeoman? Is tea a lusty yeoman? Will he stand to tea? Fong, Sirrah, where's Snare? Hostess, O Lord, I, good Master Snare. Snare, here. Fong, Snare, we must arrest Sir John Falstaff. Hostess, yeah, good Master Snare, I have entered him and all. Snare, it may chance cost some of our lives, for he will stab. Hostess, alas the day, take heed of him, he stabbed me in mine own house, and that most beastly, in good faith. He cares not what mischief he does, if his weapon be out, he will foin like any devil. He will spare neither man, woman, nor child. Fong, if I can close with him, I care not for his thrust. Hostess, no, nor I neither I'll be at your elbow. Fong, and I but fist him once, and he come but within my vice. Hostess, I am undone by his going, I warrant you. He's an infinitive thing upon my score, good Master Fong. Hold him sure, good Master Snare. Let him not scape. He comes continually to Pie Corner, saving your manhoods, to buy a saddle, and he is indeed to dinner to the Lubber's Head in Lombard Street. To Master Smooth's the silkman, I pray you, since my action is entered, and my case so openly known to the world, let him be brought in to his answer. 100 mark is a long one for a poor lone woman to bear, and I have borne, and have been fubbed off, and fubbed off. From this day to that day, that it is a shame to be thought on, there is no honesty in such dealing, unless a woman should be made an ass and a beast, to bear every knave's wrong. Yonder he comes, and that arrant Momsey-nosed knave, Bardolph, with him. Do your offices, Master Fong and Master Snare, do me your offices. Enter Falstaff, Bardolph, and Page. Falstaff, how now? Whose mare's dead? What's the matter? Fong, Sir John, I arrest you at the suit of mistress quickly. Falstaff, away, varlets. Draw, Bardolph. Cut me off the villain's head, throw the queen in the channel. Hostess, throw me in the channel? I'll throw thee in the channel, wilt thou, thou bastardly rogue? Murder. Ah, thou honeysuckle villain, wilt thou kill God's officers and the king's? Ah, thou honeyseed rogue, thou art a honeyseed, a man-queller and a woman-queller. Falstaff, keep them off, Bardolph. Fong, a rescue. Hostess, good people, bring a rescue or two. Thou what thou? Thou what ta? Do, thou rogue. Do, thou hempseed. Page, away you scullion, you rampallion, you fustelarian. I'll tickle your catastrophe. Enter the Lord Chief Justice and his men. Chief Justice, what is the matter? Keep the peace here. Ho! Hostess, good my lord, be good to me, I beseech you, stand to me. Chief Justice, how now, Sir John? What are you brawling here? Doth this become your place, your time and business? You should have been well on your way to York. Stand from him, fellow, wherefore hang'st thou upon him? Hostess, O my most worshipful lord, an't please your grace, I am a poor widow of Eastcheap, and he is arrested at my suit. Chief Justice, For what sum? Hostess. It is more than for some, my lord. It is for all I have. He hath eaten me out of house and home. He hath put all my substance into that fat belly of his. But I will have some of it out again, or I will ride thee o' nights like the mare. Falstaff. I think I am as like to ride the mare if I have any vantage of ground to get up. Chief Justice. How comes this, Sir John? Fie. What man of good temper would endure this tempest of exclamation? Are you not ashamed to enforce a poor widow to so rough a course to come by her own? Falstaff. What is the gross sum that I owe thee? Hostess. Marry, if thou wert an honest man, thyself and the money too, thou didst swear to me upon a parcel gilt goblet, sitting in my dolphin chamber, at the round table, by a sea-coal fire, upon Wednesday in Weazen week, when the prince broke thy head for liking his father to a singing man of Windsor, thou didst swear to me then, as I was washing thy wound, to marry me and make me my lady thy wife. Canst thou deny it? Did not Goodwife Keech, the butcher's wife, come in then and call me gossip quickly, coming in to borrow a mess of vinegar, telling us she had a good dish of prawns, whereby thou didst desire to eat some, whereby I told thee they were ill for green wound? And didst thou not, when she was gone downstairs, desire me to be no more so familiarity with such poor people, saying that ere long they should call me madam? And didst thou not kiss me, and bid me fetch thee 30 shillings? I put thee now to thy book oath, deny it, if thou canst. Falstaff. My lord, this is a poor mad soul, and she says up and down the town that her eldest son is like you. She hath been in good case, and the truth is, poverty hath distracted her, but for these foolish officers, I beseech you I may have redress against them. Chief Justice. Sir John, I am well acquainted with your manner of wrenching the true cause. The false weight it is not a confident brow, nor the throng of words that come with such more than impudent sauciness from you, can thrust me from a level consideration. You have, as it appears to me, practiced upon the easy-yielding spirit of this woman, and made her serve your uses both in purse and in person. Hostess. Yea, in truth, my lord. Chief Justice. Pray thee, peace, pay her the debt you owe her, and unpay the villainy you have done with her, the one you may do with sterling money, and the other with current repentance. Falstaff. My lord, I will not undergo this sneap without reply you call honorable. Boldness, impudent sauciness. If a man will make curtsy and say nothing, he is virtuous. No, my lord, my humble duty remembered, I will not be your suitor. I say to you, I do desire deliverance from these officers, being upon hasty employment in the king's affairs. Chief Justice. You speak as having power to do wrong, but answer in defect of your reputation, and satisfy the poor woman. Falstaff. Come hither, hostess. Enter Gower. Chief Justice. Now, Master Gower, what news? Gower. The king, my lord, and Harry Prince of Wales are near at hand. The rest the paper tells? Falstaff. As I am a gentleman. Hostess. Faith, you said so before. Falstaff. As I am a gentleman, come, no more words of it. Hostess. By this heavenly ground I tread on, I must be fain to pawn both my plate and the tapestry of my dining chambers. Falstaff. Glasses, glasses is the only drinking, and for thy walls, a pretty slight drollery, or the story of the prodigal, or the German hunting and waterwork, is worth 1,000 of these bed-hangers and these fly-bitten tapestries. Let it be £10, if thou canst come, and 'twere not for thy humours, there's not a better wench in England. Go, wash thy face and draw the action. Come, thou must not be in this humour with me. Dost not know me? Come, come, I know thou wast set on to this. Hostess. Pray thee, Sir John, let it be but 20 nobles. Thy faith, I am loath to pawn my plate, so God save me. La. Falstaff. Let it alone. I'll make other shift. You'll be a fool still. Hostess. Well, you shall have it, though I pawn my gown. I hope you'll come to supper. You'll pay me altogether? Falstaff. Will I live? To Bardolph. Go with her, hook on, hook on. Hostess. Will you have Doll Tearsheet meet you at supper? Falstaff. No more words, let's have her. Exeunt hostess, Fong, Snare, Bardolph, and Page. Chief Justice. I have heard better news. Falstaff. What's the news, my lord? Chief Justice. Where lay the king tonight? Gower. At Basingstoke, my lord. Falstaff. I hope, my lord, all's well. What is the news, my lord? Chief Justice. Come all his forces back? Gower. No, 1,500 foot, 500 horse are marched up to my lord of Lancaster, against Northumberland and the Archbishop. Falstaff. Comes the king back from Wales, my noble lord? Chief Justice. You shall have letters of me presently. Come, go along with me, good Master Gower. Falstaff. My lord. Chief Justice. What's the matter? Falstaff. Master Gower. Shall I entreat you with me to dinner? Gower. I must wait upon my good lord here. I thank you, good Sir John. Chief Justice. Sir John, you loiter here too long, being you are to take soldiers up in counties as you go. Falstaff. Will you sup with me, Master Gower? Chief Justice. What foolish master taught you these manners, Sir John? Falstaff. Master Gower, if they become me not, he was a fool that taught them me. This is the right fencing grace, my lord. Tap for tap, and so part fair. Chief Justice. Now the Lord lighten thee. Thou art a great fool. Exeunt. Scene 2. London, another street. Enter Prince Henry and Poins. Prince. Before God, I am exceeding weary. Poins. Is't he come to that? I had thought weariness durst not have attached one of so high blood. Prince. Faith, it does me, though it discolors the complexion of my greatness to acknowledge it. Doth it not show vilely in me to desire small beer? Poins. Why, a prince should not be so loosely studied as to remember so weak a composition. Prince. Belike then my appetite was not princely got, for, by my troth, I do now remember the poor creature small beer, but indeed, these humble considerations make me out of love with my greatness. What a disgrace is it to me to remember thy name, or to know thy face tomorrow, or to take note how many pair of silk stockings thou hast, visit these, and those that were thy peach-colored ones, or to bear the inventory of thy shirts, as, one for superfluity, and another for use. But that the tennis-court keeper knows better than I, for it is a low ebb of linen with thee when thou keepest not racket there, as thou hast not done a great while, because the rest of thy low countries have made a shift to eat up thy Holland, and God knows whether those that bawl out of the ruins of thy linen shall inherit his kingdom. But the midwives say the children are not in the fault, whereupon the world increases, and kindreds are mightily strengthened. Poins. How ill it follows, after you have labored so hard, you should talk so idly. Tell me, how many good young princes would do so, their fathers being so sick as yours at this time is? Prince. Shall I tell thee one thing, Poins? Poins. Yes, faith, and let it be an excellent good thing. Prince. It shall serve among wits of no higher breeding than thine. Poins. Go to. I stand the push of your one thing that you will tell. Prince. Marry, I tell thee it is not meet that I should be sad, now my father is sick. Albeit I could tell to thee, as to one it pleases me, for fault of a better, to call my friend, I could be sad, and sad indeed too. Poins. Very hardly upon such a subject. Prince. By this hand, thou thinkest me as far in the devil's book as thou and Falstaff for obduracy and persistency. Let the end try the man, but I tell thee, my heart bleeds inwardly that my father is so sick, and keeping such vile company as thou art hath in reason taken from me all ostentation of sorrow. Poins. The reason? Prince. What wouldst thou think of me if I should weep? Poins. I would think thee a most princely hypocrite. Prince. It would be every man's thought, and thou art a blessed fellow to think as every man thinks. Never a man's thought in the world keeps the roadway better than thine. Every man would think me an hypocrite indeed, and what excites your most worshipful thought to think so? Poins. Why, because you have been so lewd and so much engraft to Falstaff. Prince. And to thee. Poins. By this light, I am well spoke on. I can hear it with mine own ears. The worst that they can say of me is that I am a second brother, and that I am a proper fellow of my hands. And those two things, I confess, I cannot help to be. Why the mass. Here comes Bardolph. Enter Bardolph and Page. Prince. And the boy that I gave Falstaff, he had him from me Christian. and look if the fat villain have not transformed him ape. Bardolph. God save your grace. Prince. And yours, most noble Bardolph. Poins. Come, you virtuous ass, you bashful fool, must you be blushing? Wherefore blush you now? What a maidenly man-at-arms are you become! Is 't such a matter to get a pottle-pot's maidenhead? Page. He calls me Ian now, my lord, through a red lattice, and I could discern no part of his face from the window, till last I spied his eyes, and methought he had made 2 holes in the alewife's new petticoat, and so peeped through. Prince. Has not the boy profited? Bardolph. Away, you whoreson upright rabbit, away. Page. Away, you rascally Althea's dream, away. Prince. Instruct us, boy. What dream, boy? Page. Mary, my lord, Althea dreamt she was delivered of a firebrand, and therefore I call him her dream. Prince. A crown's worth of good interpretation there, 'tis, boy. Poins. Oh, that this blossom could be kept from cankers. Well, there is 6pence to preserve thee. Bardolph. And you do not make him be hanged among you. The gallows shall have wrong. Prince. And how doth thy master, Bardolph? Bardolph. Well, my lord, he heard of your grace's coming to town. There's a letter for you. Poins. Delivered with good respect. And how doth the Martelmas, your master? Bardolph. In bodily health, sir. Poins. Mary, the immortal part needs a physician, but that moves not him, though that be sick, it dies not. Prince. I do allow this one to be as familiar with me as my dog, and he holds his place, for look you how he writes. Poins. Reads. John Falstaff, Knight. Every man must know that, as oft as he has occasion to name himself, even like those that are kin to the king, for they never prick their finger but they say, there's some of the king's blood spilt. How comes that? Says he that takes upon him not to conceive. The answer is as ready as a borrower's cap. I am the king's poor cousin, sir. Prince. Nay, they will be kin to us, or they will fetch it from Japhet, but to the letter. Sir John Falstaff, Knight, to the son of the king, nearest his father, Harry Prince of Wales, greeting. Poins. Why, this is a certificate. Prince. Peace. I will imitate the honorable Romans in brevity. Poins. He sure means brevity in breath, short-winded. Prince. I commend me to thee, I commend thee, and I leave thee. Be not too familiar with Poins, for he misuses thy favors so much that he swears thou art to marry his sister Nell. Repent at idle times as thou mayst, and so, farewell. Thine by yea and no, which is as much as to say, as thou usest him, Jack Falstaff with my familiars, John with my brothers and sisters, and Sir John with all Europe. Poins. My lord, I'll steep this letter in sack and make him eat it. Prince. That's to make him eat 20 of his words. But do you use me thus, Ned? Must I marry your sister? Poins. God send the wench no worse fortune. But I never said so. Prince. Well, thus we play the fools with the time, and the spirits of the wise sit in the clouds and mock you as your master here in London? Bardolph. Yeah, my lord. Prince. Where sups he? Doth the old boar feed in the old Frank? Bardolph. At the old place, my lord, in Eastcheap. Prince. What company? Page. Ephesians, my lord, of the old church. Prince. Sup any women with him? Page. None, my lord, but old Mistress Quickly and Mistress Daltearsheet. Prince. What pagan may that be? Page. A proper gentlewoman, sir, and a kinswoman of my master's. Prince. Even such kin as the parish heifers are to the town bull. Shall we steal upon them, Ned, at supper? Poins. I am your shadow, my lord. I'll follow you. Prince. Sirrah, you boy, and Bardolph. No word to your master that I am yet come to town. There's for your silence. Bardolph. I have no tongue, sir. Page. And for mine, sir, I will govern it. Prince. Fare you well, go. Exeunt Bardolph and Page. This Daltearsheet should be some road. Poins. I warrant you, as common as the way between St. Albans and London. Prince. How might we see Falstaff bestow himself tonight in his true colors, and not ourselves be seen? Poins. Put on 2 leathern jerkins and aprons, and wait upon him at his table as drawers. Prince. From a god to a bull? A heavy dissension. It was Jove's case, from a prince to apprentice? A low transformation that shall be mine. For in everything the purpose must weigh with the folly. Follow me, Ned. Exeunt. Scene 3. Warkwith before the castle. Enter Northumberland, Lady. Northumberland and Lady Percy. Northumberland. I pray thee, loving wife and gentle daughter, give even way unto my rough affairs. Put not you on the visage of the times, and be like them to Percy troublesome. Lady Northumberland. I have given over, I will speak no more. Do what you will, your wisdom be your guide. Northumberland. Alas, sweet wife, my honor is at pawn, but my going, nothing can redeem it. Lady Percy. Oh yet, for God's sake, go not to these wars. The time was, father, that you broke your word, when you were more endeared to it than now. When your own Percy, when my heart's dear Harry, through many a northward look to see his father bring up his powers, but he did long in vain. Who then persuaded you to stay at home? There were 2 honors lost, yours and your son's. For yours, the God of heaven brighten it. For his, it stuck upon him as the sun in the grey vault of heaven, and by his light did all the chivalry of England move to do brave acts. He was indeed the glass wherein the noble youth did dress themselves. He had no legs that practised not his gait, and speaking thick, which nature made his blemish, became the accents of the valiant. For those who could speak low and tardily would turn their own perfection to abuse, to seem like him, so that in speech, in gait, in diet, in affections of delight, in military rules, humors of blood, he was the mark in glass, copy and book, that fashioned others and him. O wondrous him! O miracle of men! Him did you leave, second to none, unseconded by you, to look upon the hideous god of war in disadvantage, to abide a field where nothing but the sound of Hotspur's name did seem defensible. So you left him. Never, oh never, do his ghost the wrong to hold your honor more precise and nice with others than with him. Let them alone. The marshal and the archbishop are strong. Had my sweet Harry had but half their numbers, today might I, hanging on Hotspur's neck, have talked of Monmouth's grave. Northumberland, beshrew your heart. Fair daughter, you do draw my spirits from me with new lamenting ancient oversights. But I must go and meet with danger there, or it will seek me in another place, and find me worse provided. Lady Northumberland. Oh, fly to Scotland, till that the nobles and the armed commons have of their puissance made a little taste. Lady Percy. If they get ground and vantage of the king, then join you with them like a rib of steel, to make strength stronger. But, for all our loves, first let them try themselves. So did your son. He was so suffered, so came I a widow, and never shall have length of life enough to reign upon remembrance with mine eyes, that it may grow and sprout as high as heaven for recordation to my noble husband. Northumberland. Come, come, go in with me, 'tis with my mind as with the tide swelled up unto his height, that makes a still stand, running neither way. Fain would I go to meet the archbishop, but many thousand reasons hold me back. I will resolve for Scotland, there am I, till time and vantage crave my company. Exeunt. Scene 4. London, the Boar's Head Tavern in Eastcheap. Enter 2 drawers. First drawer. What the devil hast thou brought there? Applejohns? Thou knowest Sir John cannot endure an Applejohn. Second drawer. Mass, thou sayest true, the prince once set a dish of Applejohns before him, and told him there were 5 more Sir Johns, and, putting off his hat, said, I will now take my leave of these 6 dry, round, old, withered knights. It angered him to the heart, but he hath forgot that. First drawer. Why then, cover, and set them down, and see if thou canst find out Sneak's noise. Mistress Tearsheet would fain hear some music dispatch. The room where they supped is too hot, they'll come in straight. Second drawer. Sirrah, here will be the prince and Master Poins anon, and they will put on 2 of our jerkins and aprons, and Sir John must not know of it. Bardolph hath brought word. First drawer. By the mass, here will be old UTIs. It will be an excellent stratagem. Second drawer. I'll see if I can find out Sneak. Exit. Enter hostess and Doll Tearsheet. Hostess. I faith, sweetheart, Methinks now you are in an excellent good temporality, your pulsage beats as extraordinarily as heart would desire, and your color, I warrant you, is as red as any rose, in good truth. La! But, faith, you have drunk too much canaries, and that's a marvelous searching wine, and it perfumes the blood ere one can say, what's this? How do you now? Doll. Better than I was him? Hostess. Why, that's well said. A good heart's worth gold. Lo, here comes Sir John. Enter Falstaff. Falstaff. Singing. When Arthur first in court, empty the Jordan. Exit first drawer. Singing. And was a worthy king. How now, Mistress Doll? Hostess. Sick of a calm? Yeah, good faith. Falstaff. So is all her sect. And they be once in a calm, they are sick. Doll. A pox damn you, you muddy rascal. Is that all the comfort you give me? Falstaff. You make fat rascals, Mistress Doll. Doll. I make them? Gluttony and diseases make them. I make them not. Falstaff. If the cook helped to make the gluttony, you help to make the diseases, Doll. We catch of you, Doll, that we catch of you. Grant that, my poor virtue, grant that. Doll. Yeah, joy, our chains and our jewels. Falstaff. Your brooches, pearls, and ouches, for to serve bravely is to come halting off, you know, to come off the breach with his pike bent bravely, and to surgery bravely, to venture upon the charged chambers bravely. Doll. Hang yourself, you muddy conger. Hang yourself. Hostess. By my troth, this is the old fashion. You two never meet, but you fall to some discord. You are both, good truth, as rheumatic as two dry toasts. You cannot one bear with another's confirmities what the good year. One must bear, and that must be you. You are the weaker vessel, as they say, the emptier vessel. Doll. Can a weak, empty vessel bear such a huge, full hogshead? There's a whole merchant's venture of Bordeaux stuff in him. You have not seen a hulk better stuffed in the hold. Come, I'll be friends with thee, Jack. Thou art going to the wars, and whether I shall ever see thee again or no, there is nobody cares. Enter first drawer. First drawer. Sir, ancient pistols below, and would speak with you. Doll. Hang him, swaggering rascal. Let him not come hither. It is the foul-mouthed rogue in England. Hostess. If he swagger, let him not come here. No, by my faith, I must live among my neighbors. I'll no swaggerers. I am in good name and fame with the very best. Shut the door. There comes no swaggerers here. I have not lived all this while to have swaggering now. Shut the door, I pray you. Falstaff. Dost thou hear? Hostess? Hostess. Pray ye pacify yourself, Sir John. There comes no swaggerers here. Falstaff. Dost thou hear? It is mine, ancient. Hostess. Tilly foully, Sir John. Ne'er tell me and our ancient swaggerer comes not in my doors. I was before Master Tysick, the debutee t'other day, and as he said to me, 'twas no longer ago than Wednesday last. I good faith, neighbor quickly, says he. Master Dumb, our minister, was by then. Neighbor quickly, says he, receive those that are civil, for, said he, you are in an ill name. Now he said so, I can tell whereupon. For, says he, you are an honest woman, and well thought on, therefore take heed what guests you receive. Says he, no swaggering companions. There comes none here. You would bless you to hear what he said. No, I'll no swaggerers. Falstaff. He's no swaggerer, hostess. A tame cheater. Faith. You may stroke him as gently as a puppy greyhound. He'll not swagger with a Barbary hen. If her feathers turn back in any show of resistance, call him up. Drawer. Exit first drawer. Hostess. Cheater. Call you him? I will bar no honest man my house, nor no cheater. But I do not love swaggering, by my troth. I am the worse when one says swagger. Feel, masters, how I shake. Look you, I warrant you. Doll. So you do, hostess. Hostess. Do I? Yeah, in very truth, do I. And 'twere an aspen leaf, I cannot abide swaggerers. Enter Pistol, Bardolph, and Page. Pistol. God save you, Sir John. Falstaff. Welcome, ancient Pistol here. Pistol. I charge you with a cup of sack, though you discharge upon mine hostess. Pistol. I will discharge upon her, Sir John, with 2 bullets. Falstaff. She is pistol-proof, sir. You shall not hardly offend her. Hostess. Come. I'll drink no proofs nor no bullets. I'll drink no more than will do me good. For no man's pleasure, I. Pistol. Then to you, Mistress Dorothy, I will charge you. Doll. Charge me. I scorn you, scurvy companion. What? You poor, base, rascally, cheating, lack-linen mate. Away, you mouldy rogue, away. I am meat for your master. Pistol. I know you, Mistress Dorothy. Doll. Away, you cut-purse rascal, you filthy bung, away. By this wine, I'll thrust my knife in your mouldy chaps and you play the saucy cuddle with me. Away, you bottle-ale rascal, you basket-hilt stale juggler, you. Since when, I pray you, sir? God's light, with 2 points on your shoulder? Much. Pistol. God let me not live, but I will murder your rough for this. Falstaff. No more. Pistol. I would not have you go off here, discharge yourself of our company, Pistol. Hostess. No, good Captain Pistol, not here, sweet Captain. Doll. Captain. Thou abominable damned cheater. Art thou not ashamed to be called captain? And captains were of my mind. They would truncheon you out, for taking their names upon you before you have earned them, you a captain? You slave. For what? For tearing a poor whore's ruff in a bawdy house? He a captain. Hang him. Rogue. He lives upon mouldy stewed prunes and dried cakes, a captain? God's light. These villains will make the word as odious as the word occupy, which was an excellent good word before it was ill-sorted, therefore captains had need look to't. Bardolph. Pray thee go down, good ancient. Falstaff. Hark thee hither, Mistress Doll. Pistol. Not I doubt I tell thee what, Corporal Bardolph, I could tear her, I'll be revenged of her. Page. Pray thee go down. Pistol. I'll see her damned first to Pluto's damned lake, by this hand, to the infernal deep, with Erebus and tortures vile also, hold hook and line. Say I down, down, dogs, down, faters. Have we not herein here? Hostess. Good Captain Peacell, be quiet, 'tis very late. I faith I beseech you now, aggravate your choler. Pistol. These be good humors indeed. Shall pack-horses and hollow-pampered jades of Asia, which cannot go but 30 mile a day, compare with Caesars and with cannibals and Trojan Greeks? Nay, rather damn them with King Cerberus, and let the welkin roar. Shall we fall foul for toys? Hostess. By my troth, Captain, these are very bitter words. Bardolph. Begone, good ancient, this will grow to a brawl anon. Pistol. Die men like dogs. Give crowns like pins. Have we not herein here? Hostess. Oh, my word, Captain, there's none such here what the good year. Do you think I would deny her? For God's sake, be quiet. Pistol. Then feed and be fat, my fair Callipolis. Come, give us some sack. See fortune me torment, sperato me contento. Fear we broadsides? No, let the fiend give fire. Give me some sack, and, sweetheart, lie thou there. Laying down his sword. Come we to full points here? And are et ceteras nothings? Falstaff. Pistol. I would be quiet. Pistol. Sweet knight, I kiss thy neef. What? We have seen the 7 stars. Doll. For God's sake, thrust him downstairs. I cannot endure such a fustian rascal. Pistol. Thrust him downstairs? Know we not Galloway nags? Falstaff. Quoit him down, Bardolph, like a shove-groat shilling, nay. And he do nothing but speak nothing, he shall be nothing here. Bardolph. Come, get you downstairs. Pistol. What? Shall we have incision? Shall we imbrue? Snatching up his sword. Then death rock me asleep, abridge my doleful days. Why then, let grievous, ghastly, gaping wounds untwine the sisters 3. Come, Atropos, I say. Hostess. Here's goodly stuff toward. Falstaff. Give me my rapier, boy. Doll. I pray thee, Jack, I pray thee, do not draw. Falstaff. Get you downstairs. Drawing, and driving pistol out. Hostess. Here's a goodly tumult. I'll forswear keeping house, afore I'll be in these turrets and frights. Oh, murder. I warrant now, alas, alas, put up your naked weapons, Put up your naked weapons. Exeunt Bardolph and pistol. Doll. I pray thee, Jack, be quiet, the rascal's gone. You whoreson little valiant villain, you. Hostess. Are you not hurt, I teach groin? Methought he made a shrewd thrust at your belly. Enter Bardolph. Falstaff. Have you turned him out o' doors? Bardolph. Yeah, sir, the rascal's drunk. You have hurt him, sir. I shoulder. Falstaff. A rascal, to brave me. Doll. Ah, you sweet little rogue, you. Alas, poor ape, how thou sweat'st. Come, let me wipe thy face, come on. You whoreson chopst, rogue. I faith, I love thee, thou art as valorous as Hector of Troy, worth 5 of Agamemnon, and 10 times better than the 9 worthies. Villain. Falstaff. A rascally slave. I will toss the rogue in a blanket. Doll. Do. And thou darest for thy heart, and thou dost. I'll canvass thee between a pair of sheets. Enter music. Page. The music is come, sir. Falstaff. Let them play. Sirs, sit on my knee. Doll. A rascal bragging slave. The rogue fled from me like quicksilver. Doll. I've faith, and thou followedst him like a church, thou whoreson little tidy Bartholomew boar pig. When wilt thou leave fighting a days and foining a nights, and begin to patch up thine old body for heaven? Enter, behind, Prince Henry and Poins, disguised as drawers. Falstaff. Peace, good Doll. Do not speak like a death's head. Do not bid me remember mine end. Doll. Sirrah, what humour est the prince of? Falstaff. A good shallow young fellow. He would have made a good pantler. He would ha chipped bread well. Doll. They say Poins has a good wit. Falstaff. He a good wit? Hang him, baboon. His wit's as thick as Tewkesbury mustard. There's no more conceit in him than is in a mallet. Doll. Why does the prince love him so, then? Falstaff. Because their legs are both of a bigness, and he plays at quoits well, and eats conger and fennel, and drinks off candles' ends for flapdragons, and rides the wild mare with the boys, and jumps upon joint stools, and swears with a good grace, and wears his boots very smooth like unto the sign of the leg, and breeds no bait with telling of discreet stories, and such other gamble faculties he has that show a weak mind and an able body, for the which the prince admits him, for the prince himself is such another, the weight of a hair will turn the scales between their avoirdupois. Prince. Would not this knave of a wheel have his ears cut off? Poins. Let's beat him before his whore. Prince. Look, the withered elder hath not his poll clawed like a parrot. Poins. Is it not strange that desire should so many years outlive performance? Falstaff. Kiss me, Doll. Prince. Saturn and Venus this year in conjunction. What says the almanac to that? Poins. And look whether the fiery Trigon, his man, be not lisping to his master's old tables, his notebook, his counsel-keeper. Falstaff. Thou dost give me flattering busses. Doll. By my troth, I kiss thee with a most constant heart. Falstaff. I am old. Doll. I love thee better than I love e'er a scurvy young boy of them all. Falstaff. What stuff wilt have a kirtle of? I shall receive money o' Thursday. Shalt have a cap tomorrow, a merry song. Come, it grows late. Wilt to bed and all to forget me when I am gone. Doll. By my troth, thou wilt set me a weeping, and thou sayest so. Prove that ever I dress myself handsome till thy return. Well, hearken it and. Falstaff. Some sack, Francis. Prince and Poins. Anon, sir. Coming forward. Falstaff. Ha! A bastard son of the king's? And art thou not Poins his brother? Prince. Why, thou globe of sinful continents, what a life dost thou lead? Falstaff. A better than thou. I am a gentleman, thou art a drawer. Prince. Very true, sir, and I come to draw you out by the ears. Hostess. Oh, the Lord preserve thy grace. By my troth, welcome to London now. The Lord bless that sweet face of thine. O Jesu, are you come from Wales? Falstaff. Thou whoreson mad compound of majesty, by this light flesh and corrupt blood, thou art welcome. Doll. How? You fat fool, I scorn you. Poins. My lord, He will drive you out of your revenge and turn all to a merriment, if you take not the heat. Prince, you whoreson candle mine, you, how vilely did you speak of me even now before this honest, virtuous, civil gentlewoman. Hostess, God's blessing of your good heart, and so she is, by my troth. Falstaff, didst thou hear me? Prince, yea, and you knew me, as you did when you ran away by Gad's Hill. You knew I was at your back, and spoke it on purpose to try my patience. Falstaff, no, 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 not so. I did not think thou wast within hearing. Prince, I shall drive you then to confess the wilful abuse, and then I know how to handle you. Falstaff, no abuse, Hal, oh mine honor, no abuse. Prince, not to dispraise me, and call me pantler and bread chipper and I know not what? Falstaff, no abuse, Hal. Poins, no abuse? Falstaff, no abuse, Ned. I world, honest Ned. None that I dispraised him before the wicked, that the wicked might not fall in love with thee. In which doing, I have done the part of a careful friend and a true subject, and thy father is to give me thanks for it. No abuse, Hal? None, Ned, none. No, faith, boys, none. Prince, see now whether pure fear and entire cowardice doth not make thee wrong this virtuous gentlewoman to close with you as she of the wicked? Is thine hostess here of the wicked? Or is thy boy of the wicked? Or honest Bardolph, whose zeal burns in his nose, of the wicked? Poins, answer, thou dead elm, answer. Falstaff, the fiend hath pricked down Bardolph irrecoverable, and his face is Lucifer's privy kitchen, where he doth nothing but roast maltworms. For the boy, there is a good angel about him, but the devil outbids him too. Prince, for the women? Falstaff, for one of them, she's in hell already, and burns poor souls. For other, I owe her money, and whether she be damned for that I know not. Hostess, no, I warrant you. Falstaff, no, I think thou art not. I think thou art quit for that, Mary. There is another indictment upon thee, for suffering flesh to be eaten in thy house, contrary to the law, for the which I think thou wilt howl. Hostess, all victuallers do so. What's a joint of mutton or two in a whole Lent? Prince, you, gentlewoman, doll, what says your grace? Falstaff, his grace says that which his flesh rebels against. Pedo knocks at door. Hostess, who knocks so loud at door? Look to door there, Francis. Enter Pedo. Prince, Pedo, how now? What news? Pedo, the king your father is at Westminster, and there are 20 weak and wearied posts come from the north. And as I came along, I met and overtook a dozen captains, bareheaded, sweating, knocking at the taverns, and asking everyone for Sir John Falstaff. Prince, by heaven, Poins, I feel me much to blame, so idly to profane the precious time, when tempest of commotion, like the south born with black vapor, doth begin to melt and drop upon our bare unarmed heads. Give me my sword and cloak, Falstaff, good night. Exeunt Prince, Poins, Pedo, and Bardolph. Falstaff, now comes in the sweetest morsel of the night, and we must hence and leave it unpicked. Knocking within. More knocking at the door? Enter Bardolph. How now? What's the matter? Bardolph, you must away to court, sir, presently. A dozen captains stay at door for you. Falstaff, to the page. Pay the musicians, Sirith, farewell. Hostess, farewell, doll. You see, my good wenches, how men of merit are sought after. The undeserver may sleep. When the man of action is called on, farewell, good wenches. If I be not sent away post, I will see you again ere I go. Doll, I cannot speak. If my heart be not ready to burst, well, sweet Jack, have a care of thyself. Falstaff, farewell, farewell. Exeunt Falstaff and Bardolph. Hostess, well, fare thee well. I have known thee these 29 years, come Peascod time, but an honester and truer-hearted man. Well, fare thee well. Bardolph, within. Mistress Tearsheet. Hostess, what's the matter? Bardolph, within. Bid Mistress Tearsheet come to my master. Hostess, oh, run, doll, run. Run, good doll. Come, she comes, blubbered. Yeah. Will you come, doll? Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. Westminster, the palace. Enter the king in his nightgown, with a page. King. Go call the Earls of Surrey and of Warwick. But, ere they come, bid them o'erread these letters and well consider of them, make good speed. Exit page. How many thousands of my poorest subjects are at this hour asleep? O sleep, O gentle sleep, nature's soft nurse, how have I fright thee, that thou no more wilt weigh my eyelids down and steep my senses in forgetfulness? Why rather, sleep, least thou in smoky cribs, upon uneasy pallets stretching thee, and hushed with buzzing night flies to thy slumber, than in the perfumed chambers of the great, under the canopies of costly state, and lulled with sound of sweetest melody. O thou dull god, why least thou with the vile and loathsome beds, and leavest the kingly couch a watchcase or a common larambel? Wilt thou upon the high and giddy mast seal up the shipboy's eyes, and rock his brains in cradle of the rude imperious surge and in the visitation of the winds, who take the ruffian billows by the top, curling their monstrous heads and hanging them with deafing clamor in the slippery clouds, that with the hurly death itself awakes? Canst thou, O partial sleep, give thy repose to the wet sea-boy in an hour so rude, and in the calmest and most stillest night, with all appliances and means to boot, deny it to a king? Then happy low, lie down. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Enter Warwick and Surrey. Warwick. Many good morrows to your majesty. King. Is it good morrow, lords? Warwick. 'Tis 1 o'clock, and past. King. Why then, good morrow to you all, my lords. Have you read o'er the letters that I sent you? Warwick. We have, my liege. King. Then you perceive the body of our kingdom how foul it is, what rank diseases grow, and with what danger, near the heart of it. Warwick. It is but as a body yet distempered, which to his former strength may be restored with good advice and little medicine. My Lord Northumberland will soon be cooled. King. O God, that one might read the book of fate, and see the revolution of the times make mountains level, and the continent, weary of solid firmness, melt itself into the sea, and other times to see the beachy girdle of the ocean too wide for Neptune's hips. How chances mocks and changes fill the cup of alteration with divers liquors. Oh, if this were seen, the happiest youth, viewing his progress through, what perils past, what crosses to ensue, would shut the book, and sit him down and die. 'Tis not 10 years gone, since Richard and Northumberland, great friends, did feast together, and in 2 years after were they at wars. It is but 8 years since this Percy was the man nearest my soul, who like a brother toiled in my affairs and laid his love and life under my foot. Yea, for my sake, even to the eyes of Richard gave him defiance. But which of you was by to Warwick? You, cousin Neville, as I may remember. When Richard, with his eye brimful of tears, then checked and rated by Northumberland, did speak these words, now proved a prophecy? Northumberland, thou ladder by the which my cousin Bolingbroke ascends my throne, though then, God knows, I had no such intent, but that necessity so bowed the state that I in greatness were compelled to kiss. The time shall come, thus did he follow it, the time will come, that foul sin, gathering head, shall break into corruption. So went on, foretelling this same time's condition and the division of our amity. Warwick. There is a history in all men's lives figuring the natures of the times deceased, the which observed, a man may prophesy, with a near aim, of the main chance of things as yet not come to life, who in their seeds and weak beginning lie entreasured. Such things become the hatch and brood of time. And by the necessary form of this King Richard might create a perfect guess that great Northumberland, then false to him, would of that seed grow to a greater falseness, which should not find a ground to root upon, unless on you. King. Are these things then necessities? Then let us meet them like necessities. And that same word even now cries out on us. They say the bishop and Northumberland are 50,000 strong. Warwick. It cannot be, my lord. Rumor doth double, like the voice and echo. The numbers of the feared, please it your grace to go to bed upon my soul, my lord. The powers that you already have sent forth shall bring this prize in very easily. To comfort you the more, I have received a certain instance that Glendower is dead. Your majesty hath been this fortnight ill, and these unseasoned hours perforce must add unto your sickness. King, I will take your counsel, and were these inward wars once out of hand, we would, dear lords, unto the Holy Land. Exeunt. Scene 2. Gloucestershire before Justice Shallow's house. Enter Shallow and Silence, meeting, Mouldy, Shadow, Wart, Feeble, Bullcalf, a servant or two with them. Shallow. Come on, come on, come on, give me your hand, sir, give me your hand. Essayard, an early stirrer, by the rood. And how doth my good cousin Silence? Silence. Good morrow, good cousin Shallow. Shallow. And how doth my cousin, your bedfellow, and your fairest daughter and mine, my goddaughter Ellen? Silence. Alas, a black ouzel, cousin Shallow. Shallow. By ye no, sir, I dare say my cousin William is become a good scholar. He is at Oxford still, is he not? Silence. Indeed, sir, to my cost. Shallow. He must then, to the Inns o' Court shortly. I was once of Clement's Inn, where I think they will talk of mad Shallow yet. Silence. You were called Lusty Shallow then, cousin. Shallow. By the mass, I was called anything, and I would have done anything indeed too, and roundly too. There was I, and little John Doyd of Staffordshire, and Black George Barnes, and Francis Pickbone, and Will Squeal, a Cotswold man. You had not four such swingebucklers in all the Inns o' Court again, and I may say to you, we knew where the Bonorobus were, and had the best of them all at commandment. Then was Jack Falstaff, now Sir John a boy, and page to Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. Silence. This Sir John, cousin, that comes hither and on about soldiers? Shallow. The same Sir John, the very same. I see him break Scoggins' head at the court gate, when he was a crack not thus high. And the very same day did I fight with one Samson Stockfish, a fruiterer, behind Gray's Inn. Jesu, Jesu, the mad days that I have spent, and to see how many of my old acquaintance are dead. Silence. We shall all follow, cousin. Shallow. Certain, 'tis certain, very sure, death, as the psalmist saith, is certain to all shall die. How a good yoke of bullocks at Stamford Fair? Silence. By my troth, I was not there. Shallow. Death is certain. Is old double of your town living yet? Silence. Dead, sir. Shallow. Jesu, Jesu, dead. He drew a good bow, and dead. He shot a fine shoot. John a Gaunt loved him well, and bet much money on his head. Dead. He would have clapped eyed at clout at 12 score, and carried you a forehand shaft of 14 and 14 and a half, that it would have done a man's heart good to see how a score of ewes now. Silence. Thereafter as they be, a score of good ewes may be worth £10. Shallow. And is old double dead? Silence. Here come two of Sir John Falstaff's men, as I think. Enter Bardolph, and one with him. Shallow. Good morrow, honest gentleman. Bardolph. I beseech you, which is Justice Shallow? Shallow. I am Robert Shallow, sir, a poor esquire of this county, and one of the king's justices of the peace. What is your good pleasure with me? Bardolph. My captain, sir, commends him to you. My captain, Sir John Falstaff, a tall gentleman, by heaven, and a most gallant leader. Shallow. He greets me well. Sir, I knew him a good backsword man. How doth the good knight? May I ask how my lady his wife doth? Bardolph. Sir, pardon. A soldier is better accommodated than with a wife. Shallow. It is well said, in faith, sir, and it is well said indeed too, better accommodated. It is good, yea, indeed. Is it good? Phrases are surely, and ever were, very commendable. Accommodated. It comes of accommodо, very good, a good phrase. Bardolph. Pardon, sir, I have heard the word. Phrase call you it? By this day, I know not the phrase, but I will maintain the word with my sword to be a soldier-like word, and a word of exceeding good command, by heaven. Accommodated, that is when a man is, as they say, accommodated, or when a man is being whereby he may be thought to be accommodated, which is an excellent thing. Shallow. It is very just. Enter Falstaff. Look, here comes good Sir John. Give me your good hand. Give me your worship's good hand. Be why my troth. You like well and bear your years very well. Welcome, good Sir John. Falstaff. I am glad to see you well, good Master Robert Shallow, Master Shurkard, as I think? Shallow. No, Sir John, it is my cousin Silence, in commission with me. Falstaff. Good Master Silence, it well befits you should be of the peace. Silence. Your good worship is welcome. Falstaff. Fie. This is hot weather, gentlemen. Have you provided me here 6 sufficient men? Shallow. Marry, have we, sir, will you sit? Falstaff. Let me see them, I beseech you. Shallow. Where's the roll? Where's the roll? Where's the roll? Let me see, let me see, let me see. Yeah. Marry, sir. Ralph Mouldy. Let them appear as I call. Let them do so, let them do so. Let me see. Where is Mouldy? Mouldy. Here. And it please you. Shallow. What think you, Sir John? A good-limbed fellow, young, strong, and of good friends. Falstaff. Is thy name Mouldy? Mouldy. Yeah. An't please you. Falstaff. 'Tis the more time thou wert used. Shallow. Ha, ha, ha. Most excellent, I faith. Things that are mouldy lack use. Very singular good and faith. Well said, Sir John. Very well said. Falstaff. Prick him. Mouldy. I was pricked well enough before, and you could have let me alone. My old dame will be undone now. For one to do her husbandry and her drudgery, you need not to have pricked me. There are other men fitter to go out than I. Falstaff. Go to peace, Mouldy. You shall go, Mouldy. It is time you were spent. Mouldy. Spent? Shallow. Peace, fellow. Peace, stand aside. Know you where you are? 40 other. Sir John, let me see. Simon Shadow. Falstaff. Yeah. Marry, let me have him to sit under. He's like to be a cold soldier. Shallow. Where's Shadow? Shadow. Here, sir. Falstaff. Shadow. Whose son art thou? Shadow. My mother's son, sir. Falstaff. Thy mother's son. Like enough. And thy father's shadow, so the son of the female is the shadow of the male. It is often so indeed, but much of the father's substance. Shallow. Do you like him, Sir John? Falstaff. Shadow will serve for summer. Prick him, for we have a number of shadows to fill up the muster book. Shallow. Thomas Wart. Falstaff. Where's he? Wart. Here, sir. Falstaff. Is thy name Wart? Wart. Yes, sir. Falstaff. Thou art a very ragged Wart. Shallow. Shall I prick him, Sir John? Falstaff. It were superfluous, for his apparel is built upon his back, and the whole frame stands upon pins. Prick him no more. Shallow. Ha, ha, ha. You can do it, sir. You can do it. I commend you well, Francis Feeble. Feeble. Here, sir. Falstaff. What trade art thou, Feeble? Feeble. A woman's tailor, sir. Shallow. Shall I prick him, sir? Falstaff. You may. But if he had been a man's tailor, he'd ha pricked you. Wilt thou make as many holes in an enemy's battle as thou hast done in a woman's petticoat? Feeble. I will do my good will, sir. You can have no more. Falstaff. Well said, good woman's tailor. Well said, courageous Feeble. Thou wilt be as valiant as the wrathful dove or most magnanimous mouse. Prick the woman's tailor. Well, Master Shallow, deep, Master Shallow. Feeble. I would Wart might have gone, sir. Falstaff. I would thou wert a man's tailor, that thou mightst mend him and make him fit to go. I cannot put him to a private soldier that is the leader of so many thousands. Let that suffice, most forcible Feeble. Feeble. It shall suffice, sir. Falstaff. I am bound to thee, Reverend Feeble. Who is next? Shallow. Peter Bullcalf. Oh, Green. Falstaff. Yeah. Marry, let's see Bullcalf. Bullcalf. Here, sir. Falstaff. For God, a likely fellow. Come, prick me Bullcalf till he roar again. Bullcalf. O Lord, good my Lord Captain. Falstaff. What, dost thou roar before thou art pricked? Bullcalf. O Lord, sir, I am a diseased man. Falstaff. What disease hast thou? Bullcalf. A whoreson cold, sir, a cough, sir, which I caught with ringing in the king's affairs upon his coronation day, sir. Falstaff. Come, thou shalt go to the wars in a gown. We will have away thy cold, and I will take such order that thy friends shall ring for thee. As hear all? Shallow. Here is 2 more called than your number. You must have but 4 here, sir. And so, I pray you, go in with me to dinner. Falstaff. Come, I will go drink with you, but I cannot tarry dinner. I am glad to see you, by my troth, Master Shallow. Shallow. Oh, Sir John, do you remember since we lay all night in the windmill in St. George's Field? Falstaff. No more of that, good Master Shallow, no more of that. Shallow. Ha! 'Twas a merry night, and is Jane Nightwork alive? Falstaff. She lives, Master Shallow. Shallow. She never could away with me. Falstaff. Never, never. She would always say she could not abide Master Shallow. Shallow. By the mass, I could anger her to heart. She was then a bona roba. Doth she hold her own well? Falstaff. Old, old, Master Shallow. Shallow. Nay, she must be old. She cannot choose but be old. Certain she's old, and had Robin Nightwork by old Nightwork before I came to Clement's Inn. Silence. That's 55 year ago. Shallow. Ha, cousin Silence, that thou hadst seen that this night and I have seen. Ha, Sir John, said I well? Falstaff. We have heard the chimes at midnight, Master Shallow. Shallow. That we have, that we have, that we have. In faith, Sir John, we have. Our watchword was him, boys. Come, let's to dinner. Come, let's to dinner, Jesus, the days that we have seen. Come, come. Exeunt Falstaff, Shallow, and Silence. Bullcalf. Good Master Corporate Bardolph, stand my friend. And here's 4 hairy 10 shillings and French crowns for you. I in very truth, sir, I had as lief be hanged, sir, as go, and yet, for mine own part, sir, I do not care. But rather because I am unwilling and, for mine own part, have a desire to stay with my friends. Else, sir, I did not care, for mine own part, so much. Bardolph. Go to. Stand aside. Mouldy. And, good Master Corporal Captain, for my old dame's sake, stand my friend. She has nobody to do anything about her when I am gone, and she is old, and cannot help herself. You shall have 40, sir. Bardolph. Go to. Stand aside. Feeble. By my troth, I care not that a man can die but once. We owe God a death. I'll ne'er bear a base mind, and be my destiny. So, and be not. So an o man's too good to serve's prince, and let it go which way it will. He that dies this year is quit for the next. Bardolph. Well said, thou art a good fellow. Feeble. Faith, I'll bear no base mind. Enter Falstaff and the justices. Falstaff. Come, sir. Which men shall I have? Shallow. For of which you please. Bardolph. Sir, a word with you, that I have £3 to free Mouldy and Bullcalf. Falstaff. Go to. Well? Shallow. Come, Sir John. Which 4 will you have? Falstaff. Do you choose for me? Shallow. Marry, then, Mouldy, Bullcalf, Feeble, and Shadow. Falstaff. Mouldy and Bullcalf. For you, Mouldy, stay at home till you are past service. And for your part, Bullcalf, grow till you come unto it. I will none of you. Shallow. Sir John, do not yourself wrong. They are your likeliest men, and I would have you served with the best. Falstaff. Will you tell me, Master Shallow, how to choose a man? Care I for the limb, the thews, the stature, bulk, and biggest semblance of a man? Give me the spirit, Master Shallow, that here's wart. You see what a ragged appearance it is. He shall charge you and discharge you with the motion of a pewterer's hammer, come off and on swifter than he that gibbets on the brewer's bucket. And this same half-faced fellow, Shadow. Give me this man. He presents no mark to the enemy. The foeman may with his great aim level at the edge of a penknife, and for a retreat, how swiftly will this feeble, the woman's tailor, run off. Oh, give me the spare men, and spare me the great ones. Put me a caliver into Wart's hand. Bardolph. Bardolph. Hold. Wart, traverse, that's. Falstaff. Come. Manage me your sealiver.so. Very well. Go to. Very good. Exceeding good. Oh, give me always a little, lean, old, chopped, bald shot. Well said. I faith. Wart, art a good scab. Hold, there's a tester for thee. Shallow. He is not his craft's master, He doth not do it right. I remember at Mile Green, when I lay at Clement's Inn. I was then Sir Dagonet in Arthur's show. There was a little quiver fellow, and he would manage you his piece thus, and he would about, and come you in, ra ta ta, would he say, bounce would he say, and away again would he go, and again would he come. I shall ne'er see such a fellow. Falstaff. These fellows will do well, Master Shallow. God keep you, Master Silence. I will not use many words with you. Fare you well, gentlemen both. I thank you. I must a dozen mile tonight. Bardolph, give the soldiers coats. Shallow. Sir John, the Lord bless you. God prosper your affairs. God send us peace. At your return, visit our house. Let our old acquaintance be renewed. Peradventure I will with ye to the court. Falstaff. For God, I would you would, Master Shallow. Shallow. Go to. I have spoke at a word. God keep you. Falstaff. Fare you well, gentle gentlemen. Exeunt justices. On, Bardolph, lead the men away. Exeunt Bardolph, recruits, and see. As I return, I will fetch off these justices. I do see the bottom of Justice Shallow. Lord, how subject we old men are to this vice of lying. This same starved justice hath done nothing but prate to me of the wildness of his youth, and the feats he hath done about Turnbull Street, and every third word a lie, duer paid to the hearer than the Turk's tribute. I do remember him at Clement's Inn. Like a man made after supper of a cheese paring, when he was naked, he was, for all the world, like a forked radish, with a head fantastically carved upon it with a knife. He was so forlorn, that his dimensions to any thick sight were invincible. That he was the very genius of famine, yet lecherous as a monkey, and the whores called him Mandrake. He came ever in the rearward of the fashion, and sung those tunes to the overscutched huswives that he heard the carman whistle, and swear they were his fancies or his good night. And now is this vice's dagger become a squire, and talks as familiarly of John a Gaunt as if he had been sworn brother to him. And I'll be sworn he ne'er saw him but once in the tilt-yard, and then he burst his head for. Crowding among the marshal's men, I saw it and told John a Gaunt he beat his own name, for you might have thrust him and all his apparel into an eel-skin. The case of a treble hautboy was a mansion for him, a court, and now has he land and beefs. Well, I'll be acquainted with him if I return, and he shall go hard, but I'll make him a philosopher's 2 stones to me. If the young dace be a bait for the old pike, I see no reason in the law of nature, but I may snap at him. Let time shape, and therein end. Exit. Act 4. Scene I. Yorkshire, Galtree Forest. Enter the Archbishop of York, Mowbray, Hastings, and others. Archbishop. What is this forest called? Hastings. 'Tis Galtree Forest, and tea shall please your grace. Archbishop. Here stand, my lords, and send discoverers forth to know the numbers of our enemies. Hastings. We have sent forth already. Archbishop. 'Tis well done. My friends and brethren in these great affairs, I must acquaint you that I have received new dated letters from Northumberland, their cold in tint, tenor, and substance, thus. Here doth he wish his person, with such powers as might hold sortance with his quality, the which he could not levy. Whereupon he is retired, to ripe his growing fortunes to Scotland, and concludes in hearty prayers that your attempts may overlive the hazard and fearful meeting of their opposite. Mowbray. Thus do the hopes we have in him touch ground, and dash themselves to pieces. Enter a messenger. Hastings. Now, what news? Messenger. West of this forest, scarcely off a mile, in goodly form comes on the enemy, and by the ground they hide, I judge their number upon or near the rate of 30,000. Mowbray. The just proportion that we gave them out. Let us sway on and face them in the field. Enter Westmoreland. Archbishop. What well-appointed leader fronts us here? Mowbray. I think it is my lord of Westmoreland. Westmoreland. Health and fair greeting from our general, the Prince, Lord John and Duke of Lancaster. Archbishop. Say on, my lord of Westmoreland, in peace. What doth concern your coming? Westmoreland. Then, my lord, unto your grace do I in chief address the substance of my speech. If that rebellion came like itself, in base and abject routs, led on by bloody youth, guarded with rags and countenanced by boys and beggary, I say, if damned commotion so appeared in his true, native, and most proper shape, You, reverend father, and these noble lords had not been here to dress the ugly form of base and bloody insurrection with your fair honors, you, Lord Archbishop, whose see is by a civil peace maintained, whose beard the silver hand of peace hath touched, whose learning and good letters peace hath tutored, whose white investments figure innocence, the dove and very blessed spirit of peace. Wherefore you do so ill translate yourself out of the speech of peace that bears such grace, into the harsh and boisterous tongue of war, turning your books to graves, your ink to blood, your pens to lances, and your tongue divine to a loud trumpet and a point of war. Archbishop, wherefore do I this? So the question stands, briefly to this end. We are all diseased, and with our surfeiting and wanton hours have brought ourselves into a burning fever, and we must bleed for it, of which disease our late King Richard, being infected, died. But, my most noble lord of Westmoreland, I take not on me here as a physician, nor do I as an enemy to peace, troop in the throngs of military men, but rather show a while like fearful war to diet rank minds sick of happiness, and purge the obstructions which begin to stop our very veins of life. Hear me more plainly. I have in equal balance justly weight what wrongs our arms may do, what wrongs we suffer, and find our griefs heavier than our offenses. We see which way the stream of time doth run, and are enforced from our most quiet there by the rough torrent of occasion, and have the summary of all our griefs, when time shall serve, to show in articles, which long ere this we offered to the king and might by no suit gain our audience. When we are wronged and would unfold our griefs, we are denied access unto his person even by those men that most have done us wrong. The dangers of the days but newly gone, whose memory is written on the earth with yet appearing blood, and the examples of every minute's instance, present now, hath put us in these ill-beseeming arms, not to break peace or any branch of it, but to establish here a peace indeed, concurring both in name and quality. Westmoreland, whenever yet was your appeal denied? Wherein have you been galled by the king? What peer hath been suborned to grate on you, that you should seal this lawless bloody book of forged rebellion with a seal divine and consecrate commotion's bitter edge? Archbishop, my brother general, the Commonwealth, to brother born in household cruelty, I make my quarrel in particular. Westmoreland, there is no need of any such redress, or if there were, it not belongs to you. Mowbray, why not to him in part, and to us all that feel the bruises of the days before, and suffer the condition of these times to lay a heavy and unequal hand upon our honors? Westmoreland, oh, my good Lord Mowbray, construe the times to their necessities, and you shall say indeed, it is the time, and not the king, that doth you injuries. Yet for your part, it not appears to me either from the king or in the present time that you should have an inch of any ground to build a grief on, were you not restored to all the Duke of Norfolk's seigneuries, your noble and right well remembered fathers? Mowbray, what thing in honor had my father lost, that need to be revived and breathed in me? The king that loved him, as the state stood then, was force perforce compelled to banish him, and then that Henry Bolingbroke and he, being mounted and both roused in their seats, their neighing coursers daring of the spur, their armed staves in charge, their beavers down, their eyes of fire sparkling through sights of steel, and the loud trumpet blowing them together, then, when there was nothing could have stayed my father from the breast of Bolingbroke, oh, when the king did throw his warder down, his own life hung upon the staff he threw. Then threw he down himself and all their lives that by indictment and by dint of sword have since miscarried under Bolingbroke. Westmoreland, you speak, Lord Mowbray, now you know not what. The Earl of Hereford was reputed then in England the most valiant gentleman. Who knows on whom fortune would then have smiled? But if your father had been victor there, he ne'er had borne it out of Coventry. For all the country in a general voice cried hate upon him, and all their prayers and love were set on Hereford, whom they doted on and blessed and graced, indeed more than the king. But this is mere digression from my purpose. Here come I from our princely general to know your griefs, to tell you from his grace that he will give you audience, and wherein it shall appear that your demands are just, you shall enjoy them, everything set off that might so much as think you enemies. Mowbray, but he hath forked us to compel this offer, and it proceeds from policy, not love. Westmoreland. Mowbray, you overween to take it so. This offer comes from mercy, not from fear. For, lo, within a kin our army lies, upon mine honor, all too confident to give admittance to a thought of fear. Our battle is more full of names than yours, our men more perfect in the use of arms, our armor all as strong, our cause the best. Then reason will our hearts should be as good. Say you not then our offer is compelled? Mowbray. Well, by my will we shall admit no parley. Westmoreland. That argues but the shame of your offense. A rotten case abides no handling. Hastings. Hath the Prince John a full commission, in very ample virtue of his father, to hear and absolutely to determine of what conditions we shall stand upon? Westmoreland. That is intended in the general's name. I muse you make so slight a question. Archbishop. Then take, my lord of Westmoreland, this schedule, for this contains our general grievances. Each several article herein redressed, all members of our cause, both here and hence, that are insinued to this action, acquitted by a true substantial form and present execution of our wills to us and to our purposes confined, we come within our awful banks again and knit our powers to the arm of peace. Westmoreland. This will I show the general please you, lords, in sight of both our battles we may meet, and either end in peace, which God so frame, or to the place of difference call the swords which must decide it. Archbishop. My lord, we will do so. Exit Westmoreland. Mowbray. There is a thing within my bosom tells me that no conditions of our peace can stand. Hastings. Fear you not that, if we can make our peace upon such large terms and so absolute as our conditions shall consist upon, our peace shall stand as firm as rocky mountains. Mowbray. Yea, but our valuation shall be such that every slight and false derived cause, yea, every idle, nice and wanton reason, shall to the king taste of this action. That, were our royal faith's martyrs in love, we shall be winnowed with so rough a wind that even our corn shall seem as light as chaff and good from bad find no partition. Archbishop. No, no, my lord, note this. The king is weary of dainty and such picking grievances, for he hath found to end one doubt by death revives two greater in the heirs of life, and therefore will he wipe his tables clean and keep no telltale to his memory that may repeat in history his loss to new remembrance, for full well he knows he cannot so precisely weed this land as his misdoubts present occasion. His foes are so enrooted with his friends that, plucking to unfix an enemy, he doth unfasten so and shake a friend. So that this land, like an offensive wife that hath enraged him on to offer strokes, as he is striking, holds his infant up and hangs resolved correction in the arm that was upreared to execution. Hastings. Besides, the king hath wasted all his rods on late offenders, that he now doth lack the very instruments of chastisement, so that his power, like to a fawnless lion, may offer, but not hold. Archbishop. 'Tis very true. And therefore be assured, my good Lord Marshal, if we do now make our atonement well, our peace will, like a broken limb united, grow stronger for the breaking. Mowbray. Be it so. Here is returned my lord of Westmoreland. Enter Westmoreland. Westmoreland. The prince is here at hand. Pleaseth your lordship to meet his grace just distance, tween our armies. Mowbray. Your grace of York, in God's name then set forward. Archbishop. Before, and greet his grace, my lord, we come. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the forest. Enter, from one side, Mowbray, attended. Afterwards, the Archbishop, Hastings, and others. From the other side, Prince John of Lancaster and Westmoreland. Officers and others with them. Lancaster. You are well encountered here, my cousin Mowbray. Good day to you, gentle Lord Archbishop, and so to you, Lord Hastings, and to all. My Lord of York, it better showed with you when that your flock, assembled by the bell, encircled you to hear with reverence your exposition on the holy text than now to see you here an iron man, cheering a rout of rebels with your drum, turning the word to sword and life to death. That man that sits within a monarch's heart and ripens in the sunshine of his favor, would he abuse the countenance of the king? Alack, what mischiefs might he set abroach in shadow of such greatness? With you, Lord Bishop, It is even so, who hath not heard it spoken how deep you were within the books of God, to us the speaker in his parliament, to us the imagined voice of God himself, the very opener and intelligencer between the grace, the sanctities of heaven, and our dull workings? Oh, who shall believe but you misuse the reverence of your place, employ the countenance and grace of heaven, as a false favorite doth his prince's name, in deeds dishonorable? You have ta'en up, under the counterfeited zeal of God, the subjects of his substitute, my Father, and both against the peace of heaven and him have here upswarmed them. Archbishop, good my lord of Lancaster, I am not here against your father's peace, but, as I told my lord of Westmoreland, the time misordered doth, in common sense, crowd us and crush us to this monstrous form to hold our safety up. I sent your grace the parcels and particulars of our grief, the which hath been with scorn shoved from the court, whereon this hydra son of war is born, whose dangerous eyes may well be charmed asleep with grant of our most just and right desires, and true obedience, of this madness cured, stoop tamely to the foot of majesty. Mowbray, if not, we ready are to try our fortunes to the last man. Hastings, and though we here fall down, we have supplies to second our attempt. If they miscarry, theirs shall second them, and so success of mischief shall be born, and heir from heir shall hold this quarrel up whiles England shall have generation. Lancaster, you are too shallow, Hastings, much too shallow, to sound the bottom of the after-times. Westmoreland, pleaseth your grace to answer them directly how far forth you do like their articles. Lancaster, I like them all, and do allow them well, and swear here, by the honor of my blood, my father's purposes have been mistook, and some about him have too lavishly rested his meaning and authority. My lord, these griefs shall be with speed redressed. Upon my soul, they shall, if this may please you, discharge your powers unto their several counties, as we will ours. And here between the armies let's drink together friendly and embrace, that all their eyes may bear those tokens home of our restored love and amity. Archbishop, I take your princely word for these redresses. Lancaster, I give it you, and will maintain my word, and thereupon I drink unto your grace. Hastings, go, captain, and deliver to the army this news of peace, let them have pay, and part. I know it will please them. Hie thee, captain. Exit officer. Archbishop, to you, my noble lord of Westmoreland. Westmoreland, I pledge your grace, and if you knew what pains I have bestowed to breed this present peace, you would drink freely, but my love to ye shall show itself more openly hereafter. Archbishop, I do not doubt you. Westmoreland, I am glad of it. Health to my lord and gentle cousin, Mowbray. Mowbray, you wish me health in very happy season, for I am on the sudden something ill. Archbishop, against ill chances men are ever merry, but heaviness foreruns the good event. Westmoreland, therefore be merry, cause, since sudden sorrow serves to say thus, some good thing comes tomorrow. Archbishop, believe me, I am passing light in spirit. Mowbray, so much the worse, if your own rule be true. Shouts within. Lancaster, the word of peace is rendered, hark how they shout. Mowbray, this had been cheerful after victory. Archbishop, a peace is of the nature of a conquest, for then both parties nobly are subdued, and neither party loser. Lancaster, go, my lord, and let our army be discharged too. Exit Westmoreland, and, good my lord, so please you, let our trains march by us, that we may peruse the men we should have coped withal. Archbishop, go, good Lord Hastings, and, ere they be dismissed, let them march by. Exit Hastings. Lancaster, I trust, lords, we shall lie tonight together. Enter Westmoreland. Now, cousin, wherefore stands our army still? Westmoreland, the leaders, having charge from you to stand, will not go off until they hear you speak. Lancaster, they know their duties. Enter Hastings. Hastings, my lord, our army is dispersed already. Like youthful steers unyoked, they take their courses east, west, north, south. Or, like a school broke up, each hurries toward his home and sporting place. Westmoreland, good tidings, my lord Hastings. For the which I do arrest thee, traitor of high treason. And you, Lord Archbishop, and you, Lord Mowbray, of capital treason I attach you both. Mowbray, is this proceeding just and honorable? Westmoreland, is your assembly so? Archbishop, will you thus break your faith? Lancaster, I pawn thee none. I promised you redress of these same grievances whereof you did complain, which, by mine honor, I will perform with a most Christian care. But for you, rebels, look to taste the due meat for rebellion and such acts as yours. Most shallowly did you these arms commence, fondly brought here and foolishly sent hence. Strike up our drums, pursue the scattered stray. God, and not we, hath safely fought today. Some guard these traitors to the block of death, treason's true bed and yielder up of breath. Exeunt. Scene 3, another part of the forest. Alarum, excursions, enter Falstaff and Colville. Meeting. Falstaff. What's your name, sir? Of what condition are you, and of what place, I pray? Colville. I am a knight, sir, and my name is Colville of the Dale. Falstaff. Well, then, Colville is your name, a knight is your degree, and your place the Dale Colville shall be still your name, a traitor your degree, and the dungeon your place, a place deep enough. So shall you be still Colville of the Dale. Colville. Are not you Sir John Falstaff? Falstaff. As good a man as he, sir, who or I am. Do ye yield, sir, or shall I sweat for you? If I do sweat, they are the drops of thy lovers, and they weep for thy death. Therefore rouse up fear and trembling, and do observance to my mercy. Colville. I think you are Sir John Falstaff, and in that thought yield me. Falstaff. I have a whole school of tongues in this belly of mine, and not a tongue of them all speaks any other word but my name. And I had but a belly of any indifferency. I were simply the most active fellow in Europe. My womb, my womb, my womb undoes me. Here comes our general. Enter Prince John of Lancaster, Westmoreland, Blunt, and others. Lancaster. The heat is past. Follow no further now. Call in the powers, good cousin Westmoreland. Exit Westmoreland. Now, Falstaff, where have you been all this while? When everything is ended, then you come. These tardy tricks of yours will, on my life, one time or other break some gallows back. Falstaff. I would be sorry, my lord, but it should be thus. I never knew yet, but rebuke and check was the reward of valor. Do you think me a swallow, an arrow, or a bullet? Have I, in my poor and old motion, the expedition of thought? I have speeded hither with the very extremest inch of possibility. I have foundered 90 and odd posts, and here, travel-tainted as I am, have in my pure and immaculate valor taken Sir John Colville of the Dale, a most furious knight and valorous enemy. But what of that? He saw me and yielded. That I may justly say, with the hook-nosed fellow of Rome, I came, saw, and overcame. Lancaster. It was more of his courtesy than your deserving. Falstaff. I know not, here he is, and here I yield him, and I beseech your grace, let it be booked with the rest of this day's deeds, or, by the Lord, I will have it in a particular ballad else, with mine own picture on the top on't, Colville kissing my foot, to the which course if I be enforced, if you do not all show like gilt tuppences to me, and I in the clear sky of fame o'ershine you as much as the full moon doth the cinders of the element, which show like pins' heads to her, believe not the word of the noble. Therefore let me have right, and let desert mount. Lancaster. Thine's too heavy to mount. Falstaff. Let it shine, then. Lancaster. Thine's too thick to shine. Falstaff. Let it do something, my good lord, that may do me good, and call it what you will. Lancaster. Is thy name Colville? Colville. It is, my lord. Lancaster. A famous rebel art thou, Colville. Falstaff. And a famous true subject took him. Colville. I am, my lord, but as my betters are that led me hither, had they been ruled by me, you should have won them dearer than you have. Falstaff. I know not how they sold themselves, but thou, like a kind fellow, gavest thyself away gratis, and I thank thee for thee. Enter Westmoreland. Lancaster. Now, have you left pursuit? Westmoreland. Retreat is made and execution stayed. Lancaster. Send Colville with his confederates to York to present execution. Blunt, lead him hence, and see you guard him sure. Exeunt Blunt and others with Colville. And now dispatch we toward the court, my lords. I hear the king my father is sore sick. Our news shall go before us to his majesty, which, cousin, you shall bear to comfort him, and we with sober speed will follow you. Falstaff, my lord, I beseech you give me leave to go through Gloucestershire, and when you come to court, stand my good lord, pray, in your good report. Lancaster, fare you well. Falstaff. I, in my condition, shall better speak of you than you deserve. Exeunt all but Falstaff. Falstaff, I would you had but the wit, 'twere better than your dukedom. Good faith, this same young sober-blooded boy doth not love me, nor a man cannot make him laugh. But that's no marvel, he drinks no wine, there's never none of these demure boys come to any proof. For thin drink doth so overcool their blood, and making many fish meals, that they fall into a kind of male green sickness, and then, when they marry, they get wenched. They are generally fools and cowards, which some of us should be too. But, for inflammation, a good sherris sack hath a twofold operation in it ascends me into the brain, dries me there all the foolish and dull and crudy vapors which environ it, makes it apprehensive, quick, forgative, full of nimble, fiery, and delectable shapes, which, delivered o'er to the voice, the tongue, which is the birth, becomes excellent wit. The second property of your excellent sherris is the warming of the blood, which, before cold and settled, left the liver white and pale, which is the badge of pusillanimity and cowardice, but the sherris warms it and makes it course from the inwards to the parts extremes. It illumineth the face, which as a beacon gives warning to all the rest of this little kingdom, man, to arm. And then the vital commoners and inland petty spirits muster me all to their captain, the heart, who, great and puffed up with this retinue, doth any deed of courage, and this valor comes of sherris. So that skill in the weapon is nothing without sack, for that sets it a work, and learning a mere hoard of gold kept by a devil, till sack commences it and sets it in act and use, hereof comes it that Prince Harry is valiant. For the cold blood he did naturally inherit of his father he hath, like lean, sterile and bare land, manured, husband and tilled with excellent endeavor of drinking good and good store of fertile sherris, that he is become very hot and valiant. If I had 1,000 sons, the first humane principle I would teach them should be to forswear thin potations, and to addict themselves to sack. Enter Bardolph. How now, Bardolph? Bardolph. The army is discharged all and gone. Falstaff. Let them go all through Gloucestershire, and there will I visit Master Robert Shallow, Esquire. I have him already tempering between my finger and my thumb, and shortly will I seal with him come away. Exeunt. Scene 4. Westminster, the Jerusalem Chamber. Enter the King, Warwick, Thomas Duke of Clarence, and Humphrey Duke of Gloucester and others. King. Now, lords, if God doth give successful end to this debate that bleedeth at our doors, we will our youth lead on to higher fields and draw no swords but what are sanctified. Our navy is addressed, our power collected, our substitutes in absence well invested, and everything lies level to our wish. Only we want a little personal strength, and pause us till these rebels now afoot come underneath the yoke of government. Warwick. Both which we doubt not but your majesty shall soon enjoy. King. Humphrey, my son of Gloucester, where's the prince your brother? Gloucester. I think he's gone to hunt, my lord, at Windsor. King. And how accompanied? Gloucester. I do not know, my lord. King. Is not his brother Thomas of Clarence with him? Gloucester. No, my good lord. He is in presence here. Clarence. What would my lord and father? King. Nothing but well to thee, Thomas of Clarence. How chance thou art not with the prince thy brother? He loves thee, and thou dost neglect him, Thomas. Thou hast a better place in his affection than all thy brothers. Cherish it, my boy, and noble offices thou mayst effect of mediation, after I am dead, between his greatness and thy other brethren. Therefore omit him not, blunt not his love, nor lose the good advantage of his grace by seeming cold or careless of his will. For he is gracious, if he be observed, he hath a tear for pity, and a hand open as day for melting charity. Yet notwithstanding, being incensed, He's flint, as humorous as winter, and as sudden as flaws congealed in the spring of day. His temper, therefore, must be well observed. Chide him for faults, and do it reverently, when you perceive his blood inclined to mirth. But, being moody, give him time and scope, till that his passions, like a whale on ground, confound themselves with working. Learn this, Thomas, and thou shalt prove a shelter to thy friends, a hoop of gold to bind thy brothers in, that the united vessel of their blood, mingled with venom of suggestion, as, force perforce, the age will pour it in, shall never leak, though it do work as strong as aconitum, or rash gunpowder. Clarence, I shall observe him with all care and love. King, why art thou not at Windsor with him, Thomas? Clarence, he is not there today. He dines in London. King, and how accompanied? Canst thou tell that? Clarence, with Poins, and other his continual followers. King, most subject is the fattest soil to weeds, and he, the noble image of my youth, is overspread with them. Therefore my grief stretches itself beyond the hour of death. The blood weeps from my heart when I do shape in forms imaginary, unguided days and rotten times that you shall look upon when I am sleeping with my ancestors. For when his headstrong riot hath no curb, when rage and hot blood are his counselors, when means and lavish manners meet together, oh, with what wings shall his affections fly towards fronting peril and opposed decay? Warwick, my gracious lord, you look beyond him quite. The prince but studies his companions like a strange tongue, wherein, to gain the language, 'tis needful that the most immodest word be looked upon and learned, which once attained, your highness knows, comes to no further use but to be known and hated. So, like gross terms, the prince will, in the perfectness of time, cast off his followers, and their memory shall as a pattern or a measure live, by which his grace must meet the lives of other, turning past evils to advantages. King, 'tis seldom when the bee doth leave her comb in the dead carrion. Enter Westmoreland. Who's here? Westmoreland? Westmoreland. Health to my sovereign, and new happiness added to that I am to deliver. Prince John your son doth kiss your grace's hand. Mowbray, the bishop Scroop, Hastings, and all are brought to the correction of your law. There is not now a rebel's sword unsheathed, but peace puts forth her olive everywhere. The manner how this action hath been borne here at more leisure may your highness read, with every course in his particular. King, O Westmoreland, thou art a summer bird, which ever in the haunch of winter sings the lifting up of day. Enter Harcourt. Look, here's more news. Harcourt, from enemies heaven keep your majesty, and when they stand against you, may they fall as those that I am come to tell you of. The Earl Northumberland and the Lord Bardolph, with a great power of English and of Scots, are by the Shreve of Yorkshire overthrown. The manner and true order of the fight this packet, please it you, contains at large. King, and wherefore should these good news make me sick? Will fortune never come with both hands full, but write her fair words still in foulest letters? She either gives a stomach and no food, such are the poor, in health, or else a feast and takes away the stomach, such are the rich, that have abundance and enjoy it not. I should rejoice now at this happy news, and now my sight fails, and my brain is giddy. O me, come near me, now I am much ill. Gloucester, comfort, your majesty. Clarence, O my royal father. Westmoreland, my sovereign lord, cheer up yourself, look up. Warwick, be patient, princes. You do know these fits are with his highness very ordinary. Stand from him, give him air, he'll straight be well. Clarence, no, no, he cannot long hold out these pangs. Incessant care and labor of his mind hath wrought the mure that should confine it in so thin that life looks through and will break out. Gloucester, the people fear me, for they do observe unfathered airs and loathly births of nature. The seasons change their manners, as the year had found some months asleep and leaped them over. Clarence, the river hath thrice flowed, no ebb between, and the old folk, time's doting chronicles, say it did so a little time before that our great-grandsire, Edward, sicked and died. Warwick, speak lower, princes, for the king recovers. Gloucester, this apoplexy will certain be his end. King, I pray you take me up, and bear me hence into some other chamber. Softly, pray. Exeunt. Scene V. Another chamber. The king lying on a bed. Clarence, Gloucester, Warwick, and others in attendance. King. Let there be no noise made, my gentle friends, unless some dull and favorable hand will whisper music to my weary spirit. Warwick. Call for the music in the other room. King. Set me the crown upon my pillow here. Clarence. His eye is hollow, and he changes much. Warwick. Less noise, less noise. Enter Prince Henry. Prince. Who saw the Duke of Clarence? Clarence. I am here, brother, full of heaviness. Prince. How now? Rain within doors, and none abroad. How doth the king? Gloucester. Exceeding ill. Prince. Heard he the good news yet? Tell it him. Gloucester. He alt-read much upon the hearing it. Prince. If he be sick with joy, he'll recover without physic. Warwick. Not so much noise, my lords, sweet prince, speak low. The king your father is disposed to sleep. Clarence. Let us withdraw into the other room. Warwick. Wilt please your grace to go along with us? Prince. No, I will sit and watch here by the king. Exeunt all but the prince. Why doth the crown lie there upon his pillow, being so troublesome a bedfellow? O polished perturbation, golden care, that keeps the ports of slumber open wide to many a watchful night. Sleep with it now, yet not so sound and half so deeply sweet as he whose brow with homely big gin bound snores out the watch of night, O majesty. When thou dost pinch thy bearer, thou dost sit like a rich armor worn in heat of day, that scald'st with safety, be why his gates of breath there lies a downy feather which stirs not. Did he suspire, that light and weightless down perforce must move, why, gracious Lord, my father, this sleep is sound indeed. This is a sleep that from this golden wriggle hath divorced so many English kings. Thy due from me is tears and heavy sorrows of the blood, which nature, love, and filial tenderness shall, O dear father, pay thee plenteously. My due from thee is this imperial crown, which, as immediate from thy place and blood, derives itself to me. Lo, where it sits, which God shall guard, and put the world's whole strength into one giant arm. It shall not force this lineal honor from me. This from thee will I to mine leave, as 'tis left to me. Exit. King. Warwick. Gloucester. Clarence. Enter Warwick, Gloucester, Clarence, and the rest. Clarence. Doth the king call? Warwick. What would your majesty? How fares your grace? King. Why did you leave me here alone, my lords? Clarence. We left the prince my brother here, my liege, who undertook to sit and watch by you. King. The Prince of Wales. Where is he? Let me see him. He is not here. Warwick. This door is open. He is gone this way. Gloucester. He came not through the chamber where we stayed. King. Where is the crown? Who took it from my pillow? Warwick. When we withdrew, my liege, we left it here. King. The prince hath ta'en it hence. Go seek him out. Is he so hasty that he doth suppose my sleep my death? Find him, my lord of Warwick, chide him hither. Exit Warwick. This part of his conjoins with my disease, and helps to end me. See, sons, what things you are, how quickly nature falls into revolt when gold becomes her object. For this the foolish, over-careful fathers have broke their sleep with thoughts, their brains with care, their bones with industry. For this they have engrossed and piled up the cankered heaps of strange achieved gold. For this they have been thoughtful to invest their sons with arts and martial exercises. When, like the bee, tolling from every flower the virtuous sweets, our thighs packed with wax, our mouths with honey, we bring it to the hive, and like the bees, are murdered for our pains, this bitter taste yields his engrossments to the ending father.